Chapter 1. Rebirth at Andy's home, the Harmony Sect. Shaolin, you finally answered the phone. Were you at the internet cafe all night again? I must tell you, Aunt Chiming was in a panic this morning after discovering you were missing. If you don't come back soon, she might call the police. The pure and lively voice emanating from the phone made Lin Yu's heart race. He glanced at the caller ID, the second twin of the class, Ji Qing Shi, then at the time displayed on the computer screen. July 8th, 2014, 6:58. What the hell? Reborn? Last night, 31-year-old Lin Yu finally completed his shift and was looking forward to his first weekend off in 3 months. After indulging in a night of gaming at the internet cafe, he unexpectedly woke up to find himself transported back to 2014, when he was just 20 years old. July 8th marked the summer vacation between his sophomore and junior years. Aunt Chiming. Yes. At this time, Aunt Chiming had not yet taken her own life, and he could see her again. Shaolin, hello? Are you listening? Can you bring me a sweet cone when you come back? Hello. Lin Yu was too preoccupied to respond to Ji Qing Shi on the phone. He quickly hung up and prepared to head home. As he stood up abruptly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse back into the chair. He steadied himself against the keyboard, and an empty beer can clatter to the floor. Did I drink all this? Why did I drink so much last night? Just having been reborn, his mind was still hazy with confusion. Not wanting to dwell on it, Lin Yu hurriedly settled his bill and left the internet cafe. Upon stepping outside, an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation enveloped him. The neighborhood he found himself in was where he had lived with Aunt Chiming for many years. Chen Chiming, 35, was Lin Yu's neighbor back in his hometown. Since childhood, she and Lin Yu's mother referred to each other as sisters. Naturally, Lin Yu called her aunt. Otherwise, given their ages, calling her sister wouldn't have been inappropriate. After the tragic loss of his parents in his senior year of high school, the divorced and single Chen Chiming took Lin Yu into her home in Pingchuan City to care for him and support his education. Chen Chiming had experienced a failed marriage in this second-tier city that lasted only 2 years. The reasons for the divorce remained a mystery to Lin Yu, as every time he inquired, she would deftly change the subject, avoiding discussions of her past marriage. That relationship left her with little in terms of assets, the only notable possession being a 3-story building near Pingchuan University. In a second-tier city, an ordinary community, a 3-story villa, it sounded quite appealing. Yet the reality was a heavy mortgage that burdened her monthly finances. To maintain the household, all 3 bedrooms were rented out. Due to Chen Chiming's fastidious nature and her reluctance to associate with men after the divorce, apart from Lin Yu and herself, the apartment housed 8 young women. Ji Qing Shi, who had just called, was one of them. Rent in a shared apartment in a second-tier city wasn't exorbitant, but despite the monthly rental income, Chen Chiming still needed to supplement her mortgage payments with earnings from her flower shop. Coupled with her daily expenses and Lin Yu's tuition, there was hardly any money left to save. Had she not been truly strapped for cash, she would not have placed her trust in the so-called partner. Signing that fateful contract ultimately led to the flower shop's bankruptcy, forcing the sale of the 3-story building to settle debts. The blow was unbearable for Chen Chiming, leading her to take her own life. Lin Yu's safe haven from his youth crumbled entirely. Since then, the rented room without family could hardly be called a home. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Yu quickened his pace. The internet cafe he frequented was only a street away from his home, and the round trip took no more than 10 minutes. Upon entering the school community, the first unobstructed 3-story villa was where he and Chen Chiming had lived. Standing before the door, Lin Yu's emotions were indescribable, both anxious and excited. He feared that everything might just be a dream. Crossing the small courtyard, he opened the sturdy apartment door, and a pleasant fragrance wafted in. This is the scent. I'm back. Lin Yu's heart raced as he stepped inside. Ding. System successfully activated. Lin Yu's heart raced. No way, this must be real. Having read numerous novels in his previous life, he knew that a system was an essential element for any traveler. With a system in place, his future days were bound to be much more prosperous. Following this, the system's voice continued to broadcast. Welcome, host, back to the Harmony Sect. Lin Yu was taken aback. He looked around the apartment. It appeared exactly as he remembered it. Could it be that he had activated it incorrectly? Lin Yu stepped back outside, this time entering with his right foot first. As expected, the system's prompt changed. Ding. Welcome. Host. Back to the Harmony Sect. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 20. Sect identity. Outer Sect trainee disciple number of Tao companions soul cultivation body cultivation. 10. Sect contribution. 50 due to last night's drunken absence. Violation of sect rules. 50 spirit stones. 5. Current tasks. 3. Hosts physical condition. Hungover agility. 20 concern from acting sect master. All attributes. 2. Friendly reminder. You have pending tasks. Detailed content is available for review. Completing tasks can yield various rewards, including sect contributions, spirit stones, physical items, and status boosts. Sect contributions can only be used for lotteries. Spirit stones can be used for purchases in the system shop or converted to real currency. Lin Yu stood frozen. What on earth is this system? This is clearly the apartment he has lived in for years. Yet it insists he has arrived at the Harmony Sect, and it assigned him the title of Outer Sect Trainee Disciple. Shouldn't he at least be a hall master or a leader of some sort? Is the system malfunctioning? Xiao Yu, you're back. What did you run off to so early? I thought you were still sleeping and didn't want to disturb you. Just in time, I made some rice porridge and egg pancakes. Come eat breakfast with me. From the open dining area on the right side of the first floor hall, a woman wearing a light blue spaghetti-strapped nightgown and an apron leaned out, holding a wooden spoon for serving porridge. The woman had an alluring figure, and even without makeup, she was strikingly beautiful. The morning light filtering through the window accentuated her fair skin. What was most captivating were her bright, large eyes, twinkling with an innocent charm. Lin Yu had never felt such a profound connection with Chun Qimeng until now, after his rebirth. Only then did he realize that she possessed a look that made her seem easily deceived by men. Suppressing the flutter of emotions at their reunion, Lin Yu changed into his slippers and stepped inside, saying, "Aunt Qimeng, is that red bean porridge you made today?" Chun Qimeng's eyes lit up, and she smiled warmly. "Xiao Yu, can you really smell it? You're so perceptive." Lin Yu smiled without replying and walked over to her. In her surprised gaze, he raised a hand to her cheek. "Xiao Yu?" Chun Qimeng stiffened, momentarily at a loss. The next moment, Lin Yu brushed a half-cooked red bean from her face. Chapter 2. Interacting with Annie for rewards. At the moment of contact with Chun Qimeng, a transparent information box suddenly appeared before Lin Yu. Chun Qimeng. Age. 35. Sect identity. Acting sect master of the Harmony Sect intimacy level with host. 55th realm. Close bond. Number of Tao companions soul cultivation body cultivation. 00. Attribute skills. Host lowly status. Temporarily unable to view other information. Host lowly status. Temporarily unable to view current task. Plan for sect preservation urgent task. The Harmony Sect is not only a place of cultivation, but also the last harbor in the mortal world. If the residence is compromised, all cherished memories will dissipate like smoke. Please promptly address the financial crisis to sustain the foundation of the sect. Care for the sect's spiritual plants daily task. Spiritual fields and plants are indispensable treasures for a powerful sect. Please water the 12 pots of spiritual plants on the balcony in a timely manner. What an absurdly misaligned system. Is this for real? The acting sect master of the Harmony Sect has even made an appearance. A series of messages feels like playing a restricted game, and they dare to look down upon novice players. With such a lowly status, they won't even let me see everything. Upon noticing Chun Qimeng's information panel, Lin Yu's attention was immediately drawn to the section labeled Number of Tao Companions. Soul cultivation and body cultivation, in Lin Yu's understanding, should represent spiritual romance and physical love, respectively. Chun Qimeng has had a previous husband. She is a divorced woman. Yet, the number displayed is 0. Does this mean her past experiences do not count, and that the statistics only began from the moment the system was activated? Lin Yu's thoughts stirred as he summoned his own information. The complete information panel instantly imprinted itself in his mind. In his Tao Companion Soul Cultivation section, the number 1 was clearly written. Lin Yu suddenly recalled that during his junior year, he had a romantic interest online. Thus, the Tao Companion with whom he shares soul cultivation must refer to this online partner. Perhaps, maybe, possibly. I must have just taken a bite and accidentally smeared it on my face. Xiao Yu, are you alright today? If you have any worries, you can share with Annie. I think I'll skip the part-time job and enjoy the summer vacation at home. Hanging out with friends is much better. You don't need to worry about money. Look at Annie living in such a large house and running a flower shop. She's not short on funds. Chen Qiming could clearly sense that Xiao Yu seemed different today. Usually, when she offered him breakfast or suggested doing something, he would respond with a tone of great impatience, saying things like, "I'm not hungry, don't bother me," or "only old folks eat breakfast." Sometimes, when in a foul mood, he would even retort with, "You're not my mom? What gives you the right to control me?" Today, however, Xiao Yu appeared somewhat gentler, leaving Chen Qiming in a daze. Could it be that he has matured at last? "I don't have any worries you are overthinking it," Lin Yu replied. Chen Qiming pondered silently, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling in Lin Yu's mind. He doesn't need to fret. Annie is not lacking in money. In his past life, he foolishly believed such nonsense and was unable to lend a helping hand. If only he had been more observant, not so stubbornly immersed in the sorrow of his parents' passing. Perhaps he could have noticed some signs? Adolescence is a crucial stage in life. Losing one's parents during this phase, while living as a guest in a foreign place, can be overwhelming. An immature young lad is bound to say the wrong things, misunderstand situations, and act unwisely. It was only years later, upon entering society, that Lin Yu could truly appreciate the depth of gratitude he owed. It is a profound kindness that someone who is not a biological parent would unconditionally care for you and support you financially, a debt that cannot be repaid. Above all, he must ensure that Chen Qiming does not tread the same path again. Did I get that much on my face? Xiao Yu, is it not clean yet? Shall I go wash it off? Just as Chen Qiming was about to turn to the sink, Lin Yu gently pressed down on her shoulder. Stay still, it will be done shortly. Feeling the firm grip on her shoulder, Chen Qiming experienced a surge of inexplicable emotions. Could it be that a young man who has passed through adolescence has changed so much? Ding! Engaging in daily interactions with the acting sect master fosters closeness, serving as a shortcut for disciples of the Harmony Sect in their pursuit of the Great Way. Reward: 10 spirit stones. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yu felt a rush of excitement. So, merely touching the acting sect master could yield rewards so effortlessly? If he could do this for an hour, wouldn't his spirit stones fill up instantly? Lin Yu. All right, it's clean now. Let's eat together. Chen Qiming. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Lin Yu. Must you thank me for that? Chen Qiming smiled gently. You sit down first, I'll serve you some porridge. Then I'll water the flowers on the balcony before I eat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately placed his hands on Chen Qiming's shoulders and guided her to the dining table. Annie Qiming, sit down and have breakfast with me. I'll take care of the flowers later. Chen Qiming hesitated, but was firmly seated in the chair. Xiao Yu, you'll do that? Watering the flowers is quite a hassle. We can eat first, and I'll handle that later. After saying this, she came back to her senses, realizing that Lin Yu had already taken the wooden spoon from her hand. As Lin Yu ladled the porridge, he said, "It's no trouble, Andy. You could just teach me how. What's the use of just eating and not doing any work, growing up this tall for nothing?" Chen Qiming sat in her chair, lost in thought for a moment, revealing a smile of contentment. Ding! Demonstrating initiative and goodwill is commendable. Contributing to the sect's development aids outer disciples in their swift advancement. Reward: 10 spirit stones. So, it turns out that proactively watering the flowers is seen as a plus in Annie Qiming's heart. How much of a scoundrel had he been in the past? While enjoying their meal, Lin Yu began to delve into the newly activated system. He found that no matter how he questioned or called out in his mind, the system remained unresponsive. The basic usage instructions were fairly detailed, and he encountered no obstacles in mental control. Certain unmentioned aspects could only be explored gradually. The current tasks within the system are divided into 2 categories: urgent tasks and daily tasks. There may be other types, but he is unaware of them for now. The tasks awaiting completion include 3: the protecting the sect plan associated with Annie Qiming, and caring for the sect's spiritual plants, both appearing on his system interface. Additionally, there's another task: familiarize with fellow disciples' daily task. Upon entering the sect, one must lower their posture, be kind, and foster goodwill among fellow disciples. Please engage with no fewer than 3 fellow disciples in communication and review their complete information. Chapter 3: The Twin Sisters and the Completion of Daily Tasks. No fewer than 3 fellow disciples. Within the confines of the apartment. Continuing to interact with 2 female roommates is hardly a daunting task. The more challenging aspect lies in examining the information panel. Judging by the emergence of the information panel from Chen Qiming, Merely seeing a person evokes no response. Only through physical contact can one truly consider it communication. TSK, TSK, TSK. According to memories from a past life, at this juncture, I was a quintessentially shy and introverted young man, lacking both courage and emotional intelligence. Engaging in conversation with female classmates or roommates would leave me so nervous that I would struggle to find words. If one were to ask me when my life peaked during those decades, I would undoubtedly point to this very moment. What kind of individuals reside in this apartment? There's the gentle and innocent aunt, twin classmates, the owner of a pet shop, a mysterious hacker girl on a break from school, a socially anxious artist, an elementary school language teacher, a nurse from the community hospital, and a restoration artisan of antique clocks. It's practically a beauty contest waiting to happen, or a matchmaking event, inviting one to choose their ideal partner, with one man and 9 women sharing the same roof. It would not be an exaggeration to call this a sect. One must ask, how many opportunities does one have in life to live under the same roof with 9 women? If that isn't the pinnacle of existence, what is? Years hence, as Lin Yu matures and reflects, he would wish to give his younger self a couple of resounding slaps. How can you be so introverted? What else with your shyness? The audacious enjoy life first. Fortunately, Lin Yu, now imbued with the essence of life, has returned, beyond the tasks. The system's warm reminder also specifically addressed 2 matters, sect contribution and spirit stones. A -50 sect contribution value hardly tests anything. Within the interface of spirit stones, there's an option for withdraw next to the number 25. The other potential uses of spirit stones remain unknown for now. With such a meager amount, it seems unlikely to accomplish anything significant. A casual interaction could yield 20 spirit stones, indicating that the means of acquisition is not particularly arduous. Perhaps I should first test how the withdrawal rate is calculated. Ding dong. After selecting withdrawal, a few seconds later, my phone received a text message. XX Bank. Your account 4679 received a deposit of 250 yuan on July 5th at 7:20. The current balance is 562.92 yuan. A 1-to-10 exchange rate. 1 spirit stone equals 10 yuan. This means that my recent brief interaction with Aunt Chiming has earned me 200 yuan. While the ratio may not be particularly high, the ease of obtaining them is commendable. With diligence, surprises await at every turn. At this rate, with so many girls in the apartment, interacting with them daily could easily yield thousands in earnings without difficulty. A monthly income exceeding 100,000. Why bother seeking employment or starting a business? What purpose does that serve? After breakfast, Lin Yu and Chun Chiming made their way to the balcony on the first floor. The sunlight was perfect, and the aroma of plants filled the air. Holding a watering can, Lin Yu followed Chun Chiming's instructions to water different varieties of flowers with varying amounts of water. Chun Chiming truly is remarkable. With so many flowers in her shop, she even cultivates them personally. While Lin Yu struggles to remember the names of the flowers, she can recall the methods of cultivation. As he watered the 7th pot, a window in the bedroom adjacent to the balcony opened. A small head with fluffy, light-colored hair peeked out. "Good morning, Aunt Chiming." "Good morning, Shaolin." The girl, with her lips pursed and sharp little teeth glistening, appeared hesitant to speak. Her delicate features radiated cuteness. It was Chi Qing Chi, the girl who had called Lin Yu to return this morning. Along with her sister, Chi Qing Shui, she was Lin Yu's classmate at Pingchuan University, studying broadcasting and television directing. While they may not be labeled as the campus beauties, they're certainly renowned within the film academy for their striking appearance. People often say that twins share many similar traits. However, aside from their looks, Chi Qing Shui and Chi Qing Chi possess vastly different personalities. The older sister is a proud and somewhat aloof academic overachiever, while the younger sister excels in culinary delights, displaying a mischievous and gluttonous nature typical of anime enthusiasts, who in their right mind would eat ice cream cones at 7 in the morning. And to go so far as to call Lin Yu back under false pretenses. Aunt Chiming had no idea he had spent the night at an internet CAF. What a clever little rascal. Had it been the old Lin Yu, he would have certainly rejected her with annoyance. If you want to eat, buy it yourself. Don't come to me with this. But now things have changed. A fellow disciple with clear intentions deserves to be cherished. Once I complete a few task rewards, wouldn't I be rolling in wealth? Chen Qimeng waved in response. Good morning, Xiao Qi. Lin Yu followed suit, raising his hand. Good morning, Xiao Qi. Is your sister, the big Qi, still asleep? Qi Qingqi blinked rapidly, her face full of confusion. What is up with Lin Yu today? Ever since moving into the apartment, he had always addressed the sisters simply as Qi classmates, and their exchanges consisted of Lin Yu responding briefly and shyly to her questions. He had never initiated a conversation. Today, he was asking about her sister and even helping Aunt Qimeng water the plants. Was he truly such a diligent and proactive young man? This newfound openness felt like a complete transformation. After a long night, was he still groggy? Oh, my sister returned to Jizhou. She'll be back the day after tomorrow. Qi Qingqi replied softly. After answering, Qi Qingqi became even more convinced of her thoughts. Staying up all night is indeed detrimental. Lin Yu had already known about her sister's trip home yesterday. Yet today he asked again as if he had forgotten. Lin Yu wasn't truly forgetful. How could he remember every detail from years past? It was only through Qi Qingqi's mention that he vaguely recalled. That summer when Aunt Qimeng passed away, the twin sister Qi Qingqi had indeed stayed in the apartment, likely for some summer festival video project. Not being an anime person herself, she did not fit in with the otaku crowd. Ding! Communicating and caring for fellow disciples deeply resonates with the acting sect master. Reward: 10 spirit stones. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at Chen Qimeng. She was wearing a beaming smile, looking at him with pride. How could she not feel proud? Ever since bringing Lin Yu from his hometown to Pingchuan, and with so many female tenants moving in, Lin Yu had hardly interacted with them at all. He would only respond with a few curt words when spoken to. The tenants had privately expressed to her more than once that Lin Yu's demeanor seemed somewhat reclusive and needed normal guidance, as excessive introversion would not benefit his future social interactions. Now, seeing him engage in a pleasant and cheerful conversation with his female classmate, Chen Qimeng felt that her little Yu had finally grown up. Aunt Qimeng and the female roommates were entirely unaware that Lin Yu was not aloof or reclusive. He was simply timid, harboring an inner complexity that his pride as a young man prevented him from expressing. Chen Qimeng moved closer to the window, attentively caring. Xiao Qi, breakfast is in the dining room. Tidy up and come eat some red bean porridge and egg pancakes. Qi Qingqi raised her small fist over her head. Aunt Chen Qimeng is the best. I'll change clothes and head over immediately. Chen Qimeng blinked in confusion, still unaccustomed to the communication codes among young people. Shortly thereafter, at last, the 12 pots of spiritual plants have been thoroughly watered. The system's notification chimes once more as anticipated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task caring for the sect's spiritual plants, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. As this is the host's first successful completion of a daily task, an additional reward of 1 lottery draw in the system's marketplace has been granted. Chapter 4. The first lottery draw, the Shining Jade Essence Pill. With a contribution value of 50 points to the sect and a reward of 200 soft sister coins successfully obtained. Evaluated on an hourly basis, this job is truly commendable. With the 50 points of sect contribution, the debts accrued from a night away finally return to 0. Even more delightful is the additional reward of a lottery opportunity. Seizing the moment while Chen Qimeng trims the branches, Lin Yu swiftly accesses the system's lottery interface. With mere thought, a colossal virtual prop resembling a shopping mall's prize will materializes in his mind. White, blue, green, orange, red, a kaleidoscope of colors. Hundreds of squares in various hues intersect and cover the surface, each adorned with a question mark, concealing the contents within. An overwhelming sense of anticipation looms. Behind the option, Start Lottery, it is explicitly noted, this lottery is free, requires 200 sec contribution. Having completed a daily task and secured 50 sec contribution points, obtaining contributions through other avenues to partake in the lottery seems feasible. Completing an emergency task should yield even more sec contributions, surely. Without wasting a moment, Lin Yu promptly initiates the lottery. The wheel begins to spin rapidly, gradually coming to a halt within a blue frame after several seconds. Ding! Congratulations! The host has received a tangible reward. Shining Jade Essence Pill. Description: with skin like jade and eyes like stars, our sect disciples traverse the world, naturally captivating hearts and souls. The Shining Jade Essence Pill. What a remarkable treasure! In simpler terms, does this not bestow beauty upon its user, enhancing their allure? As a disciple of the Harmony Sect, appearance undoubtedly holds great significance. The ideal of pairing an unattractive man with a beautiful woman is a rare occurrence unless one possesses endless financial resources or remarkable persuasive abilities. Lacking both, beauty remains the finest weapon. In the presence of Chun Chimeng, Lin Yu refrains from consuming it directly from the system. Should there be a drastic change, it would be rather difficult to explain face to face. Once the watering is complete, Chun Chimeng places the watering can down and tidies up the balcony for a while. She then hurriedly rushes upstairs, grabs her daily satchel, and prepares to head to the flower shop. The early bird catches the worm. Opening the shop early increases the possibility of earning more. Her industrious and hardworking nature is almost ingrained in her very being. In the midst of changing her shoes, Chun Chimeng notices Lin Yu standing in the living room, gazing at her. Xiao Yu, if I'm not busy with lunch, I'll return to cook. If I can't leave the shop, I'll let you know via WeChat in advance. Do you have enough pocket money? I can give you some cash. Though by 2014, Alipay and WeChat Pay had emerged, they had not yet reached universal adoption. In second-tier cities, small vendors and shops still relied on cash. Lin Yu shakes his head and replies, Aunt Chimeng, I still have plenty of money. I don't need any for now. If I do, I'll let you know. But what about you? Are you planning to go out like this? Chun Chimeng looks puzzled. Huh? What do you mean? She typically leaves early. So what is different today? With her small brain racing, she suddenly realizes something. In a flurry, one foot in sports shoes and the other in slippers, she rushes to Lin Yu's side, wrapping her arms around his waist for a gentle embrace. Lin Yu. Chun Chimeng, Xiao Yu performed excellently today. You deserve encouragement. Ding. Your outstanding daily performance has left a good impression on the proxy sect leader, laying a solid foundation for your next promotion. Reward: 10 spirit stones. Lin Yu is amused. Is this the typical thought process of a 35-year-old woman? After the embrace, Chun Chimeng looks up expectantly into Lin Yu's eyes, her gaze clearly asking, Do you want me to praise you? Lin Yu playfully pokes her collarbone with his finger. The moment their skin touches, Chun Chimeng's eyes flutter, her large eyes now filled with confusion. Aunt Chimeng, I meant, are you really going to work in an apron and nightgown? Lin Yu teases. Chun Chimeng glances down. Oh no, caught up in grabbing her bag. She forgot to change her clothes. Seeing her flustered rush upstairs, Lin Yu can't help but chuckle. In the days to come, it remains uncertain who will take care of whom. After Chun Chimeng leaves, Lin Yu returns to his bedroom for a quick shower. Having spent the night in an internet CAF and consumed copious amounts of beer, he is in dire need of freshening up. He cannot afford to smell foul when interacting with his roommates. Lin Yu and Chun Chimeng reside on the 3rd floor. Climbing stairs daily is a task many tenants dread, which is why they chose the top floor. Of course, they're not the only ones residing there. Other tenants share the space as well. Chun Chimeng is particularly attentive to Lin Yu, having reserved the largest bedroom for him. In addition to a private bathroom, there is even a small study separated from the main room. After dressing, Lin Yu retrieves the Shining Jade Essence Pill from his system. It appears as a white pill, resembling a white chocolate bean. Upon consuming it, the pill flows like a refreshing stream down his throat. He can distinctly feel changes occurring within his body, his steps feeling lighter. Gazing into the mirror, he notices his amber eyes now shimmering with a golden hue, emanating an alluring charm. His once sharp brows now appear even more pronounced, and his lashes flutter like butterfly wings brushing against a sharpened blade. His sun-kissed skin radiates a cool, jade-like sheen, with faint golden veins subtly coursing beneath the surface, reminiscent of flowing lava. Of course, none of the fantastical transformations described are real. The actual changes are not as dramatic as anticipated. Lin Yu's foundation is not particularly poor. He is neither overweight nor short, possessing a hint of charm. Under the pill's effects, several light acne marks on his face vanish completely. His skin appears somewhat fairer, as if he has donned a filter of cool, white light. His eyes, previously weary, now shine with clarity. His nose seems slightly more refined, and overall, his features appear more defined, with his hair improving significantly as well. With no immediate tasks ahead, perhaps he could consider becoming a charming streamer, enticing older women for their coins. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he scrutinizes his appearance for over a minute. Lin Yu, wow, I seem to have become quite handsome, haven't I? After his shower, Lin Yu rummages through his modest wardrobe. Although he does not have high standards for attire, the predominance of black, white, and gray and plain men's clothing prompts a sigh. In a corner of the closet hangs an unworn checkered short-sleeve shirt that Aunt Chiming had personally chosen for him during a shopping trip. In a previous life, he had inexplicably deemed the attractive garment unworthy, refusing to wear it. It was as if he could not live without opposing Aunt Chiming. Lin Yu takes out the shirt and selects a pair of knee-length shorts to wear for now, planning to revamp his wardrobe when time permits. After preparing himself, Lin Yu heads down to the dining area. As expected, Chi is still at the table, engrossed in her phone while having breakfast. Just as Lin Yu had predicted, Xiaoqi is not only gluttonous, but also particularly slow at eating. At the same hour, Lin Yu is able to consume 2 meals. Xiaolin, you are about to. Wow. Chi noticed Lin Yu descending the stairs and turned his head to glance at the newly transformed Lin Yu after his remarkable performance. He had yet to swallow a bite of the egg pancake when he abruptly froze in astonishment. Lin Yu eagerly gazed towards the dining area. Aunt Chiming had begun her shift. Other sect members had either departed or remained in slumber. In the dining hall, only he and Xiaoqi remained. He chuckled softly. It was time to engage in meaningful conversation with his sect companions. Chapter 5. The Surprising Task Princess. Reward. 10 Spirit Stones. Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction within. So this is the advantage of being handsome. Chi was lost in thought for a long while. What on earth was going on with Xiaolin today? Was it merely her imagination? Not only was he speaking more brightly and cheerfully, but he also exuded an aura of youthful exuberance. Where did this vivaciousness come from? After a shower and changing his clothes, the transformation was striking. It was akin to the before and after effects seen in transformation videos she often watched on Bilibili. If the tall and fair Xiaolin helped her shoot a cosplay photo, it would surely garner a significant amount of views, wouldn't it? How had she never noticed before that he possessed such a neighborly charm? Snapping back to reality, Chi found Lin Yu's face less than 20 centimeters away, staring at her in a daze. Chi exclaimed, startled, as she sprang up, resembling a startled dandelion, her fluffy skirt trembling slightly. Lin Yu assessed que esse quiso latir. This dress must be called a Lolita dress. The white skirt adorned with delicate pink flowers was delightfully fluffy and exceedingly cute, accentuating her slender calves. A pair of pale lace stockings, as thin as gossamer, clung closely to her skin. How captivating. Why? Why are you suddenly so close to me? It's quite frightening. Chi clutched her chest, still munching on her food. Despite her fright, she wasted not a morsel of food. Lin Yu strolled toward Chi and retorted, I was just about to ask you. After calling my name, why were you staring at me with such a foolish grin? Chi replied, nonsense, I wasn't smiling. Lin Yu countered, you were smiling. I saw it quite clearly. Chi insisted, I was not. Lin Yu pressed, you clearly were. Chi protested, I truly wasn't. Lin Yu challenged, then swear it. If you were smiling, may your tongue blister and you shan't enjoy delicious food for a month. Ki hesitated, I swear. Xiaolin, you're too cruel. Lin Yu, with a gesture reminiscent of Donnie and haha. Look at you, still claiming you weren't smiling. As the words lingered on her lips, Chi dared not voice them. Under Lin Yu's relentless questioning, she began to doubt if she had indeed smiled unconsciously while lost in thought. How embarrassing. The awkwardness made her momentarily lose her ability to think clearly. She had no time to ponder how the usually introverted and reticent Xiaolin had suddenly become so loquacious. Seizing the opportunity while Chi was still in a daze, Lin Yu gently placed his hand on her shoulder. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry and finish your meal. In the next moment, a transparent information box appeared once again. Chi, age, 20, sect identity, bell ringer of the Harmony Sect, closeness level with host, 30, third realm. Friends and neighbors, number of soul partners, soul cultivation, body cultivation, closeness level with host not met, temporarily unable to view. Attribute skills, host identity is lowly, temporarily unable to view. Other information, host identity is lowly, temporarily unable to view. Current tasks, dining requirement, daily task, savor worldly delicacies to satisfy one's cravings, which also aids in the cultivation of the sect's disciples. Please promptly enjoy a sweet cone. Dining requirement, daily task, savor worldly delicacies to satisfy one's cravings, which also aids in the cultivation of the sect's disciples. Please promptly enjoy fried chicken nuggets. Dining requirement, daily task, savor worldly delicacies to satisfy one's cravings, which also aids in the cultivation of the sect's disciples. Please promptly drink cola. Sect treasure attire, daily task, different attribute treasures can aid in enhancing charm technique cultivation. Please promptly purchase a REM cosplay outfit. Sect treasure attire, daily task, different attribute treasures can aid in enhancing charm technique cultivation. Please promptly purchase the latest Hatsune cosplay outfit. Spirit artifact, daily task, specially crafted spirit artifacts significantly enhance combat power. Please promptly purchase aquamarine contact lenses. Spirit artifact, daily task, specially crafted spirit artifacts significantly enhance combat power. Please promptly purchase the tarot card from room 202. Spirit artifact, daily task, specially crafted spirit artifacts significantly enhance combat power. Please promptly purchase a catgirl bell. Lin Yu. This time, it was his turn to be astonished. Good heavens, a task princess. From Chun Chimeng to Chi. Lin Yu had initially assumed that he would only encounter 1 or 2 tasks at most. However, there were a staggering 8. Did the little homebody have so many wishes? Glancing through the list, aside from the slightly expensive cosplay outfits, the other wishes seemed rather easy to fulfill. Now I've caught you. You're the one looking at me with those flirtatious eyes, with a foolish grin on his face. Perhaps foolish was a bit excessive, more like a hint of mischief. Seizing the opportunity, Chi retorted, completely oblivious to the subtle undertones in their conversation. Lin Yu, unfazed, boldly stated, I possess a pair of eyes that are adept at discovering beauty. What fault is that of mine? Chi was ready, should Lin Yu deny it. She would echo his earlier words, insisting he merely looked. To her surprise, Lin Yu openly admitted it. The sensation felt akin to striking a punch into cotton, only to have the cotton return the blow. Soft and painless, even somewhat pleasant. Reward, 10 spirit stones. Even if you say that, I shan't be pleased. Chi turned her head, continuing to eat her egg pancake with utmost seriousness. The way she pouted while eating resembled a little hamster. Though she claimed to be displeased, unbeknownst to her, her true feelings had already been seen through by the system. Lin Yu continued, You make a valid point. In such sweltering weather, it's only natural to feel irritable. If only I could go to the nearby KFC and enjoy a refreshing sweet cone. Kikinki. Lin Yu, ordering a serving of golden chicken nuggets freshly fried in the morning. Kikinki. Lin Yu, and sipping a chilled cola. Oh, the flavor. Kikinki. With just a few words, Lin Yu had almost reeled her in. The egg pancake in her hands suddenly lost its appeal. The way her face lit up with anticipation suggested she would soon exclaim, I want that too. After a brief silence, Lin Yu feigned a step to leave, deliberately circling around the other side of the table, passing behind Chi. As expected, she could not resist the temptation within her. Shaolin, can you take me with you? Chi looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Had it been his 20-year-old self in a past life, he would have certainly nodded in agreement. Now, however, how could he let the little homebody off so easily? Lin Yu teased, Oh, so now you know to call me Shaolin? Am I not the silver thief? Chi replied, It was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. Lin Yu, sitting beside her, mused, Taking you along, isn't impossible. Chi's eye sparkled. Really? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. However, Given your current demeanor, it seems you lack the proper attitude of someone asking for a favor. Qi Qingqi's eyes filled with confusion. The attitude of asking for a favor? Chapter 6. The Online Romance. A dark secret beneath the lamp. Ding. Exceptional maneuvering has led to the bell ringer of the Harmony Sect deigning to provide personal service, making her an indispensable member of the sect in the near future. Reward: 20 spiritual stones. At the dining table, Lin Yu stretched his neck, relishing the shoulder massage from Qi Qingqi. Her delicate hands kneaded his shoulders, and while physical comfort was secondary, he truly enjoyed the experience. Lin Yu was quite pleased with Qi Qingqi's service. However, he found the system's description somewhat displeasing. What did it mean by deigning? The bell ringer of the Harmony Sect sounded like an insignificant position, akin to that of the purification envoy. As a distinguished outer sect apprentice, should he be allowed to enjoy such luxuries? Before long, Qi Qingqi voiced her discontent. Shaolin, is it enough? My hands are getting sore. Lin Yu replied. I wouldn't mind if you used your feet. Qi Qingqi's eyes widened in shock. You? Shaolin, you're quite the lecher. I never noticed before. You're truly a master of disguise. Lin Yu chuckled. Oh? From silver thief to Shaolin, and now to lecherous man, I suppose I should. Qi Qingqi quickly interjected. Take that back. You can't go back on your word. I've been massaging for 10 minutes now. For the sake of ice cream, chicken nuggets, and cola. He could only temporarily submit to her whims, though he felt quite indignant inside. Qi Qingqi then propped up her elbows, deliberately applying more pressure on Lin Yu's shoulders. Strangely enough, the initial kneading lacked intensity, rendering Lin Yu's experience rather underwhelming. Now, however, the pressure was just right, and he found himself reluctant to let her go. Lin Yu glanced back at her. Having already accessed her information panel, he could effortlessly summon it again with a mere thought. In the section labeled Intimacy Level with the Host, the original value of 30 had incremented to 31. The efficiency was commendable. After a brief interaction, and without completing her 8 major desires, the progress had already increased by 1. With a bit of effort and time, reaching the maximum level seemed entirely feasible. Observing Qi Qingqi's information panel also deepened Lin Yu's understanding of the system. With a low intimacy level, he couldn't ascertain how many partners she had. Upon reflection, this was indeed quite reasonable. How could one truly understand an unfamiliar individual without delving deeper into their lives? Before long, Lin Yu guided Qi Qingqi to a 24-hour KFC near their home. Accompanying a two-dimensional girl on the streets garnered them numerous glances. Regardless of whether it was 2014 or the future Lin Yu was accustomed to, girls in Lolita skirts were quite rare. If only her looks were more striking, she might have drawn a crowd for street photography. The current social climate wasn't quite that intense, yet it still allowed Lin Yu to relish the envy of passersby. It wasn't mere self-confidence or an inflated ego that led him to believe the men passing by envied him. It was simply the system reporting in. Ding! Exceptional maneuvering, being seen with the bell ringer of the Harmony Sect, leads others to mistakenly believe they are partners, inciting envy from onlookers. Reward: 20 spiritual stones. Upon arriving at KFC, Lin Yu instructed Qi Qingqi to secure a table while he approached the counter to place their order. He ordered ice cream, chicken nuggets, and cola without missing a single item. One purchase, triple the task rewards. Lin Yu also added a half-priced ice cream for himself. Enjoying the cool treat, it wasn't tea out of frugality. He simply had no room left after breakfast. 2 ice creams were too cumbersome to carry on a plate. So after Lin Yu picked up his tray, the kind server slid the ice cream into his hands. During this exchange, their hands inevitably brushed against each other. Lin Yu, curious, decided to experiment and activated the information panel to see if any intriguing details would appear about the server. Indeed, the panel appeared, displaying a question mark. The system's alert followed swiftly. Ding! Please remember, non-Harmony Sect allies cannot collaborate due to differing paths. To develop as the host partner, one must be a fellow sect member of the Harmony Sect. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yu turned to leave. Initially, he hadn't intended to touch the panel, but now it seemed the system had recognized his apartment as the Harmony Sect's stronghold. Upon stepping outside, the system would prompt him for interactions. The restriction on partners could only apply to the apartment's tenants. As for the number of partners, well, there was certainly enough. But what man would complain about having too many partners? Thus, it became evident that the system's partnerships, tasks, and rewards were all centered around the residents of the apartment, rendering interactions beyond its walls ineffective. Narrowing his focus would allow for greater concentration. Lin Yu suddenly realized a crucial detail he had previously overlooked. He hurried back to the table, where Chi was seated, setting down the chicken nuggets and cola before swiftly handing her the ice cream. With a seamless series of actions, the system's notifications flooded in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the daily task meal requirement, ice cream. Earning 50 sect contribution and 20 spiritual stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the daily task meal requirement, chicken nuggets. Earning 50 sect contribution and 20 spiritual stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the daily task meal requirement, cola. Earning 50 sect contribution and 20 spiritual stones. Current data. Sect contribution, 150 spiritual stones, 160 Chi, with starry eyes, repeatedly expressed her gratitude, utterly captivated by the snacks, and she failed to notice Lin Yu's astonished expression throughout. One operation yielded 3 rounds of rewards, significantly enhancing the value of his hourly earnings. Logically, Lin Yu should have been ecstatic about this. However, his entire focus was captivated by another realization. The system specifically catered to the residents of the apartment, a fact he had just confirmed through the system's clear notifications. According to this rule, where then did his soul cultivation partner originate? Had he not glimpsed Aunt Chiming's data earlier, he might have speculated it was her. After all, aside from her, he had no closer female companions within the apartment. Yet, he distinctly recalled that Aunt Chiming's partner count was 0. Thus, having ruled her out, Lin Yu was left with only one possibility from his limited 20-year experience: his online romantic partner. Their relationship aligned perfectly with the identity of a soul cultivation partner, as they had only engaged in spiritual and textual exchanges without any physical contact. In light of all this, the conclusion was clear. His online girlfriend, the one designated as his soul cultivation partner, was none other than someone else residing in the apartment. Aside from Aunt Chiming. Oh dear, how had the pure-hearted youth of yesteryears failed to notice this? Who could it be? Lin Yu first cast a glance at Chi, who was hastily devouring the ice cream, leaving smudges on her chin. Unfazed, she wiped her mouth with a napkin before diving back in her treat, repeating the cycle of wiping and eating. Lin Yu thought. First off, Chi could be ruled out. Although he hadn't seen her partner count, such an overtly candid girl couldn't possibly conceal anything. Moreover, based on Lin Yu's deductions, mutual soul cultivation partners should at least reflect some semblance of intimacy. The intimacy level among friends and neighbors is likely to fall short of expectations. Moreover, being soulmates in the path of cultivation indicates a mutual affection that transcends mere amusement. Alas, Lin Yu found himself in a state of regret, pondering how he could have missed such an opportunity. He retrieves his phone and opens WeChat. The first chat window reveals his conversation with his online girlfriend, whose username, Listening to Rain in a Dream, carries a hint of artistic flair. The chat record halts at 10:30 the previous evening, just before Lin Yu's decision to indulge in a night of revelry. As he peruses the messages, Lin Yu recalls the true reason behind his excessive beer consumption. It was the anniversary of their online relationship. The introverted and timid Lin Yu mustered the courage to propose a meeting, only to receive a response questioning the necessity of altering their current bond. His solitary act of initiative led to deeper introspection and self-inflicted torment. In the chat, he had even sent a picture of several beer cans, half in jest, to celebrate their anniversary. The pain, it was excruciating, akin to his toes almost breaching the KFC floor. For heaven's sake, he thought. He was already in his 3rd year of college. Yet here he was, wallowing in self-pity. Had it not been for his fear of pain, he would have slapped himself in frustration. The last 2 messages from Listening to Rain in a Dream read, "Happy anniversary. Why are you drinking so much?" After that, silence ensued. Lin Yu, maintaining his aloof demeanor, continued to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Truly, He had no one but himself to blame for his single status. It was a miracle the girl hadn't been frightened away. Meanwhile, outside the KFC, a young couple strolled hand in hand. The young man's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the couple seated by the window. The girl noticed his gaze and, with a scowl, pinched his arm sharply. The young man winced in pain. Ouch. The girl retorted, "I sent Lolita beautiful? So, you prefer this type?" After saying this, she released his hand and prepared to walk ahead alone. The young man, sensing her displeasure, quickly smiled and grasped her hand again, explaining, "How could that be? I only like you, I swear. I just didn't expect to see someone I know here. It's Zhao Yuhao from our class. You know him." The girl scrutinized the couple inside the KFC, expressing skepticism. "Come on, Zhao Yuhao is a bit chubby, and I remember him. That guy's too thin to be Zhao Yuhao. He isn't as fair-skinned either." The young man hastily pulled out his phone, navigating to Zhao Yuhao's WeChat to show her. "It's not the guy. It's the girl. Look, Zhao Yuhao has shared photos from their anime club. She is the goddess he has pursued for 2 years." Upon realizing the situation, the girl's expression brightened as she raised her phone, comparing the girl in the photo to the one in the store. "Indeed, it's her. But then, hasn't she been unfaithful?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. However, upon observing Lin Yu's profile, the girl found herself understanding the reason behind the girl's infidelity. Zhao Yuhao's looks simply could not compete with Lin Yu's. Most young female students, while more mature than before, still largely fixate on superficial beauty. The young man lifted his phone and carefully snapped a picture of the scene inside, chuckling. Whether she's unfaithful is debatable. Zhao Yuhao often brags about how he's won her over, claiming he has a two-dimensional girlfriend. Let's send this to him and see how he responds. Chapter 7. The Malevolent Forces Coveting the Bellwielder. Inside the KFC restaurant, Lin Yu was still engrossed in his phone, relentlessly searching for clues about his online romantic interest. He had just sent a message, "Are you awake?" but had yet to receive a reply. Back in 2014, WeChat allowed for registration with QQ numbers, without stringent real name verification. As he opened the transfer interface, he found he couldn't even see the last character of the other person's name. Even if he could, Chunming Ting Yu was evidently a secondary account, a backup. Within the apartment, Aunt Chimeng had created a WeChat group, and there was no trace of Chunming Ting Yu there. It was undoubtedly a secondary account. Lin Yu was using his primary account, which the other party must surely recognize. In Chunming Ting Yu's moments, he found no substantive information, only random internet images, scenic photos, and a few poetic musings. There wasn't even a hand picture, nothing to investigate. Reflecting on how he first connected with Chunming Ting Yu, it seemed he had been so repressed that he desperately added contact from nearby users. At that time, he was the epitome of thoughtlessness, flirting without even considering using a secondary account, approaching it head-on with his primary WeChat. Eventually, the number of girls he could chat with dwindled to just 2 or 3, and only Chunming Ting Yu evolved into a virtual girlfriend. After solidifying their relationship, their conversations occasionally brushed against the edges of intimacy, but never to an overtly inappropriate degree. Following Aunt Chimeng's passing, Lin Yu gradually lost contact with Chunming Ting Yu. It felt as if she were an AI girlfriend, existing solely in the virtual realm. Upon deeper contemplation, there was a girl in the apartment whom he frequently crossed paths with, and they had secretly shared flirtatious exchanges. It appeared to have a certain thrill. Shouldn't he promptly uncover her identity? The paths of real name verification and searching through moments had proven futile. Perhaps the usernames would offer some clues? Based on Lin Yu's recollection, since adding Chunming Ting Yu, she had not changed her name. Therefore, the character Yu surely bore no connection to his Yu. There was no need for any blind confidence typical of a straight man. Interestingly, there was indeed a girl in the apartment whose name contained the character Meng, even more introverted and socially anxious than Lin Yu. A quintessentially socially anxious girl, she might very well be the one engaging in a secret underground romance. Hesitant to meet for fear of being discovered. With a clear direction, it was only natural to test this hypothesis upon returning. "Shaolin, can I have your ice cream cone if you're not eating it?" Lin Yu was jolted back to reality by the soft-spoken request. Sitting across from him, Chi was gazing longingly at the melting ice cream cone in her hand. He had been so preoccupied with his search that he had overlooked her. In what felt like no time at all, a sweet cone and a portion of chicken nuggets had been entirely consumed. How did adolescent girls manage to maintain such figures? They could indulge in sweets and snacks without gaining weight. One cone wasn't enough. She wanted seconds. After all, the purpose of their visit to the establishment was not solely for ice cream. Lin Yu generously offered her the cone, once more catching the glimmer of stars in her youthful eyes. Ding! Generously gifting your possessions to a fellow sect member brings joy to them and showcases your magnanimity and broad-mindedness. Reward: 10 spirit stones. In this brief moment, the spirit stones he had accrued from Chi had already surpassed 1,000. Why would he ever begrudge her a half-price ice cream cone? After a few exchanges, Chi's favorability rating in his information panel had risen to 36. He was not far from achieving the next level of intimacy. More importantly, with another 50 points of sect contribution, he could participate in another lottery. Thus, he must seize the opportunity to engage with his home task companion. As Chi slurped her ice cream, she confidently proclaimed, "Shaolin, once my sister returns, I will have money. I will definitely treat you to a grand meal. You are truly wonderful." Lin Yu leaned on the table, admiring the sight of her indulging in her treat. It was quite a delight. "Is that so?" "Not quite there yet," he replied. With a dollop of ice cream on her lips, Chi paused her slurping, her expression turning comical as she corrected herself. "You are truly wonderful, and a bit lecherous." Lin Yu chuckled. "TSK, am I being wronged again?" Chi's eyes darted mischievously. "I've seen let the bullets fly. I know what you're implying. I'm a homebody, not foolish. Inappropriate behavior is forbidden among classmates." Lin Yu smiled silently, realizing he had underestimated the viewing habits of this little otaku. "By the way, when your sister returned home, did she leave you any money?" Chi averted Lin Yu's gaze, nodding uncertainly. Yes, she's quite stingy and frugal. It's a miracle she even lets me have anything. How could she possibly not leave her sister even a dime for meals while she gallivanted back home?" Lin Yu asked surely. "She must have spent money on clothes or merchandise, right?" Chi exclaimed. "How did you know?" As anticipated, she was easily read. Truly a qualified anime enthusiast. She would rather forego snacks than not save up for merchandise. It was likely that while her sister Chi was around, Chi would be somewhat reserved. Now that she was home, she must have emptied her little treasury on shopping. Ding! Time-limited task released. A crisis approaches. The host and the bell wielder of the Huan Sect have been discovered by malevolent forces coveting the bell wielder for some time. Please protect your fellow sect member within the limited time and retaliate to assert sect sovereignty. Time limit: 8 hours. Task reward: 100 sect contribution, 200 spirit stones. 1 free lottery draw from the system store. Lin Yu? So there are time-limited tasks in addition to daily tasks and emergency tasks. Malevolent forces? For quite some time, Lin Yu quickly scanned the restaurant. The number of patrons was sparse, and he detected no suspicious individuals. How had they discovered the two of them? Who on earth was this malevolent force? And why couldn't they provide a clearer hint? Unlike the other 2 task types, the time-limited task had its rewards clearly stipulated upon announcement. With contributions, spirit stones, and a lottery draw, it was hard not to be tempted. Additionally, a time limit meant that if the task were not completed within 8 hours, it would be nullified. While grappling with these thoughts, Chi's WeChat notification chimed. She glanced at her phone, typing a reply within seconds. Lin Yu tentatively inquired, "Is it your sister?" Chi shook her head. "No, it's a classmate." Lin Yu pressed, "A male classmate from our class?" She shook her head again. "A club member." "Ah, no need to scour further." Wasn't the malevolent force practically upon them? Although he was unaware of how this malevolent individual had perceived their presence, it was of little consequence. The next steps involved ensuring the safety of his fellow sect member and seizing the opportunity to retaliate, all while asserting their dominion. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu realized he ought to thank the malevolent force as a rival. Without it, pursuing other daily tasks related to Chi would have appeared somewhat unnatural. With this opportunity, everything became much simpler. Lin Yu spoke again. "Xiao Qi, I remember you joined the anime club, right?" Chi beamed with pride. "Yes. It's one of the 3 major clubs at our school." Lin Yu continued. "Perfect. Can you ask your club friends where I can buy a high-quality Zorro figure at Spring Square? The price is not a concern. Spring Square. In the bustling city of Pingchuan, there exists a grand shopping mall that attracts a multitude of visitors, particularly the youth. The most renowned section is the second floor, aptly named the anime domain. Here, one can find an extensive array of anime merchandise and second-dimensional products, making it a cherished paradise for the city's young enthusiasts. Upon hearing the terms Spring Plaza and figurines, Chi-Ching-Chi's eyes sparkled brighter than any spotlight. Xiaolin, so you are a fan of Sora? She exclaimed. Allow me to inquire on your behalf. He is our club's vice president and should know where to find quality items at reasonable prices. It was quite unexpected that she harbored an affinity for the three-sword style. She chuckled. Discussing Chi-Ching-Chi's area of expertise truly opened the floodgates of her conversation. As she sent messages, she engaged in a lively discussion with Lin Yu about her favorite characters in One Piece, those she disliked, the most touching moments, and the deaths she found hardest to accept. Beep. Crisis alert. The host has successfully attracted the attention of malevolent forces, who harbor deep animosity and have taken further action. The host should exercise caution, continue to protect comrades, and eradicate these evil entities. Additional stage reward. 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu smiled, listening intently as Chi-Ching-Chi spoke animatedly. The experience of being reborn with a system was truly delightful, allowing him to stay a step ahead in all endeavors. Their conversation continued until Chi-Ching-Chi finished the last sip of her soda, producing a satisfying fizz from the empty can. Lin Yu then interjected, Thank you, Xiaoqi, I'm off to Spring Plaza to check out the store your friend recommended. You should head home. Weren't you planning to watch some anime or catch up on a series today? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suppressed a grin as he observed Chi-Ching-Chi's reaction. To his surprise, she made no move to leave. Instead, she remained seated, nibbling on her soda straw while stealing glances at him. Lin Yu feigned ignorance. What's wrong? Aren't you going home? Chi-Ching-Chi replied, I can watch anime anytime. The holiday is so long, Xiaolin. Could you take me along? Beep. Exquisite maneuver. Joining forces for an adventure has left the bell of the Harmony Sect enchanted, prompting another request to accompany. Reward. 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu appeared hesitant, murmuring, I don't think that's a good idea because your hands might get sore. In an instant, Chi-Ching-Chi sprang up, adamantly assuring him, It won't hurt when I return, I promise. I won't feel sore after just 1 hour. Her determination to visit a place she adored was palpable. Boldly suggesting a mere hour, Lin Yu pretended to deliberate. 1 hour is not out of the question, but what if your hands end up hurting again? He did not shy away from glancing at the hem of Chi-Ching-Chi's dress. She promptly pulled her feet back, aware of his intentions. As she had stated, she was a homebody, not Navi. She understood Lin Yu's implication. Had it been anyone else daring to be so brazen in front of her, she would have left long ago. For reasons unknown, she could not muster any resentment towards Lin Yu's overt honesty. Was it perhaps due to his previously shy demeanor that had disarmed her? Or was it the fact that she had indulged in his offerings, leaving her feeling somewhat inferior? Chi-Ching-Chi found herself puzzled, yet her thoughts were consumed by the desire to visit Spring Plaza. Resolutely, she decided, if her hands did indeed hurt, she would heed his advice. Lin Yu raised his palm, a homebudy's word. Chi-Ching-Chi slapped her palm against his, declaring, A promise is hard to break. Smack. The agreement was sealed. Chapter 8. The gift from my girlfriend. Is it too poetic? Lin Yu and Chi-Ching-Chi opted to take the bus to Spring Square. It was not a matter of affordability, nor was the bus the more economical choice. The primary reason was to allow Mr. Evil to have some time. If they arrived too soon, they might miss their encounter with him, rendering their trip futile. On the way, Lin Yu withdrew the 210 spirit stones he had just acquired, bringing his bank balance to 641 yuan. The pace of earning was indeed commendable. However, to alleviate Aunt Chi Meng's financial crisis, he still needed several times that amount. He had to devise a strategy to accelerate his money-making efforts. The urgent mission of the Protecting the Clan plan had no time limit reminder. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled hearing the term partner from Aunt Chi Meng around the end of the month. With a lead time of about a week to 10 days, Lin Yu had some time to maneuver. Ding dong. The sound of a WeChat message echoed. This time it was not Chi. It was Lin Yu's phone. Upon unlocking it, he found a message from his online girlfriend. Ting Yu. Have you sobered up? Does your head hurt? His little girlfriend, hidden in the shadows, had finally switched to her secondary account. Now that he had confirmed her presence in the apartment, Lin Yu would not raise any suspicions during their chat. Pushing for a meeting would only make her wary. First, he needed to reassure his online girlfriend, making her believe that the current state of affairs could be sustained for a while longer. Lin Yu, I really am not good at drinking. My head hurts, crying emoji, crying emoji, crying emoji, Ting Yu. It's all my fault, sigh, Lin Yu. How could it be your fault? It was I who tried to disrupt our current bliss. If anyone is to blame, it should be me. I've come to realize this is quite wonderful as it is. Ting Yu. Really? Do you truly think so? Lin Yu. Absolutely, my dear. When have I ever deceived you? Ting Yu. Thank you for your understanding, darling. Ging. Remarkable operation. Your sincerity has touched your partner, enhancing the spiritual connection with your soulmate, aiding in the elevation of your cultivation level, and expediting your advancement to a higher stage. Reward. 50 spirit stones. What a delightful surprise. The reward from a soul mate truly differ. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that whether in short-term relationships, online dating, or social clubs, they only provided temporary gratification without any profound sense of fulfillment. This pure and uncomplicated online romance was something he had not experienced since his youth. Calling each other husband and wife online indeed evoked a nostalgic feeling. Alas, Lin Yu was no longer the naive, bewildered youth he once was. He had to uncover the truth. Merely calling her wife was insufficient. Lin Yu employed a more subtle tactic and began to inquire indirectly. Lin Yu, my dear, what are you doing now? Ting Yu, chatting with you. Lin Yu, besides chatting? Ting Yu, just focusing on chatting with you. Lin Yu, ha ha ha, silly smile, Lin Yu. He hoped to glean from his online girlfriend's activities who she might be. However, his inquiries yielded nothing. Just as he pondered this, another opportunity presented itself. Ting Yu, what are you up to, darling? Lin Yu, planning to go shopping, buy a few things. Ting Yu, we are quite in sync. I'm also about to head out to buy some things. At this point, Lin Yu cast a suspicious glance at Chi beside him. She was also engrossed in her phone, preparing to go out to purchase something. Could it be her? Given her calm demeanor, he couldn't ascertain what she was doing on her phone. Should he sneak a peek? Before Lin Yu could act, Chi burst into giggles, muttering, I'm gonna die laughing. Lin Yu, it was definitely not her. She lacked that kind of wit. Continuing to type, he sought to launch an offensive. Lin Yu, since yesterday was our anniversary, and we couldn't celebrate it properly, I want to give you a gift. Even if we cannot meet, can I send you something? The moment he sent this message, it was evident that it caught her off guard. The chat box repeatedly displayed that she was typing, yet no response came forth. Finally, she replied, Ting Yu, darling, can you send me a song? I'll listen to it on repeat while I'm out, and you can listen too, Lin Yu. Is this a thing? What a poetic soulmate. She was meticulous and left no stone unturned. It seemed that pursuing further questions would disrupt the lovely atmosphere of their conversation. Lin Yu, sure, hold on. I'll be right there. He promptly opened the music player, searching through the charts. The songs in his mind were from a decade later. Lin Yu had no idea what songs were popular in 2014. The chart included Little Apple, Bubble, Super Cool, Knowing Mistakes, and so on. After scanning, he found none that matched the current ambience. Reluctantly, he turned to his personal playlist, sifting through song after song. To his surprise, he actually found one. This song was released in 2012. It had managed to regain popularity after a decade. It would suffice. Lin Yu, QQ Music, Fingerprint, Lao Who Play Button Ding. Remarkable operation. A perfect soul connection, sharing the beauty of life with your partner, recording the little moments along the long journey of cultivation. Reward, 50 spirit stones, what bliss. 2 consecutive rewards, and another 1,000 yuan credited. If only he could attract more soulmates. Who would ever need to work? Ting Yu, thank you for the gift, darling. I will listen to it on repeat. You must listen too. Kissing emoji, kissing emoji, kissing emoji. Lin Yu, I'll definitely loop it. Kissing emoji, Ting Yu. I'm going to tidy up and head out now. We'll chat later. Goodbye, darling. Lin Yu, okay, goodbye, my love. Chun Meng Ting Yu. Cute emoji, cute emoji. This exchange was indeed fruitful. He surmised that his online girlfriend was likely a girl who enjoyed wearing headphones and listening to music. Based on memories from his previous life, he couldn't recall anyone in the apartment who fit that description. Such trivial details were easily forgotten after over a decade. Sighing in resignation, Lin Yu turned to Chi. The little homebody was swaying her head to the music, headphones on. Lin Yu, feeling Lin Yu's gaze. Chi happily removed one earphone. Shaolin, want to listen together? Lin Yu took the earphone wire and placed it in his ear. Kawa, Daku Mo Nu Kawalan Imo, Aki Ku Wadao 11 Na. It was indeed the kind of song a homebody lowly would enjoy. It sounded like a theme song from some series called Platinum something. It evoked an urge to sing along with The Great King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountain. Watching Chi sway and giggle to the beat, there was an invigorating comfort in her demeanor. Chi, Shaolin, isn't it nice? Lin Yu, indeed, it's quite lovely and kawaii. Chi, he of course, it's good since I recommended it. Lin Yu teased her, hey, I see you're heading out without headphones. Is there some hidden pocket in your outfit? Kinky. Noticing Lin Yu's claw-like hand reaching for her, immediately twisted her waist to the side. Domain no peeking. Lin Yu, TSK you stingy thing. Upon arriving at the bus stop near the shopping mall, the two meandered their way to the anime zone of Spring Plaza. Chikinki's attire certainly turned heads on the street, being quite unique. However, upon entering Spring Plaza, particularly the anime zone, she became less conspicuous. Everywhere one looked, there were young girls embodying the essence of the two-dimensional world. Some even donning traditional hanfu or cosplay outfits to capture the moment and indulge in shopping. In her element, Chikinki chattered incessantly to Lin Yu, eager to share her insights. Perhaps devoid of like-minded acquaintances nearby, she seized the opportunity to express her passions, which led to an unusually loquacious day. When one discusses their interests, they often lose themselves in a torrent of words. Lin Yu, however, did not merely offer perfunctory responses. Instead, she attentively observed the glimmer in Chikinki's eyes when she spoke of particular shops. Those establishments that ignited her enthusiasm were likely to house treasures that she longed for, essential items for completing their daily quests. Their journey was not solely for the purpose of vanquishing a malevolent figure. The daily tasks also demanded thorough engagement. Chapter 9. The Awakening of the Ordinary. As Chi introduced the shop, Lin Yu discreetly glanced at the prices. In his straightforward male perspective, anything related to the two-dimensional realm inevitably bore an exorbitant price tag. Indeed, the prejudices in one's heart are like an insurmountable mountain. It was only upon witnessing the prices firsthand that he realized how naive he had previously been. Generally, costumes were priced between 1 to 200, with few exceeding 300. Some costumes with less fabric were even more affordable. This seemed reasonable, as they were typically worn only once or twice, merely for video shoots, photo shoots, or a trip to a comic convention. If the prices were too steep, how could the S afford them? This was a shopping mall, and online prices should be even more favorable. All things considered, it appeared that the two-dimensional girls were quite manageable. During school, he had thought they were all affluent beauties, spending money frivolously. It was only when faced with the reality of societal demands, such as when a girlfriend requested a handbag or jewelry, that one could truly appreciate the ease of supporting a university student. Ding! Crisis alert. Malevolent entities have been detected nearby. Please exercise caution and respond diligently. Here it comes, my dear brother. If the malevolent figure doesn't make an appearance, Lin Yu would miss out on a significant reward. Key, where's the shop your classmate mentioned? On this floor. He inquired eagerly. I'll buy the figurine first, and then we can continue browsing. Lin Yu anticipated the prospect of further exploration after the purchase. Chi, with a light step, pointed to a row on the left. Right here. It's a fifth one down. I know the way. To describe Chi in a single phrase at that moment would be as tranquil as a rabbit, yet as frantic as a mad hare. Regardless of whether Lin Yu could keep up, she dashed ahead. Lin Yu hurriedly followed. However, upon reaching the shop's entrance, Chi abruptly halted. Lin Yu surmised the reason. There must be someone inside she wished to avoid. Why aren't we going in? He asked, feigning ignorance. Chi stepped aside. The vice president of our club is inside. Lin Yu's expression turned exaggerated. What a coincidence. Chi pursed her lips. Not so much a coincidence, I suppose. TSK. The clever two-dimensional girl isn't as foolish as she may seem. Lin Yu questioned, Chi, what S with that expression? You don't want to see a familiar face? Chi replied, not exactly. Lin Yu probed further. Does he like you? And you don't like him? Chi nodded slightly. Yes. Lin Yu continued his dramatic performance. You can't be serious. Don't get too full of yourself, Chi. Chi sighed. The vice president has confessed to me 7 or 8 times. I've lost count. Lin Yu was taken aback by her revelation. Was the malevolent figure truly that persistent? If it were him, after one rejection, he would find it hard to show his face again, being rejected 7 or 8 times and still sticking around. My advice is, if you're not interested, give him a clear answer next time. Reject him outright. Don't lead him on as if you're giving him hope. Lin Yu offered his insights from a male perspective. However, Chi lamented, I have rejected him, very decisively. But the vice president seems to always find a reason to try again. It's quite bothersome. Understood. A quintessential, two-dimensional, infatuated admirer. Such admirers continuously concoct justifications for themselves. Lin Yu seized the opportunity. Do you want to shake him off? I can help you. Ki blinked, contemplating for a few seconds before shaking her head decisively. No. Lin Yu, bewildered, retorted. I haven't even told you how I would help. And you outright say no? Chi thoughtfully analyzed, perhaps by pretending to be my boyfriend, engaging in some affectionate interaction, which would discourage the vice president. The best way to fend off a male admirer is simply to have a boyfriend. This trope is quite common in manga and light novels. Lin Yu was taken aback. This is too clever. Not only did you perfectly dismantle my idea, but you also criticized it as outdated. The S portrayed in anime were not supposed to be this astute. It was almost infuriating how insightful she was, making her difficult to deceive. Lin Yu quickly defended himself. Does it matter if the method is outdated? As long as it works. Chi shook her head again, launching into a lengthy discourse. But that would place our relationship in a precarious situation. What if after the act is over, you become clingy? What if you, in the guise of a boyfriend, monopolize my time at school? What if, when the vice president is around, you start making moves typical of couples? What if you subsequently threaten me by saying, you wouldn't want others to know our secret, would you? What if? Lin Yu, with a dark expression, swiftly covered Chi's mouth, which was firing off questions like a machine gun. All right, let us stop with the what-ifs. If this continues, I might just lose my composure. What if I punch you and knock you out? What then? At this point, Lin Yu's perception of S had been thoroughly shattered. This was infuriatingly meticulous. Such meticulousness was certainly disadvantageous when perched upon a precarious wall. Yet, it indirectly validated her earlier statements. It was evident that Chi had indeed made her disinterest in the malevolent figure abundantly clear. Meanwhile, outside, the two were engrossed in their lively discussion, while inside, a trio was engaged in a brainstorming session. Vice President Zhao Yuhao was flanked by a male and a female, the very same duo who had alerted him outside KFC. The male, Zhou Yang, considered himself to be a good friend of Zhao Yuhao, and the female, Hao Qian, was Zhou Yang's girlfriend. This pair of onlookers was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, having come to witness the spectacle. Upon Chi's arrival at the entrance, the trio had already spotted her. With a sense of amusement, Zhou Yang whispered, Bro, wasn't he that your girlfriend's twin sister who just walked by? She seemed to glance our way, but didn't come in. Typically, Zhao Yuhao was the type who loved to flaunt his knowledge, eager to engage in any topic. Once a conversation began, he would launch into a monologue. Such individuals rarely form deep friendships. Most connections remain superficial, much like the one with Zhou Yang. When the term girlfriend was mentioned, Zhao Yuhao felt a pang of insecurity. Nevertheless, he maintained his facade, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses and feigning calmness. To be honest, our relationship has been a bit rocky lately. In any relationship, disputes are inevitable. Hao Qian, you might not understand. I've mentioned to Zhou Yang before. Qingqi prefers to keep our relationship somewhat under wraps, so it's more of a semi-public secret. She probably felt a bit shy upon seeing you both here. Hao Qian, being mentioned, nodded in comprehension. Oh, I see. I wasn't quite in the loop. Who was the boy next to Qingqi? Zhao Yuhao's smile abruptly froze upon his face. Welcome. The enthusiastic voice of the female shop assistant interrupted the trio's conversation. Lin Yu and Qingqi entered the store side by side. Zhao Yuhao immediately approached to greet. Qingqi, you're here? Knowing you would come to this store, I came over. Don't be angry. It was my fault before. Qingqi responded, angry. Lin Yu suppressed a laugh. What a dramatic scene, starting with an apology. Look, you've left little Qi dazed. Outside, Qingqi's charming tactics from light novels had thoroughly impressed Lin Yu. Yet, in practice, she seemed out of her depth. It was evident that the unwarranted apology was not directed at Qingqi, but rather meant for the two companions behind her, including Lin Yu. Lin Yu contemplated introducing herself boldly, but upon entering the store, it felt as though they had stepped into the domain of the enigmatic Mr. Xie. He took control of the conversation effortlessly. As long as you're not angry, I knew you wouldn't hold a grudge over something so trivial. Qingqi, let me introduce you to my good buddy whom I often mention, Zhou Yang. And this is Zhou Yang's girlfriend, Hao Qian. As he spoke, he seamlessly positioned himself beside Qingqi, facing his two companions. Lin Yu found it amusing. This sycophant certainly knew how to carve out his own place. After introducing his companions, Mr. Xie adjusted his glasses with a self-important gesture and finally directed his gaze toward Lin Yu. Qingqi, aren't you going to introduce your friend? TSK. Mr. Xie was quite the character. It was as if he believed he would perish without the right pair of glasses. Frankly, before meeting Mr. Xie, Lin Yu had underestimated him. His smooth introduction intentionally crafted an illusion of an extraordinary relationship with Qingqi. He belonged to a more cunning breed of sycophants, which explained why Qingqi had repeatedly rejected him, yet he still lingered. Oh, Shaolin, this is the vice president I told you about, Zhao Yuhao. This is Lin Yu, my good friend, and also a classmate of my sister, Qingqi introduced. As for their shared living situation, she refrained from stating it directly, fearing that Zhao Yuhao might trace her back to her residence through Lin Yu. Zhao Yuhao, upon hearing the introduction, scrutinized Lin Yu while racking his brain to recall if there was such a handsome figure in Qingqi's class. He had assumed Lin Yu was someone she met elsewhere, not realizing they were classmates. Zhao Yuhao had often visited Qingqi's class, scanning for potential rivals. If a strikingly handsome male classmate existed, he would surely have taken note. Ding! Crisis alert. External malevolence detected. The opponent harbors intense hostility. Host, please take immediate action to ensure the safety of your companions. Lin Yu had no recollection of Zhao Yuhao. In their previous life, he had minimal interactions with the twin sisters, and naturally, he did not recognize the bees and butterflies surrounding them. Since the system urged him to act, he could not ignore the subtle provocation. Action? Then action it shall be. Chapter 10. The pitfall set by Mr. Demon Lin Yu extended his hand and playfully tugged at Qingqi's arm. With a gentle pull, the slender Qi stumbled slightly and was effortlessly drawn closer. Qi, you came with classmates, yet you didn't give me a heads up? Lin Yu inquired with an air of dominance. Qingqi looked up, meeting Lin Yu's gaze. What is Shaolin up to? Their arm-to-arm stance appeared quite intimate. They had clearly stated outside that they would refrain from pretending to be a couple. Was this an attempt at coercion? However, upon reflection, comparing the polite closeness with Shaolin and the unwelcome advances from the vice president, it seemed more prudent to temporarily acquiesce to Shaolin. I'm not sure. The vice president didn't inform me of his arrival, Qi responded. Ding! The remarkable performance has reassured the Lingling of the Harmony Sect. Please continue your efforts. Reward, 20 spirit stones, ding. A critical strike. The external demon has suffered greatly from the host's attack. Reward, 20 spirit stones. The consecutive system rewards vividly illustrated the notion that the joys and sorrows of humanity are often disconnected. The reassurance of the Harmony Sect's Lingling was indeed delightful. Despite appearing composed during their conversation at the entrance, a sudden display of assertiveness would still compel cooperation. The dichotomy of her words and intentions was amusing. The value of the Zhang Wuji maternal principle was evidently on the rise. The affectionate gesture not only left Zhao Yuhao momentarily speechless, but also widened the eyes of his two companions. Was the unfolding narrative truly this explosive? A confrontation between faux boyfriends? Zhao Yuhao found himself unable to meet the eyes of his companions and hastily redirected the conversation, saying, "Lin Yu, right? Hello. You must be the one mentioned in Qing Shui's WeChat about purchasing the Zoro handcraft. I'm quite familiar with the store owner, so I thought I'd check it out." He gestured towards the showcase across the way. The three best options are right there. Ding! Crisis alert. The external demon, unable to bear the humiliation, is preparing for a fierce counterattack. Please continue to demonstrate the prowess of the sect's disciples. Sounds great. Thank you, Vice President. You're truly kind. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Despite the lack of a system alert, Lin Yu was acutely aware that there was a trap ahead. It wasn't just about selecting one option. There were three. How could Mr. Demon be so benevolent? He intended to uncover the underlying motives. Under Zhao Yuhao's lead, they arrived at the display case, which housed two distinct Zoro figurines of varying sizes. As for the reason behind the two options, one Zoro was carelessly placed on a small table beside the case. This Zoro, it barely resembled Zoro at all. The craftsmanship was non-existent, clearly a cheap and shoddy imitation. Measuring only the size of a palm, resembling something molded from clay, with a crooked sword. It didn't even deserve a spot in the showcase. Zhao Yuhao spoke with an air of expertise. I consulted the staff, and these are the three best options available. The prices are $99, $299, and $2,399. His tone paused significantly at the mention of $2,399, emphasizing its value. The implications were clear. They were here to assess purchasing power. He continued, if you're a novice, I'd recommend the 99 yuan one for casual enjoyment. No offense intended, but treating a figurine as a hobby can be quite expensive, so if you can avoid the pitfall, do so. Having entered the realm of fandom early, he could now genuinely appreciate how financially draining such a hobby could be. Qing Chi mentioned a limited budget, so I had the shopkeeper select an affordable one. What a clever ruse. He hadn't intended anything else. The irony was thick. Knowing about the budget constraints, he purposefully presented more expensive options for comparison. Such heartfelt generosity. Perhaps, once Lin Yu settled for the 99 yuan option, Zhao Yuhao would swoop in and purchase the 23.99 one, completing the final blow. This entire operation not only showcased Xiao Qi's enthusiasm, but also highlighted his expertise while simultaneously placing Lin Yu in an awkward position. Had Lin Yu, who once struggled financially, been in this situation, he might have felt the sting of reality, the disparity in power, and the fading of his self-esteem. The battle among the youth of the two-dimensional realm was refreshingly simple and understated. Not interested in cars or watches, competing over figurines? How naive! The vice president is indeed knowledgeable and exceedingly kind. Thank you, Lin Yu said. Chi, which one do you think is best? Ki hesitated, her mouth opening as if to speak, but she quickly bit her lip, glancing at Lin Yu's reaction. She understood Lin Yu's family background and financial situation well. He was supported by Aunt Qiming, who provided for his schooling and expenses. Even if Lin Yu had saved up a bit, it was merely a few hundred yuan. Spending on hobbies required a realistic approach. One must not be reckless. At that moment, she felt Lin Yu was perhaps seeking her opinion to point out the less expensive option, so it wouldn't feel so embarrassing. However, she became conflicted. Why was Zhao Yuhao behaving this way? If she followed his suggestion and recommended the 99 yuan figurine, would it wound Lin Yu's pride even further? Seeing the myriad of emotions flit across Qingqi's face, Lin Yu instantly surmised that the shy girl was engaged in a mental tug-of-war. He casually placed his hand on her shoulder, giving it a light pat. Is it really that difficult to choose? There are only three options. Don't worry. Pick the one you think looks best. Money is no object. Zhao Yuhao, watching intently, glared at Lin Yu's hand. Inside, he seethed. You insufferable. You're too embarrassed to choose the cheaper one and are trying to offload the awkwardness on a Qingqi? How shameless and despicable. If looks could kill, Lin Yu's hand would have been sliced into sashimi by now. Qingqi, observing Lin Yu's confident demeanor, decided to take a small gamble. She wagered that Lin Yu's wallet contained more than 300 yuan. If worst came to worst, she could always buy the figurine from Lin Yu with her allowance when her sister returned. I think the second one looks quite cool. I choose the 299 option, Qi Qingqi declared, immediately scrutinizing Lin Yu's reaction, hoping she hadn't misread the situation. However, Lin Yu's subsequent frown and his nose-scratching gesture filled her with guilt. Had she made the wrong choice? She should have just suggested the 99 yuan one. Behind them, the two onlookers were whispering, "Are figurines really that expensive?" Gao Qian asked. Leaning towards Yo Yang. Zhou Yang nodded slowly, covering his mouth as he replied, "For the financially conscious students. I suspect Lin Yu doesn't want to spend 300 on a toy." Gao Qian gave Zhou Yang a thumbs-up in agreement. Zhao Yuhao, on the other hand, was elated. He adjusted his glasses and crossed his arms, listening to Lin Yu mumble, "The vice president recommends the 99 option. Xiao Qi prefers the 299 one. Personally, I think the 2399 one looks the best." What a dilemma. Zhao Yuhao couldn't help but smirk internally, disdainfully muttering to himself. "What a conundrum you have, huh? Just admit it, Qingqi has already revealed your limits. Your budget isn't substantial. Hurry up and take the 99 to the checkout." As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Lin Yu appeared resolute, declaring, "No more hesitation. I shall take all three." Zhao Yuhao, having waited for an eternity, finally seized his moment to speak. As expected, you choose." However, he was abruptly struck with astonishment midway through his sentence, exclaiming, "What? You want all three?" Chapter 11. It's too difficult. I can't showcase my skills. The little face of Qi Qingqi was equally filled with shock. Buying all three would cost nearly 3,000 yuan. Where could Lin Yu possibly have such money? Even if he did, such extravagant spending was unwarranted. In front of everyone, Qi Qingqi hesitated to voice her concerns directly. She could only tug at Lin Yu's sleeve, attempting to dissuade him with her eyes and a subtle shake of her head. Lin Yu smiled and raised an eyebrow, gently patting Qi Qingqi's small hand. This intimate gesture was clearly observed by the three onlookers, reminiscent of a girlfriend scolding her boyfriend for frivolous spending. Only be soothed by him. Lin Yu turned to Zhao Yuhao and asked, "It's true that I'm buying all three, Vice President. I've recently delved into the world of anime. Is it not permissible to purchase them together? Is there some unwritten rule?" Upon hearing that Lin Yu intended to make 3 purchases, the ponytailed female shopkeeper hurried over. "Of course, you could buy them all together. Handsome and beautiful. If you buy all 3, we can offer a 10% discount. Plus, you can get a complimentary membership card that allows you to earn points for gifts." In this store, where items generally range from dozens to hundreds of yuan, selling a few large figurines worth 1 or 2,000 was a rare occurrence. Yet, in the realm of anime-related shops, the absence of significant figurines would diminish their prestige. Seeing the potential for a significant sale, the shopkeeper was overjoyed. At this point, Zhao Yuhao couldn't maintain his composure. He skeptically reminded Lin Yu, "Are you sure you've thought this through? All the items in this store are non-refundable." He suspected Lin Yu might be planning to buy them only to return them stealthily later. However, Lin Yu was resolute as he addressed the shopkeeper. "Miss, can I pay by card?" Yes. "You too. Please wait here while I package your figurines," the shopkeeper responded enthusiastically. Afterward, Lin Yu and Qi Qingqi approached the counter, with Qi Qingqi leaning against Lin Yu. In a tone only they could hear, she anxiously exclaimed, "Shaolin, are you crazy? You're really going to buy over 2,000 yuan worth of figurines? Is this some ridiculous competitive spirit among boys? Don't waste money just to spite the vice president. It's not worth it. We can still back out. I can say I don't like the 2,000 yuan one, and we can buy the other 2 instead." This statement elevated Lin Yu's opinion of Qi Qingqi. She was indeed a good person with a sound perspective, understanding that one shouldn't squander money for the sake of pride. Little did she know, the expenditure was necessary today to eliminate a malevolent entity, and most of the costs would be covered by that entity afterward. "Little Qi, let me share a secret with you. Don't tell anyone, but I've recently come into a bit of fortune." Qi Qingqi looked at him with a face full of disbelief. "Really? Don't deceive me." Lin Yu confidently replied, "Who could possibly deceive you? Otherwise, how would I have so much money? I've been writing a novel online, and it's gained some popularity, earning me a fair amount of royalties. Lin Yu offered a credible explanation that successfully quelled Qi Qingqi's doubts. Writing novels for royalties was not an unrealistic endeavor. It sounded quite plausible. Soon, the shopkeeper personally packaged the figurines and returned to the counter to process Lin Yu's payment and membership card. Lin Yu retrieved the spiritual stones stored in his system, and his balance increased to over 4,000. After settling the payment, he was left with 1524.62 yuan. The membership card accumulated points at a rate of 1 point per 10 yuan, with each point roughly equivalent to 1 yuan in redeemable value. This transaction would earn him 251 points. While registering for the membership by entering her phone number, Lin Yu nudged Qi Qingqi, "Your phone number." "Qi Qingqi." "Surprised yet excited," responded mine. Lin Yu replied, "Who else's could it be?" Qi Qingqi hesitated, biting her lip. "Over 200 points. That could be exchanged for many small gifts." Lin Yu nodded. "I know. It's a reward for you. Use it to treat yourself. And don't forget to help me out more often when we get back, all right?" Upon hearing this, Qi Qingqi no longer hesitated, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Thank you, Shaolin, hee. Ding. Heavenly skill. The desired gift is the most potent weapon to unlock the heart of a fellow disciple. The bond with the Honorable Sect Bell has ascended to the 4th level. Reward, 20 spiritual stones. Indeed, presenting gifts must be done with consideration of the recipient's heart. If he had given Qi Qingqi 200 yuan directly, she would certainly refuse and be unhappy. However, gifting her a points card not only returned the money, but also elevated their bond. At this moment, upon glancing at Qi Qingqi's information panel, bond with host, 40, 4th level, spiritual connection, understanding the rules of scoring with a homebody. It was merely a matter of time before they reached a higher level of intimacy. At the counter, Lin Yu and Qi Qingqi's hands brushed together, shoulders touching, completely oblivious to the sentiments of those nearby. Zhao Yuhao stood among the shelves, staring blankly at the counter. Everything had fallen apart. He had meticulously crafted a storyline, only to find Lin Yu became the protagonist. Some individuals may appear to be alive, yet they have long departed. His companions, Hao Qian and Zhou Yang, continued to spectate. How will Zhao Yuhao salvage this? Even the blind can see that they're a couple. Zhou Yang had initially come to enjoy the spectacle, but witnessing Zhao Yuhao's embarrassment sparked a tinge of sympathy. Let's give him some face. Refrain from saying too much later. Ding! Critical strike. The malevolent entity has suffered a severe blow and is on the brink of collapse. Please seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Roi, 20 spiritual stones. Not yet dead. The malevolent entity is certainly a tough adversary. Does it possess such resilient psychological fortitude? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu pointed at Zhao Yuhao and declared, "Miss Shopkeeper, if it weren't for our vice president's recommendation, I would never have discovered such a fantastic merchandise store. Since I'm purchasing so much, could I possibly receive a few complimentary items from my recommender, the vice president? He is a loyal customer of your store. Would it be possible to gift him a 99 Zoro, just like mine?" Zhao Yuhao. Yo Young, Hao Qian. This was not just a matter of killing. It was a heart-wrenching blow. Zhao Yuhao, momentarily dazed, quickly waved his hands. No need, no need. However, his reaction was slower than that of the savvy shopkeeper. A 99 Zoro was already placed before Lin Yu. Lin Yu personally brought it to Zhao Yuhao, who desperately protested. "It's really unnecessary. Keep it for yourself." Lin Yu magnanimously replied, "Why would I keep 2 identical ones?" "Vice President, did you not mention that you liked this model?" Qi Qingqi swiftly added, "Yes, Vice President. Thank you for your recommendation today. It's complimentary, a small token of our appreciation." Our appreciation? Initially, Lin Yu's actions weren't so painful, but Qi Qingqi's words were like a sharp knife, piercing straight to the heart. Zhao Yuhao felt as if he had been drained of all energy like a lifeless shell. As he accepted the free gift, the small token felt like a heavy burden to bear. Ding! Heavy strike. The physical form of the malevolent entity has perished. Only its lingering spirit remains. Please ensure a finishing blow is delivered to avoid future repercussions. Lin Yu? The damned remnants of a soul. Even in such a state, they still seek to inflict further wounds? System, your cruelty knows no bounds. Speaking of which, Zhao Yuhao's tenacity is truly remarkable. To endure such a fate without succumbing entirely is nothing short of astonishing. It's as if he is on the verge of performing a tragic play right before my eyes. Alas, there is no other recourse. I must resort to my ultimate tactic. Lin Yu effortlessly retrieved his phone and casually opened a recent text regarding a deduction. With a convincingly furrowed brow, he remarked, I almost forgot. Xiao Qi, we need to settle the water bill for our apartment. We should head back. We must pay it before the property management closes for lunch. Chapter 12. The Benefits of the Victorious Settlement. Qi stood frozen in place. She comprehended the implications of those words. Lin Yu was exploiting the information gap. Knowing they were cohabiting roommates rendered the statement unremarkable. To an outsider, however, it conveyed a wealth of information. The two merely shared an apartment, yet it was now described as if they were living together. Undoubtedly, Qi found it rather difficult to explain. At this moment, she felt immense regret. It would have been better to have complied with Lin Yu's wishes and played the role of a couple when they were outside. Now, they had not explicitly claimed to be in a romantic relationship, but had rather transitioned to the notion of cohabitation. It felt as though she had been forcibly thrust into this situation, with no means of resistance. Ding! A fatal blow. The external evil has been completely vanquished. Congratulations, host. You have successfully protected the Harmony Sect bell bearer and asserted your sovereignty. Reward: Sect contribution 100, spirit stones 200, and a free draw in the system marketplace. Woo, finally, it has perished. What a thrilling battle. Vice President, we'll head home now. Let us dine together. Next time Lin Yu truly wished to shake Zhao Yuhao's hand, expressing gratitude for his generous offering. Observing Zhao Yuhao, who appeared utterly shattered, forcing a smile and waving, Lin Yu reluctantly left him in one piece. Farewell, Vice President, and goodbye to the two classmates. Qi politely greeted them, obediently following in Lin Yu's footsteps while casting glances at their departing figures. Hao Qian could not help but exclaim, being handsome truly allows one to act with impunity. Such a large figure, and yet little Qi has to carry it. Zhou Yang patted the nearly broken Zhao Yuhao, offering words of comfort. Stop looking. It's evident that they have been living together for quite some time. It's already, well, let go, Howsy. Lin Yu and Qi, while verbally stating their intention to leave, were not in such a hurry to depart. Their visit to the Spring Square was not solely to eradicate the external evil. There were daily tasks associated with the mission of the bellbearer that could also be completed. Their current sect contribution had reached 250 points. With an additional 150 points, they could proceed to a double draw. What a delightful prospect. Qi, sullenly assisting Lin Yu with the figure, was lost in thought. From now on, wouldn't she be perceived by her classmates as the girl living with a male classmate? Oh no, the price of ditching Vice President Zhao Yuhao seemed exceedingly steep. Lin Yu, noticing Qi's turmoil, teased, don't overthink it. Rest assured that Zhao Yuhao will certainly not spread rumors. Qi looked up at Lin Yu. Really? Don't deceive me. Lin Yu firmly reasoned. Of course. Think about it. Your vice president will surely claim you as his girlfriend, or at least a potential girlfriend. How could he possibly divulge that his little goddess is already cohabiting with another boy? That would be a severe blow to his pride. Ki pondered Lin Yu's logic. Muttering, it does seem to make sense. Seeing her visibly relax, Lin Yu mischievously added, he definitely won say it, but his two friends might not be so discreet. Come a new term, you might already be perceived as a married woman among your peers. Qi's face quickly contorted in anguish. Ah, Shaolin, restore my innocence. Teasing the young girl was rather enjoyable. After years of relentless busyness in his previous life, Lin Yu had scarcely realized what he had been laboring for. The desires of humanity often lay within reach from the very beginning. Your innocence cannot be returned. But how about a set of Rem cosplay as a reward for your obedience? Passing by a store selling Rem costumes, Lin Yu halted. If Lin Yu had merely mentioned a cosplay outfit without specifying or suggested other female characters, Qi would have outright rejected the idea of leaving. Today, however, she had already received a membership card reward, and Lin Yu had spent quite a bit of money. Any further expenses would naturally be declined. Yet, Lin Yu had mentioned a set of Rem cosplay, which struck a chord deep within her heart. Noticing Chi grappling with her limits once more, Lin Yu pointed to the Rem statue displayed outside the store. Little Chi, don't you see? Your figure truly resembles hers. You would look stunning in that outfit. It's practically your destined anime character. Simply beautiful. Ding! A remarkable display of sincerity has left the Harmony Sect bell bearer ecstatic. Reward. Spirit Stones 20 with the user manual in hand. The little homebody found it easy to navigate. Observing Chi, her eyes were already sparkling with admiration. Shaolin, you're wonderful, and your taste is impeccable. Hee, I also believe I'm quite suited for Rem cosplay. We're on the same wavelength. How about I write you an IOU to account for the money I borrowed? Once my sister returns, I will certainly repay you. Once again, that infernal meticulousness. Lin Yu found it rather agreeable. At least she was not a callous girl who casually extracted value from boys. Having her own principles was commendable. After agreeing, they entered the store, embarking on a new round of shopping. Before long, Lin Yu, doesn't it match well with the aquamarine contact lenses? Otherwise, it wouldn't resemble Rem. Chi. Shaolin, you truly understand. Lin Yu, wow. This version is even more perfect, the latest Hatsune cosplay outfit. And the price is so reasonable. Chi. Indeed, the material feels wonderful. Within the store, there were 3 daily tasks they could complete, which was simply delightful. The sales assistant approached politely. Apologies, handsome and beautiful, but we cannot allow fitting here. You must purchase based on your size. Cosplay outfits are like this. Too many people come to try them on merely for photo opportunities. They take their pictures and leave, posting them on social media. Thus, every cosplay store in the anime realm prohibits trying on items. This was no challenge for Lin Yu. Miss, I'll pay first, and then let her try it here. Aside from quality and size issues, we absolutely will not return them. We'll take both Rem and the latest Hatsune. Is that acceptable? At this point, the sales assistant could hardly refuse, readily agreeing. Shaolin, would it be better to try them at home? The size and material should be fine. It's just about whether they look good on you or not. As for why they should try them here, it was of course to feast their eyes. Next was the welfare phase post-victory settlement. How could they allow Chi to retreat to her room to try them on? This clever little creature. Wouldn't she let him see? Such scant clothing needed to be worn and viewed promptly. Who would enjoy looking at Hatsune? Who would adore maids? How can not look good? What ist? You surpass those online cosplayers by leaps and bounds. You are simply the finest figure for the second dimension. Beautiful clothing must be worn and admired without delay. Ding! A splendid display of praise has enchanted the Harmony Sect bell bearer, making her see you as a kindred spirit. Reward, Spirit Stones 20, Shaolin. If you say that, I want to be pleased. Wait for me. I'm going to try it on now. Chi, clutching her beloved outfit, skipped merrily towards the fitting room. At the same time, the system's prompt resounded once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the daily task sect treasure garment, Rem COS costume, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the daily task sect treasure garment, latest Hatsune Miku COS costume, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the daily task spiritual artifact, Aqua Blue Color Contacts, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Current data, sect contribution, 400 spirit stones, 360, it feels comfortable once more. This is not merely a financial gain. There is also the enhancement of sect contribution. With 400 contribution points, it is sufficient for a double draw. While waiting for Chi to change clothes, Lin Yu opened the lottery interface. Chapter 13, Timed Mission, The Invasion of Spirit Beasts. After inputting 400 points of sect contribution, the immense shadow of a spinning wheel once again manifested in his mind. Unlike before, this time, the pointer transformed into 2. In a short while, the pointers gradually came to a halt, revealing the contents of the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physical reward. Bone Refining Body Pill. Description: bones as solid as rock withstand myriad forces. Flesh as tough as iron conquers countless adversities. Agile as a swimming dragon, one moves with the grace of the wind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a skill reward. Joyful, foot-inviting finger. Description: with nimble finger techniques, the meridians of the feet become unobstructed, fatigue dissipates, and the body refreshes. Beauty flourishes, attracting the phoenix. The first reward materialized into a tangible pill once more. With a mere thought, Lin Yu manifested it in his hand. His initial draw had yielded a beauty-enhancing pill, while this time, the pill could be succinctly described as a fitness tonic. The second reward seamlessly integrated into Lin Yu's mind as a proficient technique. He gently wiggled his fingers, musing, perhaps, if I find myself without classes, I could consider auditioning as a male foot massage therapist. Joyful foot-inviting finger. How delightfully poetic. Despite the elaborate description, in essence, it was merely an adept foot massage technique, drawing from his rich experiences of being pampered in his previous life. He was confident that his mastery of this technique would surpass that of 99 of the legitimate therapists on the market. He should find a target to thoroughly test what it truly means to invite the phoenix. Without hesitation, Lin Yu swallowed the bone-refining body pill. With this pill, he would possess the means to ensure that the foolish would communicate properly. As he ingested the pill, he felt as though a warm water bag filled with boiling water had been inserted into his body. The intense heat made him grit his teeth. Yet he could also sense subtle changes occurring within him. Fortunately, the scorching sensation did not last long. After exhaling a breath of warm air, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease as the pill perfectly melded with his being. Lin Yu attempted to clench his fist, the sensation of power coursing through him, igniting an urge to strike a sandbag. Shaolin, I'm all set. Chikinki dashed over, adorned in a Rem outfit, exuding a refreshing charm. Her head was adorned with light blue accessories, and her whimsical expression was utterly adorable. The classic maid outfit, complemented by white stockings and her subtly visible fair skin, was a perfect blend of desire and cuteness. Whether it was the residual effects of the pill or Chikinki's allure, Lin Yu quickly adjusted his stance to conceal any changes below. He then gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Perfect! I truly have an eye for talent." Outside the shop, in the corridor, Zhou Yang and Hao Qian, a young couple, were preparing to leave with a dazed Zhao Yuhao in tow. Unfortunately, Hao Qian's attention was drawn to Chikinki's Rem ensemble inside the shop, where Lin Yu was praising her. Hadn't they said they were going home? Why were they still? As Hao Qian was about to finish her thought, she noticed the gazes of the two boys and quickly retracted her words. Zhao Yuhao trembled in despair. The subtle jabs from the couple were too cruel, as they brazenly sprinkled salt on his wounds. Yo yang patao solder. Speaking with a heavy heart, "Don't look, Xiao Ahao. No matter how good they are, they belong to someone else. We simply aren't fated." Lin Yu and Chikinki leisurely strolled until around 11 o'clock before hailing a taxi to return home. Though they hadn't acquired the tarot cards or the cat girl bell from their daily tasks, today had proven fruitful enough. There was no need to press for more. On the way back, Lin Yu received a WeChat message from Chun Chiming, stating that she would be back at noon to prepare lunch, inviting him to join. After a night of gaming and drinking at the internet CF, followed by a morning of shopping, he felt drowsy in the back seat of the taxi. He reminded Chikinki to wake him upon their arrival, then indulged in a much-needed nap. Chikinki, brimming with youthful energy, was far from idle in the car. She busied herself with her phone, taking selfies and capturing moments. In addition to replicating Rem's hairstyle, she cradled Lin Yu's $23.99 version of Zorro for a commemorative photo. After accumulating a satisfactory number of pictures, Chikinki reflected on the day, as events, and glanced at the slumbering Lin Yu. Had she perhaps underestimated him? She had never realized how articulate he was, how sharp his intellect remained, and how handsome he looked. Aside from a slight tendency to be superficial, he seemed to have no major flaws. All her joy today stemmed from him. With the intention of documenting her beautiful life, Chikinki picked up her phone again, using the sleeping Lin Yu as a backdrop for a candid shot of the two of them. Once the photo was taken, she prepared to edit it, zooming in on Lin Yu's figure, only to inadvertently discover a prominent bulge standing proudly before him. Chikinki instinctively locked her screen. Was this rascal dreaming of something peculiar? She froze for a few seconds, casting furtive glances at the still sleeping Lin Yu. People often strive to disregard certain matters, which is essentially a mental suggestion that those things are too conspicuous. Thus, in the fleeting moment she diverted her gaze, she inadvertently looked down again. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. She even measured the length of her phone, her expression one of shock. Before she could retract her gaze, she suddenly caught sight of Lin Yu wide awake, staring at her. Chikinki gasped, nearly dropping her phone to the floor. I didn't Shaolin. You misunderstood. Lin Yu blinked and inquired. What did I misunderstand? I'm not thinking anything at all. Chikinki let out a sigh of relief. Oh dear, her reaction had been overly dramatic. Hadn't Lin Yu been asleep just moments ago? He likely hadn't noticed anything. However, Lin Yu continued. If you wish to see, just say so. I can give you a clear view. No need for sneak peeks. Chikinki's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words in response. Damn, that curiosity. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, having caught her red-handed. He was neither pretending to sleep nor possessed of any sixth sense. Rather, a sudden alert from the system regarding a temporary mission had jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted with the amusing sight of Chikinki measuring and observing. After exchanging a few playful remarks, Lin Yu accessed the system interface to review the freshly updated temporary mission. Ding! Time mission issued. A crisis looms. The acting sect leader is currently within the sect, under repeated assault by rampaging spirit beasts. Please assist the acting sect leader in capturing the spirit beasts within the allotted time, safeguarding the sect's medicinal herbs and plants from disruption. Time limit, half an hour. Mission rewards, 50 sect contributions, 100 spirit stones. Chapter 14. A transformed body, swiftly capturing the spirit beast. Lin Yu and Chi hailed a cab and returned home. Before they even opened the door, they were greeted by a cacophony of noise from within. How peculiar. What could Aunt Chi Meng be doing? It sounded like her voice. Chikinki remarked suspiciously. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu was taken aback by the chaotic scene in the living room. It looked as though a thief had ransacked the place. The shoe rack was askew, and slippers were strewn across the floor. A vase had toppled over on the wooden table, spilling water everywhere. Before either of them could inquire, a girl donned in thick gloves called out, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qi, quickly close the door. Don't let Budong escape. The girl sported a high ponytail, with a few stray strands of hair dancing on her fair cheeks. She wore a white short-sleeved top tucked into light blue overalls, her slender legs radiating youthful vitality, reminiscent of a fresh-faced girl. It was Mao Rue, the manager of a small pet shop, known for her generous and enthusiastic demeanor. She had a passion for sports and adored animals. Lin Yu recalled that she was around 25 years old. At that moment, Mao Rue appeared somewhat flustered, with the straps of her overalls hanging down to her elbows. Without a moment to spare, she crouched like a little cheetah. Not far from her was Budong, a ragdoll cat. Normally known for its gentle and affectionate nature, the cat now had its tail held high, its fur bristled, and emitted a fierce growl from its throat. It seemed ready to dash off at any moment, causing Chi to obediently close the door, thwarting any chance of Budong escaping. She quickly hid behind Lin Yu, undeterred by the presence of docile animals. But the current demeanor of Budong was anything but gentle. Xiao Yu, there are gloves by the door. Please remember to wear them. Be careful not to get scratched by the little cat. It's been quite irritable since its recent neutering. Chen Chi Meng's voice rang out from the kitchen corner. It seemed Budong had indeed wreaked havoc in the kitchen as well, as evidenced by the broom and dustpan lying in disarray at the corner. Seeing Chen Chi Meng, Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. She was tiptoeing toward them, clutching a stainless steel steamer filled with buns. Lin Yu thought to himself, this is absurd. A change of laundry basin would be understandable, but a steamer? No wonder Budong is so agitated. Poor Mr. Ragdoll has just been forcibly transformed into a ragdoll grandpa, facing a house full of playful female cats. How could he possibly hold his head high? Returning home to throw a little tantrum, only to be pursued by 2 women, who wouldn't he be irritable? Whoosh! Without giving Lin Yu much time to ponder, Mao Rue sprang into action. She lunged at Budong on the floor, like a cheetah spotting its prey. Unfortunately, the speed of a feline far surpassed that of any human. With a thud, Mao Rue fell to the ground as Budong nimbly dodged, weaving around the obstacles and darting toward the staircase. Oh no, it got away again. Qimeng, I'm coming for you. Mao Rue lamented, slapping the floor in frustration. Chi clutched Lin Yu's shirt, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, this little cat is even fiercer than last time. It can jump so high. How are we supposed to catch it with such speed?" Lin Yu picked up the gloves from the table and slipped them on. Fussed? It certainly appeared graceful. In Lin Yu's eyes, Budong's movements seemed rather typical. Could it be the changes brought about by the elixir he consumed? Regardless, action was imperative. Otherwise, the next one to scream would be Chen Qimeng. As Budong raced toward them, Chen Qimeng raised the pot in her hands, flailing it about, moving forward and back. Trusting her pot was less reliable than believing the cat would return to its cage. Lin Yu dashed out, heading straight for the staircase on the first floor. Chi felt a gust of wind rush past her, and, only after a moment, realized Lin Yu had vanished from her sight. Chen Qimeng's antics did manage to slow Budong's escape, granting Lin Yu a precious moment. Seizing the opportunity, he sprang forward. Chen Qimeng merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow and was unable to discern who it was. Budong, sensing the urgency, leaped onto the staircase railing, preparing to engage in a game of chase, planning to jump back and evade the pursuing humans. Alas, Budong's proud wild speed appeared to Lin Yu as if a mere child was leaping about. Just as Budong was about to spring into action, Lin Yu's hands shot out, firmly grasping the little creature. The feisty feline continued to struggle, swatting its paws in the air and emitting threatening growls. But none of it posed any real threat to Lin Yu. Ding! A splendid capture. The rampaging spirit beast has been completely subdued. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the time-limited task. Reward: 50 sect contribution, 100 spirit stones. Ding! Your agile prowess has caught the attention of the sect's elders. Recognizing your potential, this child possesses the aura of a celestial being, with a limitless future ahead. Reward: 30 spirit stones. Rue, I caught it, Lin Yu exclaimed, holding up Budong and calling out to the now upright Mao Rue at the entrance. The three women in the living room turned to Lin Yu in unison. The entire process, from Lin Yu's decisive action to the successful capture, had transpired so swiftly that none of them had truly grasped what had occurred. How wonderful! Xiao Yu, thank goodness for you. Your reflexes are amazing. Wait for me. 30 seconds. Mao Hui exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face as she dashed toward the shoe rack. Moments later, she returned from the corner with a cat carrier, and together they carefully placed Budong inside. During the process of returning the cat, their arms inevitably brushed against one another. A virtual information panel appeared beside Mao Rue. Mao Rue, age 25, sect identity, elder of the Spirit Beast Garden, intimacy level with host 25, second stage. Acquaintances, number of Dao partners, soul cultivation, physical cultivation, intimacy level not met, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Attribute skills, host status is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Other information, host status is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Current task: Spirit Beast feeding. Daily task: the treated Spirit Beast is quite weak and urgently needs to eat to replenish its spiritual energy. Elder of the Spirit Beast Garden. What a grand title. So it turns out she is the only outer sect apprentice in the entire apartment? Based on Lin Yu's assessment, it was unlikely that Rue was his online romance. If she were, the intimacy level would have surely reflected that. Among the 9 women in the apartment, 3 had been ruled out, narrowing down the possibilities further. Xiao Yu, thank goodness for you. I was about to go mad. Mao Rue said gratefully as she carried the cat carrier upstairs. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, no problem, it was just a small effort. It really does jump quite high. Mao Rue leaned in suspiciously toward the cat carrier and sniffed. Doesn't seem like it? It doesn't smell like urine. It appears it hasn't urinated at all. Lin Yu. Among his female roommates, Lin Yu had not formed a strong impression of Mao Rue. Her comment instantly reminded him of the hard-of-hearing sister in the apartment. While he spoke of the cat's jumping ability, she remarked on its lack of odor. They both seemed to be talking past each other. The consummate master of auditory misinterpretation, relying solely on conjecture to comprehend the utterances of others. Chen Qiming hastily placed the steamer on the ground and approached with urgency. She removed the gloves worn by Lin Yu and conducted a thorough examination of his palms, the backs of his hands, and his elbows. Fortunately, he was unscathed. Xiao Yu, you're truly impressive. Your reflexes are astonishing. Before I could even react, you had already captured it. Chen Qiming praised him with a gentle concern, giving him a thumbs up. Qi Qingqi also approached Lin Yu. Gazing up at him with starry eyes, Shaolin. Just now, whoosh, bang, meow. You caught the ragdoll cat. Wow. Like an actor in an action movie, Lin Chenglong. Absolutely dashing. Qi Qingqi animatedly illustrated with her hands and feet, her skirt fluttering with excitement. From the perspective of the three girls, Qi Qingqi stood as the sole wide-angle observer at the door, taking in every action of Lin Yu. His agile form and swift movements ignited the nerves of the little homebody. Haha, Chenglong is too exaggerated, isn't he? Lin Yu felt a small surge of pride within. Genuine compliments are always appreciated by both genders. Mao Rui, content cradle the cat box, Sister Qiming. Xiao Qi, I'm heading upstairs now. You all chat. Qi Qingqi nodded in agreement. All right, Sister Rui, and little kitty, be good now. Watching Mao Rui ascend the stairs, Lin Yu couldn't help but lower his voice to Chen Qiming. Sister Rui is still the same. She seems quite hard of hearing. No sooner had he spoken, when Mao Rui abruptly halted her ascent, Lin Yu's heart raced, and he awkwardly glanced toward the staircase. Could she have heard that? Wasn't she supposed to have poor hearing? As it turned out, Mao Rui looked out the window of the staircase, where rests the eagle. Lin Yu, Chen Qiming, Kikinki. After the farcical interlude concluded, Qi Qingqi, holding gifts and Lin Yu's figurine, returned to her room. Lin Yu remained in the kitchen, eager to assist Chen Qiming with her tasks. Although 10 individuals cohabited under one roof, their daily meals were typically separate. The second floor housed a small kitchen for communal use. Every day, Chen Qiming prepared meals solely for herself and Lin Yu, occasionally calling upon a few individuals who were reluctant or disinterested in dining. Today, she had even prepared a portion for Qi Qingqi. Their elder sister, Qi Qingxue, was absent, and her ability to fend for herself raised some concerns. Before returning to her hometown, she had specifically entrusted Aunt Qiming with looking after her younger sister, even going so far as to provide several days' worth of meal expenses. Despite their youth, the two sisters were quite astute. Observing the kitchen table adorned with fish, beef, and an array of vegetables, Lin Yu curiously inquired, Aunt Qiming, even with an extra pair of chopsticks for Qi, we surely cannot consume all of this, can we? Is this not rather extravagant? Or is today a special occasion? Chen Qiming, while preparing the vegetables, replied, it is not for 3 people, but for 4. Inger from upstairs will also join us for the meal. Chapter 15. The Genius Girl in the Apartment. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, joining us for dinner? The mere mention of her name sent a shiver down his spine. Montag Shangying, a girl who was merely 3 days his senior, yet insisted on being called sister. She was nothing short of a legend within the apartment. After just half a year in her freshman year, she had dropped out to reside in the apartment. The reason for her departure? The school's curriculum was far too simplistic. Attending classes felt like a waste of time. Her field of study was the crown jewel of Pingchuan University, computer science. Was dropping out tantamount to relying on her parents? Such a notion was utterly foreign to Mo Shangying. According to Lin Yu's understanding, once she turned 18, she became the economic backbone of her family. Indeed, while others her age were still seeking allowances and pocket money from their parents, she had already begun to give back. As for her income, Lin Yu had once assumed she earned some pocket change through freelance cybersecurity checks. However, after years of work and a broader perspective, he realized the true weight of her accomplishments. A world ranking in global hacking competitions, independently operating a domestic tech forum, uncovering security vulnerabilities from major corporations, and so forth. Among all the individuals Lin Yu had encountered in his previous life, Mo Xiangying was undoubtedly a world-class talent, without question. To label her merely as a genius hacker girl seemed almost derogatory. He struggled to find words that truly captured her essence. Yet, the reason for Lin Yu's visceral reaction was unrelated to her extraordinary talent. It stemmed solely from her peculiar nature. She was the very girl he had dreaded interacting with during his previous life in the apartment. Thankfully, he was no longer the naive young boy he once was. Having lived a second life, he refused to be toyed with by an eccentric girl. Xiao Yu, do you remember when Annie mentioned that you could order from the website using WeChat? The platform's commission was too high, so I opted out. Inger, being very kind-hearted, helped me create a small website for free. Many of my old customers are now using it to order flowers from my shop. It's incredibly convenient, and they keep sharing it with others. I wanted to give Inger a red envelope as a token of gratitude, but she refused. After much thought, I decided to treat her to a meal to sincerely express my thanks. Chun Shiming explained regarding her preparation of the meal. So that was the case. I'll go inform Inger to come down for dinner shortly. In his previous life, Lin Yu had no recollection of this gratitude dinner. It seemed he had been too immersed in the heartbreak of an online relationship with a girlfriend who refused to meet him. Chun Shiming glanced at Lin Yu, who was busy washing vegetables, and spoke thoughtfully. Xiao Yu, don't you need to buy a DSLR camera for your major starting from junior year? I asked a friend, and this year's latest model, the 5D3, along with 2 lenses, is quite affordable. You need a computer for editing, right? I'm not very knowledgeable about computers, but you could check in stores or online in the coming days. Once I sign a contract next week, I'll buy them for you. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had never heard such words in his previous life. Signing a contract. Wasn't he that the catalyst for tragedy? Thus, Chun Shiming's urgency to find a partner and secure investment stemmed from her desire to purchase him a camera and a computer. The newly released 5D 3D DSLR alone cost nearly 20,000 yuan, and with 2 lenses, it approached 30,000. Adding in a computer for editing would push the expenses to nearly 40,000. For Chun Shiming's current income, such a sum was indeed unattainable. There is no need to purchase the latest and greatest model, nor did the computer need to be excessively high-end. Were such non-essential items truly worth sacrificing a lifetime for? Observing Chun Shiming's blissful smile, Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. He did not desire these gifts, yet she yearned to give them. With immense effort, she was extending her greatest care to someone with whom she shared no blood relation. Lin Yu refrained from uttering any words of refusal. He understood that no matter how he expressed himself, Chun Shiming would not heed his words. Instead, she would perceive him as someone afraid to spend money, attempting to save her funds, which would yield the opposite effect. It would be better not to intervene, to temporarily acquiesce to her intentions. Then, in this lifetime, he would strive to change everything through his actions. Lin Yu gently tucked a strand of hair behind Chun Shiming's ear, eliciting an even brighter smile from her as she took the vegetables from his hands. I'll wash these, Xiao Yu. You go downstairs and remind Inger to come down for dinner in an hour. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, Lin Yu stood before room 301. He knocked gently on the door. Who is it? A languid voice called from within. Inger, it's me, Lin Yu. I've come. Inside the room, he heard a mischievous laugh. Lin Yu was acutely aware that this laughter was directed at him. Memories from his past life began to flood back, and amid his tension, he felt a flicker of anticipation towards the peculiar laughter. Click! The door unlocked, revealing a narrow gap. Through the crack, he glimpsed a dimly lit room shimmering with alternating blue and yellow glows. Lin Yu recognized this light as emanating from the LED strip around Mo Xiangying's computer. The room was shrouded in darkness, the curtains tightly drawn. Who in their right mind would pull the curtains during the day? Inger, may I come in? Lin Yu leaned closer, preparing to push the door open. In the next moment, a slender, snow-white arm shot out from within, pulling him forcefully into the room without giving him a chance to resist. Bang! The door shut promptly behind them, locked with swift precision. The room was infused with a delightful scent of shower gel, indicating that she had just bathed. Mo Xiangying was clad in a loose-fitting white short-sleeved nightgown adorned with various symbols and letters. The neckline hung loosely, revealing her delicate collarbone. Damp strands of hair clung to her collarbone, exuding an aura of lazy nonchalance. Amidst her hair, her bright, clear eyes sparkled with excitement in the dimness, reminiscent of a hunter spotting its prey. Beside Mo Xiangying, her information panel materialized. Mo Xiangying, age 20 affiliation, Elder of the Array Hall. Trader of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, affinity level with host. 41, 4th stage. Spiritual resonance. Number of Tao companions. Soul cultivation, physical cultivation. Not available for viewing due to insufficient affinity level. Attributes and skills. Insufficient host status for viewing. Additional information. Insufficient host status for viewing. Current tasks. Array theory discussion. Urgent task. A powerful being from the mortal realm invites the Elder of the Array Hall for a discussion. Whether to reveal her true self is the Elder's greatest dilemma. Divination of heavenly mechanisms. Daily task. The mechanisms of fate are inscrutable. The Elder is ensnared in confusion, and an observer sees clearly. Please help the Elder achieve enlightenment. Predict the next sports game. Hidden injuries. Daily task. The Elder, whose cultivation posture is peculiar, has not emerged from the hall for a long time. Her body harbors hidden ailments that urgently require treatment. Massage therapy. Indeed, the genius hacker girl was extraordinary. She possessed not one, but two identities. While the tasks available for her were fewer than those of Ji Qingqi, 3 was still a noteworthy number. Lin Yu was particularly surprised by the level of intimacy between them, currently second only to that with Aunt Qiming. Was this level of data cultivated through the trials of both body and spirit? The degree of spiritual resonance was not insignificant, yet the number of Tao companions remained temporarily undisclosed. Whether Mo Xiangying is Lin Yu's online girlfriend remains an open question. Immediately following this, the familiar, tormenting phase commenced. Mo Xiangying spoke softly. Little Yu, you are truly audacious. Chapter 16. The optimal moment for the fallen maiden. Has it been over a week since summer vacation began? How could you not come and greet your sister? Oomph. Are you perhaps entangled with some little flirt, attempting to escape from my side? Not a chance. Let me see. Have you grown? As the words left her mouth, Mo Xiangying lunged towards Lin Yu like a peculiar creature, more frenzied than a recently neutered ragdoll cat. Mo Xiangying was about the same height as the two sisters of the Qi family, petite in stature. If Qi Qingqi represented the pure, sweet essence of an anime girl, then Mo Xiangying embodied the quintessential fallen maiden, her gaze infused with genuine wickedness, as if she were ready to seize Lin Yu at any moment. What a peculiar girl indeed. In his past life, the Navi Lin Yu had never encountered such a girl. Each time Mo Xiangying caught him, he was left thoroughly frightened. She would chase, he would flee. She would block, he would escape. She would tease, and he would cry out. Over time, this led Lin Yu to develop a near-instinctive fear of Mo Xiangying. But now, Lin Yu thought, is this not a pure delight? Why be afraid? As Mo Xiangying flew towards him, Lin Yu stood his ground, arms wide open to catch her, feigning a fall onto the plush bed behind him. Their combined weight caused the mattress to ripple. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the luxury of wealth. How splendidly comfortable this mattress was. Once lying down, Lin Yu swiftly transitioned from a state of tension to one of relaxation. Mo Xiangying's eyes, peering through her hair, brimmed with confusion. This time, it was Mo Xiangying left bewildered. Wasn't Lin Yu supposed to be fleeing and begging for mercy at this juncture? What was going on today? This audacious little boy was surprisingly compliant. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly. Indeed, in his past life, he had been foolishly innocent, overly fearful, and left with a lingering dread of physical intimacy. He had failed to see that Mo Xiangying merely spoke boldly. When it came to genuine interaction, she faltered. Come on, weren't you so boastful? Weren't you the one constantly taunting little Yuzi? You fake eunuch, I shall make you submit? Lin Yu mused. And now that it's time, you lose your nerve? Little Yuzi, are you angry? Why are you so still? Mo Xiangying asked, tilting her head in suspicion. To her, Lin Yu was still that little boy. His sudden lack of resistance or struggle might indicate that he was upset. Their intimate game had never led to anger before. Today, however, something felt different. Not angry merely. Enlightened? Montak Xiangying. Enlightened? Could it be that he experienced an overnight transformation? The once timid boy who used to flee in tears now resembled a seasoned warrior, leaving Mo Xiangying utterly perplexed. After pondering for a few moments, a playful grin emerged on her face. Little Yuzi, are you just putting on a brave front? Pretending to be indifferent while internally anxious? You think I wouldn't dare? I am an eagle that catches sparrows. Lin Yu seized Mo Xiangying's smooth arm and chuckled. Ha ha ha. You should really focus on your studies. You clearly haven't mastered biology. You're only fit to be a female eagle, far from the majestic male. Without hesitation, both widened their eyes in astonishment. Lin Yu, why isn't Tishi dodging? Mo Xiangying, is he serious? Ding, a remarkable maneuver. The bold and proactive intimate advance has left the rebellious elder of the formation hall utterly astonished, causing the intimacy coefficient to soar. Reward: 50 spirit stones. In tandem, a virtual information panel appeared beside Mo Xiangying, displaying fluctuating intimacy levels in real time. 42, 43, 45, 50 ding. Congratulations. Your intimacy with the elder of the formation hall has deepened. Reward: 50 sect contributions, 50 spirit stones. Ultimately, the intimacy level settled at 56, surpassing even that with Aunt Cheeman. The number of partners section was unlocked. Number of partners: Soul Cultivator Body Cultivator 00. The two exchanged glances, their actions frozen in time. From the depth of their gazes, they mutually acknowledged one undeniable truth. Neither was merely speaking idly. After a half-minute of silence, the room resonated with their increasingly rapid breaths. Lin Yu felt an intensifying heat within him. Was this his first encounter since reincarnating, arriving so swiftly, so suddenly, without any preparation? Lin Yu blurted out without thought. Your hands are so cold. You might be a bit chilly, huh? Mo Xiangying's smile widened. You seem quite warm, still playing with fire. At this moment, if not now, then when? Lin Yu, relying on his remarkable core strength, sat upright on the bed, ready for a grand confrontation. Unexpectedly, wait, Mo Xiangying suddenly exclaimed, withdrawing her hand and jumping off the bed. She hurried to a computer with 4 display screens and sat down in a peculiar crouch position. Da, 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 da. The sound of keyboard clattering followed. Lin Yu? She comes and goes as she pleases? Did he misinterpret the atmosphere moments ago? Was Mo Xiangying simply being playful? How irresponsible, luring him in, then running off. Even if her words were idle chatter, it felt amiss. The recently skyrocketed intimacy level and Mo Xiangying's gaze suggested that Lin Yu should not have misjudged her intentions. With a frown, Lin Yu approached her workstation. Mo Xiangying abruptly halted her typing, raising 4 fingers. Next Thursday. The optimal moment is next Thursday, Lin Yu. Mo Xiangying's abrupt statement left Lin Yu thoroughly puzzled. What about next Thursday? As he inquired, Mo Xiangying, still perched on her chair, pointed directly at Lin Yu's forehead. Based on my physiological cycle calculations, the least likely day for pregnancy is next Thursday. Lin Yu. Chapter 17. It turns out to be the chosen child. Ding. With remarkable finesse, the host has been actively courted by senior members upon entering the sect, showcasing the host's boundless charm. Reward: 50 spirit stones. Despite Lin Yu's extensive experience in discerning people, he was momentarily taken aback by the bombshell dropped by Mo Xiangying. The brevity of her words belied the vast implications they carried. Firstly, Mo Xiangying was not merely boasting. She was indeed serious. Secondly, she was calculating the days, determining the most opportune moment. Thirdly, amidst the modern convenience of umbrellas, she still felt the need to time her outings. Was she intent on venturing out on a rainy day without an umbrella? Truly, her audacity was astonishing. Before long, Mo Xiangying employed a series of compelling tactics that left Lin Yu utterly submissive. The rapid tapping of her fingers echoed as she typed away on the keyboard. Subsequently, she maneuvered a mobile stand equipped with a monitor to face Lin Yu. Little Yu, this is a comprehensive record of all the usages related to your ID since you obtained it. The highest frequency is at Internet CAFS, followed by 2 bank cards, with no hotel check-in records. So, you're still a fledgling, aren't you? Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Mo Xiangying gazed up at him, Yet he felt as though she was penetrating to the very essence of his being. How terrifying. One should never provoke a hacker. There are simply no secrets to be had. However, to be fair, Lin Yu, at the tender age of 20, was indeed a naive fledgling, and there was no shame in admitting it. He nodded silently. Mo Xiangying continued. Just as I suspected, I too am a fledgling. Lin Yu, is that really true? Initially, Lin Yu had assumed it was highly probable. Yet, witnessing Mo Xiangying's lack of denial, coupled with her enthusiastic calculations regarding rainy days without umbrellas, he could not help but harbor doubts. Mo Xiangying proceeded to calmly elucidate. Little Yu, I will only say this once. So listen closely and then provide me with a response. I am an advocate of singlehood, at least for now. I find it difficult to comprehend the foolish impulses that lead people to pursue romantic relationships and marriage. Isn't living alone quite satisfactory? Why invite trouble into one's life? Therefore, I have no intention of dating, let alone marrying. Upon reaching 20, I have occasionally explored some peculiar websites, which seem somewhat intriguing. After reviewing a plethora of related materials, I concluded that this is a mindset typical of adults. If the entire process is ultimately directed toward a final conclusion, can we not bypass the intermediary steps and proceed directly to the answer? As Lin Yu absorbed Mo Xiangying's audacious declarations, his young heart was profoundly shaken. Had she been a woman in her 30s, articulating such thoughts, Lin Yu would have undoubtedly given her a thumbs up, praising her wisdom. Yet, the girl before him was of the same age as he, 20 years old. While he was preoccupied with trivial matters, such as which game to play tomorrow or where to find the best spicy hot pot, she was contemplating the trajectory of her life for decades to come. Discussing such serious yet unconventional topics, if it had been his contemporaneous friend Qi Qingxi, she would have blushed and vehemently condemned him. Yet, Mo Xiangying spoke of it as if she were discussing mundane activities like eating, drinking, or breathing, expressing herself with an extreme rationality. The thoughts that danced within the mind of a prodigy were indeed unlike those of ordinary individuals. True matters must be substantiated with evidence. Mo Xiangying spread her delicate hands, measuring her words. I have determined the need to find a partner who can provide answers. Thus, I have established some criteria. Your measurements should exceed the national average, which quite surprised me. When I first met you, you appeared malnourished. What have you been eating lately, little you, to have grown so quickly? Your appearance seems to have improved as well. Height, features, dimensions, purity, likability, all the intricate criteria were well within acceptable limits. Based on my observations from the videos, were you not hoping to take flight, like a fledgling? So, do you qualify as my partner? The impulsive and emotional proposal was articulated in Mo Xiangying's extremely rational tone, leaving Lin Yu, with over 30 years of life experience, utterly bewildered. Unrelated to charm, affection, or fondness, it turned out he was the chosen child. Noticing Lin Yu's hesitation in responding, Mo Xiangying spun in her chair and added, I must clarify. Little Yu, while you may be a naive and innocent young man, do not misconstrue this partnership as a romantic relationship. I understand myself quite well. Completing a complex coding sequence, finishing a game, watching an intense football match, or enjoying a captivating film. Once I experience these delightful activities, they quickly lose their allure. Learning to take flight as a fledgling must be similar. If you perceive this as dating, I will be in great distress. Lin Yu listened in shock. This is overwhelming. The multitude of benefits emanating from air was undeniable. The nuances of their arrangement, keeping secrets, venturing out on rainy days without umbrellas, rejecting romance, and not being accountable to one another, felt like a surreal dream. So many phrases echoed sentiments he had previously expressed to others. If a boomerang were to return in such a manner, it would yield even more. I agree, Lin Yu replied with a sense of ease and determination. Mo Xiangying flashed her tiger-like smile. Really? You agree to everything? No second thoughts? Lin Yu endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. I agree to all. No need for deliberation. Let us schedule it for next Thursday. Backing out would be ungracious. Mo Xiangying. What a wicked oath. It's settled then. Backing out would be ungracious. After agreeing, there's one more request. Lin Yu, another request? With Mo Xiangying's boundless imagination, Lin Yu found it challenging to predict what she might propose next. The rapid tapping of her fingers resumed on the keyboard, this time for a longer duration. Previously, all his attention had been on Mo Xiangying, leaving him no time to scrutinize the array of equipment before her. Now, with the opportunity to observe, he began to take in the surroundings. 2 mainframes, equipped with 4 monitors, were mounted on a spacious work desk. A laptop and a tablet were each running codes and images Lin Yu could not comprehend, as if testing something. Suspended amid the blue and yellow LED strips was an electronic fish tank, one of the few decorative items amidst the electronic devices on the workstation. It was referred to as an electronic fish tank, merely because Lin Yu could not think of a better term. The square, transparent glass structure housed various pixelated fish swimming about, occasionally revealing a turtle. Such a digital creation was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was likely a DIY project of a genius girl. All right, with the preliminaries concluded, we just need to finalize this last step. Little Yu, look at the screen. Mo Xiangying reminded him. Chapter 18. For our mutual safety, a medical examination is necessary. A detailed form appeared on the screen, filled with dense text and data that Lin Yu found difficult to decipher, although the title was quite clear. It was a medical examination report for Mo Xiangying. As the form opened, the report began to turn pages automatically, scrolling through numerous sheets. Lin Yu had encountered many medical reports before, but he had never seen one spanning over 40 pages. What on earth could they have examined? A comprehensive, all-encompassing check of the entire body? Was such thoroughness truly necessary? Xiao Yu, for the sake of our health, it is essential to undergo a medical examination before our collaboration. This is the report from my examination last week. If you find it tedious to read, I can summarize it for you. Apart from minor issues like cold hands and a weak spleen, I am in excellent health. I have already made an appointment for you at the same hospital. You can go on Thursday at any time that suits you. Just bring your ID. I have already covered the expenses. You only need to show up, she said, her professionalism evident. Lin Yu marveled at her meticulousness. This girl could effortlessly breach cybersecurity defenses. Yet her awareness of safety was commendable. Was she genuinely worried about falling ill, opting for the most time-efficient method available? I must interject, Lin Yu said, puzzled. Why are you so cautious yet? Using an umbrella on a rainy day to avoid getting drenched and falling ill is the approach most would take. Wouldn't it? Your thought process seems to revolve around how to avoid getting sick after being caught in the rain. Mo Xiangying, despite being a novice without a driver's license, wore a knowing smile akin to that of a seasoned driver. Xiao Yu, let me ask you honestly, why does your mindset differ from that of most men? I have reviewed extensive materials. One can even trace it back to primitive times, observing the dominance and territorial instincts of male animals. Isn't that the approach you prefer? My reasoning is simple. Who would want to entrust their first, possibly only, experience in life to an umbrella? Mo Xiangying's casual remark struck a nerve with Lin Yu. As a seasoned driver, his instinct was to prioritize safety and self-protection. The pseudo-intellectual's lecture had stirred something primal within him. Noticing Mo Xiangying's scrutinizing gaze, he swiftly changed the subject. That makes sense, however, how much did this extensive medical examination cost? Mo Xiangying answered nonchalantly. Well, it's an annual checkup. I wanted it to be thorough, so it cost 18,800. Lin Yu was taken aback. 18,800 for a medical examination? Is every single cell being examined? Indeed, he had previously overlooked the presence of this hidden affluent woman. Who would have thought that their relationship would progress so rapidly in this lifetime? After pondering for a moment, he inquired, what about my examination? Mo Xiangying swiveled in her chair and replied, oh, yours was 238. Lin Yu blinked. 238? She nodded. Yes, just routine blood and urine tests along with 5 viral tests. That is all you need. No need to waste money. Lin Yu, reasonable, sufficient, rational. Having often led a carefree life, he understood the value of these few tests. Not only was she wealthy, but she was also frugally minded. First, it was Qi, and now was Mo Xiangying. Both women had completely reshaped Lin Yu's stereotypes regarding affluent ladies. After reaching a mutual understanding with Lin Yu, Mo Xiangying suddenly remembered to ask, Xiao Yu, speaking of which, what did you come to find me for? Her unexpected question left Lin Yu momentarily flustered, nearly causing him to forget the matter at hand. Finally, he recounted how Aunt Chimeng was cooking downstairs and how he had invited her to dinner. Montag Xiangying responded promptly. Aunt Chimeng is simply too polite. Creating her flower shop website took merely a few minutes. Once I finalize my selection for the sports event, I'll join you for dinner. Curious, Lin Yu asked, sports event? What sports event? Mo Xiangying looked at him incredulously. Xiao Yu, you're a university student. How can you be so dull? When talking about sports events, of course, it's the World Cup. Her words jolted Lin Yu's memory. Indeed, the summer of 2014 marked the fervent commencement of the quadrennial football World Cup. He was not particularly interested in football. The only match he had watched in its entirety was 8 years later when the legendary Messi achieved his Grand Slam. He had been dragged along by colleagues to a bar on a frigid night, watching until dawn. His knowledge of football was limited to recognizing stars like Messi, Ronaldo, Mbappe, and Neymar. Reflecting on the 2014 World Cup, Lin Yu exclaimed, right? It is indeed 2014, a year that left behind both rare records and historic regrets. One need not be a football aficionado. Having a few friends who were passionate about the sport sufficed to engage in discussions about the World Cup. Topics such as the remarkable nations that advanced to the semifinals thanks to dubious officiating, Zidane's iconic header, Germany's unyielding performance against the host nation Brazil, Messi's longing gaze at the World Cup trophy, and the emergence of the French speedster all came to mind. By the way, what stage is the World Cup at now? Which teams are playing next, and when? Lin Yu inquired eagerly. Mo Xiangying, unfazed, opened the website to check, replying, we're in TU, just indifferent a moment ago. Now that you're interested, it might be a tad late. The tournament is nearing its conclusion. Tonight, or rather, early tomorrow at 4 o'clock, is the semifinal. Lin Yu's heart raced. The semifinal? Is it Germany against Brazil? Mo Xiangying appeared slightly surprised. Yes. You seem quite knowledgeable. It's a pity my favorite player, Neymar, was injured last time and can't play. Alas, I only managed to predict one match correctly in the quarterfinals. It was a terrible loss. I'm uncertain if the host team, Brazil, can withstand Germany's prowess. It's quite a dilemma deciding which team to support. Lin Yu thought to himself. Even an invincible shield would struggle against that. Among Lin Yu's scant football memories, this match stood out. Germany's astonishing 7-1 victory over Brazil. Chapter 19. The 2014 World Cup semifinals. What a coincidence. Xiao Yu, my recent streak of luck has been dismal, yet you seem to radiate positive energy. Please, take a seat and assist me in analyzing the teams. Germany or Brazil? Mo Xiangying perched on her swivel chair, one barefoot playfully nudging the wheeled stool beneath the table. Reflecting on the recently emerged routine task, predictive insight, it dawned on him that the match they were to predict was indeed this one. What a twist of fate. He discreetly withdrew all the spirit stones from the system, causing his bank balance to surge to 7,924 yuan. In just half a day's time, his accumulated earnings exceeded 10,000. Were it not for the pressing task of protective strategy, he would need no further investment. Merely completing the daily tasks with his female roommates would suffice to secure his fortune. Although he lacked extensive experience in football betting, Lin Yu was aware that the payouts for high-scoring matches could be extraordinarily lucrative. Multiplying by dozens, if not 100 times, should not be far-fetched, right? Suppressing his exuberance, Lin Yu countered, Inger, which team do you intend to back? Mo Xiangying hovered her mouse over the Brazilian emblem, hesitating as she spoke. Emotionally, I wish to choose Brazil. The German team often gives the impression that victory comes at a steep price. They only triumphed in the round of 16 after extra time and secured a narrow win in the quarterfinals. Logically, as hosts, Brazil should be able to best Germany by at least 1 goal. Shouldn't they? No wonder the odds are so unfavorable. It's pure football folly. Relying on luck isn't terrifying. What is truly daunting is a lucky player who insists on using their intellect. Lin Yu pointed to the German emblem and declared, if it were up to me, I would choose Germany. By the way, what is this special purchasing channel? Mo Xiangying gestured for silence, her voice shrouded in mystery. Even if I divulged the website, you wouldn't be able to purchase anything. Please, do not entertain any dubious thoughts. The funds bestowed upon you by Aunt Chimeng are your living expenses. I cannot lead you astray. You're choosing Germany, right? To commemorate our impending partnership. I'll trust you this once. Another girl with principles. After her declaration, Mo Xiangying swiftly maneuvered her device, igniting a yearning in Lin Yu's heart. Pondering for a moment, Lin Yu inquired, on such a momentous occasion, could you buy a little something for me? I'll send you a red envelope later. Yes, you. It won't be Aunt Chimeng's money. It will come from my earnings as a novelist. Mo Xiangying cast an incredulous glance in his direction. You? A novelist? Lin Yu replied with unwavering certainty. Indeed, my command of language is quite commendable. Do not underestimate me. Mo Xiangying pressed further. Are you sure it's your income? Lin Yu affirmed, absolutely. Before he could say more, Mo Xiangying resumed her rapid keystrokes. What are you doing? He asked, perplexed. Yet before he could finish, the screen displayed a balance of 7,924. 62 yuan. Mo Xiangying's eyes widened in astonishment. You possess this much money? After spending over 3,000 today, you still have 8,000 left. Lin Yu was equally astonished. Aren't you being rude? You're infringing on someone's privacy. Mo Xiangying's eyes darted about, and without warning, she launched a swift, stealthy maneuver. Her hand darted out with lightning speed, catching Lin Yu off guard. Yet to him, it seemed as if time had slowed. He clearly observed her movement and anticipated the reach of her hand. Lin Yu braced himself, shifting his stool slightly to evade her grasp. Attempting another sneak attack. You're blatantly violating my privacy, Lin Yu teased, rocking his chair. Mo Xiangying, slightly taken aback, remarked, Oh, not bad. Xiao Yu, your reflexes are impressive. But this isn't an invasion of privacy. It's a necessary background check. Can writing novels be so lucrative? Earning over 10,000 a day? Allow me to see the source of your transfers. Lin Yu attempted to intervene, but alas, he was no match for Mo Xiangying's typing speed. A few simple keystrokes later, the records of his withdrawals materialized, distinctly highlighted. Yuanbei City. Once upon a time network literature company? This truly is income from writing novels? Mo Xiangying mused, her eyes glimmering with shrewdness. Not bad, Xiao Yu. At such a young age, you're already capable of supporting a household. Earning 10,000 daily? Lin Yu gazed at the company name on the screen, lost in contemplation. Yuanbei City, once upon a time network literature company? That must be a fabrication. Such a company does not exist. Could it be that the system, having overheard his thoughts, adjusted the source of his funds to align with his actions? If so, the system appeared to possess more human-like qualities than he had anticipated. Regardless, Mo Xiangying's doubts seemed to have dissipated. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu swiftly declared, earning 10,000 a day? If that were the case, I would have dropped out too. This is a week's worth of income. Therefore, using my own funds, would you assist me in making a purchase now? Having a man accompany you to watch the match at dawn isn't so bad, is it? Ding. Well done. You have proactively offered to accompany the elder of the array hall, greatly pleasing him. Reward, 20 spirit stones. What resonated most with Mo Xiangying was the final sentiment. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, she murmured, I'm not always alone when watching matches. There's another sister in the apartment who joins me. However, you're the first boy to watch a match with me. All right, just this once. There shall be no second chance. Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. Once was sufficient. Seizing this opportunity could alleviate Aunt Chimeng's financial woes while accumulating a handsome reward. After Mo Xiangying agreed, she confirmed, you recommended I choose Germany. Hence you would be correct in selecting Germany, right? Lin Yu leaned in closer, nodding as he replied, Indeed, I too choose Germany. Rather than betting on win, lose, or draw, I'm betting on the score. Mo Xiangying raised an eyebrow. You can bet on the score? Isn't that possible? Can you not choose where to invest? Mo Xiangying expressed her surprise once more. You can choose, but Xiao Yu, it's your first time betting. And you're going for such a high stake? She remained oblivious to the fact that this was not mere gambling. It was akin to an open book exam. Although she voiced her concerns, she obediently navigated to the score betting interface. The intricate English eluded Lin Yu, yet he comprehended the scores and odds. Indeed, through Mo Xiangying's channel, the selection range was far more extensive. From 0 to 0 to 10 to 10, any score in between could be wagered. Notably, the odds for a score of 7 to 1 were an astounding 6,500 times. Should he wager all 8,000 yuan on that outcome, it could potentially transform into over 50 million. The dilemma remained. How could he justify such a remarkable score to Mo Xiangying once the match concluded? It would be utterly implausible. Furthermore, there was the looming uncertainty of whether this channel would honor his bet. It was highly likely they would refuse to acknowledge it and abscond with the funds. Mo Xiangying explained, "Can you comprehend this? Here are the scores and their corresponding odds. Which one do you wish to purchase?" Chapter 20. A direct bet of 7 to 1. "Let us watch the match tonight." Lin Yu jestingly remarked, "It's not complicated. I can understand it. These guys are truly making a fortune." "Inger, I see there are odds of several thousand to 1. Huh. If one were to actually place a bet on such odds and win, those guys on the other side of the internet would surely run away, right?" Mo Xiangying raised the corners of her mouth and confidently replied, "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare to flee with me around." In a similar moment in his past life, Lin Yu would have silently criticized her audacity. Would a major bookmaker fear a young girl in her 20s who could barely walk? But now they genuinely feared her. The girl seated on the chair was a top hacker with a world ranking. Which bookmaker would dare to play tricks under her watchful gaze? She could obliterate their entire operation online. With such a little deity at the helm, there was no need to worry about them not paying up. Lin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. Impressive, impressive. No wonder it's Ing. "I want to place a bet." Mo Xiangying interrupted, raising 5 fingers. 500 yuan. At most 500 yuan. The manuscript fee is hard-earned money. We cannot invest excessively in such matters. Besides, you don't even like watching football. 500 is already quite a lot. If you wish to invest more, I will directly inform Aunt Chiming. After all, this is not a trivial matter. Lin Yu retorted, "If it's not a good thing, why are you buying? You're even saving money for others? Is this saving money? Isn't it losing money?" 500 yuan at 6,500 times. Lin Yu quickly calculated in his mind, realizing it could yield over 3 million yuan. The millionaire suddenly felt diminished. Nevertheless, 3 million would certainly suffice to resolve the protecting the clan plan. As for making money, with the system and his past experiences, what was there to worry about? 500 is better than nothing. Initially, Lin Yu contemplated how to phrase his request to make the large bet seem less conspicuous. He even considered whether to place several bets, mixing them up as a smokescreen. Now, the budget had been slashed from 8,000 to 500. What was the point of the smokescreen? Just go all in. "Inger, to be honest, I actually had a dream about football last night. I dreamt of a celestial being who told me a score. I've decided to bet the entire budget of 600 yuan on this score, 7 to 1. Lin Yu pointed at the screen displaying 7 to 1, 6,500 times. Mo Xiangying was momentarily stunned. "What? 7 to 1? If you say Lin Yu is serious, he has provided such a ridiculous reason. If you say Lin Yu is joking, he has indeed given such an outlandish excuse." Montag Xiangying exclaimed, "Xiaoyuzi, are you a fool, or do you think I am one?" Lin Yu responded, "What do you mean by thinking you're a fool?" Mo Xiangying persisted, 7 to 1. "Do you understand what that means?" She then proceeded to recount the highest scores in World Cup semifinals, emphasizing that historically, there had never been a 6-goal lead in such matches. The home team's special status often garnered them leniency from others. She rambled on for 5 minutes, exhausting her vocal cords, before asking, "This is football. Do you understand, Xiao Yuzi? Do you still believe Germany can score 7 goals in the semifinals?" Lin Yu gave a thumbs up and replied, "You are knowledgeable and impressive. I choose to believe in the football deity." 600 on 7 to 1. Mo Xiangying. At that moment, she regretted greatly. After seeing Lin Yu's balance, she had suggested such a high investment amount. Had she known he would choose such a fantastical score, she would have simply said 100 or even 50. Reluctantly, Mo Xiangying placed her hand on the mouse, entered the numbers, and suddenly realized, "Wait, we agreed on 500. How did it become 600? Lin Yu quickly grasped her hand and chuckled. 600 is an auspicious number. 500 doesn't sound good. Let us round it up. Mo Xiangying. 500 rounded up to 600? You call that rounding up? Unable to argue with Lin Yu, Mo Xiangying decided to let him add another 100, thinking that losing one round would teach him a lesson. To give you a sense of participation, please input the verification code you received on your phone. Lin Yu, this was the first time he had heard that entering a verification code for a transfer was for the sake of participation. You're quite the bandit. You're implying that you could easily swipe the money away without needing a verification code? For now, he chose to forgive her this time. An additional 100 could yield a profit of over 600,000. His joy completely overshadowed Mo Xiangying's smugness. Ultimately, she was still a young girl, albeit with a higher IQ. When Lin Yu mentioned the fantastical football deity, Mo Xiangying focused entirely on that, failing to realize that Lin Yu's real intention was to add another 100. A little social experience showed that presenting a ludicrous claim first, then revealing the actual request, made it easier to achieve one's goal. Had he simply stated, "I want to add another 100 on 7-1, he would have been outright rejected. All set. Tonight we agreed to watch the match together. If you don't wake up, we will drag you out and give you a good beating," Mo Xiangying said, shaking her little fists. As she swung them, she attempted a sneak attack. Lin Yu bent down, skillfully dodging, leaving Mo Xiangying to miss her target. Who else in our apartment is watching the match? Mo Xiangying mimicked a zipper motion with her mouth. It's a secret. I'll surprise you in your room tonight. Lin Yu, my room? Mo Xiangying, what do you think? Your bedroom is the largest in the apartment. It's practically the chosen room for watching matches. Lin Yu, all right, my room it is. Thinking about the impending windfall of millions, he realized that the location hardly mattered. Ding! Heavenly operation, willing to provide accommodation for the entertainment of the sect elders, greatly pleasing the elders. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu shifted his focus back to it. Mo Xiangying had 3 tasks, and the football match task was halfway completed. After the match ended in the early hours, it was highly likely that the settlement would occur. There remained 2 tasks: Array Theory, urgent task, and Hidden Injuries, daily task. What was Array Theory? He couldn't quite decipher it from the hint. It might relate to her business partners in the outside world. The hidden injuries were relatively easy to understand. There was an official health examination report: cold hands and feet, and spleen-stomach deficiency. Mo Xiangying had summarized that aside from these, she was very healthy. Cold hands and feet, along with spleen-stomach deficiency, were common symptoms. Cold extremities typically resulted from insufficient blood supply, possibly due to lack of exercise and work environment. Looking closely at Mo Xiangying's posture as she squatted on her chair, her waist and legs would inevitably face problems. Lin Yu didn't understand the world of geniuses. Could squatting on a chair while working really provide some miraculous benefit? Contemplating the cold hands and feet along with spleen-stomach deficiency, Lin Yu pondered what he could do for Mo Xiangying. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Of course. I almost forgot the skill book I just acquired." Chapter 21. The Art of Enchanting Foot Therapy. Astonishing Results. Moments later, within the confines of the room, the rhythmic tapping of fingers upon the keyboard filled the air. After concluding their serious discussion, Mo Xiangying immersed herself in her work, the specifics of which remained a mystery to Lin Yu. He wandered about, seeking the opportune moment to interject. However, Mo Xiangying was engrossed, her focus surpassing that of a typical internet addict, the sounds of her typing relentless. As time dragged on, Lin Yu deemed it more prudent to take the initiative. "Inger," he began. "Address me as sister," she retorted. "Just 3 days my senior. Stop using your birthday to belittle me. How long will you be occupied?" Mo Xiangying glanced at the clock, replying, "Until meal time, which is in half an hour. If you wish to sleep with me tonight, I suggest you resign yourself to waiting downstairs for dinner." The boy was indeed amusing. Once so bashful, he now displayed an unabashed demeanor. Lin Yu, slightly taken aback, feigned indignation. "You truly misinterpret my intentions. I only sought to offer assistance, seeing you toil so diligently. You are quite the character." His clumsy performance piqued Mo Xiangying's interest, her fingers still dancing across the keyboard as she turned her gaze towards him. "Oh, helping me? Little Yu, do you wish to assist me in coding?" Finally, they could engage in earnest conversation. Lin Yu settled back onto his wheeled stool and hastily responded. Is coding the only form of assistance? I just heard you mention your cold hands and feet, correct? I recently acquired a new skill in foot reflexology, which remarkably enhances blood circulation and alleviates cold extremities. I assure you, the effects are immediate and genuine. Mo Xiangying raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of skepticism and amusement. Man. Lin Yu bristled at her reaction. What else with that expression? You don't believe me, do you? She swiveled her chair to face him directly, an unusual position for her since his arrival. In a bold move, she placed one delicate foot upon his leg. Knowing how to massage and perform foot therapy, such a classic approach. Starting with the foot, gradually moving up the leg. And then when I say don't do that, be gentler, it becomes an irresistible progression. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows in disbelief, hastily retorting, listen to yourself. Such vulgarity. Such base thoughts. You should refrain from indulging in such indecent material. It's corrupting your mind. You dare to suspect a gentleman like me? As he spoke, he playfully seized Mo Xiangying's fair foot. I must admit, your skin is remarkably smooth. Do you apply oil regularly? She burst into laughter, amused by his unexpected boldness. The flirtatious version of Lin Yu was far more entertaining than his innocent facade. Continuing the playful banter, Mo Xiangying teased, Little Yu, is this your first time touching a girl's foot? Are you enjoying it? If you like it, just say so. I'm quite generous. No need to pretend to be an old Chinese medicine practitioner. Though she jested, Lin Yu was not merely a talker devoid of skill. The latest prize he had won, the art of enchanting foot therapy, was his source of confidence. The lofty description promised, with agile finger techniques, the meridians of the feet become unblocked, fatigue dissipates, and beauty arrives like a flock of phoenixes. He was eager to witness the effect on a girl. Am I pretending? Inger, remember your words. Don't beg me later, he stated, as he began to apply the techniques etched in his memory. Mo Xiangying, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, queried, beg you for what? Hee. Are you asking if I want to eat? Before the lottery, Lin Yu had been entirely ignorant of the pressure points on the soles of the feet. Yet, at this moment, he could accurately identify every reflex zone of the body. He understood the appropriate pressure and the number of presses needed to enhance the experience. He moved with the ease of a seasoned reflexologist, as if he had been mastering this craft for decades. Initially, Mo Xiangying believed it to be a mere flirtation, unaware that this was the beginning of her enthrallment. Ouch! My feet hurt a bit. It seems, with every two presses, her expressions shifted from dull pain to warmth and comfort. The sensation of relief surged, softening her body, and involuntary twitches indicated the prowess of Lin Yu's technique. With her eyes closed, she unconsciously adjusted her posture, extending her other foot towards him. At that precise moment, Lin Yu abruptly halted, withdrawing his hands from her feet. Mo Xiangying's eyes flew open, and she grasped his arm urgently. Little Yu, you can't just stop halfway through a foot massage. He leaned closer, narrowing the space between them, and noticed the faint blush adorning her ears. What a remarkable technique indeed. The results were astonishing. Just a few minutes of massage had captivated her so. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, yet feigned innocence, saying, Oh dear, what a lecherous rogue I am. Pretending to be a traditional healer. A couple of presses should suffice. I'll stop now. Mo Xiangying, not easily deceived, recognized his intent to counter her earlier mockery. For the first time in her life, she experienced a warmth flowing through her body, a delightful sensation of relief from her chronic coldness. How could she let Lin Yu in it so easily? Please, I beg you, Little Yu, would you continue? It was my mistake, Mo Xiangying implored, shaking his arm with a soft, pleading tone. Chapter 22. The girl in room 202 with extreme social anxiety, stealing glances. Ding. The exquisite maneuvers and adept finger techniques leave the elder of the formation Hall utterly captivated, prompting them to lower their stature and request your assistance. Reward, 20 spirit stones. With those words spoken, Mo Xiangying's confidence was utterly diminished. The initiative returned to Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu clasped his hands behind his back, returning her peculiar expression with a teasing grin. Do not say such things. I truly prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor. Please regain that spirit. Flustered, Mo Xiangying began to kick her legs against Lin Yu's, exclaiming, "I won't be rebellious anymore. I promise not to act proud. Xiao Yu, just a little longer, all right?" Lin Yu pointed at her flailing legs and said, Hey, I'm a cunning silver thief. You've seen through me already. How can I grant a silver thief any opportunity? Mind your reputation, pure young lady." Seeing her futile attempts, Mo Xiangying resorted to grasping Lin Yu's arm, shaking it earnestly. "All right, Xiao Yu, you carry on. It's not you who is at fault. It's me. I promise you will not lose out. When the World Cup final comes, I will cover your investment. 600. No, 1,000. How about it?" Hearing Mo Xiangying's sweet promises, Lin Yu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he pointed assertively towards the bed. "Sitting here only allows me to showcase a fraction of my abilities. Go. Lie down on the bed and await my arrival." Without hesitation, Mo Xiangying dashed away, obediently lying down, eagerly anticipating Lin Yu's next move. Lin Yu flexed his fingers, internally steeling himself. Today he must unleash the full array of the joyful foot inviting phoenix fingers, ensuring this talented little hacker becomes utterly addicted. 40 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the daily task hidden injury treatment, massage therapy, earning 80 SEC contribution points and 40 spirit stones. Current data. SEC contribution, 180, spirit stones, 100. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu set aside the moisturizer, withdrawing his mystical powers. Continuing further, he was uncertain whether he could endure. Lasting 40 minutes was already a miracle. With Mo Xiangying willingly coming to him, there was no need to rush to claim her. He headed to the bathroom for a quick wash, extracted a few sheets of paper from the table, and tossed the entire pack of tissues to Mo Xiangying. "Wipe yourself off? I must take my leave." Before exiting, he reminded her to remember to go downstairs for dinner. Inside the room, Mo Xiangying remained alone, a fine sheen of sweat adorning her forehead. She curled up, her hands and feet ablaze with warmth. Since living alone, she had never felt such comforting warmth. So impressive, Xiao Yu is truly remarkable. Montag Xiangying mom ulet incessantly. Lin Yu descended from the third floor, exhaling a breath of relief. The first day of his rebirth had indeed been fruitful. Reflecting on the wasted opportunities of his youth in his past life, he vowed not to live as a foolish boy again in this life. Beauty, wealth, and now an entire sect, he desired them all. As he approached the corner on the second floor, a sudden sound startled him, a loud thud as something fell to the ground. He halted and looked over, spotting a tall young woman clad in a pink and white hooded sweatshirt. A hooded sweatshirt dress? It was no wonder Lin Yu struggled to describe it. Beneath the oversized sweatshirt, two gleaming, straight legs were visible. At first glance, it appeared as though she had donned the sweatshirt as a dress, with nothing beneath. A closer inspection revealed the outline of white shorts at the hem. The girl stood at least 7 meters tall. The hood of her sweatshirt failed to conceal her fluffy chestnut hair, with a playful tuft peeking out defiantly. Large black-framed glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose, her eyes wide as they locked onto Lin Yu's. It was the height of summer. Although the apartment was cool, it was hardly chilly enough to warrant wearing a sweatshirt. Did she truly need to bundle up so tightly? Were there monsters lurking in the apartment? Such an outfit would appear exceedingly odd on anyone else in the building. Yet Lin Yu instinctively accepted it on her. Yi Mingfu, the 22-year-old resident of room 202. Her profession was reportedly that of an illustrator for children's picture books. Due to the nature of her work, she spent most of her time in her room drawing. She was the most socially anxious girl in the entire apartment. Having moved in over 6 months ago, she and Lin Yu had exchanged fewer than 5 words, each time no more than 3. Other roommates had mentioned her in passing, noting her silence with Lin Yu and everyone else. When she first moved in, some even speculated that Yi Mengfu was a mute. Moreover, Lin Yu harbored a particular concern. Yi Mengfu, besides Aunt Shi, was the only other person in the apartment with Dream in her name. She was also the prime suspect of Lin Yu's online love interest, Shinmeng Tingyu. Afraid to meet in person, she could very well be the type to engage in online romance. Much like Yi Mengfu, Lin Yu glanced down at the drawing board that had fallen to the ground. It seemed Yi Mengfu was preparing to venture out with her materials to find a place to draw. In the words of artists, to gather inspiration. Even with his suspicions, Lin Yu had no intention of overtly investigating. He maintained a warm smile, waving politely, Sister Fu, going out to draw. Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, he was taken aback as Yi Mengfu, looking as if she had seen a ghost, bent down to retrieve her drawing board and hurriedly dashed back toward her room. It seemed as though she feared he might devour her if she lingered a moment longer. Lin Yu? Something was amiss. Why was she running away? Could it be guilt? Was Shinming Tingjiu truly her? He pursued. Yi Mengfu, like a startled deer, rushed back to her room. Click, click, click. After spinning her hand around the doorknob 2 or 3 times, she realized the door was locked. As she prepared to retrieve her key, it was already too late. A dark shadow loomed, blocking the sunlight streaming in from the corridor window, enveloping Yi Mengfu entirely. Instantly, she froze, too frightened to turn around. Thud! In her extreme anxiety, the drawing board slipped from her grasp once more. This time, as she bent to pick it up, a larger hand reached out before her, retrieving the drawing board instead. Yi Mengfu straightened up quickly, facing the closed door. Behind her, Lin Yu stood bewildered. Was she unwell? Surely, there was a limit to social anxiety. Would she remain turned away from him indefinitely? Chapter 23. Is it you with whom I am romantically involved online? The trouble of eavesdropping. 3 minutes later, Yi Mengfu stood utterly still. Lin Yu leaned against the window, astonished. Today had been quite an eye-opener. The enchanting ladies in the apartment were truly remarkable, each possessing unique talents. The tall girl before him seemed to embody every conceivable skill. Lin Yu found himself curious. If he stood behind her for half an hour, would she stand facing the door in a similar manner for that long? Suddenly, a ringtone echoed from Yi Mengfu's pocket. Lin Yu straightened up, eager to see how she would respond. Yet, she remained unmoved. Lin Yu, feeling defeated, broke the silence. Your phone is ringing. Aren't you going to answer it? Upon hearing his voice, Yi Mengfu's shoulders visibly quivered. Soon after, her hands rustled within her pockets, but the phone remained untouched, and the ringtone ceased. Remarkable. You truly won't answer? Lin Yu mused, realizing that while Yi Mengfu was silent, she did react to his words. He pressed on, turn around. With a stiff posture, Yi Mengfu slowly inclined her head and turned towards him, much to Lin Yu's astonishment. Is she really this obedient? Could she truly be my online girlfriend? Such compliance was unfathomable otherwise. The notion that his online girlfriend was a children's book illustrator intrigued him. She must be quite innocent, dealing with children and art while grappling with social anxiety. Despite being 2 years his senior, her aura seemed to placate him. Summoning his courage, Lin Yu pointed at the door and said, You've kept me waiting at the entrance for ages. Why won't you open the door? Hearing his words, Yi Mengfu cautiously glanced up, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes and began searching for her keys in her pocket. Ding! What a remarkable maneuver. The Harmony Sect spellcaster has taken the initiative to open her chamber door for you. An exquisite opportunity to deepen your relationship. Reward, 20 spirit stones. The title of Harmony Sect spellcaster certainly sounded more impressive than the bell ringer of Chi Ching Chi. Lin Yu was genuinely surprised by how well-behaved his online girlfriend was. Reflecting on his past, he lamented missing out on such a delightful girl. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, Yi Mengfu deftly slipped into her room, swiftly closing the door behind her. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Having just praised her in his mind, she attempted to escape? With such proximity, there was no way he would allow her to shut him out. Inside the room, Yi Mengfu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just 10 minutes earlier, she had ventured to the 3rd floor to seek her only friend in the apartment. Montak Shangying. Standing at her friend's door, she had not even knocked before strange sounds reached her ears. Don't do that. It hurts. I can't take it anymore. Alongside Mo, Shangying's voice was that of a boy, who taunted, You can handle it, right? I'll push a little harder. Here it comes. Who else could it be but one boy in the apartment? Yi Mengfu, though socially anxious, was not naive. She understood the implications of what she had overheard. After returning to her room, she took a considerable amount of time to calm her racing heart. Her best friend, in broad daylight, engaged in such activities. It was a scenario she had unintentionally eavesdropped on. Feeling restless, she decided to step outside for a stroll in the park. By sheer coincidence, she encountered Lin Yu in the hallway. Perhaps because of her guilt from eavesdropping, she instinctively shied away from him and hurried back. To her surprise, Lin Yu blocked her path. Thankfully, she had seized the opportunity to dart into her room. As long as she secured the door, she would be safe from whatever dangers lurked outside. However, as Yi Mengfu forcefully closed the door, she was horrified to discover it would not latch. Peering through the gap, her heart raced. Lin Yu's foot was caught in the doorway, preventing her from shutting it. Fearing injury to his foot if she continued to push, Yi Mengfu quickly eased her strength. Yet, considering Lin Yu's physical prowess, it was improbable that a slightly taller girl could truly harm him. At that moment, Lin Yu's frustration grew even more. You thought to leave your boyfriend outside, did you? Today, I must teach you a lesson. As Yi Mengfu relinquished her grip, Lin Yu effortlessly swung the door open and confidently stepped inside. Yi Mengfu, once again resembling a startled deer, retreated to the easel in the corner. With a decisive action, Lin Yu locked the door behind him. Upon witnessing this, Yi Mengfu fell into a state of panic. Staring at the locked door, she could only stammer, no. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she found it difficult to speak, especially in such an intimate setting with a boy. The soft plea of no nearly ignited Lin Yu's hidden desires. The situation bore a striking resemblance to a scene from a romantic film, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lin Yu exerted the authority expected of a boyfriend, demanding, "Just because you say no, does that mean I must comply? Are you instructing me? You flee the moment you see me, as if your guilt is written all over your face. You cannot hide a secret like this." His questions were directed at his online girlfriend, yet Yi Mengfu interpreted them differently. Fidgeting with her hands, she lowered her head and remained silent. Feigning a departure, Lin Yu remarked, "Very well, if you refuse to acknowledge it. I shall spread the word about the good deeds you secretly perform for me. I might just head upstairs to chat with Mo Shangyi." At this, Yi Mengfu's anxiety peaked. Mo Shangyi was her sole friend in the apartment. Even though she had merely overheard something by chance, if Lin Yu spoke of it, he would brand her a listener, jeopardizing her friendship. Forming connections was arduous for someone with social anxiety. "Don't go," Yi Mengfu exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. Lin Yu, wearing a triumphant grin, turned back to question her. "Will you admit it now?" With no other option, Yi Mengfu reluctantly nodded, her expression one of resignation. Chapter 24. Intrusion into the little painter's room, commanding authority. Seeing Yi Mengfu nod, Lin Yu could not help but feel a flutter in his heart. It was indeed her. Earlier that morning, he had pondered which celestial being in the apartment was playing tricks on him. By noon, he had successfully caught this elusive little rabbit. The entire process was remarkably smooth. Observing Yi Mengfu's delicate thighs tightly pressed together, he recalled the playful interactions between couples online. How delightful! With Yi Mengfu acknowledging him, the subsequent steps would be much easier. The online husband was determined to assert his authority in reality. Let her experience the shadows. Let her attempt to flee. Let her be met with a cold shoulder. Lin Yu was in no rush. He took his time to admire the little painter's fragrant sanctuary. How could one describe the decor style within Yi Mengfu's room? It was as if a rainbow had exploded within its confines. A series of hanging lines adorned the walls, replete with artworks of varying styles. Traditional elegance, vibrant oil paintings, whimsical cartoons, sunny study scenes. Yi Mengfu's artistic flair was eclectic and dynamic, suggesting she was more than just a children's book illustrator. The only piece truly related to children's literature was the chibi rabbit she was currently painting on her easel. The rabbit held a sign that read "Help," a striking reflection of Yi Mengfu's current predicament. Lin Yu circled the easel and sauntered toward the edge of the bed. Yi Mengfu, noticing his approach, hurriedly retreated. Maintaining a distance between them, Lin Yu chuckled. "The room is so small. Where can you possibly run?" Yi Mengfu, feeling both wronged and anxious, bit her finger as she watched Lin Yu settle onto her bed. She chose to stand by the window, where a gentle breeze provided a semblance of reassurance, allowing her to keep a distance from him. Little did she know, she was utterly oblivious to Lin Yu's true intentions. Having never experienced a situation where an unfamiliar man invaded her space, she was at a complete loss as to how to respond. Seated comfortably on the soft mattress, Lin Yu leaned back lazily. Little Fu, now that I've found you, are you planning to say nothing? The disconnect in their communication caused Yi Mengfu to feel increasingly anxious. What was she supposed to say at this moment? Words eluded her. In a moment of desperation, she snatched up a blank small canvas from the table. With the sound of her pencil scratching against the paper, a simple chibi rabbit soon sprang to life. Presented to Lin Yu. The rabbit was bowing, holding a sign that read, "I'm sorry." Conversing through drawings? This was a novel form of communication for Lin Yu. Was this socially anxious girl truly this adorable? Lin Yu feigned exasperation. Is that all it takes for such a significant matter? A mere "I am sorry"? Yi Mengfu flipped the canvas to the next page and began to draw again. In no time, a chibi rabbit, now shedding tears, appeared on the canvas. This time, heart-shaped bubbles floated above its head, pleading for mercy. Unfortunately, the socially anxious artist failed to comprehend the male psyche. Such words would only serve to entice him further. Lin Yu donned a contemplative expression, saying, "To let you off? Well, that could be arranged." Yi Mengfu's heart lifted slightly at the prospect that Lin Yu might cease his probing. However, as she raised her gaze, she was met with Lin Yu patting the space beside him. "Do you resemble un monster? Why are you so far away? Come sit here. If you behave, I might consider letting you off." The thought of being let off was entirely out of the question. He would not accept a relationship that faded into obscurity. Having flirted with Shanming Tingshu for quite some time online, there had been ample suggestive exchanges. He couldn't possibly switch gears to a mere first gear upon their first real encounter. Even if Yi Mengfu desired to retreat into the shadows, she ought to inquire whether Lin Yu would permit it. The timid Yi Mengfu, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, felt her heartbeat race uncontrollably. Despite her internal protests and resistance, she found herself unable to articulate a refusal. Thump, thump. Lin Yu patted the mattress again, startling Yi Mengfu into quivering apprehension. Ultimately, her timid nature compelled her to take hesitant steps toward the bed. What once had been her sanctuary now felt like a goblin's lair. Each step felt unbearably heavy. Upon reaching the bedside, Lin Yu shifted slightly, straightening up. The sudden movement startled Yi Mengfu, prompting her to scurry to the wall, bracing herself against it. Feeling insecure, she wrapped herself tightly in a small blanket from the bed. Only after doing so did she awkwardly realize that Lin Yu had made no aggressive moves. He merely sat upright. Yi Mengfu felt a wave of regret. Did I overreact? Would he be angrier now? This exemplified Yi Mengfu's profound misunderstanding of men. Her series of defensive actions did little to protect her. In fact, they only heightened her vulnerability. It was a textbook demonstration of how to excite a predator in 100 ways. However, Lin Yu is not a predator. He would not engage in wrongdoing. He simply intended for his online girlfriend to take the initiative. In a commanding tone, Lin Yu stated, "You are the first to come fully armed," apologizing and begging for mercy. "Now, remove your hat." Yi Mengfu pondered Lin Yu's words for a moment. There seemed to be some truth to it. She had indeed eavesdropped and offended him, feeling too guilty to admit it. Though it was purely accidental, Lin Yu seemed to have done nothing wrong. Rather, it was she who had been overly defensive, lacking a genuine attitude of apology. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Mengfu slowly removed her hat. Her fluffy yet neatly arranged short hair tumbled out, with the most conspicuous feature being a rebellious tuft. Perhaps from a restless night, it stood quite tall. Upon witnessing Yi Mengfu's compliance, Lin Yu continued with his orders, "Call me husband." Yi Mengfu's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, filled with disbelief and confusion. Could she truly believe her ears? Call husband? Was that something one could casually utter? In her mind, such a term was reserved solely for married couples. Moreover, Lin Yu had just emerged from Inger's room. How could he say such a thing to her? Inger was not only a friend within the apartment, but also her only confidant in life. How could he dare? The man before her was utterly terrifying. Indeed, her instinct to flee had been correct. She should have run away. Yet, she had somehow been cornered by Lin Yu. Chapter 25. The Crying Talismancer. Something seems off. Observing Yi Mengfu in a daze, Lin Yu resolved to give her another nudge. With her timid and socially anxious demeanor, it was no wonder she hesitated to meet in person. If this continued, how could their relationship progress further? At this moment, the most effective way to encourage her was to invoke the fear of loss. No matter, I shall extol the virtues of your good deeds. Following the original plan, I will first seek out Ying. With a flick of his hand, Lin Yu made no pretense of leaving. Yi Mengfu, in a state of urgency, pleaded, "Don't go." Lin Yu raised his right hand, announcing, "You have 5 seconds." 5, 4. The sudden countdown struck Yi Mengfu's heart like a bolt from the blue. What should she do now? Why was this happening to her? If Inger found out, she would undoubtedly feel embarrassed and refuse to talk to her. And then, would she lose her best friend? As Lin Yu's pinky finger remained raised, Yi Mengfu ultimately acquiesced, her lips trembling as she uttered, "Husband." Ding! In a remarkable display, the talismancer of the Harmony Sect has voluntarily addressed the host as husband, significantly highlighting the host's status. Reward: 20 spirit stones. However, the true reward lay not in the system's bounty, but in the fact that the little artist had bravely ventured beyond the confines of their online relationship, allowing their budding romance to seep into the realm of reality. Once she had uttered the term husband, Yi Mengfu felt her spirit leave her. This was disastrous. She had unwittingly referred to her best friend's boyfriend as husband, although it was a forced concession to protect her friendship with Inger. Yi Mengfu could not shake the feeling that the scoundrel Lin Yu would not let her off easily. As she had anticipated, a series of claps echoed. It was not Lin Yu clapping for her, but rather for himself. After applauding, he pointed to the space on his lap. Yi Mengfu was perplexed. Having called him husband as he requested, was he not going to leave? What strange antics was he up to now? Seeing that Yi Mengfu remained unresponsive, Lin Yu clapped his thigh again, saying, "What are you staring at? I'm asking you to place your legs over here. You always boast about how fair your legs are, as white as snow. Come here, let me inspect them." Tears welling in her eyes, Yi Mengfu exclaimed internally. What audacious words was he uttering? Occasionally witnessing Inger tease Lin Yu, she had even felt a twinge of sympathy for him, perceiving him as a mild-mannered, somewhat timid boy. Little did she know that her perception of Lin Yu would shatter so easily. To her astonishment, he was a cad who had ensnared her best friend, and now he dared to extend his grasp toward her. She had believed that calling him husband would suffice to conclude the matter, yet Lin Yu appeared insatiable, eager to overstep boundaries. Yi Mengfu found herself questioning her self-worth. Had she ever flaunted her fair legs? Wasn't it common for girls to dress similarly in the summer? Was it truly a form of suggestive boasting in the eyes of men? Did she really need to wear long pants? In truth, Lin Yu was not so crude. His so-called boasting was merely a playful exchange with his online girlfriend. Observing Yi Mengfu's bewildered silence, Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Was it necessary to nudge her along each time? Despite not being a virtuous individual, he did not wish for their interactions to seem coercive, as if all advancements were achieved through threats. Hadn't he earned this moment through countless late-night conversations? Summoning his courage, Lin Yu seized the summer blanket draped over Yi Mengfu. "You two are ridiculous. Wearing a sweatshirt on such a hot day is one thing, but covering yourself with a blanket? Aren't you hot?" With that, he yanked the blanket off her. Yi Mengfu. The startled little artist's reaction was comical. She pressed herself tightly against the wall, attempting to retreat. Perhaps due to the awkwardness of her movements, she inadvertently stood up. In her rigid stance atop the bed, her slender, straight legs were now fully exposed. Any man who claimed he didn't wish to gaze upon such a sight was undoubtedly lying. Lin Yu's situation was quite different. Not only could he look, but as her boyfriend, he had every right to touch. Indeed, this was splendid. "Your shorts are so short, with so many loose threads. Let me check if they are unraveling. Don't move now." As he spoke, Lin Yu playfully extended his hand, eager to see where Yi Mengfu would try to hide this time. She had already pressed herself against the wall. Was there anywhere else for her to retreat? It was not Lin Yu who had cornered her. Rather, it was Yi Mengfu's own series of actions that had led her here, before Lin Yu could reach her. However, warm tears began to trickle onto his hand. Drip, drip. The sensation startled him into momentary stillness. Oh no, this was a disaster. He never intended to make his online girlfriend cry upon their first meeting. His intention had merely been to tease her, but to bring her to tears was entirely unintended. Quickly withdrawing his hand and standing on the floor, Lin Yu hurriedly explained, "Why are you crying?" Oh dear, I was just joking. Are you scared? It's my fault. My fault. Please don't cry. Sit down, I won't tease you anymore. Initially intending to comfort her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, Lin Yu realized that given Yi Mengfu's height of 7 meters while she stood on the bed, it would appear quite odd. Consequently, he opted to grasp her hand instead, offering a soft consolation. As Yi Mengfu felt her hand enveloped by his larger grasp, she choked back her sobs. Hadn't he just said he wouldn't tease her? Why was he still holding her hand? Was he truly deceiving her? Yi Mengfu wished to withdraw her hand, but hesitated, fearful of inciting Lin Yu's ire and provoking him to his previous antics. Hands, after all, were preferable to legs. She could only hope that Lin Yu would not go too far and would cease his mischief. With their hands joined, the interface displaying Yi Mengfu's information materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Yi Mengfu, age, 22, sect identity, talismancer of Harmony Sect, affinity level with host. 1. First stage. Obscured vision. Number of Tao companions. Soul cultivation, physical cultivation 00. Special constitution, unguarded. Attribute skills. Host status is lowly, temporarily undisclosed. Other information. Host status is lowly, temporarily undisclosed. Current task. Purchase talismans. Daily task. The sect is running low on talismans, urgently requiring procurement for talismanic writing. Purchase drawing paper. Lin Yu. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Chapter 26. No more closing doors on me. Andy's major client. Level 1 of intimacy. Only 1 data? More importantly, due to Yi Mengfu's unique constitution, the number of soulmates was displayed even in the absence of sufficient intimacy levels. Both soul cultivators and physical cultivators were 0. What a joke. Wasn't Yi Mengfu his online girlfriend? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Immediately, Mo Xiangying's voice drifted in from outside. Xiao Fufu. Are you there? Xiao Fufu? Lin Yu's heart raced. If Mo Xiangying discovered he had sneaked into Yi Mengfu's room after coming downstairs, there would be no way to explain. However, Lin Yu soon realized that his worries were unfounded. Yi Mengfu was even more terrified than he was. Standing on the bed, she covered her mouth with her hands, sobbing quietly in distress, fearing that her sniffles would be overheard by Mo Xiangying outside. What a misunderstanding. If it weren't for mistaking Yi Mengfu for an online girlfriend, Lin Yu wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Seeing Yi Mengfu's pale face filled him with guilt. Outside, a voice mumbled to itself. That's strange. Did she go out? I wonder if Xiao Fufu came upstairs to find me? After taking a potion, Lin Yu's hearing had significantly improved. He heard Mo Xiangying's quiet mutterings clearly. It turned out that Mo Xiangying and Yi Mengfu had such a close relationship in the apartment. For someone who struggled with social anxiety to take the initiative to knock on a door, they must be very close. No wonder Yi Mengfu appeared so anxious when Lin Yu had threatened to reveal her good deeds to Mo Xiangying. Mo Xiangying's mention of going upstairs to find him was not heard by either of them, as Lin Yu was too engrossed in his antics. This led Lin Yu to deduce the situation. The reason why Yi Mengfu ran away upon seeing him was likely because she had overheard something she shouldn't have at Mo Xiangying's door just moments ago. Thus, the entire matter could be pieced together. What a blunder. It seemed that in Yi Mengfu's heart, his image as a scoundrel was now firmly entrenched. Hearing the footsteps outside gradually fade away, both Lin Yu and Yi Mengfu breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance, and Yi Mengfu instinctively tightened her legs, her eyes reddening once more. Lin Yu quickly retreated a bit, maintaining a respectful distance from the bed. While he was indeed lecherous, he was not to the extent of forcing himself on her. Such matters should arise from mutual consent. Otherwise, they held no interest for him. Lin Yu awkwardly said, Xiao Fu, stop crying. Come down, I won't touch you. The words left his mouth, but they felt odd. Having just suffered a peculiar punishment, Yi Mengfu was terrified. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, she dared not move, remaining pressed against the wall, her head lowered and tears still flowing. Lin Yu lamented, before heaven and earth, I genuinely wish to speak earnestly and gently. Yet, Yi Mengfu's current state rendered her unable to comprehend. Lin Yu shifted his tone. Xiao Fu, I said come down and sit properly. 3-2. To his surprise, before he could finish counting, Yi Mengfu immediately crouched down along the wall and quickly sat up straight. With a helpless expression, Lin Yu remarked, "So, commands are the only way to get through to you?" It appeared he was destined to play the villain today. Maintaining his serious demeanor, he continued, "Wipe your tears. Do not cry." The command was issued, and Yi Mengfu promptly complied, hastily wiping the tears from her eyes. Although her shoulders still trembled, no more tears fell. Her obedient demeanor sparked a hint of wickedness within Lin Yu. Truly, her extraordinary constitution left her utterly incapable of refusal. Having grown up safely, it was fortunate for her that she was socially anxious. A girl like Yi Mengfu would have been easily taken advantage of in the outside world. Lin Yu pulled a chair from behind to sit and organize his thoughts. In his earlier conversation, where he had pressured Yi Mengfu, he had inadvertently mentioned Mo Shangying, striking a nerve with her. It seemed that Mo Shangying held significant importance in her heart, possibly even as her only friend. Regardless, the image of the scoundrel could not be shaken off. The best way to prevent further escalation of the situation was to continue the charade. Playing the role of a virtuous gentleman was exhausting, while being a scoundrel was far simpler. "Xiaofu, I can let you off, but I do not wish for anyone else to know about what transpired in your room today. This is a secret between us. Do you understand?" Yi Mengfu nodded quickly. Compared to his earlier demand, keeping the incident in her room a secret was trivial. Even if Lin Yu said nothing, she would not tell anyone. There was no one to tell. Lin Yu seized Yi Mengfu's sketchpad, opened the clip holding the drawings, and removed the two adorable rabbit sketches. Her artistic skills were commendable, and these two pieces were to his liking. "I'll take these as a gift for your apology today. Any objections?" Yi Mengfu hurriedly shook her head. She dared not voice any objections. Besides, they were merely two casual drawings, not of great importance. A moment of silence lingered in the room. Lin Yu felt a pang of reluctance as he stood up and approached the door. Having witnessed the societal norms that prioritize wives in his previous life, looking at the little artist before him was truly astonishing. As he reached the door, Lin Yu glanced back and caught Yi Mengfu stealing a glance at him. It seemed she was frightened and impatiently eager for him to leave. "Aren't you going to see me off?" he asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Mengfu hesitated, fidgeting with her fingers as she stood up. She approached Lin Yu but dared not come too close, maintaining a safe distance that allowed for a quick escape. She was uncertain whether Lin Yu might suddenly change his mind and return to act inappropriately. This time, Lin Yu truly refrained from any excessive actions. He opened the door, ensured the corridor was clear of others, and stepped outside. Yi Mengfu exhaled in relief, intending to close the door securely. However, Lin Yu's head poked back in, startling her and causing her to freeze in place. "One last thing. In the future, when I come looking for you, do not pretend you're not home, and do not leave me standing at the door. If I find out you are deliberately ignoring me." Lin Yu's gaze dropped. "Be wary of your legs." His threatening tone once again left Yi Mengfu feeling weak in the knees. Only after Lin Yu's footsteps faded into the distance did she timidly dash to the door, quickly locking it and leaning against it in exhaustion. Reflecting on everything that had transpired and Lin Yu's parting words, Yi Mengfu tearfully adjusted her hat. Were the days ahead not going to be entirely entangled? After leaving, Lin Yu secretly sighed, despite intending to avoid coercive tactics. Seeing Yi Mengfu obediently comply made it difficult for him to resist. "Just this once, it won't happen again. I shall communicate properly with the little artist from now on," he muttered to himself. Descending to the dining hall, he found Mo Shangying and Qi Qingqi already seated, waiting for him to join them. Upon seeing Lin Yu's late arrival, the two women could not help but complain. "Xiao Yu, did you have an upset stomach? Why is it taking so long? Could Xiao Lin be catching up on sleep? She must have been exhausted last night." Lin Yu did not respond to their banter. Instead, she began searching for Aunt Qiming's figure. Despite having laboriously prepared a feast, Aunt Qiming was nowhere to be found in the dining hall. "Where is Aunt Qiming? Why are there only the three of us?" Lin Yu inquired. Aunt Qiming mentioned that a female client urgently needed 300 roses. She barely had time to eat before rushing off to the shop. She asked us to save some food for her, as she would return later to heat it up, Mo Shangying explained, pulling a chair closer and urging Lin Yu to sit down for a meal. The mention of a female client and 300 roses stirred familiar thoughts within Lin Yu. Qi Qingqi picked up a card and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "Xiao Lin, this is what Aunt Qiming dropped." Please return it to her when she comes back. It seems to be a client order card. Aunt Qiming still hasn't kicked her habit of misplacing things. Lin Yu took the card and glanced at the name inscribed upon it. He Jing. Indeed, it was her. One of the partners responsible for Aunt Qiming's demise in her previous life. Chapter 27. The Grand Scheme of Protecting the Sect, the Appearance of the Thousand-Faced Fox. The reason for labeling her as one of the partners is that in a previous life, Aunt Qiming was betrayed by more than one person. Aside from He Jing, there must be others working in tandem with her. In his past existence, Lin Yu, as a university student, lacked the means to investigate thoroughly. After gaining some societal experience, the events had long faded into obscurity. He only recalled Aunt Qiming weeping after being deceived, her words echoing in his mind. I trusted He Jing too much, which led to my downfall. I have no enmity with them. Why would they harm me? Lin Yu, at that time, was powerless to uncover the truth. Now, he not only seeks to unveil the mysteries, but also to prevent any such occurrences from transpiring. Dining with two high-ranking members of the sect. The host status within the sect is poised for imminent elevation. Reward, 20 spirit stones, after dining with Qi Qingqi and Mo Shangying. Lin Yu did not rush to engage in further conversation. The days ahead are long, and as long as the apartment remains, so too will they. What must be prioritized now is the task of confronting the grand scheme of protecting the sect. In his past life, Aunt Qiming had cared for Lin Yu with great attentiveness. He has etched these memories into his heart. Knowing that Aunt Qiming had no time for lunch, Lin Yu refused to allow her to return for leftovers. Before the three began their meal, he had prepared a portion of the food in a thermal container. After swiftly finishing his lunch, he hurriedly set out for Aunt Qiming's flower shop to deliver her lunch. The commercial street housing the flower shop was not far from the apartment. A leisurely walk of a mere 10 minutes would suffice. Along this route, besides Aunt Qiming's flower shop, there was also Mao Rui's pet store, along with two other shops where his roommates worked, including a community hospital. In the future, should he find himself with leisure time, visiting his roommates' stores to pass the time and complete tasks would be quite pleasant. As for today, all other matters must be temporarily set aside. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of Aunt Qiming's shop. Starflower language, flower shop. Through the glass window, he caught sight of Aunt Qiming, busy with her work. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and a purple headband held back her hair. Whenever she became engrossed in her tasks, she would wear it to prevent sweat from dampening her hair, which would take longer to manage. Besides Aunt Qiming, there was also a woman in her 30s in the shop, wrapping roses alongside her. The two appeared to share a good rapport, chatting and laughing amiably. As Lin Yu stepped inside the shop, he was greeted with a warm welcome. Oh, Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Chen Qiming nearly mistook Lin Yu for a customer. Upon recognizing him, her face instantly lit up with joy. Lin Yu raised the thermal container in his hand and said, after cooking all morning, you forgot to eat, so I had to come and play delivery man. A heartwarming gesture as the proxy sect master, while busy with sect affairs, is not forgotten when it comes to meals, winning her favor. Reward, 20 spirit stones. This wave of rewards left Lin Yu feeling somewhat guilty. The food was originally prepared by Aunt Qiming. He was merely acting as a courier. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the woman beside Chen Qiming leaned closer to her and whispered, Qiming, is this the male university student you're raising at home? He is quite handsome. No wonder they want to set you up. You've always declined. Fresh grass nourishes the soul. Ha, you're so lucky. You know which luck I'm talking about. Chen Qiming's face flushed to her ears. She hurriedly nudged the woman's arm, murmuring, be serious. I'm Xiaoyu's aunt. Don't let him hear. After a brief exchange, the woman boldly waved at Lin Yu, saying, hello, handsome. I'm a good friend of your aunt's, He Jing. You can't call me aunt. It makes me sound old. Just call me Sister Jing. Crisis alert. The instigator of the sect's greatest crisis, the thousand-faced fox, has appeared. Please remain vigilant, host. So, it is her. The system has automatically issued a crisis alert. This, in fact, serves as a fortuitous occurrence. In this way, should he encounter anyone allied with her in scheming, the system would likely provide a warning. As long as he keeps a close watch on Aunt Qiming, the adversary will eventually reveal themselves. The woman, He Jing, sported long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned in a black off-shoulder dress that accentuated her figure. With heavily applied makeup and fiery red lips, she exuded a certain allure akin to a refined lady. Had he not been aware of her sinister intentions lurking beneath her facade, one might easily be deceived into believing she and Aunt Chiming shared a deep friendship. Suppressing his inner revulsion, Lin Yu adopted the sunny disposition expected of a university student, saying, "Hello, Sister Jing. I apologize. I didn't realize there were others in the shop. I only prepared one portion of food. Would you like me to go to the nearby restaurant and get something else for you and Annie to share?" Ding. A brilliant maneuver. The host has concealed his feelings well, successfully disarming the thousand-faced fox's suspicions. Maintain vigilance as you approach the enemy, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Reward: 20 spirit stones. Rather than exhibiting indifference or disdain, it would be far more advantageous to present himself as a naive university student, allowing He Jing to feel more at ease in her approach. Chapter 28. The Glory of Harmony Sect Disciples. He Jing takes the bait. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, He Jing's smile blossomed even brighter. She shook her head and replied, "Thank you, handsome, but I've already eaten. Just take good care of your Aunt Chiming. You needn't worry about me." After speaking, she cast a meaningful glance at Chen Chiming. The subtlety between mature women was something Lin Yu had begun to grasp. In his past life, he might not have been able to handle such nuances, but now, even a friendly rivalry was no challenge. At that moment, Chen Chiming felt both grateful and touched. Since she started her flower shop, Lin Yu had only visited a handful of times. His initiative to come by today and bring her lunch genuinely delighted her. The boy she had brought home had finally grown up. "Xiaoyu, thank you for making the trip. Just place it on the table. I'll finish wrapping the flowers and then eat. If you have nothing else to do, feel free to look around the shop." Chen Chiming's last statement was delivered with great caution, as she was uncertain whether Xiaoyu would wish to linger. The thoughts of a young man could often be more elusive than those of a young woman. What if Lin Yu was merely making a quick stop and had other plans? Would her invitation only serve to complicate matters? Lin Yu sighed inwardly. In his past life, he would have likely turned and left, especially with others present. The fact that Aunt Chiming had to be so careful in inviting him to stay made him feel uncomfortable. Rather than respond directly, he approached Chen Chiming, took her hand, and placed the thermal lunchbox in her palm. "When are we eating? Are we combining lunch and dinner? Let us eat now. I'll wrap the remaining flowers." Chen Chiming's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh." He Jing, observing the young man's assertive actions, flashed a knowing smile. Lin Yu continued, "It doesn't seem too difficult to learn. Don't worry, I'm quite clever and will catch on quickly. Isn't Sister Jing wrapping them beautifully? I'll ask her for guidance. By the time you finish eating, I might have it all done. Hurry and eat while it's still hot." Perhaps due to his recent conversation with Yi Mengfu, Lin Yu spoke with an unusual assertiveness, as if an innate instinct was awakening. By the end of his statement, he had almost adopted a commanding tone. Ding! Such remarkable operation, genuine and strong concern, has stirred the heart of the proxy sect master. Reward: 20 spirit stones. This sudden show of strength ignited an unfamiliar feeling within Chen Chiming. The previous Xiaoyu had spoken with a similar firmness, but it had mostly been cold and resistant. Today, however, his assertiveness was laced with genuine care. Holding the lunchbox, she felt inclined to agree but hesitated, considering He Jing's assistance. He Jing placed her hands on Chen Chiming's shoulders, urging, "Go eat quickly, or else our little handsome will feel distressed. Leave it to us, we'll have you wrapped up in no time." "Do we really need to say more?" Lin Yu observed He Jing's actions, acknowledging her strength. If it weren't for his memories of a past life and the system's reminders, even after several lifetimes, Lin Yu would not have questioned the closeness between He Jing and Aunt Chiming. The bond they shared felt akin to that of sisters. With heartfelt gratitude, Chen Chiming said, "Well then, thank you both for your help. Xiaoyu, take your time learning. There's no rush, I'll finish eating soon." After she moved aside to eat, Lin Yu began to learn how to wrap flowers with He Jing seriously. The task involved over 300 roses, with a request for 10 stems to be bundled into 30 small bouquets. The workload was neither trivial nor overwhelming, yet the urgency caused Chen Chiming to miss her lunch. Through his conversation with He Jing, Lin Yu gathered a wealth of information. He Jing had been divorced for 3 years, remaining single without a formal job, seeking entrepreneurial opportunities from home. She mentioned that she was learning from Aunt Chiming and would soon have a new job. The implications in her words suggested she was about to become Aunt Chiming's partner. Perhaps she considered Lin Yu too young to be privy to such details. Meanwhile, Lin Yu learned that today, a significant client was not He Jing herself, but someone else entirely. Little handsome, now you understand my relationship with your aunt, right? We share a sisterly bond forged in mutual support. I truly owe my gratitude to your aunt for providing me with this opportunity. Hearing this, Chun Chimeng, who was eating, quickly interjected, Jing, please don't say that. I should be the one expressing gratitude. If it weren't for your introduction, I wouldn't have had access to such a big client like Boss E. My little flower shop has been struggling. I desperately need customers. Lin Yu shook his head in disappointment. As an adult who had been in the world for several years, it was disheartening to see Aunt Chiming so naive. There are no free lunches in society. Every act of kindness is often driven by unseen interests. The Boss E that Aunt Chiming mentioned was likely another perpetrator. As for whether Lin Yu's assessment was correct, he would find out when he met the person. Aunt Chiming, where will these flowers need to be delivered? Since I have nothing else to do this afternoon, I could run the errand for you while you stay here. Lin Yu offered, eager to see Boss E and confirm his identity. Before Aunt Chiming could respond, He Jing placed her hand on Lin Yu's shoulder, saying, Little handsome, there's no need for you to deliver them. Boss E will come to the shop to pick them up. He always arrives on time. As He Jing drew closer, an overwhelming scent of perfume enveloped him. The seemingly casual gesture of placing her hand on his shoulder, accompanied by her perfect smile and alluring gaze, felt oddly familiar. Was she truly a close friend of Aunt Chiming? He Jing's underlying charm seemed quite profound. Even Lin Yu, seasoned by trials, found himself momentarily unable to discern whether He Jing's allure was instinctual or a calculated advance. If it were the latter, he owed his gratitude to the rejuvenating effects of the Shengyan Yusue Dan. The ordinary looks he once possessed could never have captivated such a multifaceted vixen. Feigning embarrassment, Lin Yu averted his gaze. His current persona was that of an innocent young man, ill-equipped to withstand the advances of an alluring older woman. The more convincingly he portrayed this role, the more it piqued her interest. While he was oblivious to the thoughts of respectable individuals, he was well aware of the inclinations of those with less scrupulous intentions. The more bashful the young man, the more enticing he appeared to those who wished to toy with him. Ding! Perfect disguise. As a disciple of the Harmony Sect, I'm naturally adept at bewitching others. The host has successfully awakened the desires of the multifaceted vixen. Exercise caution to avoid revealing the identity of a Harmony Sect disciple. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu silently chuckled. Not only did she wish to take over his sister's shop, but she also seemed intent on claiming his sister's affections. Ah, women, your name is greed. Chapter 29. The profoundly skilled fox, Mr. E makes his entrance. Sister Jing, the Mr. E you mentioned, who orders 300 to 400 roses every week, must be quite wealthy, right? Lin Yu seized the opportunity to shift the conversation and probe for information about Mr. E. His manner of speaking was exceedingly natural, reminiscent of a young boy unable to resist a tease, casually searching for topics to discuss. He Jing continued wrapping the roses, explaining, This is just the beginning, handsome. There will be even larger orders coming up. Have you heard of Shenghui Film City? He is the manager of the procurement department there, responsible for acquiring props for numerous film crews. Collaborating with someone like Mr. E means your aunt is on the verge of striking it rich. Striking it rich? Huh. Little did they know, this was merely a trap that Aunt Chiming was about to fall into. Shenghui Film City, located in Bacchus City under the jurisdiction of Pingchuan, is one of the 8 major film cities in the country and a preferred choice for many legitimate film crews. Mr. Yi's public persona indeed had considerable weight. However, one could not help but ponder why he would resort to underhanded tactics against a small flower shop owner. His reputation was likely a facade. Investigating Mr. Yi's background thoroughly in a short time posed a significant challenge for Lin Yu, given his current capabilities. When one cannot accomplish a task alone, the best course of action is, of course, to rally support. Within the apartment resided a talented hacker girl adept at digging into people's backgrounds. After all, he was also a candidate for the upcoming first love experience. He could easily find an appropriate opportunity to enlist her help in uncovering personal details. Handsome, when tying the ribbons, make sure to hold the bouquet tightly while you tie it. Like this, the flowers 1T scatter, and it will look much nicer. Don't you think? He Jing took this chance to guide him, grasping Lin Yu's hand and helping him secure the flower stems. Lin Yu could swear he had already held them as tightly as possible. He Jing was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, choosing a position where Aunt Chiming could not see them, creating a moment of physical contact to draw their relationship closer. Lin Yu had introduced himself twice, stating his name was Lin Yu and that he could be called Xiao Lin or Xiao Yu. Yet, He Jing insisted on referring to him as handsome. Wasn't it obvious enough? In the past, he had employed clumsy tactics, never anticipating that one day they would rebound upon himself. Want to play? Very well. I shall indulge you. Lin Yu feigned innocence, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Stammering, he managed to say, "Thank you, Sister Jing. I will be careful." Such a display only made him appear to be an inexperienced and naive university student. Once He Jing withdrew her hand, Lin Yu quickly glanced at her, only to find her smiling at him with a keen gaze, compelling him to avert his eyes once more. This was precisely the intention. He wanted to intentionally let He Jing catch him stealing glances. At this moment, Lin Yu's image transformed into that of an innocent youth, brimming with youthful curiosity. One must first make themselves known as a target for the flies to take notice. Handsome, I heard from your aunt that you were a student at the Film Academy of Pingchuan University. I've been in Pingchuan for many years and know several professors there. One is particularly impressive, often mentoring graduate students. If the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to him and pave the way for my good friend's handsome nephew. He Jing continued to advance the conversation. Inwardly, Lin Yu mused, which professor? I would like to hear more. In this day and age, boasting requires no capital. Outwardly, he replied, thank you for your concern, Sister Jing. I hope not to trouble you. He Jing, radiating warmth, responded, what trouble? With your good looks. Perhaps you could even debut as an actor. If you become a star, don't forget about me. As she spoke, He Jing picked up her phone and called out to the back. Chiming, would you mind if I added your university student as WeChat? Chen Chiming quickly swallowed her food and innocently replied, why would I? Xiao Yu, add Sister Jing as a friend. Sister Jing, if you know any professors, please look out for our Xiao Yu. Lin Yu thought, ah, Aunt Chiming, your naivety is truly disarming. Is this concern? This is pure sacrifice. Your university student is about to be thoroughly devoured, yet you happily boast about your meal. Ding, perfect disguise. The masterful art of seduction has lulled the multifaceted fox into a false sense of security, prompting it to leave behind a traceable communication token. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu had no reason to refuse the request to add WeChat. He opened a friend request interface and awaited He Jing to provide her number. This way, he would not only add her on WeChat, but also seamlessly obtain her phone number. Chen Ximing ate exceptionally quickly. Just as Lin Yu finished wrapping 2 bouquets, she returned to the fray. The 3 of them worked together, and within mere minutes, they successfully completed all the bouquets. The fabled Mr. E was indeed punctual. They finished wrapping, and not 5 minutes later, a BMW X5 with a provincial license plate pulled up outside the flower shop. Lin Yu even suspected that Mr. E had been waiting nearby, ready for news from He Jing. A message sent here, and the car arrived instantly. As the car door opened, a middle-aged man, around 40, stepped out. He wore a deep blue collared polo shirt, dark gray casual pants, and black leather shoes, with a few streaks of gray in his slick-back hair. Were it not for the expensive-looking watch on his wrist, one might mistake him for a leader from some organization. Indeed, the motion of stepping out and flaunting his watch could easily intimidate many. Ding! Crisis alert. The orchestrator behind the sect's greatest crisis, the Faceless Owl, has appeared. Please be cautious, host. Task Association, protect the sect's grand scheme, the Faceless Owl, the orchestrator. This sounded more sophisticated than the multifaceted fox. From their previous encounters, it was clear that even if He Jing was not a serious person and had her own agenda, she could hardly achieve anything significant. It appeared that Mr. Faceless Owl was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Seeing that a major client had arrived, Chun Shiming attempted to rise to open the door herself. However, Lin Yu grasped her arm and stepped ahead to open the shop door, whispering to her, "Aunt Shiming, what is Mr. Yi's full name?" Chun Shiming reflected for a moment before responding, "I believe it's Yi Haizu," with Hai meaning ocean and Zhou as in carving a boat to seek a sword. As they spoke, Yi Haizhou entered the shop. Out of courtesy, Lin Yu took the initiative to greet him. "Welcome, Mr. Yi." As Aunt Shiming and He Jing had referred to him, Lin Yu naturally followed suit. However, Yi Haizhou merely glanced at Lin Yu with slight acknowledgement before turning his attention to the two women. "Manager Shiming, good to see you again." "Ah, Jingjing is also here." Well. Is it true that your eyes only see the women?" Lin Yu thought to himself, feeling dismissed as if he were merely a small fry. "Man, you are playing with fire." Chapter 30. One cannot blame Annie for the character's setup. It was further remarked that Jingjing was also present, acting as if she were a person of significance. Whether Jingjing was truly there or not, did you not already have an inkling? Chun Shiming discreetly glanced at Lin Yu, noticing that Yi Haizhou had overlooked him. However, in the presence of the esteemed client Yi Haizhou, it was not prudent to say much. Chun Shiming relinquished her position, saying, "Bossy, please come in and take a seat. The flowers have all been packaged." He Jing leaned against the flower table and meaningfully remarked, "With such a vast business, boss, you must have many procurement tasks, right? If there's anything you need, please remember to support our little shop first." Yi Haizhou responded with polite decorum, "Of course. The quality of flowers at Qiming's shop is exceptional and the prices are fair. She is a particularly esteemed partner among my local collaborators. However, I must apologize. I cannot stay today as I have many matters to attend to. Could you please assist me by placing the flowers in the trunk? I will transfer the payment to your bank account." Yi Haizhou's straightforwardness indeed surprised Lin Yu. Was he so direct? Normally, one would expect him to engage in some form of rapport with He Jing, enhancing his stature as a prominent figure, perhaps to elicit admiration from Annie Qiming. Or he might be drawn to the single Annie Qiming, demonstrating care and goodwill. Yet, none of this occurred. The first order of business upon his arrival was a discussion of transactions, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Perhaps after the transfer, Yi Haizhou's ambitions would truly unfold? Lin Yu could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He followed Annie Qiming and He Jing as they placed the bouquets into Yi Haizhou's vehicle. To prevent the flowers from being crushed during transit, Chun Shiming thoughtfully prepared 3 small boxes to maintain the upright position of the bouquets, demonstrating meticulous care. After arranging everything, Lin Yu intended to return to the shop, curious to see what Yi Haizhou would do next. However, Yi Haizhou bypassed the customary visit back to the shop and addressed Chun Shiming directly. "Qiming, the payment has been transferred to your account. Next week at this time. As usual, 300 bouquets." Chun Shiming picked up her phone to check and hurriedly exclaimed, "Boss E, why did you transfer so much? It's an extra 2,000. Yi Haizhou, now standing by the driver's side door, graciously waved his hand with a smile. "Consider it in advance for the next order. I look forward to our collaboration." Just as he was about to enter the car, he paused and casually added, "By the way, Qiming, the contract for the large order of Damascus roses that I mentioned will be ready in 2 weeks. Please explore your channels. I trust you. Until next time." Chun Shiming beamed with excitement. "All right, I will handle it as soon as possible." "Thank you, Boss E. Drive safely." Watching the BMW X5 gradually recede, Lin Yu felt a weight in his heart. One could hardly blame Annie Qiming. It was no wonder she was deceived. That fellow, Wu Xiangxiao, truly possessed remarkable skill, swift in action, decisive, courteous, and practical. Most impressively, he casually transferred an extra 2,000, effortlessly glossing over it as a mere advance, subtly exhibiting the trust a successful individual has in a budding entrepreneur. He had deftly tapped into the vulnerabilities of human nature. Time was of the essence for Lin Yu. With only about 2 weeks remaining, he needed to accelerate his efforts to navigate the crisis regarding the protection plan. Upon returning to the shop, He Jing seized the opportunity to boast, "Qiming, look at how charmingly successful Boss E is. What a pity you aren't looking for a partner. Otherwise, I would gladly introduce you." Chun Qiming quickly dismissed her. "Jingjing, don't joke with me. How could Bossy be interested in someone like me? I'm just an ordinary worker. The mention of the Damascus rose supplier you previously spoke of. He Jing gestured an okay sign, smiling. Don't worry. I got it covered. I know a flower merchant from Hetian, and the wholesale price is quite reasonable. Given the large volume of Boss ES order, we could conservatively estimate a 30% profit. Lin Yu listened to their exchange, beginning to comprehend the scheme between He Jing and Yi Haizhou. Yi Haizhou was responsible for establishing a Fa Ade, while He Jing fanned the flames and played along. This combination made it challenging for an ordinary person to discern the truth. From Lin Yu's perspective, both Yi Haizhou's large order and the flower merchant He Jing mentioned were likely fabrications, designed to ensnare Chen Qiming. The weekly order of 300 roses was merely a sweet bait. Once Chen Qiming bit, that small sum would pale in comparison. Not long after Yi Haizhou departed, He Jing made an excuse to leave the shop for a beauty treatment. Lin Yu did not follow her. There was little merit in pursuing her, as it would not resolve any substantive issues. Alerting Annie Qiming to be wary of He Jing and Yi Haizhou was likewise futile. Lacking any solid evidence, one could not expect to convince a money-minded Annie Qiming with mere intuition. Moreover, it could easily backfire, prematurely alarming them. Fortunately, He Jing and Yi Haizhou had underestimated Lin Yu, unaware that their seemingly flawless plan had already been unraveled by him. At this juncture, the most pressing matter for Lin Yu was to spend time with Annie Qiming, were it not for the need to support a university student and purchase costly film equipment. He would not have been so eager to earn money that he fell into the traps set by those with ulterior motives. After tidying up the shop with Annie Qiming, she once again entered a mode of pleasantries. Oh dear, with your help, the work has progressed much faster. Thankfully you brought me lunch, otherwise, I would have surely gone hungry. Thank you, Xiao Yu, for all your help today. The so-called help amounted to watering flowers in the morning, delivering lunch at noon, and wrapping bouquets. The meal was prepared by Auntie Qiming herself, yet she had expressed her gratitude multiple times. This was not due to a lack of intimacy between them, but rather that Lin Yu had never engaged in such daily tasks before. The shift from 0 to half a point in their relationship made her feel that he had suddenly become so considerate. In reality, the maximum score might have been 100. Xiao Yu, you should go back and rest, or perhaps hang out with friends. Do you have enough money? Wait a moment. As she spoke, Annie Qiming reached for her drawer. Seeing this, Lin Yu grasped her arm. I still have plenty of money on me. It's not necessary for now. There is no need for you to keep thanking me for these trivial matters. If I were to thank you continuously for 24 hours, would that suffice? Chen Qiming gazed at Lin Yu, lost in thought. He had grown. It was not merely her illusion. Xiao Yu had truly matured, no longer finding her bothersome. He also recognized her kindness. In that instant, Chen Qiming forgot the hardships of life, feeling as though everything she did was worthwhile. Ding! Exceptional operation. The host has shown gratitude, bringing immense joy to the proxy sect leader. Reward: 20 spirit stones. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu reflected inwardly. Annie Qiming was far too easily pleased by him. Just a couple of words had filled her with joy. This afternoon held no pressing matters. What he desired most was to spend more time with the special relative he regretted not cherishing in his previous life. Annie Qiming, don't just keep asking if I'm tired. Come and take a seat on the lounge chair. I have recently acquired a new skill that you should try. Chapter 31. Serving Annie, new friends watching the game together. During the afternoons, Chen Qiming would often take a nap in the shop. There was a specially designated, comfortable, folding recliner for her use. When she learned that Lin Yu intended to massage her shoulders, she hesitated for quite some time. However, after Lin Yu's persistent urging, she finally settled into the recliner. Lin Yu positioned a chair behind her, ensuring the angle was just right for a massage. The technique he had learned, known as Huanzuyin Fengji, was primarily a foot massage method rather than one for the shoulders and neck. Nevertheless, the skills and pressure he had acquired could be adapted. Whether it would yield effective results remained uncertain, but at the very least, it wouldn't leave her feeling worse. Even the notion of a shoulder massage prompted numerous refusals from Chen Qiming. If he suggested giving her a foot massage in the shop, it would be utterly out of the question. After a few minutes of gentle persuasion, Lin Yu excused himself by saying he would apply a bit more pressure. and he began to massage her through the fabric of her sleeves. Despite having been busy all day, Aunt Chiming's skin was devoid of any clammy sweat, remaining refreshingly smooth to the touch. As he continued, the neckline of her blouse occasionally shifted, sometimes closing up, other times crumpling into a delightful disarray, revealing glimpses of her beauty, which stirred Lin Yu's emotions. After a series of gentle manipulations, Aunt Chiming transitioned from her initial reluctance to a state of serene enjoyment. Her eyes closed in bliss. The occasional deep breaths she took and the subtle flush on her graceful neck indicated her physical delight. Ding! Your heartfelt actions and warm words have greatly endeared you to the proxy master, strengthening the bond between you both. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Xiao Yu, when did you learn this technique? It's impressive, really effective. I feel so light, not so heavy anymore. Chen Qimeng, with her eyes shut, had completely surrendered to relaxation. Lin Yu, kneading her neck, replied, I just learned it in the past few days. I saw how hard you work and thought I'd learn it just for you. Internally, he mused, I love to sprinkle a little white lie now and then. It's no great sin. After speaking, Lin Yu observed Chen Qiming's reaction. To his surprise, she had fallen asleep. Wow, you really sleep well. Did you doze off so quickly? At such a pivotal moment, she had succumbed to slumber. Lin Yu's hands did not cease their movements, continuing for another half hour. As Chen Qiming lay in a state of blissful relaxation, her slumber deepened. Seizing the rare opportunity to be in the shop, Lin Yu took his time, quietly sitting beside her, accompanying her midday nap. After silencing his phone, he didn't remain idle. Noticing a message from his online girlfriend, he fully engaged, entering a playful banter mode. Chun Ming Ting Yu, I'm back from shopping. The streets were so crowded, it seems like the students are on break. Chun Ming Ting Yu, darling, let me show you the snacks I bought. I got a ton. Chun Ming Ting Yu, photo of snacks, reading her messages. Lin Yu pondered. The information about students being on holiday suggested that his online girlfriend was likely not a student herself. A tantalizing thought. Sisters in the apartment were all in their 20s. Any one of them would make a fine choice. Enlarging the snack photo, he searched for clues. But aside from the snacks, the image revealed only a common beige table. No other useful information was present, indicating she was a cautious girl, leaving no traces behind. Lin Yu, I want some drooling. Lin Yu, eat plenty. I prefer my little wife to be plump and fair. Lin Yu, how's the weather on your side? Send me a picture. It's sunny here. Lin Yu, photo of a clear sky outside. As the conversation progressed, Lin Yu subtly guided the chat. If his online girlfriend was in her apartment, the subsequent weather photo might reveal some clues. Different orientations of the rooms could provide insight into the apartment's layout, and the height and view might help deduce the floor level. To uncover the identity of his online girlfriend, he knew he would need time and effort. Before long, Chen Meng Ting Yu replied. Chen Meng Ting Yu, puffed, stop lying. All you guys like fair and thin girls. Chen Meng Ting Yu, your wife is quite slender, very fair, even whiter than the clouds outside. Are you under this cloud? Chen Meng Ting Yu, photo of a cloud in a blue sky. Lin Yu, okay. Chen Meng Ting Yu, okay. Lin Yu, quite the wit. Is it possible to engage in such clever banter? Not only did she deftly evade his trap, but she also managed to tease him in the process. This sister certainly had skill. He had now ruled out Aunt Chiming, Ji Qingqi, Mo Shanying, Mao Ver, and Yi Mengfu as possible suspects. There were still 4 girls in the apartment he had yet to meet. He couldn't help but feel challenged. He resolved to uncover the identity of his online girlfriend among these 4 within 24 hours. If there was an opportunity to meet, he would seize it. If not, he would create one. 2 hours later, Chun Qiming finally awoke from her refreshing slumber. Stretching and striving to regain her consciousness, she pondered her whereabouts. Upon glancing at the clock hanging in the shop, she quickly remembered that it was not evening yet. She had merely been napping. Before her nap, Xiao Yu, Chun Qiming recalled and hurriedly rose from the recliner. Are you here? Woke up. Lin Yu's voice startled her as he had been sitting beside her the entire time. During those 2 hours, Lin Yu had come to understand one crucial point. The reason Chen Qiming was so eager to earn money. The shop's atmosphere was far from bustling. In such a long stretch of time, there hadn't been a single customer, not even one to inquire about prices. If business continued this way, financial troubles would surely follow. Having avoided the scams of Zhang San today, he might find himself taken advantage of by Li Si tomorrow. Xiaoyu, you've been here the whole time? Chen Qiming exclaimed, covering her face in embarrassment. Oh my, I can't believe I slept for so long. It truly wasn't entirely her fault. Lin Yu's massage had been so delightful that she had completely shed her fatigue and slipped into a state of emptiness. Today had been the most comfortable nap she had ever taken in the shop. As she moved, several tissues slipped from her shoulders. Noticing they were damp and not entirely dry, Chen Qiming blushed and stammered. Ah, I didn't drool, did I? How embarrassing. Lin Yu, stretching and offering consolation, replied, Not at all, you still look beautiful. Seeing you sleep so soundly makes me happy. It means my skills are paying off. Chen Qiming nodded repeatedly, praising. It's truly wonderful, Xiaoyu. You're even more skilled than those who claim to be professionals. Teach me too, and I can help you massage. Meanwhile, in apartment 202, Mo Shanning lounged casually in her underwear, sprawled across Yi Mengfu's bed like a starfish. In the sweltering summer, this was considered quite a lot of clothing for a girl's room. Often, she would lock her door, embracing her natural state without a care. Xiaofu, why do you seem so down? Did someone upset you today? If you don't feel like talking, you can always draw it out for me. As Yi Mengfu's only friend, Mo Shanning understood her personality well. In her haste, she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts to her friend. Instead, communication through drawing seemed to be a swifter means of expression. No. Yi Mengfu leaned against the headboard, cradling a cushion in her arms and shaking her head. She truly did not know how to broach the subject with Mo Shangying regarding the events of the day. This matter was destined to remain a secret shared solely between her and Lin Yu. Oh, is it because of that person's arrival that you feel unwell? Hee, cheer up. Tonight, we have the eagerly anticipated World Cup semifinals. I have wonderful news for you. I found a kindred spirit for us to watch the match with. A new friend, Mo Shangying leaped beside Yi Mengfu, her petite frame diving into her embrace. New friend? Yi Mengfu inquired with suspicion. Chapter 32, Awakening at Dawn, The Logic of the Hacker Girl. Having departed from Aunt Qiming's shop, dusk had already begun to settle. To alleviate any pressure of preparing dinner for her, Lin Yu opted for a simple bowl of noodles at a nearby eatery. He was also mindful to order a takeout for Qi Qingqi, the reclusive girl who was waiting at home for sustenance. While dining, Lin Yu decided to withdraw the 360 spirit stones he had accumulated within the system, bringing his balance to 10,001 yuan. It seemed he had entered the realm of the affluent. Instead of rushing home, he strolled along the commercial street and stumbled upon an art supply store. Excuse me, do you have this type of drawing paper? Lin Yu inquired, unfurling the artwork he had taken from Yi Mengfu's room earlier. The shopkeeper glanced at it and promptly retrieved a pack of A3 sketch paper, 10 yuan per pack, with 50 sheets included. How many packs would you like, young man? After comparing sizes, Lin Yu confirmed that it was indeed identical to the paper used by the budding artist. He had initially assumed that specialty drawing paper would be exorbitantly priced, but it appeared his preconceived notions had misled him. Please give me 10 packs. Can I pay online? He requested. Of course, let me get you a bag, the shopkeeper replied. Lin Yu had not forgotten the daily task involving Yi Mengfu. Bringing back this drawing paper would not only fulfill her needs, but also contribute to his sex merit. Moreover, considering the rather audacious actions he had taken earlier in her room, purchasing something she required could help alleviate any awkwardness between them. If Lin Yu's judgment was correct, the drawing paper would be delivered by dawn. He hoped the time limit for the daily task would not be too short and would last until the early hours of the morning. The friend Mo Shangying mentioned, with whom they would watch the game, was likely Yi Mengfu. It was indeed surprising that these two girls could bond over shared interests. After completing his purchase, he was about to leave when he noticed a row of cartoon stickers adorning the door. One particular sticker at the bottom caught his eye. Isn't this the rabbit from that series? Lin Yu crouched down to take a closer look. In 2014, the animated series that year, that rabbit had yet to be produced. It was merely a serialized comic from the mysterious demon factory that had just begun to gain popularity with a few merchandise items released. The sticker he held depicted the main character rabbit, whose delightful expressions were quite charming. This caught his attention as it reminded him of the two stickers he had in hand, the apologetic rabbit and the pleading rabbit. Such whimsical items, while they might not earn him points, certainly would not detract from his standing. He purchased the sticker and took it home with him. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Yu found the common area devoid of any housemates, dashing his hopes of completing some tasks. It was only the first day of his rebirth, and he was not overly anxious. After all, there would be plenty of time for enjoyment. On WeChat, he and Mo Xiangying had agreed on a time to watch the match, Germany versus Brazil in the semifinals, scheduled for 4 a.m. They arranged to meet in his room half an hour earlier. To avoid disturbing others, Lin Yu informed Mo Xiangying that he would leave the door unlocked. Otherwise, knocking at 3 or 4 in the morning would surely disturb their neighbors, particularly Aunt Qiming, who lived next door. After finalizing their plans, Lin Yu refrained from lingering in the apartment and returned to his room to catch up on sleep. Having spent the previous night at an internet CAF, he needed to rise early to watch the game. Even a young body could not withstand such a strenuous schedule. To ensure he wouldn't miss the match, Lin Yu set an alarm for 3:15 a.m., allowing him ample time to wake and prepare before the girls arrived. He anticipated a tranquil and peaceful night. However, at 2 o'clock in the morning, he was jolted awake by the system's notification. Ding! A remarkable feat. The host's alluring charm has attracted 2 esteemed seniors from the sect to share the beauty of a night. Reward: 40 spirit stones in a daze. Lin Yu realized the source of his awakening was not his alarm, but the system's chime. Had he truly overslept, missing his alarm? He fumbled for his phone beside the pillow, squinting at the screen. 2:02, he exclaimed, astonished that he had woken up an hour and a half early. What was happening? With his enhanced hearing, honed by the medicinal pills, he caught the faint sounds of conversation at his door. As the resident of the largest suite in the apartment, anyone wishing to enter his bedroom would first have to pass through the small living area. At that moment, he witnessed Mo Xiangying, phone in hand, stealthily guiding Yi Mengfu into his room, illuminated only by the dim light of the phone screen. "Come on, Xiaofu, step inside." "Don't worry, I'm here," Mo Xiangying urged, gently pulling her friend along. Yi Mengfu hesitated, her voice quivering slightly. "Shouldn't we turn on the lights?" "Shoo. The phone screen is enough. Turning on the lights would alert Lin Yu to our presence." Mo Xiangying whispered back. Earlier, that brow was so cocky. "I thought I'd pull back his blanket to see how he'd react." Hee. Yi Mengfu shook her head vehemently, trying to withdraw her arm. Internally, she had already defined a relationship between Mo Xiangying and Lin Yu. Hearing Mo Xiangying's words made her think, "Please don't involve me in your couple's antics. The daylight was already awkward enough. I can't bear another moment of embarrassment. Xiaofu, wait here for me. Once I give you a signal, you can come into the bedroom," Mo Xiangying instructed, understanding her best friend's disposition and knowing that Yi Mengfu would never dare to participate in such antics. In contrast, Mo Xiangying was bold and audacious. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was left in disbelief. Is there no decency left? Sneaking into a male roommate's bedroom in the middle of the night to pull back his blanket? How can anyone conceive of such an act? It takes an extraordinary mind like Mo Xiangying's to even think of this. Since she was intent on playing this game, Lin Yu felt compelled to teach the young hacker a lesson in the harsh realities of life. Chapter 33. I thought a thief had entered. Let the revenge begin. Indeed, Lin Yu's suspicions were confirmed. The friend Mo Xiangying brought to watch the game was none other than Yi Mengfu. The young ladies. The scenario was beginning to unfold in an intriguing manner. To Lin Yu's astonishment, even in the absence of any light source, he was still able to discern his surroundings. Although the visibility and detail were not comparable to daylight, he could easily make out the general contours around him. The effects of the refined bone and body pill were truly remarkable. With the enemy in darkness and himself in light, the advantage was unmistakably his. Silently, Lin Yu descended from the bed, seizing the moment while Mo Xiangying had yet to locate the bedroom door. He slipped out of the room, seamlessly merging into the shadows of the living room. In his line of sight, he could clearly see Mo Xiangying, phone in hand, gradually inching towards the bedroom along the wall. The meticulous little hacker had even left her slippers at the door, opting to tread barefoot to avoid making noise. Her resolve to continue her plan of uncovering the bedding was commendable, displaying both bravery and cunning. Unfortunately for her, while she was on the second floor, Lin Yu was well above in the atmospheric layers. Once he observed Mo Xiangying enter the bedroom, Lin Yu approached with measured steps, a sly grin forming as he made his way toward Yi Mengfu, who stood at the door. Which target to seize first? It was an obvious choice, the softer option. With Mo Xiangying's entrance, the living room was plunged into complete darkness, devoid of even the faintest glimmer. Yi Mengfu longed to illuminate her surroundings with her phone. Yet her fear held her captive. Leaning against the doorframe, she remained motionless, straining to capture any sound from within. Lin Yu crept closer, barely making a sound. However, Yi Mengfu's heightened focus allowed her to detect the slightest rustle of the floorboards. "Yingya," she exclaimed, mistakenly believing it was Mo Xiangying returning empty-handed, and instinctively reached out in front of her. In one swift motion, she grasped what she thought was Yingya's arm. In this unfamiliar and unsettling environment, the sudden sense of companionship ignited a singular desire within Yi Mengfu. She craved a hug. Without hesitation, she launched herself toward what she believed to be Yingya's shoulder. But this embrace left her heart racing, as she realized she had become the one ensnared. Yi Mengfu and Mo Xiangying differed significantly in height. Typically, she would envelop Mo Xiangying like a mother koala, cradling her joey. Yet today, she found herself as the joey, unable to escape the grasp of the formidable koala that had ensnared her. Panicked, she yearned to push away, to spring back, to cry out. Yet in moments of extreme tension, the body often betrays its owner, trembling and yielding, while the voice remains trapped alongside her racing heart. The only sounds resonating were her heavy breaths and the rapid thumping of her heart. Then it dawned on her, aside from me, who else could be present in the room? It had to be Lin Yu. Ding! A remarkable maneuver. The Harmony Sect's charm has willingly embraced the host. This signifies a significant step on the path of Harmony. Reward, 20 spirit stones. The scene, the sensation, compelled Lin Yu to muse poetically. What on earth does it mean to be so smooth? Is it not simply a matter of being exceedingly smooth? He could hardly be blamed. Yi Mengfu had leapt into his embrace uninvited, leaving him in a rather passive position. Aware that any further advances, kisses, or touches would likely maintain her frozen state, he pondered the consequences. If he crossed the line, would she not vacate the premises, rendering his efforts fruitless? Every roommate is an invaluable asset to the sect. A decline in talent can spell disaster for any great enterprise. For the sake of long-term strategy, it was prudent to seize the moment and pursue gradual breakthroughs. Little Fu, is that you, Little Fu? Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am Lin Yu. You startled me. I thought a thief had entered. Surely, it's not yet time for the game. So why did you arrive early? Lin Yu hastily donned a facade of earnestness, helping Yi Mengfu to her feet. I. His display of integrity left Yi Mengfu's mind reeling. Her thoughts thoroughly derailed. Just moments prior, she had been internally battling, adamantly reminding herself that if Lin Yu dared to touch her again, she would scream. It was imperative that she did. But now, with Lin Yu's sudden release and his seemingly rational explanation, she found herself questioning her own intentions. Indeed, it was true that she and Mo Xiangying had stealthily invaded Lin Yu's room without his prior knowledge. Although unintentional, it was she who had initiated the embrace, while he merely stood there, unflinching. In the darkness, their proximity allowed Lin Yu to observe the bewildered and slightly confused expression on Yi Mengfu's face. For him, it mattered little, as long as she did not cry or cause a scene. There was still another little one waiting for his attention. As for Mo Xiangying, he felt no need for restraint. Little Fu, wait here for me. I hear something in my room. It may indeed be a thief. Allow me to investigate. With that, Lin Yu disregarded Yi Mengfu's stammering attempts to explain and swiftly made his way toward the bedroom. There was no opportunity for her to clarify. If she were to articulate her thoughts, Lin Yu would have no chance to reprimand her. In the room, Mo Xiangying had stealthily approached the bedside, her ascent to the bed meticulously broken down into several steps to avoid creating any disturbance. She had already gauged the position of the bedside lamp, planning to pull back Lin Yu's covers and exclaim, "Wake up, you sleepyhead." Next would come the moment of reveling in Lin Yu's disheveled appearance, a consequence of his earlier arrogance. Once atop the bed, Mo Xiangying raised her phone screen, leaning toward the pillow to locate Lin Yu's face. She took several pictures, but was met with an absence of Lin Yu's figure. Where's he? Did he slip beneath the covers? Doubt crept into Mo Xiangying's mind as she pinched the corner of the blanket and slowly lifted it, hoping to verify if Lin Yu was as restless in slumber as she suspected. However, as she lifted one corner of the summer blanket, the opposite side simultaneously rose. In the next instant, the entire blanket enveloped Mo Xiangying's upper body. She muffled, her voice swallowed by the covers. Lin Yu swiftly closed the distance, wrapping his arm securely around Mo Xiangying's neck. Now, it was his turn to take the initiative. Chapter 34. Unlocking New Attributes. What is this physique? Mo Xiangying, with her upper body smothered beneath the covers, lay on the bed, kicking her legs in a futile attempt to shout and struggle. Lin Yu needed only minimal effort to easily restrain her. What a joke. Did she not consider whose room this was? Coming and going as she pleased, causing a ruckus. If I don't beat you until the ground is carpeted with apricot blossoms, you want to understand why the flowers are so red today. Stealing from me. Such a bold little thief. As he spoke, Lin Yu withdrew his hand and struck Mo Xiangying's backside. Slap. Mo Xiangying, I'll teach you not to steal. Slap. Let us see if you dare to steal again. Slap. Lin Yu expertly controlled his strength. The sound was crisp and resonant, yet it wouldn't truly harm Mo Xiangying. After all, he would still need her to perform tasks later. However, to his astonishment, before he could finish administering his punishment, he had genuinely caused some damage to Mo Xiangying. Initially, with each slap, Mo Xiangying would moan and wail beneath the covers, her cries gradually diminishing. By the 7th or 8th slap, the atmosphere began to shift. The girl nestled under his arm seemed to transform into a silkworm cocoon. With each angle and force of his strikes, she squirmed continuously. Instead of begging for mercy, it appeared as if she was anticipating. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the attribute skill of the Elder of the Array Hall. Reverse Tao Body. Congratulations, host, for deepening your intimate relationship with the Elder of the Array Hall, advancing to the 6th realm of Red Lawn Heartbeat, allowing for binding as a soul cultivator body, cultivator partner upon completing subsequent tasks. Reward. Sect contribution 50, Spirit Stones 50 Lin Yu. Reverse Tao Body. Mo Xiangying possesses such an extraordinary physique. The sect contribution and Spirit Stone rewards paled in comparison to her allure at this moment. Lin Yu truly wished to deal with Mo Xiangying on the spot. What rationality, what calculations. Force is the true miracle. A few more slaps, and let us see if Mo Xiangying can still remain rational. Alas, the unfortunate factor was, there was another painter in the room, and her timing was dreadful. Lin Yu cursed himself for not being Li Xuanhuan. Otherwise, he could have quipped that she had arrived just in time for everyone to revel together. At this moment, Yi Mengfu, standing at the living room door, was the one truly tormented. A dual torment of mind and body. She was still a child. Why was she forced to endure such a situation, hearing those sounds from within? Could this be the peculiar interest between Ying, and Lin Yu? Yi Mengfu was, after all, an adult who had reached the legal marriage age, not an ignorant fool. The sound from within were not merely the sound of slaps against skin. Helpless, Yi Mengfu could only cover her ears, desperately trying to block out the noise. So, Lin Yu was secretly such a volatile person? She had never seen this side of him before. It was terrifying. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. In the bedroom, Lin Yu reluctantly ceased his actions. If he continued, he would truly risk letting Yi Mengfu witness a private film. Given Yi Mengfu's personality, deepening their intimate relationship would undoubtedly become even more challenging. For the sake of his long-term plans, he gritted his teeth and endured. After stopping, Lin Yu rose and turned on the bedroom light. Mo Xiangying, realizing the light had illuminated the room, immediately sat up from the bed, her hair disheveled, her complexion flushed. Logically, one would expect that upon regaining her senses, Mo Xiangying would either scold Lin Yu in a spoiled manner or adopt a menacing demeanor and retaliate. Lin Yu was prepared for her to lash out as soon as he released her. With her good friend present, she couldn't possibly go wild and admit to being spanked, could she? Naturally, all of this presumed that Mo Xiangying was a normal individual. But she was not. Mo Xiangying sat on the bed, first rubbing her hot cheeks, then displaying a contemplative expression. Lin Yu, observing from his side. What's going on? Did she short-circuit from the slaps? In reality, Mo Xiangying was genuinely pondering. The moment the covers had enveloped her, she recognized that Lin Yu had tricked her. Initially, she was indeed furious. After being taken advantage of by Xiao Yu at noon, she had suffered a secret loss in the early hours. She could hardly contain her desire to leap up and tightly choke Xiao Yu, forcing him to call her sister 100 times. Yet, with each slap that fell, not only did her inner fury dissipate, but it also opened a door to a new world. Mo Xiangying was astonished to discover that she felt no anger, and she even didn't wish for Lin Yu's actions to cease. How peculiar! Lin Yu lifted his hand, waving it in front of Mo Xiangying's eyes, forcibly calling her spirit back. Mo Xiangying seized Lin Yu's hand, holding it before her to scrutinize closely. Lin Yu's heart raced, and he quickly warned her, Hey, you were the one who trespassed first, so don't seek revenge on me. However, Mo Xiangying seriously analyzed. Xiao Yu, does your hand possess some strange magic? It was the same during the day, and just now it was again. How strange! What phenomenon could this be? Lin Yu. What a wonderfully composed rationalist. It turned out she had encountered an unknown dilemma and intended to explain it scientifically. But truly, how ridiculous. What is so strange about you? You're just a hidden Aimu physique. Such matters, Lin Yu would naturally not disclose to Mo Xiangying. Since she was a cold, rational type, it was only fitting to toss the puzzle back to her for her to ponder. Oh, right, little foo-foo. After being lost in thought for a while, Mo Xiangying nearly forgot about Yi Mengfu at the door. She hurriedly jumped out of bed, but before rushing to the living room, she tossed her hair back and said, I'll settle the score with you later. Wait until I figure out what just happened, and then we'll see. Lin Yu. Shyness was a foreign concept for her. It would never happen. She was thoroughly validating theories through practice, devoid of any girlish charm. Not only was her physique extraordinary, but Mo Xiangying's thought process was too. It was nearly impossible to find a second person like her in the entire world. The farce had temporarily reached a pause. Yi Mengfu's face still bore an expression of panic, unable to recover from the earlier commotion, and was pulled into Lin Yu's bedroom by Mo Xiangying. Observing the contrasting states of the two, it appeared as if she were the one who had been bullied on the bed. She seemed even more anxious than the one who had been struck. In the living room, Lin Yu had not paid much attention. Tonight, Yi Mengfu wore a long-sleeved tracksuit. She was indeed committed to the style of not feeling hot. Who was she dressing for? Glancing at Mo Xiangying beside her, clad in a form-fitting ice silk dress, a mix of nightwear and casual attire. It felt thin to the touch. No wonder it seemed like he was striking flesh earlier. The two girls seemed to belong to entirely different climates. Clearly, the events of the day had significantly impacted Yi Mengfu. Her legs, which were worth flaunting, had been discreetly hidden away. Little fufu, sit down. Xiao Yu one tea bite. After jumping on a Lin Yu's bed, Mo Xiangying noticed Yi Mengfu still standing nearby. So, she stood on the mattress, wrapped her arms around Yi Mengfu's shoulders, pulling her weight down. Lying down on Lin Yu's bed, Yi Mengfu gasped and quickly sat up straight, casting a nervous glance at Lin Yu. Their eyes met. Lin Yu grinned, saying, That's right, little Fujie, don't be so stiff. I one tea bite hee. Yi Mengfu feeling shit. The inner fear has intensified. You do not consume flesh, yet you touch others and can inflict harm. Chapter 35. Excitement lasts no more than 10 minutes. Elbow your way in. Observing Lin Yu's mischievous grin, Mo Xiangying leaned against Yi Mengfu's back and exclaimed with a hint of arrogance, "Hey, Xiao Yuzi, why are you smiling so lewdly at Xiao Fufu? Do not entertain any thoughts about her. She is the purest girl in the world and not suited for you." Lin Yu innocently pointed to his own face, retorting, "But I am so sunny. How could I possibly be lewd? Don't you think that sneaking into a boy's room in the middle of the night makes you two appear more lewd? I am, after all, the epitome of purity." Mo Xiangying and Yi Mengfu were rendered speechless by his words. Behaviorally speaking, they indeed appeared more furtive. Mo Xiangying, albeit defensively, spoke up. "I couldn't sleep. It's the World Cup, a football extravaganza that occurs only once every 4 years. I'm just a bit overly excited. Xiao Yuzi, you understand." With an hour and a half left until the match, her impatience was palpable. Lin Yu pondered, how much did the little hacker wager? Is it to the extent that she can't sleep? It must be at least a 5-figure sum. Wealth does breed recklessness, especially since he was acutely aware that she had placed her bets wisely this time, which only fueled his irritation further. Wasn't he the one who had the greatest influence over this outcome? Noticing Lin Yu's indifference to her previous remarks, Mo Xiangying shifted her approach. "Isn't it better to come a little earlier? You could chat with 2 beautiful girls." Lin Yu had no intention of dwelling on trivial matters. He waved his hand dismissively. "Next time, it would be best to notify me in advance. No more surprise visits. At 20-something, playing childish tricks is rather unbecoming." If beautiful girls were to accompany him in conversation, he was more than willing. Thus, the charade successfully eased the tension between the three, especially for Mo Xiangying, who promptly returned to her usual playful demeanor with Lin Yu. She rolled backward like a serpent, entwining herself in the summer blanket, and excitedly declared, "All right, let's chat. I'll take over your bed, Xiao Yuzi." "How strange," she mused aloud. "Isn't it said that boys' rooms are usually smelly? But your room smells so nice, even cleaner than mine." Lin Yu retrieved 2 chilled bottles of cola and placed them on the bedside table. "Hey, stop holding on to those stereotypes about our pure male demographic. I am quite meticulous about personal hygiene." There was a hint of embellishment in his statement. The reason his room was tidy and odor-free was largely due to Aunt Chimeng. In his recollection, he had scarcely ever cleaned his own room. Whenever Aunt Chimeng had the time, she would come to tidy up and wash his clothes with his prior consent. Mo Xiangying, not satisfied with rolling alone, attempted to coax Yi Mengfu to join her. "Xiao Fufu, why don't you come up and sit with us? Xiao Yuzi's bed is large, soft, and quite comfortable." Yi Mengfu quickly shook her head. No, thank you. To sit on a boy's bed? She could hardly muster the courage to sit quietly beside him. It took all her bravery to be there at all. Listening to their exchange, Lin Yu found amusement in the situation. Was the little hacker trying to scare her best friend? Such a daring invitation. However, it was clear that she had not grasped the instruction manual for dealing with the little artist. In this context, she should have stated, "Xiao Fufu, come sit beside me," instead of posing it as a question. Evidently, the rational approach was lost on her. Following Mo Xiangying's suggestion, the three engaged in lively conversation before the match commenced. After a mere 10 minutes, soft and even breaths emanated from the bedside. Yi Mengfu. Lin Yu. What a paradoxical girl. Wasn't she just too excited to sleep? How could she be slumbering so soundly after barely 10 exchanges? Did she only recognize Lin Yu's bed and not her own? Or was this merely the exhaustion following their earlier escapades, necessitating a nap? If that were the case, it would be terribly embarrassing. Lin Yu remarked, "I haven't even begun to exert myself, and you've already succumbed to sleep?" On the flip side, Mo Xiangying's deep slumber might not be such a bad thing. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Mengfu and found her staring intently out the window, her eyes wide and unblinking. Internally, Yi Mengfu was playing an old-fashioned game of hide-and-seek. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Simultaneously, she berated her best friend, Mo Xiangying, in her thoughts. "Oh dear, Inger, you've led me astray. You spoke of being a night owl, yet here you are, nestled in a boy's room to sleep. Is this your everyday norm? I do not wish to be a part of your routine. Inger, wake up. What'll I do if you sleep?" It's terrifying. Amid her myriad thoughts, a soft voice whispered in Yi Mengfu's ear. "Come with me." Yi Mengfu froze again. "He is coming." Lin Yu, having uttered those words. Didn't he afford her a chance to respond, and turned, striding toward the door of his study. He gestured with his chin. Elbow your way in. Internally, Lin Yu expressed gratitude once more to Aunt Qimeng. Thanks to the spacious room she had left for him, having ample space was indeed advantageous for conducting affairs. Yi Mengfu clenched her small fists, utterly unaware that she could still back out. In her subconscious, there was a stark difference between complying with someone else's choices and rejecting their demands. After the events of the afternoon, Lin Yu had, with the system's guidance, fully deciphered Yi Mengfu's instruction manual. Her mind raced. If she refused to enter the room with Lin Yu? What if he unleashed his primal instincts and revealed what had transpired during the day? Conversely, if she agreed to enter, what might happen then? After much internal deliberation, the astute Yi Mengfu conceived a third possibility. What if she suddenly sprang from the bed, causing the sleeping Inger to stir from her slumber? As long as Inger awakened, nothing untoward would occur, right? Surely, Lin Yu would not dare to act in front of her. Determined, Yi Mengfu felt a surge of resolve. She began by pressing down hard on the mattress, attempting to create the loudest noise she could muster. But the mattress barely budged, and the occupant remained fast asleep. Yi Mengfu despaired. Oh no, it's hopeless. I'm already standing, and there's no chance left to play the fool. She gazed toward Lin Yu's study, where he had kindly turned on the light. The bright white illumination now felt eerily reminiscent of the green glow emitted from a goblin's lair, particularly unsettling. With no retreat left, Yi Mengfu moved forward as if a great weight were pressing down upon her. Click! The sound of Lin Yu locking the door echoed in her ears, and Yi Mengfu felt as though the door of her life had been irrevocably sealed. Chapter 36. Once you stick the sticker, you belong to me. Lin Yu's study appeared quite impressive, exuding the ambience of a diligent student's room. Unfortunately, Yi Mengfu had no inclination to admire it. Her mind felt clouded, her vision blurred, and she was on the verge of fainting from anxiety. She pondered, if Lin Yu were to act, should she protect her upper half or her lower half first? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Xiao Fu, this is for you. A package of pristine white items was handed to Yi Mengfu, gradually bringing her hazy vision into focus. She stared dumbfounded at the items Lin Yu presented and asked hesitantly, Is this drawing paper? Lin Yu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. We had a misunderstanding earlier today, and I apologize for my rashness. I noticed you were running low on drawing paper when I left at noon, so I bought some based on the size of the 2 sheets I took. The abrupt shift in atmosphere left Yi Mengfu at a loss. It felt as if she had one foot in hell and the other in heaven. Even a celestial being would be bewildered. She hesitated as she regarded the drawing paper, and Lin Yu added, If you refuse it, it means you're not accepting my apology. With those words, Yi Mengfu felt she could no longer decline. She quickly accepted the drawing paper, murmuring a timid thank you. Holding the familiar brand and size in her hands, her emotions shifted once more. So Lin Yu had taken her 2 sketches merely to match the size when purchasing paper. Had she truly misinterpreted his intentions? Was he simply trying to apologize? Upon reflection, her fear of Lin Yu stemmed entirely from the events that transpired in her room earlier. If he had merely been upset about her eavesdropping and acted in a somewhat inappropriate manner, perhaps it wasn't so terrible after all. People do indeed commit inexplicable acts when angry, and later, they often feel regret and remorse. Perhaps Lin Yu's nature was just that way. His gesture of gifting her drawing paper as an apology could very well be an expression of his regret. The embrace they shared that evening had been initiated by her, not him. Although he had touched her, he had not made any further advances. With this line of thought, Yi Mengfu found herself quite convinced. She even felt a twinge of guilt for being so guarded around him. Fumbling in her pocket, she retrieved her phone. I'll transfer you the money. Lin Yu feigned distress. Transfer me money? So you still want to forgive me? If I accept your money, how can I call this a gift of apology? He then revealed the remaining 9 packages along with the bag, displaying them proudly. After showing them off, he once again placed the recently received package into Yi Mengfu's hands. Yi Mengfu was taken aback, her fingers fidgeting. Lin Yu had a point. Transferring the money would change the nature of the gift. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to return the money through other means later. With that thought, she nodded slightly, her voice growing bolder Thank you, Lin Yu. In his heart, Lin Yu silently counted. Thank you, Lin Yu, 5 words. Progress indeed. Previously, she would struggle to utter more than 3 words at a time. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your intimacy with the talisman user of the Harmony Sect has deepened and upgraded to the 2nd level of fleeting acquaintance. Reward, 50 spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the daily task purchase talisman paper by drawing paper, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Current data, sect contribution, 280 spirit stones, 180. Lin Yu was not surprised by the daily task rewards. What astonished him was the increase in intimacy with Yi Fu. He checked her information panel, and the intimacy level had skyrocketed from 1 to 12. Such a significant leap. Was she truly so unguarded? It seemed that with just a slight effort on his part, the results were remarkably gratifying. It was possible that Yi Fu's progress in his affection was on par with that of those in the foundational 3rd and 4th realms. Clearly, her family had done an excellent job of protecting her. It was nothing short of a miracle that she had not been deceived by unsavory characters. Realizing that gifting was so effective, Lin Yu quickly capitalized on the momentum. He retrieved a rabbit sticker from his desk. Xiaofu, I saw this character from a national comic today at the art supply store. It's a rabbit. The moment he unveiled the sticker, Yi Fu's attention was completely captivated. Upon hearing Lin Yu's introduction, she interjected, "That rabbit." Lin Yu nodded vigorously, "Yes. Have you seen it? When I saw it, I thought of the rabbit you drew and couldn't resist buying it." Clearly, a professional little artist would be well-versed in the current popular comics. A spontaneous gift like this would surely resonate with her heart. Why was that certain? When he presented the drawing paper, she had at least hesitated before accepting it. However, upon seeing the rabbit sticker, her face lit up with eagerness, devoid of any resistance. Seizing the moment of advantage, Lin Yu said, "Let me pick out the cutest one for you. I think it should be worn like this." He opened the sticker's packaging and carefully peeled off a smiling rabbit, then politely approached her shoulder to apply it. Though applying it to her chest would have been more fitting, the circumstances did not permit such boldness. He had to maintain the trust they had just begun to establish. So, he opted to test the waters with her shoulder. As expected, when an innocent and unguarded girl encounters something she adores, she loses all resistance in an instant. Yi Fu not only did not shy away, but tilted her head to the side, exposing her shoulder and perfectly accommodating Lin Yu's movements. Lin Yu did not take advantage of this trust. He gently affixed the sticker, using just 2 fingers to ensure it was secure. There, it matches your artistic style perfectly. Next time we meet, you must wear it. You can add your favorite designs on top. After putting the sticker back into the drawing paper tote, he aimed to create a subtle connection between them through these small tokens. Even when she could not see him, he wanted her to think of him fondly. It was akin to saying, "Once you stick my sticker, you belong to me." Such tactics were seldom employed, as not every girl was like Yi Fu. When conversing with a more worldly girl, gifting a few trivial items might lead her to view him as a mere pauper. For such individuals, even if he offered her the key to his heart, she would remain unattainable. Ding! Exceptional operation. The extra gift has made the Harmony Sect talisman user ecstatic, further strengthening your bond with her. Reward, 40 spirit stones. Ah, the art of gifting is indeed a matter of discernment. When given to the right person, even the rewards from the system would double. Yi Fu touched the sticker on her shoulder, tilting her head to get a better look. For the first time, a gentle smile appeared on her face as she said, "Thank you, Lin Yu. It's beautiful. Indeed, you must admit, it truly is beautiful." The little artist becomes even more endearing when she smiles. The warm ambience has been nearly established. It is time to discuss serious matters. Let her take the initiative to shed that wretched tracksuit. In a lengthy night, how can one do without those alluring long legs? Chapter 37. Progressing smoothly. Finally climbing into bed. A tiny sticker elevated the intimacy between the 2 to 18. Only a small gift stood between them and the next level of closeness. Was this not more thrilling than tipping a borderline streamer? Xiaofu, there's something I wanted to discuss with you, but I fear it may be too forward. Lin Yu's brow furrowed, appearing somewhat troubled. Having just received a generous dual gift, Yi Mengfu certainly did not intend to stifle Lin Yu's expression. She nodded, encouraging him to proceed. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, adopting a rational demeanor. Xiaofu, you may not know this, but I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. You can probably deduce some of it from the state of my room and study. If there is dust or any mess, it deeply unsettles me. In my bedroom, I always wear pajamas. Sitting in my bedroom while dressed in outer clothes could invite dust and bacteria. What you're wearing is outer clothes, right? A typical person might react to such a statement with disbelief, thinking, how incredibly forward. Moreover, upon further reflection, the logic of Lin Yu's argument seemed quite flawed. A cleanliness obsession? Not wearing outer garments in the bedroom? Yet, he had just sat casually in Xiaofu's bedroom dressed in outer clothes. Oh, is his cleanliness selective to his own space? Yet, these inconsistencies were trivial in the grand scheme of things. What truly mattered was the listener's immediate reaction. Yi Mengfu was taken aback. Lin Yu's series of actions in the study had successfully crafted his image, especially following the sticker incident. He subtly transitioned from an ordinary boy to a close friend. When it came to friends, Yi Mengfu was entirely sincere and considerate of their feelings. Sitting on a friend's bed while clad in outer clothes, only to later learn that the friend had a cleanliness obsession. Oh my! Yi Mengfu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over her. Who was truly being forward? It was she who had overstepped, especially with Lin Yu pointing it out. Her embarrassment was palpable. Lin Yu must have genuinely reached his limit, prompting him to voice this concern. At that moment, Yi Mengfu wished for nothing more than to vanish into thin air, feeling an intense remorse. I'm sorry. I can sit on the chair. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. She wanted to convey to Lin Yu that she could sit on the chair from now on, but then remembered that she had already sat on the bed. Lin Yu himself had not anticipated that this line of reasoning would be so effective with the young artist. Seizing the moment, he continued to sculpt his persona. It's all right. It's all right. You can sit within her. That would certainly provide you with more comfort. There is only one chair, and if it's uncomfortable, I can take it. I understand that in a new room, sitting beside a friend brings a sense of security. Yi Mengfu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Goodness, Lin Yu was genuinely concerned for her comfort, while she had harbored misguided judgments about him since entering the room. His consideration nearly brought her to tears. As the atmosphere shifted to a more intimate tone, Lin Yu hesitated, finally broaching the subject. Actually, we could approach it this way. Inger is sleeping now, isn't she? You could take the drawing paper back to your room and conveniently change into your pajamas. Of course, if that seems troublesome. It's no issue if you choose not to. Having laid the groundwork, Lin Yu finally presented the crux of the matter. This time, he did not use a commanding tone, but rather offer choice. However, it was a choice that was, in essence, no choice at all. One would have expected Yi Mengfu to eagerly agree and rush back to her room. Instead, she hesitated, fingers fidgeting, her voice lowering. No, I won't go back to my room. Lin Yu's pupils widened in disbelief. What? Had he misjudged the situation? Could one truly not wear pajamas? Yi Mengfu took a deep breath, continuing with the latter part of her statement. But I can wear them here. Lin Yu? Not going back means you can wear them here? After a moment's contemplation, realization dawned on him. What a peculiar situation. So, beneath her outer garments, she was wearing pajamas? Truly, she was a being of unique warmth. What on earth was she guarding against? Lin Yu feigned enlightenment, quickly saying, "Oh, I understand now. I'll step out, and you can change in the study. The clothes you take off, place them in this bag." He handed her a tote bag. This time, he shifted to a more directive tone, leaving no room for Yi Mengfu to decline. Alone in the study, she bit her finger anxiously. What had she just said? Lin Yu had suggested she could return to her room to change. Yet, she had blurted out that she could change without going back. Their relationship had not yet reached the level where she could casually strip off her clothing in his space. Yet, the words had escaped her lips. To now propose returning to her room would seem exceedingly disrespectful to Lin Yu. Ding! Remarkable maneuver. The request to unfasten has been granted without refusal. Reward: 40 spirit stones in the bedroom. Lin Yu wore a triumphant grin. A simple set of sportswear would hardly pose a challenge for him. As the clock approached 4 before the competition began, Mo Xiangying suddenly exclaimed in pain, jolting upright from Lin Yu's bed. Who? Is someone twisting my arm? She pouted, glancing at Yi Mengfu sitting by the bed. She blinked, curiosity evident in her gaze as she inquired. Hey, Xiaofu, why did you take off your clothes? I remember when you arrived. Yi Mengfu inhaled sharply, momentarily at a loss for words. When she had agreed to Lin Yu's suggestion, her mind had solely focused on his personal habits, failing to consider how she would explain her actions to her close friend. Fortunately, Lin Yu intervened, saying, I noticed Xiaofu was feeling warm, so I suggested she change into her pajamas in her room. You certainly look comfortable. You're not worried about her, are you? What a good friend. Are you really going to sleep through tomorrow's match if you don't wake up now? Yi Mengfu cast a grateful glance at Lin Yu, relieved he had come to her aid. Moreover, he emphasized that she had returned to her room. That detail was crucial. Mo Xiangying scratched her head awkwardly, saying, well, your bed is just too comfortable. He. Since Xiaofu has changed in her nightgown. Come on over. Snuggling in your embrace will surely be more delightful. Lin Yu added, Xiaofu, come up. Don't let her prattle on. Having undergone numerous emotional shifts, Yi Mengfu found herself no longer resisting Lin Yu's presence. Now, hearing Mo Xiangying's request and Lin Yu's encouragement, she slowly maneuvered her long legs, finally making her way onto the bed. Chapter 38. Let go of that girl, come at me. The live broadcast of the World Cup semifinals commenced. During the players' entrance, Lin Yu remained occupied. In preparation for this momentous football gala, he generously offered an assortment of potato chips from his pantry, along with an open bag of sunflower seeds. In terms of beverages, he presented the last 2 cans of Pepsi from his refrigerator, graciously allowing the 2 young ladies to enjoy them while he opted for plain water. This act of generosity yielded great satisfaction. Ding! A magnanimous gesture, selflessly entertaining the 2 esteemed guests with his limited provisions, truly exemplifying the demeanor of a great leader. Reward: 40 spirit stones, 400 units were effortlessly acquired, sufficient to purchase a multitude of snacks. This act of generosity was indeed invaluable. Lin Yu received not only financial compensation, but also a significant enhancement of the atmosphere. Xiao Yu, is it comfortable to sit at that angle in the chair? Come sit here with us. This is your bed after all. It shouldn't be monopolized without leaving you a third of it. Xiaofu Fu is a bit shy. She can sit beside me. Such requests prompted Lin Yu to comply graciously. After settling beside Mo Xiangying, he did not forget to toss a light blanket to the 2 girls, suggesting, if the air conditioning feels too chilly, you can cover up. He embodied the essence of a considerate gentleman. Mo Xiangying showed little interest in the blanket, bouncing up to swiftly turn off the bedroom lights. This way, watching the game will create the best atmosphere. Xiao Yu's room is quite nice. The television screen is far larger than my computer screen, she remarked, uttering a rather trivial comment. Nonetheless, watching the game in the dark indeed elevated the ambience. The whistle sounded, and the match officially commenced. The players from both nations swiftly entered combat mode. Most of the athletes' names mentioned by the commentator were unfamiliar to Lin Yu, who was merely a casual observer. In the opening 3 minutes, the Brazilian team showcased an aggressive stance, executing 2 waves of attacks, including a notably threatening shot on goal. From the visual display, it seemed unlikely they would suffer a crushing defeat. Mo Xiangying, completely engrossed, occasionally voiced her concerns. Oh dear, Mueller, intercept him. That shot was frightening. Marcelo, you're a defender, not a striker. How can Brazil play so fiercely without Neymar? Are they really this proactive? It was evident that Mo Xiangying was exceedingly anxious. The bag of chips she had held since the beginning remained unopened. In contrast, Yi Mengfu sat quietly on the other side, savoring the chips with content nods. Xiao Yu, you said Germany would win, right? All that talk of dreams and the football gods. Surely it can't be wrong? Mo Xiangying anxiously inquired, seeking emotional reassurance from Lin Yu. Lin Yu poked her forehead, muttering, how much did you wager? You seem more nervous than the players on the field. Mo Xiangying pinched her thumb and index finger together. Just a little. Believe her? She probably wagered the equivalent of a house. Seeing that he could not extract the truth, Lin Yu turned to the seated Yi Mengfu. Xiao Fu, Did you place a bet too? Which team did you support? Yi Mengfu candidly replied, $50. On Germany. Look at her. That's a proper way to watch a game. No houses or lands at stake. Just a few bucks to add some fun to the match. Were it not for prior knowledge of the outcome, Lin Yu would have deemed even a $10 bet excessive. Xiaofu has good taste. Germany will definitely win. He gave her a thumbs up. Yi Mengfu paused in her chip eating, obediently nodding. As Mo Xiangying's close friend, she had been influenced by her enthusiasm and had watched numerous matches. Typically, the outcome of each match is unpredictable. After all, football is a round ball, and many goals are filled with dramatic twists. Occasionally, one might even witness a scripted event. Even when there is a disparity in strength, the weaker team might triumph. Thus, Yi Mengfu never believed in statistics or past performances. However, today, for reasons unknown, Lin Yu's assertion that Germany would win instilled in her a flicker of trust. As the game progressed to the 10th minute, the inevitable occurred. Germany executed a corner kick, and Mueller's shot in the penalty area broke the deadlock. 0-1. The visiting German team took the lead. Here it comes. At the moment of the goal, Mo Xiangying leaped excitedly from the bed. Just as she prepared to cheer exuberantly, Lin Yu swiftly covered her mouth. Hey, be mindful not to disturb the neighbors. It's late, and they need their rest. Lin Yu quickly reminded her. Yi Mengfu observed their interaction with a subtle smile, one that was quite demure. Saw thee. I got too excited. That goal was so splendid. Surely more will follow. Mo Xiangying attempted to contain her volume. Though her excitement was palpable, Lin Yu was well aware there would be more goals. This was merely the first. Germany still had 6 more to score. If Mo Xiangying continued to react so fervently after each goal, they would surely be interrupted by Aunt Chiming, putting an end to their clandestine gathering. The brief moment of tranquility lasted only 10 minutes. By the 22nd minute of the match, another goal for Germany arrived. 0-2. Recalling Lin Yu's reminder, Mo Xiangying restrained her celebratory impulse. Alas, the overwhelming joy was difficult to suppress. She leaped directly onto Yi Mengfu. Yay, 2 goals. This match is secure. Xiaofufu, comme lit mekisio. Don't shy away. Caught off guard, Yi Mengfu was easily toppled. The 2 girls created a stunning tableau before Lin Yu. The bashful Yi Mengfu, her long legs beneath her nightgown, flailed playfully on the bed, softly urging Mo Xiangying. Don't do that, Lin Yu exclaimed. Is it really necessary to be this excited? The score will only get bigger. He genuinely wished to pull Mo Xiangying aside and admonish her. Let go of that girl, and come at me instead. Chapter 39. Divine Football Master, please accept me as your disciple. Ding. An extraordinary display of skill. The host has allowed 2 revered elders from the Harmony Sect to languish on the bed in a tender embrace. What a unique sight. Reward. 40 spirit stones, Lin Yu. Sometimes the rewards from the system are quite absurd. As an observer, I also receive rewards. Soon, the players demonstrated that Mo Xiangying was indeed too premature in her joy. In the 24th minute of the match, the German team scored again, breaking through Brazil's defenses. 0-3 has arrived. Mo Xiangying has truly exemplified the meaning of sharing the wealth. Having just regained her composure, she nimbly leapt from behind Lin Yu and perched herself upon his shoulders. Had it not been for Lin Yu's stable footing after his upgrade, the sudden impact could have easily sent Mo Xiangying tumbling to the floor. No wonder so many people leap from buildings over a football match. Mo Xiangying's exuberance was nothing short of the embodiment of a fervent fan. Are all football enthusiasts this passionate, or is it only those who have placed bets? Lin Yu did not comprehend the nature of fans, but he was somewhat familiar with Mo Xiangying. As she mounted him, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her legs to ensure her safety. Yes, merely for her protection. Indeed, the next moment, Mo Xiangying ruffled Lin Yu's hair, deliberately modulating her voice with excitement. Xiao Yu, you are my deity. Germany is 3-0 up. Do you realize what this signifies? No team has ever made a comeback from a 3-0 deficit in a World Cup semifinal. The German team is already 1 foot in the final. Lin Yu, steadying the swaying Mo Xiangying, remarked irritably, I don't know which foot the German team is stepping with, but I do know that if you keep swaying, you will surely fall. Yi Mengfu raised her arms, prepared to catch her friend. Watching Mo Xiangying's audacious antics, it truly seemed she might tumble at any moment. Be careful. Yi Mengfu smiled, reminding her. Seeing her best friend so elated filled her with joy as well. Mo Xiangying quickly knelt beside Lin Yu, asking earnestly, "Great Xiao Yu, how can you predict so accurately? It's only been 24 minutes, and your predicted score seems genuinely plausible. How did you foresee this? I didn't realize Germany would be this formidable. Great one, please accept me as your disciple." Yi Mengfu curled her legs, resting her chin on her knees, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's predictions had come true. Germany was indeed going to win. Yi Mengfu was now even more eager to see if Lin Yu's prediction would hold. In their conversation prior to the match, she learned that Lin Yu had wagered 600 on Germany winning 7-1 against Brazil. Though she did not react as intensely as Mo Xiangying, she too had doubted such an absurd score would materialize. Now, it appeared that an outrageous scoreline might indeed be on the horizon. Lin Yu stretched his shoulders, boasting, "The score I chose is, of course, viable. Just take a close look. What score do you see?" The two ladies turned their gaze to the television. Just a minute after the next kickoff, Germany struck again, bringing the score to 0-4. In a mere 25 minutes for consecutive goals. Unprecedented dominance. After all, this was the World Cup semi-final. The fans this evening were bound to be exceptionally frenzied, especially those supporting Germany. Mo Xiangying was left in shock and awe. Her bet on Germany's victory was now almost guaranteed. Overwhelmed with excitement, she had discovered a true oracle in the realm of predictions. Previously, she had mocked Lin Yu, teasing him about being a football god who could receive visions. Now, she began to quietly envy him. Could there truly be such mystical foresight in the world? Could Germany really score 7 against Brazil? By the 28th minute of the match, when Germany netted their 5th goal, Mo Xiangying could no longer contain herself. She once again knelt close to Lin Yu. "Yushin, please take me as your disciple." Lin Yu sat upright, arms crossed defiantly, questioning with a hint of arrogance. Had you ever seen a deity with a disciple riding on their neck? Have you ever seen a master with a disciple on their back? Sorry, but I only take mounts, not disciples. Mo Xiangying could easily detect the hint of irritation in Lin Yu's words. She quickly shook his arm, pleading, "It's my fault, my fault. A disciple can also serve as a mount. If the master feels displeased, they can ride back again. I'm fit enough to bear it." Yi Mengfu. Lin Yu. What outrageous talk. For goodness sake, you still have a friend here. If Fu weren't present, Lin Yu might have truly considered riding back. Who could refuse a devoted disciple who idolizes them? Moreover, she was a rebellious disciple ready to challenge her master. "Enough. I refuse. I've already said I dreamt of the score. What use is there in accepting you?" To maintain his persona, Lin Yu painfully declined a request. It was not that he was unwilling, but he simply could not agree. He had not delved deeply into football. Beyond knowing about the infamous 7-1 debacle and Messi's heartache in the subsequent overtime, he was utterly clueless about the intricacies of the major leagues. If he pretended to be knowledgeable and faltered later, it would be a disaster. Mo Xiangying remained unconvinced that Lin Yu's success was merely a stroke of luck. Even if it were, having an exceptionally fortunate guide would be even better. Many Hong Kong films portray similar plots, featuring seemingly inconspicuous characters blessed with extraordinary luck. Lin Yu's earnest refusal seemed, to Mo Xiangying, merely a display of childish pouting. To swiftly win a man's heart, the most effective method is to first conquer his desires. "Master, grant me an opportunity. Accept me as your disciple, and the benefits will surely outweigh the drawbacks." Mo Xiangying blinked at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with mischief. Lin Yu's mind began to ponder. Surely, her mention of benefits had ulterior motives? Just as he was lost in thought, Mo Xiangying casually rubbed her legs, saying, "Master, your room's air conditioning is rather chilly. Fu, let us cover up a bit. Don't catch a cold. Your nightgown is quite thin." Yi Mengfu obediently accepted one side of the summer quilt, replying, "Thank you," and Mo Xiangying then draped the other side over Lin Yu's seated legs. "Master should cover up too. Don't get cold." 3 people sharing one large quilt? The atmosphere felt overly intimate. Lin Yu propped himself on his hands, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. Please don't keep calling me master, I haven't tea. Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, he abruptly halted. He sensed a small hand slipping beneath the quilt. Goodness, is this what Mo Shangying referred to as the benefits? Chapter 40. No clothes to change. A new lottery technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding your first physical cultivation partner. Partner Sect Identity. Elder of the Array Hall. Trader of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Reward. Sect Contribution 100. Spirit Stones 200. Ding! Great Harmony of the Tao. Successfully completed half a physical cultivation session with your partner, achieving a harmonious balance of yin and yang, greatly benefiting your practice. Reward. Sect Contribution 20. Spirit Stones 50. Warm reminder. The host sect's status has been elevated. Successfully bound with a physical cultivation partner, various inner and outer techniques have been added to the lottery pool. During the halftime of the game, upon returning from washing her hands, Mo Shangying noticed Lin Yu's complex expression as he listened to the system's notifications. With a sigh, he quietly washed his clothes in the restroom, feeling the urgency to finish before it became inconvenient later. Everything needed to be cleaned, and he needed to change into fresh sleepwear. The system's reward description was indeed meticulous. Half a session of physical cultivation, so without unlocking, it doesn't count as a complete session, right? One must admit, the little hacker's audacity was quite impressive, pushing boundaries. Under such circumstances, it certainly stirred a complex mix of emotions within him, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The enhancement of the system brought significant benefits, the most evident being the elevation of his sect status. At this moment, Lin Yu's information panel displayed, Sect Identity, Inner Disciple. Not only had he advanced from outer to inner disciple, but the term trainee was also removed. Thanks to this elevation, the lottery pool underwent a transformation. The forthcoming lottery segment should yield even more intriguing items, right? After swiftly finishing his laundry and changing into a clean set of sleepwear, Lin Yu returned to the bedside. His change of attire during the game garnered curious attention from Yi Mengfu, while Mo Shangying sat nearby, suppressing a smile. After wearing the same sleepwear for over a day, it felt a bit uncomfortable, and a change was indeed necessary. Even someone as strong as Lin Yu could only offer such an excuse. Whether it was rigorous or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that Yi Mengfu believed it. As it turned out, not only did Yi Mengfu believe him, but she also gained a more concrete understanding of Lin Yu's cleanliness obsession. Changing sleepwear after a day was indicative of a severe aversion to dirt. In future interactions with Lin Yu, she would need to be more mindful, ensuring that such a situation would not repeat. Lin Yu settled back beside Mo Shangying, who spoke with a knowing tone. Master, if you're tired, you can take a short nap. When the game resumes, I will wake you. Observing Lin Yu's expression, she added with a teasing tone, you look somewhat fatigued. Your disciple treats you well, right? Lin Yu, filled with helplessness, thought, it appears this master role is set in stone. There are few opportunities for him to showcase his strength, with only the next final match remaining. Being a one-time master is no easy feat. Sleep? Impossible. He was a night owl. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yu demonstrated his remarkable vitality. He was not a middle-aged man in his 30s, but rather a vigorous 20-year-old youth. What was she thinking? Mo Shangying gave him a thumbs up, praising, Master is truly impressive. Afterward, she pulled up a light blanket to cover Lin Yu's legs. Startled, he quickly pushed the blanket away, saying, cough, cough, Master's not cold. It was not that Lin Yu was unwilling to partake again. He simply had no spare clothes to change into. His rebellious disciple had ulterior motives. While the second half of the match had yet to commence, Lin Yu opened the system's lottery interface. After accumulating several tasks, the system's backend data read, Set contribution, 400, Spirit Stones, 590. This was sufficient for 2 lottery draws. Since the system indicated that new items had been added to the lottery pool, it was only fitting to give it a try. Investing 400 points of sect contribution, the virtual lottery wheel illuminated with 2 pointers once more. After spinning for several seconds, the pointers gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a secret treasure reward, Beast Command Token. Description: with this token, one can command beasts of the forest and tame birds of the sky. Those who possess this token will see all beasts submit without dare to resist. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an external technique reward. Transformative Soft Fist. Description: the fist moves like a delicate willow, discharging immense force. The palm flows like clouds, dispersing all might. With great strength, return to the opponent. One can laugh off the shattered defenses. The poetic expressions were not difficult to comprehend. The first reward, the Beast Command Token, was a virtual insignia that seamlessly integrated into his mind. If Lin Yu understood correctly, it was essentially a charm to make small animals obedient. With it, if he encountered any unruly creatures in the future, he would likely resolve the issue effortlessly without needing to intervene physically. After merging with his being, Lin Yu felt a unique and mysterious power surging within him. The exact effects would be revealed when he tested it on a small animal the following day. The second reward brought Lin Yu immense joy. He had indeed drawn a technique. Regardless of its efficacy, the fact that it was drawn shortly after being added to the pool indicated a favorable probability. The name Transformative Soft Fist immediately reminded Lin Yu of a technique from a certain martial arts romance novel, known as the Melting Bone Soft Palm. Judging by the description, it likely did not possess the terrifying ability to dissolve bones and blood, but rather focused on using force against force, neutralizing attacks and breaking defenses. This external technique would require a separate opportunity for him to test. None of his roommates in the apartment could serve as worthy opponents at present. As the second half of the match commenced, the German team maintained a firm grip on the game. The sixth goal came in the 69th minute. The seventh goal in the 79th minute. The score of 0-7 sent Lin Yu's bedroom into a frenzy. He gestured and verbalized reminders to Mo Xiangying to remain calm and lower her voice. Ultimately, he resorted to the threat of expelling her from the sect if she continued to misbehave, which effectively subdued her. While Mo Xiangying indeed quieted her voice, the remaining restlessness within her transformed into physical movements. One moment she was bouncing on the bed, and the next she rushed to the floor, leaning closer to the television. She hopped around like a rapper. With only about 10 minutes remaining in regular time, including stoppage, Mo Xiangying exclaimed, "Master, weren't you nervous before? One goal makes a difference of 390,000. She appeared even more anxious than Lin Yu, as if she were the one who had wagered on the 7-1 scoreline. Initially, Lin Yu felt a twinge of concern, wondering if there might be a butterfly effect from his rebirth, altering events that had transpired in his previous life. However, upon witnessing the basketball-like scoreline from the first half, all his worries dissipated. This time around, significant events would still unfold as they were meant to. Nothing had changed except for him. Why rush? There was still time left in the match. Football is round, and the Brazilian team had not given up. He should relax and watch the game. Let the football roll for a while. Chapter 41. You still need wealth for your freedom. In her bedroom, Yi Mengfu was counting on her fingers, trying to calculate how many zeros were in 500 times 600. Previously, she was only aware that Lin Yu had placed a high-stakes bet of 7-1. But the exact magnitude of that multiplier eluded her. Upon hearing Mo Xiangying mention the staggering figure of 3,900,000, Yi Mengfu found herself engulfed in disbelief. What did that even mean? It implied that if the Brazilian team scored another goal, a college student would amass nearly 4 million overnight. Not only had Yi Mengfu never encountered such wealth, she had never even heard of it before. As the final minutes of the match unfolded, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. In the 89th minute, Germany was presented with a golden opportunity for a one-on-one shot on goal. Mo Xiangying held her breath, her throat constricted, afraid to exhale. Another goal would mean an 8-0 defeat, and Lin Yu's wager would go up in flames. Fortunately, the shot veered off course, striking the post instead. The shot appeared straightforward, yet it missed by an extraordinary margin. With a sigh of relief, Mo Xiangying finally released her breath. Yi Mengfu, too, emerged from her frozen state. Lin Yu, observing the two women, chuckled, "Why are you both so tense? It's just a football match." His words shifted their gazes towards him, and they were met with a profound change in expression. Mo Xiangying exclaimed, A once-in-a-century score is about to slip away, and you could be so relaxed? Yi Mengfu added, the difference between 0 and 390,000, and you're still so calm? They both thought. His composure is astonishing. Ding! Remarkable skill displayed, unshaken even as tsunami approaches, earning the admiration of companions and the Harmony Sect. Reward, 60 spirit stones. Lin Yu felt elated. Was he worried? Not at all. As a great prophet of this age, what could possibly concern him? Just as Lin Yu had foreseen, in the last minute of the regular 90, the final 30 seconds, Brazil finally breached Neuer's defenses, scoring a consolation goal. The score settled at 7-1. Montag Shangying. Yi Mengfu. The two women stared in shock at the score on the television screen, momentarily speechless, as if they had been frozen in time. After a brief silence, Mo Shangying unexpectedly leaped into Lin Yu's arms, using his pajamas to muffle her excitement. Xiao Yuzi. Oh no, master. Why didn't I place a bet with you? I could have truly profited from such an outrageous score. I was so close to immense wealth and fame in football. Lin Yu could still discern her earlier words, but as she continued, her voice became muffled and unintelligible. He understood she was overwhelmed with excitement and regret. He firmly grasped the back of Mo Shangying's collar, not out of fear she might fall, but rather to prevent her from getting too carried away and knocking herself over. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Mengfu, who was also gazing back at him. Their eyes met, and she instinctively lowered her head. Struggling to contain her emotions, she eventually looked back at him and gave a thumbs up, softly murmuring, "So impressive." For a socially anxious girl, this was an immense display of courage, the highest compliment she could muster. Though less boisterous than Mo Shangying, her shock and excitement were undeniable. Before the commotion could fully settle, the final whistle blew. This year's World Cup had not seen the extended stoppage time of 7 or 8 minutes, let alone 10. The match concluded with merely 2 minutes of added time, and the score finalized at 7-1. Upon hearing the final whistle, Mo Shangying flushed with excitement, fished her phone from her pocket, displaying an interface filled with English text, and began to navigate it swiftly. Yi Mengfu hesitated for a moment, her curiosity overwhelming her, and she gathered the courage to lean closer to Mo Shangying. Lin Yu, intrigued, mused about where she had procured such a phone, perhaps from her pajama pocket. Temporarily setting aside his curiosity, he asked, "Don't you usually have to wait a while after a match for the winnings to be processed?" Mo Shangying shook her finger, replying, "Master, that applies to others. With me, there is no need to wait. Look, our winnings are all here." Lin Yu examined the back end she showcased, noticing the balance was not a whole number, but rather a specific figure beginning with 6, interspersed with zeros and cents. He counted carefully, raising an eyebrow. 6, over 600,000? Did you both bet on 7-1 as well? Yi Mengfu shook her head, 50 yuan. On Germany winning. Mo Shangying followed suit, shaking her head in disappointment. Aside from your 390,000, the rest is mine. I also bet on Germany winning. How frustrating. If only I had followed Master S lead, I would be financially free by now. Lin Yu, you still need wealth for your freedom. Even a novice like Lin Yu understood that in such matches, betting on the stronger team's victory rarely exceeded a 2-1 payout. This indicated that Mo Shangying had indeed placed a 7-figure bet. She had been telling Lin Yu it was just a small wager. Perhaps to her, it truly was just a little thing. Initially, Lin Yu had contemplated sharing a portion of his winnings, offering a few thousand to each of the girls as a gesture of goodwill, but now, would a few thousand even suffice? Would it be appropriate to present such a sum? While still reeling from the revelation of Mo Shangying's financial prowess, she entwined her arm through his. "Master, I'm relying on you for the finals. This time, whatever direction you suggest, I will follow without question, ensuring I remain your loyal disciple. Zaya Fufu, do you want to join me in seeking guidance?" Lin Yu stroked his chin, posing a question. "So if I say east, you want to head west?" Mo Shangying promptly replied, "Absolutely." Lin Yu nodded, seizing the opportunity to propose. "I have an idea. Dear disciple, if one wishes to uncover another's background, to ascertain whether they are a nefarious character, would that be a challenging task for you?" Having assumed the role of a mentor, Lin Yu intended to leverage this identity. He had long been preoccupied with safeguarding the sect. Mo Xiangying snapped her fingers, casually asserting, "That's exceedingly simple. Just provide me with a phone number, name, or any other information, and I'll ensure you have a comprehensive understanding." Lin Yu was taken aback. "You're not concerned that I might have you assist in nefarious deeds?" Mo Xiangying smiled. "I know my master ISNT the kind of person. I trust you completely. Moreover," Lin Yu furrowed his brow. "Moreover what?" Mo Xiangying's smile widened, revealing a hint of mischief. "Moreover, I happen to have a little matter I'd like to ask my master for help with. If I assist you, master cannot disregard his disciple." Lin Yu, "Another little matter, is it?" He had completely lost faith in that phrase. Chapter 42. The Substitute of a World-Class Master. "My teacher is in a dilemma. Observing your smile, I can discern that it likely heralds some mischief. Pray tell, what trivial matter is at hand? I am keen to hear your tale." Lin Yu inquired with curiosity, eager to uncover the ruse she might unveil. Mo Xiangying retreated to Yema Fu's side, sitting up straight with utmost seriousness. "It is indeed a trivial matter, one that should pose no difficulty for you, master. Indeed, there are 2 clients who wish to meet me tomorrow, or rather, today, in the afternoon. I request your assistance in impersonating me for a brief meeting with them." Lin Yu pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he questioned, "2 clients? Are they both blind? Can you not discern their genders? How am I to impersonate you?" Although he feigned astonishment, Lin Yu had an inkling of the underlying circumstance. Top-tier hackers like Mo Xiangying, often cloaked in anonymity, seldom reveal their true identities in mundane life. Even in the face of disputes, their real selves remain elusive. Such narratives are commonly portrayed in novels and films, shrouded in mystery. A mere 20-year-old Lin Yu was but an earnest university student. To claim knowledge of such matters would be rather peculiar. As Lin Yu presumed, upon hearing his incredulous inquiry, Mo Xiangying began to elucidate. "The 2 clients sent by the company to meet me only know my online persona. In reality, they are entirely in the dark about my identity. They are unaware of my age, gender, or any specifics that would prevent anyone from substituting for me. Due to the somewhat intricate nature of the situation, they insisted on a personal meeting. Xiaofu is too socially anxious. Otherwise, she could easily take my place." At the mention of this, Yema Fu hastily shook her head. "I cannot." After explaining the situation, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something and summoned the information panel related to Mo Xiangying. The emergency task, theories of formation. The formation hall has been invited by worldly powers to discuss theories, and the dilemma of revealing one's true identity weighs heavily. The matter of impersonating her, as mentioned by Mo Xiangying, must pertain to this urgent task. The system's designation of an emergency task left no room for refusal, and the rewards promised were undoubtedly substantial. Even if Mo Xiangying had not sought him out, he would have devised a way to fulfill the task. Having returned to life less than 24 hours ago, Lin Yu had already grasped the considerable assistance afforded by the system. Furthermore, considering Mo Xiangying's stature as a mysterious hacker, her assets were surely astronomical, casually tossing around 7-figure sums for entertainment. Assisting her could pave the way for future clandestine endeavors, a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, what harm could come from seeking a bit of extra gain? Lin Yu deliberately feigned a troubled expression, massaging his forehead as he lamented. "Ah, so that is the case. It sounds rather challenging. Inger, you know me well. My acting skills are rather mediocre. Indeed, it is quite a predicament. By all accounts, Mo Xiangying is among the elite hackers in the country. A collaboration requiring her physical presence must involve formidable individuals. There's a chance they might conduct a background check post-meeting. Engaging in such a risky endeavor without the system's backing would be unthinkable for Lin Yu. Requesting a bit of additional compensation seems reasonable, does it not?" Mo Xiangying hastily praised him, saying, "Master, your acting skills mediocre? You are practically an award-winning actor." Lin Yu retorted, "Who are you calling an actor? That hardly sounds like a compliment." Mo Xiangying persisted in her plea. "Master, please assist your newly acquired disciple. Is the benefit I offer insufficient?" Lin Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. His fingers, which had finally begun to tap at the keyboard, though awkward, possessed a certain agility. Discussing this matter ignited a flicker of willingness to concede. Then, Mo Xiangying continued, "If the meeting proceeds smoothly, I can offer you a day's wage to invest in the next World Cup finals. What say you?" Lin Yu's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, how much are they offering you?" Mo Xiangying held up 3 fingers. 3,000. Lin Yu exclaimed. 3,000 per day? You truly have a knack for earning. Mo Xiangying shook her head. "Master, not per day." Lin Yu frowned. 3,000 a month? In dollars? When converted, that would indeed surpass a regular job. Mo Xiangying shook her head again. "Neither a month nor dollars. It is simply in RMB. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Lin Yu deduced, "It cannot be an hourly wage." "Can it?" Montag Xiangying glint. "Hey." Lin Yu gasped. 3,000 an hour? Is hacking this lucrative? Which company is foolish enough to offer such a rate? Goodness. In his previous life, he toiled diligently for a month, earning less than what Inger could make in a few hours. Jealousy can truly warp one's perspective. Mo Xiangying clarified. "However, they only require 10 hours of work from me daily. Thus, that is the daily wage." "Master, do you think that is sufficient to show my respect for you?" Following her statement, Mo Xiangying eagerly awaited Lin Yu's response. Had this been before today, Mo Xiangying's request for Lin Yu's assistance, coupled with an offer of 30,000 yuan as a reward for an average male university student, would have been considered exorbitantly generous. Yet now, Mo Xiangying was uncertain whether Lin Yu would find such an amount appealing. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly earned over 3 million right before her eyes. Understanding the situation, the astute Mo Xiangying refrained from presenting 30,000 yuan as mere compensation. Instead, she framed it as a form of entertainment investment, a friendly gesture between them, fostering camaraderie. Additionally, 30,000 yuan was merely her base offer. Should Lin Yu still deem the endeavor troublesome and decline to substitute for her, she would naturally increase the monetary incentive. Ultimately, Mo Xiangying had no intention of attending the meeting herself. This was a fundamental principle among world-class hackers. Currently, the 2 individuals she trusted most within her circle were right beside her, with Lin Yu undoubtedly being the prime candidate. The prospect of an hourly wage of 3,000 eased Lin Yu's tension considerably. Fortunately, with the system support, he need not dwell in excessive envy. Whether the remuneration was substantial or meager mattered little. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, stating, "It's a fair deal. I am not doing this for the money, merely assisting you, my wayward disciple. If I ever require your help in the future, let us see how you refuse." Mo Xiangying raised her small fist in triumph, exclaiming, "Hooray, this is splendid. Master, do not worry. Tomorrow, we will discreetly accompany you, remaining unnoticed by you and the clients. Also, here, take this." As she spoke, Mo Xiangying produced a pair of earphones from her pocket. "Lin Yu? Again? Where on earth did she pull that from? Her attire is hardly accommodating for such concealment." Upon opening the case, he found a pair of transparent and exquisite earbuds. One could not help but admire the advanced equipment of the little hacker. In this era, to present such a pair of invisible earphones was no small feat. It was the hallmark of an extraordinary individual. It felt akin to something out of an undercover film. Would wearing this be uncomfortable? If not, perhaps Morse code would suffice. Meeting clients with such high-tech equipment seemed overly sophisticated. Did she possess no other devices? Mo Xiangying smirked mischievously. "Would you prefer a device implanted within?" Lin Yu countered playfully. "Where exactly would that be placed?" Beside him, Yi Mengfu hurriedly lowered her head. Lin Yu tested the earpiece, finding it entirely comfortable with no sensation of foreign objects. Unless someone leaned in closely to inspect his ear, it would indeed be undetectable. "So tomorrow, you'll inform me how to converse with him through the earpiece, correct?" Upon seeing Mo Xiangying nod in affirmation, Lin Yu signaled an okay gesture, replying, "Understood. Please send me the time and location shortly, and I shall meet with them on your behalf." Mo Xiangying quickly added, "Master, there is one more thing I must trouble you with." Lin Yu sighed in resignation. "What is it? Can't you just state it all at once?" Mo Xiangying gestured in a pleading manner. "Hee, I assure you this will be the last edition. Before heading out, I need you to visit Sister Qiming's flower shop. I've ordered a bouquet to present to the woman among the 2 I will meet tomorrow. I've checked. and it's her birthday. How astute. This was not merely a birthday gift. It was a means to demonstrate her strength. Any information she sought, any barriers she wished to breach, any website she aimed to maintain, none would present a challenge. Even before discussing work, she had already secured the upper hand in the atmosphere. Lin Yu was astonished by the meticulousness of Mo Xiangying's considerations. To fulfill the mission, to ascend swiftly to the position of the sect leader of Harmony Sect, and for the thrill of the manual transmission, it pained him to acquiesce. As the two women returned exhilarated, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Lin Yu felt neither drowsiness nor fatigue, evidently a result of the body refining elixir. He sent Mo Xiangying all the information he could gather on the two individuals, He Jing and Haizhou, ensuring it was as detailed as possible. Within 15 minutes, 2 comprehensive documents were transmitted back to Lin Yu's phone. Chapter 43. The intricacies of He Jing and Haizhou. It is evident from the information provided that possesses a remarkably astute mind. In such a brief span of time, she has unearthed information of considerable detail. Lin Yu had anticipated receiving a mere jumble of dense, textual data, requiring him to sift through it to extract what he sought. To his surprise, had meticulously categorized the details for him, with a layout that seemed to carry a hint of thoughtful design. The first document presented was He Jing's hotel stay records. Lin Yu was taken aback. Was it possible to obtain more substantive information? This was not what he had prepared to examine. Nevertheless, since it had been sent, he resolved to scrutinize it with a critical eye. To his astonishment, the length of the records was staggering, a veritable testament to the fervor of a married woman indulging in newfound freedom since her divorce. The entries were meticulously documented, with Mo Xiangying even highlighting the ages of the male patrons, ranging from 20 to 52. Lin Yu silently commended her efforts. Such an audacious woman, unperturbed by societal conventions, seemingly sought companionship in hotels at a moment's notice. After reviewing the hotel records, he noted a final annotation and read, "A gentle reminder from your disciple. The above records pertain only to registered stays. Unregistered encounters require additional time to investigate." The thoroughness of those in this profession was truly commendable. As he continued to peruse the documents, he encountered He Jing's health examination records from the past 2 years. The most recent examination, conducted just last month, focused primarily on gynecological assessments. Just as Lin Yu pondered the relevance of such reports, Mo Xiangying's annotation appeared once more, a gentle reminder from her disciple. Though reckless, she remains in good health. Master, please proceed after next Thursday. Lin Yu was taken aback. Did she truly perceive him as someone who would charge in a battle, armed with such intelligence? The mind of a disciple often reflects her thoughts, and as he critically examined He Jing's health report, he pressed on. Finally, he discovered the crucial information he sought, He Jing's financial status. As a divorced woman without employment, her financial records were starkly straightforward, primarily comprising transfers from men. It seemed she was adept at extracting substantial sums from her suitors. Over the past 6 months, the majority of her income appeared to derive from Haizhou. The hotel record suggested that many recent bookings were made solely in He Jing's name, hinting at her clandestine rendezvous with Haizhou. This man was indeed cautious, leaving no traces of his escapades. Turning to the next document, Lin Yu uncovered the reason for Haizhou's discretion. He was a married man with a family in the south. His wife and child resided in his hometown, which explained his interest in He Jing. His primary occupation was not as a props manager in a film studio, but as a business manager for an insurance company, temporarily stationed in a neighboring city. The dossier on Haizhou was rife with notable highlights, particularly his financial misadventures. He had squandered substantial sums online and embezzled company funds. Now, his most pressing concern was rectifying the financial deficit he had created. As for his dealings with Aunt Qimeng, He Jing was likely complicit in the scheme. While she appeared to be a warm and welcoming friend, she was secretly plotting against Lin Yu. He Jing's actions were undeniably nefarious. She cannot simply be allowed to evade consequences. Within Haizhou's records, Mo Xiangying had meticulously marked the transactions between him and Aunt Qimeng, along with a pre-drafted contract. The language of the contract was somewhat convoluted, but Lin Yu patiently absorbed its content, finally grasping the scheme at play. In essence, after gaining Aunt Chimeng's trust through deceitful means, Haijo intended to issue a substantial purchase order for Damascus roses. Should he fail to deliver the flowers by the agreed-upon date, he would face exorbitant penalties. An experienced insurance manager would undoubtedly know how to manipulate the compensation amounts within legal limits. As for ensuring Aunt Chimeng's inability to meet her obligations, that task would fall to He Jing. These two conspirators, one driven by desire, the other by debt, had concocted a plot against an unsuspecting, vulnerable woman, resulting in Aunt Chimeng's tragic suicide, leaving Lin Yu with an enduring sense of regret. All this over trivial matters, costing a life. These wretches had never contemplated the victim's feelings, nor considered the profound impact their malevolence would have on the lives of others. Lin Yu clenched his phone, his anger escalating. This was far from sufficient. Merely incarcerating them would not suffice. Upon closing the dossier, Lin Yu noticed that Mo Shangying had sent another message. I understand now why Master sought information on Haijo. They intend to deceive Aunt Chimeng together. Master, you must protect Aunt Chimeng at all costs. Do not allow her to sign that dreadful contract. I will send you the detailed records of Haijo's embezzlement. Let us ensure he is brought to justice. As for He Jing, while I will inform Aunt Chimeng of her true nature, she has not committed any crimes, making it difficult to imprison her. What a pity. Lin Yu began to reply, typing halfway before erasing his message entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he responded anew. In addition to sending me the files on my phone, please also transfer them to an unused USB drive and bring it to me tomorrow. Thank you. I will handle these two. They shall face the consequences of their actions. In Mo Shangying's room, she squatted in her chair, her expression betraying a hint of trepidation as she read Lin Yu's response on her computer screen. Little Yu is quite fierce. Those two are truly unfortunate. Why do they have to provoke us? Let Little Yu deal with their punishment. Alas, I can no longer call him Little Yu after pondering for a while. She glanced at her hands, filled with anticipation for the upcoming Thursday. In Yi Mengfu's room, having completed her evening routine, she collapsed on her bed, feeling a touch fatigued. Holding the rabbit stickers gifted by Lin Yu aloft, she meticulously examined each one. The adorable designs elicited a smile, and after reviewing them all, she suddenly recalled something. She sprang up, retrieving her sportswear from the floor, which she had worn during her visit to Lin Yu's room, and hung it on a hanger. After ensuring the stickers Lin Yu had placed were unwrinkled, she sighed in relief and flopped back onto the bed, picking up her phone. After a moment of thoughtful finger-biting, she opened a shopping app and typed, "What gifts are suitable for boys?" Chapter 44. The Revelation of the Online Girlfriend. What could be the reason? Since the two women left the room, Lin Yu had not returned to slumber. He tidied up the room briefly. At 7 o'clock in the morning, he received a notification from the system. Ding! Today is yet another day filled with hope. Please continue to explore the path of harmony. Host. Strive to become a pillar of the sect. Friendly reminder. Task list has been refreshed. Upon hearing the melodious voice of the system, Lin Yu's first thought was, could it possibly announce itself punctually at 7 every morning? If that were the case, how could he ever enjoy a lion again? Couldn't it be set to silent mode instead? After inwardly grumbling, Lin Yu dutifully opened the system interface. Host. Lin Yu, age, 20, sect identity, inner disciple. Number of partners, soul cultivator, body cultivator, 1-1, sect techniques. Bone transformation, soft fist, external skill. Sect secret techniques, treasures. Joyous feat, summoning phoenix finger. Beast command, token, sect contribution. 0, spirit stones. 650, current tasks. Protect sect strategy, urgent task. The Harmony Sect is not merely a place for cultivation. Discussion on array techniques. Urgent task. The worldly strong invite the elders of our sect's array hall. Caring for sect spirit plants. Daily task. Spirit plants are essential for a powerful sect. Please water the 12 pots of spirit plants on the balcony in a timely manner. Cleaning the sect courtyard. Daily task. If one cannot sweep their own room, how can they sweep the world? Cleaning the courtyard is the duty of every sect disciple. Repairing the array. Daily task. The array at the entrance of the main hall has not been maintained for years. Please repair it promptly. Host's physical status. Charming countenance, charm 100. Refined body, constitution 150. Proxy sect master S dream entry, all attributes 3. Feeling of the Harmony Sect bellkeeper, taste 20. Apology from the sect's talismancer, vision 20. Greed of the array hall elder, speed 100. Lin Yu did not pay particular attention to the updated task list, as it merely revolved around small chores related to the apartment. However, the numerous enhancements listed under host's physical status truly surprised him. Could it be that forming bonds with all his roommates allowed each to contribute an enhancement? These statuses clearly indicated the attitudes of each female towards him. The added buffs were closely tied to their individual attributes. Aunt Chi's comprehensive care, Chi Ching-Chi's gluttony, Yi Mengfu's charm, and Mo Shangying's remarkable hacking skills. Lin Yu absent-mindedly moved his fingers, feeling a distinct increase in dexterity. Now, heading to the internet CAF to play games, he should be able to dominate the competition. Or perhaps he could find a roommate to play with, creating delightful chaos together. Indeed, what a splendid enhancement, descending from the 3rd floor to the ground level. Aunt Chi was up as usual, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Xiaoyu, you're up so early again today? I'm sorry, please wait a moment. I'll have it ready shortly. For some reason, she had overslept by 20 minutes. Chen Shiming anxiously watched the pot of boiling water, silently urging it to heat up faster. Ever since Lin Yu had given her a massage the previous day, she had enjoyed a delightful feeling of lightness all night long. Last night had been the best sleep she had experienced in the past 6 months. Consequently, she hadn't heard a single sound from Lin Yu's room the night prior. Is it really necessary to apologize for sleeping an extra 20 minutes? Aunt Chi, should I not then apologize for several years? Lin Yu reassured her, take your time. There's no rush. I'm not that hungry yet. I'll sweep the yard first. You continue your work. Chen Shiming turned back hurriedly, exclaiming, no. I'll take care of it in a bit. Lin Yu approached her in the kitchen, stating, cleaning the yard is certainly a man's job. As for you, turn around. Chen Shiming's eyes fluttered slightly as she obeyed his request, turning to face away from him. Lin Yu gently grasped the loose strings of her apron and tied them securely. You really are quite careless. But I distinctly remember tying it just now, she replied, feeling the warmth of his gentle touch. Unconsciously, she tilted her head slightly to sneak a glance at him. It seemed Lin Yu had grown taller, his features more defined, truly resembling a man. Chen Shiming had never experienced being cared for by a man at home. For reasons unknown at that moment, thoughts of Yi Jing's playful remarks from yesterday and the vague dreams of the night flooded her mind. Oh my goodness, what on earth am I thinking? She chastised herself internally. Get a grip, be normal. Ding, exemplary operation. The strong and responsible demeanor of a man makes the proxy sect master inadvertently indulge in fanciful thoughts. Reward, 20 spirit stones, Lin Yu. Indulging in fanciful thoughts? What could that possibly mean? All done, Aunt Chi. Thank you for your hard work in preparing breakfast. As he spoke, Lin Yu lightly pressed against her waist. A gentle touch that unmistakably made her body shiver involuntarily, sending a rush of satisfaction through him. When dealing with the attentive Aunt Chi, he knew he must tread carefully, advancing step by step. Not lingering any longer, Lin Yu exited the kitchen, preparing to fulfill his daily tasks. As he stepped out the door, he glanced down at the entrance mat, the array at the entrance of the main hall. It must refer to this well-used mat, right? It seemed there were no spares at home, so he would have to purchase a new one at the supermarket later. In his previous life, while living in an apartment, Lin Yu had never thought the yard was so vast. Of course, he had never personally cleaned it. Aunt Chi had diligently maintained it every other day. Now, as he took on the task himself, he realized just how expansive the yard truly was. There were so many household chores to manage, alongside the flower shop, not to mention ensuring Lin Yu's daily needs. It truly was miraculous that Aunt Chi could keep it all together. As he diligently swept, a young girl appeared at the outer gate, wheeling a suitcase as she entered the yard. Lin Yu looked up. The morning light danced across the brim of her cap, illuminating her cool, piercing gaze. Her chestnut curls fluttered gently in the breeze. Clad in a short-sleeved checkered shirt over a pristine white t-shirt and black denim shorts, her slender waist was accentuated elegantly. Below her fair, delicate calves were a pair of classic black canvas shoes. Simply standing there, she created a picturesque scene. However, upon direct eye contact, one could immediately sense the disdain in her gaze. Qi Shui, the older twin sister, who was also Lin Yu's classmate. Qi Shui bore a striking resemblance to her sister, Qi, with a similarity of 99. It was as if they had conspired to dye their hair the same color. Aside from their differing styles, it was truly challenging to distinguish between the two. Of course, their personalities were as different as night and day. Regardless, as they were to be classmates and roommates moving forward, and also targets bound by the system, it was essential to foster a good relationship. Lin Yu took the initiative to greet her. Is this the elder Qi? Good morning. Did Xiao Qi say you would return tomorrow? You've come back early? Adhering to the rules of the inner disciples, Lin Yu proactively greeted the elder of the library pavilion. The reward, 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu pondered. Why does this reward feel so unsatisfactory? Greeting the elder? Is Ning truly so exalted? Qi Shui paused, one hand resting on her suitcase, the other lifting her hat's brim. Has the sun risen in the west? Lin Yu, you actually clean the courtyard? Lin Yu remained silent. Their brief exchange gradually reminded him of the formidable nature of this old classmate. Sharp-tongued, aloof, and tsundere. That tsundere facade had long since faded. Had he not been aware of her personality, he might have assumed she was targeting him. During their freshman year, Lin Yu witnessed a tragic episode. A boy from the neighboring class courted Qi Shui, presenting her with exquisite breakfast. One would think that if she was not interested, a simple rejection would suffice. However, Qi Shui, after declining, sharply informed the boy, I have no interest in boys. Don't waste your efforts. You'd be better off focusing on your major. This remark led to 2 years of college where people repeatedly asked Lin Yu's younger sister, Qi, if her sister had a preference for girls. As for Qi Shui, she remained indifferent to the rumors, truly dedicating herself to her studies. Over 2 years, she achieved first place in her major for 4 consecutive semesters. It was said that upon the start of the new semester in September, she would ascend to the position of student council president of the Film Academy. A quintessential academic prodigy. The title of elder of a library pavilion truly suited her. In her apartment, a shelf brims with a variety of books. Every time Lin Yu encountered her, she was either reading or on her way to read. To her, the intriguing nature of boys seemed monstrous, maintaining a respectful distance from everyone. Well, he decided not to stoop to her level. He could treat her as a task to conquer gradually. Occasionally, he should be diligent. Welcome back. You've brought so much. Allow me to assist you. Lin Yu naturally extended his hand, hoping to seize the opportunity for some physical contact while helping with the suitcase. He genuinely wished to discover what tasks he could accomplish with Qi Shui. However, she swiftly pushed the suitcase aside and lightly replied, no need for that. You can continue cleaning. It will be better to ponder the theme for our summer filming assignment. Unfortunately, you are grouped with me and Xiao Qi, so try not to lag behind. With that, she pushed the suitcase and walked away, leaving Lin Yu in a state of disarray. I truly want to tear her face off. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but ask her, do I owe you money? Am I in debt to you? After calming down from the Qi Shui interlude, Lin Yu resumed his daily tasks, determined to complete the assignments of cleaning the sect courtyard and caring for the sect's spiritual plants before Aunt Chiming prepared breakfast. After a few more minutes of cleaning, he was left with just the final step of collecting the trash. Ding dong. A WeChat message pinged on Lin Yu's phone. He temporarily set down his tools to check. It was, to his surprise, from Qi Shui. Qi Shui, Xiao Qi is confessed. She borrowed money from you for the merchandise. Qi Shui, how much in total? I'll transfer you the amount. Upon seeing that Xiao Qi had confessed, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Was she this ruthless even with her own sister? This was severe interrogation. Lin Yu, consider a gift. Let Xiao Qi go. Just seconds after sending the message, another notification popped up. Qi Shui, no need for gifts. Don't set your sights on Xiao Qi. Take care of your own matters. Qi Shui, so, how much in total? Lin Yu thought, where's my knife? Where's my knife? He was tempted to storm in and confront her. Couldn't they just have a civil conversation? Would that be too much to ask? Lin Yu exhaled deeply, trying to prevent himself from being driven to madness by Qi Qing Shui. Lin Yu, just transfer me 100. It's not much. Qi Qing Shui. Okakapa. Qi Qing Shui retracted a message. Qi Qing Shui. Okay. Seeing the conversation conclude, Lin Yu locked his screen and set aside his phone. Not particularly concerned about Qi Qing Shui's forthcoming transfer. He had long since ceased to be in one of such trifling sums. Just as he picked up his tools to resume cleaning, a sudden thought struck him. Clang! The broom fell from his hands, hitting the ground. Lin Yu disregarded it, hastily retrieving his phone to scrutinize the chat history with Qi Qing Shui. Qi Qing Shui retracted a message. Qi Qing Shui. Okay. Lin Yu was certain he had not misread. The retracted message had said, okay. The term okay first emerged within the subculture of anime enthusiasts, later permeating mainstream communication. Its popularity surged in 2023 due to a trending topic. We are accommodating personalities. We say okay as okay. If one were to trace its origins, it likely began circulating among people a year or two prior to 2023, perhaps in 2022 or even 2021, or as far back as 2017 or 2018. But it could not have possibly originated in 2014. Who would have spoken like that in 2014? Only Lin Yu. He had used it at least 7 or 8 times in his chat with his online girlfriend, Shinming Tingjiu, just yesterday. She likely found it amusing and began imitating him. More importantly, Qi Qing Shui had actually retracted her message. Given her intelligence, she must have realized the implications and promptly retracted it. How absurd. It was as if he had traversed mountains and rivers to find this treasure. The answer lay in okay. He could almost confirm that the online girlfriend with whom Lin Yu had been flirting was none other than the twin sister, the lofty flower, the campus academic achiever, and the future president of the student council. Qi Qing Shui. Chapter 45. Playing in the shadows, is it? Then let us engage in deception. In the twins' room, Qi Qing Shui sat before her desk, phone in hand, her gaze fixed anxiously on the screen. The interface displayed her WeChat conversation with Lin Yu. At this moment, her palms were slightly sweaty, and she felt an unprecedented sense of panic. This was utterly uncharacteristic of her. How could she have been so careless as to inadvertently send an okay? Had Lin Yu seen it? What would he think upon seeing it? Would he suspect something? Otherwise, why had he not accepted the red envelope she sent? Could he truly be doubting her intentions? Her mind swirled with questions, rapidly depleting her mental energy. Finally, a new message popped up. Lin Yu, boss, do you have any cash? Could you spare some? It will be convenient for me to buy medicine later. Qi Qing Shui furrowed her brow. What medicine did Lin Yu need? Was he unwell? Naturally, they could not discuss much on WeChat. Fortunately, judging by Lin Yu's response, it seemed he hadn't discovered anything. Thank goodness. Initially, when her alternate account received Lin Yu's friend request, Qi Qing Shui added him out of sheer boredom. She was curious if this ordinarily earnest boy would dare to send a cheeky message. To her surprise, not only did he refrain from such antics, but he also displayed a remarkable level of respect towards her, even though she was merely a virtual stranger. As time passed, and their conversations deepened, their shared topics multiplied. When a confession request arrived, Qi Qing Shui hesitated for an extended period. Ultimately, she devised a plan to maintain a long-distance online relationship without meeting in person, and thus began her romantic involvement with Lin Yu. At her age, despite projecting an aloof and cold demeanor in reality, a yearning for a beautiful love still resided within her. Lin Yu's entrance into her life filled a void in her heart. Even she could not fathom how their discussions had evolved to such an intimate level. The more they connected, the more she feared revealing that Chunming Tingyu was indeed her. After all, they would be classmates and cohabitants for 2 years. If he discovered her secret, how would they interact thereafter? Qi Qing Shui had even contemplated the worst-case scenario. If Lin Yu confronted her, she would never confess. As long as she did not log into the account of Chunming Tingyu, Lin Yu would have no evidence against her. Fortunately, such an encounter never transpired. Everything continued as usual. Once her heart regained its tranquility, she responded to Lin Yu, providing an affirmative answer. Was it her imagination? Or had Lin Yu become more talkative since returning from his hometown? His appearance seemed to have improved as well. Earlier, when they were alone in the courtyard, she had not dared to look too closely, Sister, everything is here. It has truly vanished. Her younger sister, Qi Qingxi, gloomily displayed the merchandise she had purchased over the past few days, laying it out on the bed. Aside from a few items gifted by Lin Yu, most were bought with her own pocket money. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to seeking Lin Yu's company for ice cream. She had meticulously calculated the time for her sister's return, planning to find a hiding spot today. Little did she expect her sister to return a day early. While Qi Qingxi was still lost in sleep, she had been mercilessly caught. Qi Qingxue, are you sure? Qi Qingqi, I swear. Qi Qingxue, I will cover this debt for you. But if you dare to borrow money again for purchases, you'll have to work to repay it. Qi Qingqi, feeling wronged. Oh, thank you, sister. By the way, Aunt Qiming mentioned going out for breakfast together today. Qi Qingxue opened her bag. I already told Aunt Qiming that we're not going out for breakfast. I brought you a delicious burger with double eggs. Qi Qingxi's eyes sparkled. Long live my sister. No one in the world is as good as my sister. Qi Qingxue chuckled. Enough of that. Eat quickly. In the common activity area on the first floor, a notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task clean the sect courtyard and earned 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task care for the sect's spiritual plants and earned 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu momentarily suppressed his urge to confront Qi Qingxue in person. He was not foolish, given Qi Qingxue's established persona. Approaching her now would only lead to chaos and ruin everything. She would undoubtedly deny it. There was a real possibility that his online girlfriend, Chun Ming Tingyu, might disappear altogether. Reeling her back in would be an uphill struggle. First, to avoid another blunder akin to the incident with Yi Mengfu, he needed to approach Qi Qingxue and confirm the most crucial details. Speculation remained mere speculation. It could not be trusted. The system's exclusive authentication would provide the necessary authority. Once he confirmed her identity, he could engage her in this game of shadows. High and mighty, playing coy, was it? Lin Yu had an abundance of strategies to accompany her in this slow dance. In his mind, he had already crafted 100 methods to woo his online girlfriend. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Yu's face. Fortunately, Aunt Qiming had already left for the flower shop. Otherwise, she would have gained an entirely new impression of him. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu sent a WeChat message to Qi Qingxue. Lin Yu, Big Qi, is it convenient for you to meet me now? I plan to go to the community hospital to buy some medicine. I am in the dining hall on the first floor. Within a minute, Lin Yu heard footsteps descending the stairs. Chapter 46. The Best Fate of T-Art Boys. Wait for you. The battle commences. Activate Super Film Emperor Mode. Lin Yu swiftly immersed himself in character, his arms resting on the table, his face buried within the crook of his elbow, resembling a student dozing off at a school desk. Qi Qingxue approached Lin Yu's side. Ahem. I saw you so energetic this morning, yet here you are catching up on sleep at the kitchen table? Qi Qingxue spoke loudly, attempting to rouse Lin Yu from his slumber. However, Lin Yu languidly raised his head, his expression etched with unspoken agony and discomfort, as if the mere act of lifting his gaze drained him of all vitality. Hey, what's wrong with you? Qi Qingxue inquired immediately upon noticing his state. She had been fine when she returned. Why did he suddenly appear so unwell? Is he ill? Lin Yu feebly waved his hand. It's nothing. I probably just drank too much cold beer yesterday. My stomach has been uncomfortable since then. I'll endure it for a while and later go to the community hospital to buy some stomach medicine. Qi Qingxue was taken aback. She had not realized that Lin Yu was acting. Moreover, she was well aware that he had indeed consumed copious amounts of beer until the early hours of the morning. Thus, it could be said that the root of Lin Yu's stomachache lay with her. Why did you drink so much? To show off how well you can hold your liquor? Qi Qingxue's response was astute. A normal person would have first inquired why someone who rarely drinks had suddenly consumed so much. As expected of a top student, she effortlessly navigated the first small pitfall. Lin Yu continued to speak in a weak tone. It's nothing. It's my own fault. I'll slowly make my way to the community clinic. Qi, about that cash. Qi Qingxue reacted quickly, pulling out 2 neatly folded red bills from her shorts pocket. The various items you paid for Xiao Qi definitely exceed 100. Here's the cash. If she bothers you for money again, please don't lend it to her. Just contact me directly. Lin Yu nodded, not disputing Qi Qingshui's words. At present, matters of borrowing and repaying money were trivial. He was eager to test whether it was a distortion of human nature or a moral decline. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Lin Yu was lost in his own interpretation of what it meant to truly suffer from stomachache. Qi Qingshui hesitated twice before finally saying, "Take care of yourself." "I should. Head back." With that, she turned to leave. Here it came. The first test for online dating couples. If Qi Qingshui were to walk away just like that, even if her current identity truly was Lin Yu's online girlfriend, her mindset would likely reflect mere curiosity about romance. A chance encounter with Lin Yu online, exchanging flirtations, and experiencing youthful excitement. In contrast, her feelings for the real Lin Yu were probably negligible. Avoiding exposure of her own identity took precedence over her husband's health. What did this signify? It indicated that Lin Yu, as a virtual husband, held little weight in her heart to be integrated into reality. To put it plainly, she didn't regard him as a person. If she couldn't even pass this first test, then thoughts of later scenarios where he might capture her would be futile. Qi Qingshui's steps were exceedingly slow. At this moment, she was engaged in an internal struggle, repeatedly telling herself, "Don't go back. Such sudden concern is too strange." This is not her style. During our recent chat, I nearly exposed my identity. How could I now willingly place myself in danger? As she approached the corner, Qi Qingshui halted, turning back to ask, "Hey Lin Yu, can you manage on your own? The community hospital isn't too far. Do you want me to take you?" Ding! Exceptional move. The elder of the library pavilion proactively offers to accompany you through the mundane world, a splendid opportunity to deepen your relationship. Reward: 50 spirit stones. After uttering this question, Qi Qingshui felt immense regret, her inner turmoil, blaming herself. What am I doing? How could I say such a thing? Lin Yu surely wouldn't agree, right? Under Qi Qingshui's gaze, Lin Yu awkwardly inquired, "Qi, do you really have the time? It might be quite troublesome for you." Judging by Lin Yu's demeanor, there seemed to be no suspicion. Qi Qingshui felt slightly reassured. Stepping back to Lin Yu's side, "It's not a hassle. As classmates and roommates, I can't just watch you suffer in the dining room, can I? Besides, if your health deteriorates, it will definitely hinder your summer filming assignments. Let's go. I haven't even changed into indoor clothes yet." Qi Qingshui thought to herself, "I've turned this around. This excuse is reasonable." Lin Yu's inner thoughts were, "What a deliberate justification, as if worried I might overthink." Indeed, TR boys have the best fate. Acting delicate and feigning weakness is not merely a gender advantage. This is troubling. Qi Lin Yu slowly rose, feigning a faltering stance as he leaned on the table, dramatically tilting forward at a convincing angle. "Watch out!" Qi Qingshui immediately reached out, supporting Lin Yu's shoulder from the opposite side. Qi Qingshui, age, 20, sect identity, elder of the library pavilion, intimacy level with host, 72, 7th realm. Affection entwined, number of companions, soul cultivation, physical cultivation 10, attribute skills, mundane world cinematics beginner, bookish Dao body perfected. Other information, soul cultivation companion, Lin Yu. Current tasks, medical treatment, urgent task companion suspected of serious injury. Requires immediate visit to the worldly medical hall for treatment. Collection of classics, daily task absorb various categories of classics to benefit the growth of the library pavilion. Please purchase photography, theory of light, and composition promptly. Collection of classics, daily task absorb various categories of classics to benefit the growth of the library pavilion. Please purchase photography, practical application of the golden ratio promptly. Friendly reminder: engaging in soul cultivation, physical cultivation with your companion daily can hasten the learning of their attribute skills. The speed of learning is directly related to the mastery level of the skills held by your companion. The path of mutual cultivation requires personal experience. Lin Yu, finally, I've hooked her. There is no longer any need for guesswork. I can be entirely certain. Qi Qingshui is indeed Chenming Tingjiu, his online girlfriend. Upon seeing the information panel, Lin Yu felt a tinge of nostalgia. It turned out that in his previous life, he had been so close to the twin class flower. Yet he remained oblivious, missing out on a destined relationship. In this life, Lin Yu, have you reached the age where you must rely on crutches? Stand firm. Lin Yu. The girlfriend filter shattered into pieces. How could someone in their 30s utter such cold words? Is my tone not warm enough? Does offering a shoulder for support feel like a burden? Just wait. I must take good care of you. Apologies, I sat for too long and couldn't steady myself. I can walk on my own. Could you please help me call a cab? I'll cover the fare. Lin Yu handed the freshly received red bills back to Qi Qingshui. Chapter 47. Scolded by Lin Yu but oddly pleased? A few minutes later, Lin Yu and his girlfriend, Qi Qingshui, settled into the back seat of a taxi. The distance from their apartment to the community hospital was approximately 15 to 20 minutes by car, a relatively short journey. Interestingly, among the nurses working at the community hospital, there was also a sister who was their roommate. Once in the car, Lin Yu seized the opportunity, as their time alone was limited, and he intended to make the most of every moment. The next phase required little acting. After getting into the vehicle, Lin Yu tilted his head back and feigned sleep. Just a few minutes later, his phone rang. Spinning a few rounds, turning into our profound fingerprints, warming the hearts of everyone we've loved. Kiking Shui. Wasn't this the song Lin Yu shared with her just yesterday? He had actually set it as his ringtone. She only wanted him to listen to it together when he went out, not to listen to it every day. Ding! A splendid operation. A beautiful memory between partners, resonating deeply. Reward: 50 spirit stones. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu felt ecstatic. The reward of spirit stones was evidently not a coincidence. Each time he created ripples with others, the reward was always 20 spirit stones. Yet, with Qi Qingshui, it was a staggering 50 spirit stones. Regardless of whether he could win her over immediately, simply having her by his side as a source of income, 500 at a time, was indeed delightful. After waiting for a while, the song continued to play, and Lin Yu still lay motionless with his eyes closed. Lin Yu? Lin Yu, your phone is ringing. Qi Qingshui gently tapped Lin Yu's arm to rouse him. Lin Yu feigned waking up, shaking his hand as if startled and patting his pocket. Oh, sorry, I almost dozed off. It was my alarm. As he weakly retrieved his phone, it fortuitously slipped from his grasp and landed at Qi Qingshui's feet. She picked it up without much thought, only to discover that the screen was unlocked, revealing a photo of the blue sky and white clouds that she had taken yesterday. Ding! A splendid operation. A beautiful memory between partners, as captivating as a delicate tapestry. Reward: 50 spirit stones. Once again, Lin Yu scored. Qi Qingshui. This was merely a casual snapshot she took to avoid revealing her location during their chat. How could Lin Yu cherish enough to make it his wallpaper? Had she known, she would have taken more care in capturing the shot. Thank you. Lin Yu took back his phone and then opened WeChat, muttering to himself, strange. They should be awake by now. Why haven't they replied? Could something have happened? Qi Qingshui. The confined space of the car ensured that even a whisper could be overheard. From Lin Yu's words, it was evident what he was implying. Not only was he unable to receive a reply now, but it was likely he wouldn't find an opportunity for quite some time. If Qi Qingshui had the space to think calmly, she could easily choose to remain silent and say nothing. Why aren't they replying? I could always fabricate some excuse later. Yet, Lin Yu's concern for her stomach pain, his choice of ringtone, and the wallpaper of her photo, these intertwined actions made her subconsciously want to divert his attention from worrying about her. In her heart, she reasoned that when it came time to speak, she would transform into a sharp-tongued retort. You're in pain, yet you still care about messaging. I don't understand. Perhaps they simply don't wish to reply, being preoccupied with other matters. Qi Qingshui casually remarked, not thinking much of it. However, in the next moment, Lin Yu's piercing gaze locked onto her with hostility. Startled by his intense stare, she felt as if she were a prey being threatened by a lion poised to pounce. In a grave tone, Lin Yu admonished, Qi Qingshui, I will only say this once. Do not make jokes about her. She is someone very important to me, and should it happen again, I shall not forgive. Qi Qingshui's eyes widened, her speech faltering in no, I'm sorry. I apologize. She had been scolded, and not just mildly. Yet, oddly enough, instead of feeling anger, she found herself realizing how significant she was to Lin Yu. Could a mere jest from a stranger provoke such a reaction from him? She felt valued. Ding! A splendid operation, conveying to her partner her importance in his heart, deepening the affection. Reward: 50 spirit stones striking gold once again. Every small tactic employed yielded fruitful results. Oh, my dear girlfriend, let us see how you emerge from the palm of the Buddha. Even a slap must be perceived as a passionate embrace. In less than a minute, Lin Yu continued his strategy. Having delivered a slap, it was now time to offer a sweet reward. Rubbing his belly, he said, "Ah, I feel much better now. My stomach doesn't hurt as much. I apologize for being a bit hasty earlier." Qing Shui was still wrapped up in the realization of her importance and didn't immediately respond. Hearing Lin Yu's apology, she waved her hand. "It's all right, I understand." Lin Yu's tone regained strength as he began discussing serious matters. "Regarding the summer assignment, I will do my utmost. I feel I haven't grasped the concepts of shadow composition and the golden ratio well enough. I plan to purchase a couple of books on the subject in the next few days to catch up, ensuring I hold you and shout Qi back. Once I have the books, I will share them with you. I know you excel academically, so I'm sure your insights will be invaluable." Qing Shui. What a coincidence. She had also intended to buy books on shadow composition and the golden ratio. Their thoughts aligned. Oh my, was this the legendary soul connection? Had their long-distance affection nurtured some miraculous resonance between them? What an enchanting feeling. Henceforth, they could be regarded as soulmates, perhaps? Ding! A splendid operation. Achieving a harmonious resonance of souls with her partner. A delightful experience of shared thoughts. Reward: 50 spirit stones, indeed. The moment those words were uttered, the system's rewards came pouring in. Would Qing Shui remain unaffected by this series of heartfelt exchanges? Lin Yu grasped his phone and resumed his pose of feigned sleep, allowing Qing Shui the opportunity. Just as Lin Yu anticipated, Qing Shui confirmed that he was indeed asleep before quietly pulling out her phone to respond to his messages. She couldn't ignore him any longer. Lin Yu was anxiously waiting. Her guilt was mounting, threatening to overflow. She was so significant to Lin Yu, yet she hadn't even replied to him. Was this fair? Was this reasonable? First, Qing Shui silenced her phone and switched to her secondary WeChat account. She couldn't afford to read through the barrage of messages Lin Yu had sent, and hurriedly began composing her response. "Meng Ting Yu. Good morning, darling. I'm helping my family with some tasks. We can chat later. I miss you too, smooch." Time was of the essence. She even lacked the moment to add a kiss emoji before finishing her message, refraining from sending it immediately. Instead, she placed her phone on the side of her leg, close to the car door. Only after confirming that Lin Yu exhibited no unusual behavior did she lower her head to press the send button, swiftly locking the screen and stowing the device into her pocket. In the next instant, she hurriedly adopted an air of nonchalance. Ding dong. Upon hearing the WeChat notification sound, Lin Yu opened his eyes. At that moment, he truly wished to interview the person beside him. What was it like to secretly refer to someone online as husband? Chapter 48. Daytime angels in white, nighttime knights in black. Arriving at the community hospital, Qing Shui closely followed Lin Yu, attentively observing his condition. Compared to the pain etched on his face before getting into the car, Lin Yu appeared significantly more at ease. "Let's go. I've sent a WeChat message to Sister Weiwei. She said to find her directly when we arrive. She will have a doctor take a look at you." Qing Shui reminded him. Sister Weiwei referred to another roommate in their apartment, Xia Yiwei, who worked as a nurse in this very community hospital. In Lin Yu's memories from his previous life, Xia Yiwei was known for her warm-heartedness, always appearing promptly whenever any of her roommates fell ill with a fever or cold. She often donned the standard attire of a nurse, exuding an aura of care and compassion. Initially, she left Lin Yu with an impression akin to that of a little medical fairy, graceful and gentle. However, that perception shattered one fateful night when he witnessed this so-called fairy, clad in black leather, riding a motorcycle that he could not name, racing down the street. Ding! Time-limited task issued. A crisis looms as the elder of the Spirit Medicine Hall faces an assault from the Evil Fire Elder. The disciples of the Evil Fire Elder possess formidable strength. Please ensure the safety of your fellow sect members and counterattack within the allotted time to protect your comrades. Time limit: half an hour. Task reward. Sect contribution 100, spirit stones 200. The elder of the spirit medicine hall. It was not difficult to deduce that this referred to Xia Yiwei. Even before encountering her, a time-limited task had already arrived. The task description implied that she was in trouble. A middle-aged couple emerged from the community hospital. Hey, we haven't even picked up the medicine yet. Honey, don't pull me. What medicine? Haven't you seen that bare-chested man inside? Acting like a lunatic, it's really bad luck. Let's hurry up and leave. A mother hurriedly rushed out with her child. It's okay. Don't be scared. We're going home now. Remember to stay away from bad people doing bad things. An elderly man with a cane descended the steps, grumbling. These young folks nowadays, hey, it's outrageous. Another old man beside him, slightly more agile, chimed in. Isn't it? They must have called the police by now, right? Qi Shui, observing the bustling scene at the entrance, voiced his suspicion. What is going on? Why is everyone leaving? Lin Yu did not dwell on it. Clearly, there's trouble inside, likely concerning Xia Yiwei. To ascertain what had transpired, the best course of action was to venture inside. As they approached the entrance, they could already hear shouts and curses resonating from the lobby. Stop wasting my time. It was you who administered the four to my father, right? Our old man's arm is swollen. Are you blind? What are you even here for? We came to receive treatment. Haven't we paid? Is this how you provide service? A series of expletives filled the disinfectant-scented lobby, heightening the tension. The man speaking was dark-skinned and robust, bare-chested with a tank top draped over his shoulders. His arms were adorned with dark green dragon tattoos, reminiscent of a caricatured tough guy. Anyone who could flaunt their bare chest in public for an extended period clearly wasn't someone who adhered to reason. Beside him stood a stout, pale, bald, elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, projecting an air of arrogance, as if to say, "Look at my son. Isn't he impressive?" Accompanying them were two young men with dyed hair, one yellow and one green. No wonder patrons were hastily exiting to avoid the scene. This spectacle could easily fill an entire episode of a legal show. Opposite these ruffians stood the staff of the community hospital. The bespectacled male doctor in the front seemed to be attempting to mediate. The target of the ire was a female nurse who had just put down her phone, positioned a bit further back. She wore a pristine white nurse's uniform, unblemished and glowing. With her hair tied up in a bun beneath her nurse's cap and flattering bangs framing her face, she exuded a refreshing charm. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like crescent moons, imbued with a hint of allure. A subtle pink gloss graced her lips, invigorating her appearance. She remained calm and composed, responding with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the irate individuals before her. It was none other than Lin Yu's roommate, Xia Yiwei. In the face of the bare-chested man's accusations and implicit harassment, Xia Yiwei calmly tucked her phone into her pocket and spoke without haste. Indeed, I was the one who administered the four to this patient. He arrived around 6:15 this morning, quite intoxicated. We started with 2 bottles of intravenous fluid, but halfway through the first bottle, he insisted on going to the restroom. I reminded him 3 times to be cautious with the needle in his arm, either to have someone assist him or to take the 4 stand with him. The patient replied verbatim, "Do I need someone to follow me to the toilet? Do you want to help me?" At this point, a hint of disdain flickered across Xia Yiwei's face as she continued. To be precise, this constitutes harassment during my working hours. However, considering the patient's inebriation, I chose not to hold it against him. He was in the restroom for approximately 20 minutes, and it was our on-duty doctor who, concerned, went to check on him and found him asleep. We promptly addressed the swelling at the injection site. May I ask, throughout this entire process, what fault lies with me? Allowing a drunken patient to come alone to a community hospital for treatment is surely a dereliction of duty on your part as his family. Xia Yiwei's articulate response resonated with clarity, leaving listeners in awe. Her words were well-structured and delivered without trepidation. Each statement was a gem, piercing through the hostility. Typically, a female nurse in such a predicament would either retaliate in anger or succumb to tears. Truly, she was the knight in black leather and fishnet. However, her words ignited a spark in the bare-chested man's ears. "You think my old man deserves this? Come here and say that to my face. If you're so bold, step forward and repeat what you just said." The burly man lunged forward, attempting to grab Xia Yiwei by the shoulder. The male doctor in front exerted all his strength to intervene, yet he could not withstand the brute force of the large man. Qi Qing Shui, standing nearby, anxiously exclaimed, "It's Sister Wei Wei. How can that man be so uncivilized? Does he really want to resort to violence in public? Lin Yu, we need to call the police and help Sister Wei Wei." Lin Yu? Qi Qing Shui regained his senses only to realize that Lin Yu had vanished from his side. Chapter 49. The power of the bone-melting soft fist requires a lockdown examination. Qi Qing Shui surveyed the surroundings with keen observation. Amidst the chaotic crowd, he finally spotted Lin Yu's figure. "Lin Yu, what are you doing running over at a time like this? Don't you realize how dangerous it is?" As a burly man charged forward, the hall quickly became congested with people. A male doctor from the community hospital joined the fray, along with several taller bystanders, all attempting to restrain the ruffian. In a harmonious society, is there not a way to resolve matters calmly? Furthermore, anyone with a modicum of sense would understand from Nurse Ya Iwei's words what was truly occurring. It was undoubtedly the fault of their own elderly patient, who refused to heed advice, resulting in complications during the infusion. Now, they sought to blame the nurse who administered the injection. Is this just? Is it reasonable? Xiao Wei, you should return to the office. I will speak with the patient's family. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Reason alone is not always sufficient. The police will arrive shortly. You best avoid the spotlight for now. The male doctor clinging to the ruffian's waist had his glasses askew, but still managed to caution Xia Yiwei to retreat. Xia Yiwei, calm and composed, casually tucked her hands into her coat pockets, muttering, "Avoid the spotlight? I'm supposed to just stand back." Just as she was about to step forward, a familiar figure appeared before the burly man, halting Xia Yiwei's movements. "Lin Yu, what are you doing in the front lines? Why did he rush to the forefront?" Clearly, it was for a mission. Seizing the moment amidst the turmoil, Lin Yu began to intervene. Hey, don't be impulsive. Let us talk this out." His words belied the tumult within. Lin Yu mused. "So you're the one they call the evil fire-old monster?" Observers could only see Lin Yu caught between the burly man and his two thuggish companions, seemingly in distress. Yet Xia Yiwei, frozen in shock, recognized the truth. She could see through the facade. Lin Yu was covertly taking action amid the chaos. With strikes aimed at crucial pressure points, Lin Yu executed his newly learned bone-melting soft fist technique, which he had been contemplating earlier that morning in search of a suitable opponent to test its efficacy. Was this not the perfect opportunity? In a crowd rife with confusion, minor issues could easily arise, and as an ordinary university student, no one would suspect him. The techniques flowed seamlessly within Lin Yu's body. Just as he was about to complete his sequence, the scene abruptly shifted. Thud! The loudest of the ruffians fell to the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Who pushed me? Was it you, Four Eyes?" As the burly man prepared to retaliate, he realized he could not muster strength in his lower body. It felt as though he had suddenly lost all sensation. What just happened? I've never felt this numb before. The male doctor adjusted his glasses, his heart sinking. "Oh no, did I inadvertently cause an incident? Why are you two just standing there? Help me out." The ruffian barked orders at his underlings, who appeared equally incapacitated. Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. So this was the power of the bone-melting soft fist. The three thugs were not truly incapacitated, but rather temporarily weakened from targeted strikes to their pressure points. In a few minutes, they would recover completely. The external technique crafted by the Harmony Sect was indeed insidiously effective. If he were to encounter a fierce woman in resistance, it would be quite a predicament. Lost in the euphoria of his newfound prowess, Lin Yu was abruptly pulled from the crowd by a slender arm. "Lin Yu, come out quickly." Once he was safely beside her, Qi Qing Shui exhaled in relief. When she spotted Lin Yu amidst the throng, she had rushed in not to break up the fight, but to rescue him. With his slender frame, he was no match for the thugs. She could not allow him to suffer harm before his condition was even treated. Lin Yu reveled in her concern. Look at that. She does care after all, despite her usual aloof demeanor. Lin Yu, Qing Shui, come over here." A gentle voice beckoned from behind. They turned to see Xia Yiwei, who unceremoniously draped an arm over their shoulders and guided them away from the tumult. Before the onlookers could fully absorb the unfolding drama, the police arrived in the hospital lobby. "What's going on here? Everyone disperse," the leading officer commanded, and the crowd quickly parted. Only the three thugs and the drunken elderly man remained. The male doctor stepped forward. "Officer, I call for help. These individuals were causing a ruckus in our hospital and were about to resort to violence. Now that their plans have failed, they seem to be feigning injury." The burly man shot him a venomous glare. "Feigning injury? I can't even stand up." With the police present, the ruffian refrained from further outbursts. Once the situation was resolved, he would surely seek revenge on the Four Eyes and that insufferable woman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the time-sensitive mission, subduing the evil fire old monster, successfully aiding the elder of the Spirit Medicine Hall in resolving the crisis. Reward: 50 sect contribution points, 100 spirit stones. The arrival of the police expedited the resolution of the farce. Within minutes, the burly man was taken away for questioning. Initially, Xia Yiwei seemed poised to accompany him, but after a brief conversation, she was allowed to stay behind. "Xiaoqi, could you please find the bespectacled doctor from earlier and have him issue a consultation number for Lin Yu? I will take a look at him first," Xia Yiwei instructed while washing her hands at the sink. Qi Qing Shui nodded obediently. "Okay, Sister Wei Wei, thank you for your help. I'll go right away." After Qi Qing Shui exited, Xia Yiwei swiftly approached the treatment room door. With a resounding click, she locked the door. Lin Yu was taken aback, questioning the necessity of locking the door for a mere stomachache. Not content with that, Xia Yiwei proceeded to the blinds, pulling them shut with a flourish. Lin Yu, feeling increasingly uneasy, stood up from his chair and inquired, "Sister Wei Wei, what is this about?" Maintaining her warm smile, Xia Yiwei approached the examination bed and gently patted it, saying, "Little Lin Yu, come lie down. Let me see where it hurts." Chapter 50. As a nurse, is it unreasonable for me to carry something? Lin Yu, what sort of plot development is this? Is Sister Wei Wei deceiving him with such trivialities? Does one need to lie down for a stomach examination? To entertain the possibility, even if such a procedure is necessary, shouldn't it be the doctor who conducts it? What can a mere nurse check? Is it possible that Sister Wei Wei harbors some peculiar secret? Upon contemplating this, Lin Yu hastily examined Xia Yiwei's information panel. Earlier in the hall, they had already interacted, but at that time, Lin Yu had not paid much attention. Only now did he sense something amiss. Xia Yiwei, age, 25, sect identity, elder of the Spirit Medicine Hall. Martial arts successor, affinity level with host, 22, second stage. Acquaintances, number of Dao companions, soul cultivation, physical cultivation. Not viewable due to insufficient affinity level. Attribute skills. Host identity is too humble. Temporarily not viewable. Other information. Host identity is too humble. Temporarily not viewable. Current tasks. Martial arts trial. Urgent task under pressure from powerful martial artists of Xianmen. Urgently in need of assistance from a worldly expert to break through and reshape martial prowess. Daily task. Sect treasure garment. Different attributes of treasure garments can aid in enhancing enchanting techniques. Please purchase extended fishnet stockings promptly. Daily task. Hidden injuries. As an elder of the Spirit Medicine Hall and a martial arts successor, due to years of arduous training, foot ailments have accumulated, necessitating meridian unblocking massage therapy. Another dual identity. A martial arts successor? Could it be that the nurse in leather pants is also a martial artist? Lin Yu had discreetly intervened in the hall. He should have been inconspicuous. Regardless of whatever martial artist she might be, judging by Xia Yiwei's physique, she seemed to possess only the level of martial gymnastics. Could she truly fight? What use is fighting when one needs to have a background and connections to navigate the world? Speaking of which, in the apartment, aside from Lin Yu, the only disciple, everyone else held positions of authority. He was the one with the least background and influence. Upward outsider. Xia Yiwei's 3 tasks certainly warrant further scrutiny. The first, preparing to summon assistance. The second is straightforward, freedom of attire, a matter of respect. The third is even more agreeable. Lin Yu is a professional. Come on, little Lin Yu. Xia Yiwei, tidying the examination papers, urged him again. Declining to lie down felt a bit too distant. Reluctantly, Lin Yu suppressed his doubts and approached the examination bed. "Thank you, Sister Wei Wei." Xia Yiwei waved her hands repeatedly. "Not a bother at all. Please lie down quickly." Clang! Just as he was about to recline, A pair of medical scissors fell from Xia Yiwei's person. Lin Yu. Xia Yiwei calmly bent down to retrieve them. Don't be nervous. It is quite reasonable for a nurse to carry a pair of medical scissors, isn't it? Lin Yu, indeed. Indeed. Clang. The next moment, a surgical scalpel tumbled from her. Lin Yu. Xia Yiwei wore her usual smile as she picked it up again. As I mentioned, it is logical for me, as a nurse, to have a scalpel on hand. Lin Yu awkwardly chuckled. Yes, yes. Bang. Following that, a geological hammer dropped heavily to the ground. Lin Yu. Xia Yiwei picked it up yet again, pausing to ponder for a few seconds. As is well known, being a nurse can be a perilous profession. Lin Yu interrupted. Yes, yes, quite reasonable, Sister Weiwei. I suddenly feel my stomach is no longer hurting. Perhaps it was merely a case of indigestion. A good bowel movement should suffice. What a ridiculous notion of reason. He had nearly doubted his own vision. A geological hammer? Who would carry such a tool? Lin Yu now felt that the burly man causing trouble in the hall ought to have shown him some respect. He had been far too kind, a pure bystander, a quintessential good Samaritan. Had he not intervened, today might have ended in bloodshed. Regrettably, despite Lin Yu's thoughts, Xia Yiwei offered him no chance to escape. Not only did she stand firmly before him, blocking his path, but she also produced alcohol swabs to disinfect her hands. No gloves? A barehanded examination? Little Lin Yu, she insisted, whether you are ill or not is for you to determine. Now that you are here, lie down quickly. Whether he was sick or not was uncertain. But she was undoubtedly the one with issues. Lin Yu began to suspect the possibility that the troublemaking old man simply did not wish to use the restroom and had been forcibly escorted there by Xia Yiwei. What a situation this was. Before Lin Yu could gather his thoughts, Xia Yiwei had eagerly commenced her examination. The cool, smooth sensation of the alcohol swab glided across Lin Yu's abdomen. Gasp! Lin Yu inhaled sharply. Her movements were alarmingly swift. What? How did it escalate to this? Do not move. The sudden shout startled Lin Yu, rendering him motionless. Who would dare to move? At that moment, Xia Yiwei was visibly shaken. Her expression changed repeatedly as she bit her lip, trying not to emit a sound. The power surging through her fingertips was unmistakable. It was a muscular texture achieved only through rigorous and specialized training, far from the lifeless muscle mass created by protein powders and extreme fat loss. It resembled the delicate ripples formed by a boat gliding across a lake, encapsulating latent strength within a flexible physique. At rest, it felt soft as a cat's fur. In motion, it revealed a smooth and explosive curve, a paragon of perfection. Lie down quickly, Xia Yiwei urged impatiently, her voice strained. Sigh. Now that he was already in this position, perhaps lying down was not so hard to accept after all. What goes around comes around. The wheel of karma turns. The manner in which one treats others will inevitably return to oneself. In just 2 short days of rebirth, Lin Yu had gained profound insights. Xia Yiwei's examination was undeniably thorough. Under the pretense of checking for gastric issues, it felt more akin to assessing for broken bones. Her kneading technique was exceptionally peculiar. Lying on the examination bed, Lin Yu was subjected to inspection for several minutes, leading him to experience an unusual sensation. Embarrassed, he inquired, Sister Weiwei, isn't that enough? I think it's best if. Before he could finish, he was pressed back down, and a loose nurse's uniform collar appeared before him. Goodness gracious, a lover's silhouette, subtly revealing itself. Yet, Xia Yiwei remained focused on her examination. Lin Yu clenched his fists, desperately recalling the sorrowful moments from his life. Logically speaking, for a vigorous 20-year-old young man, such a trial would elicit a somewhat normal reaction. Wouldn't it? Just then, Xia Yiwei suddenly leaned closer, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Little Lin Yu, hit me. Chapter 51. Your master is Wei Xiaobao? Until you say enough. One outrageous demand. How provocative. In this situation, one must stand firm. The Wang crushed ice was summoned once again. Ding! The heavenly skill, a perfect combat physique, left the elder of the spirit medicine hall in awe, exclaiming in wonder. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Xia Yiwei sensed Lin Yu's bodily transformation. Her gaze gradually descended. Xia Yiwei. Little Lin Yu, what I meant was, not this kind of fighting. Lin Yu. I already know. So you're a muscle enthusiast. How disappointing. My body is such a letdown. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and hide in it. Fortunately, Xia Wei paid no mind to these details. She continued to gaze at him with starry eyes, obsessively asking, "Little Lin Yu, you've trained, haven't you? And for many years. What did you learn? Please tell your sister." Simultaneously, Xia Wei secretly admired. This little rascal really knows how to keep secrets. After living under the same roof for so long, she had no idea there was a master residing in the apartment. Lin Yu truly didn't know how to respond. With the system's hints, he had roughly guessed Xia Wei's true intention behind inspecting his body. He shook his head and defended himself. "Sister Wei Wei, what lineage? I don't understand what you're talking about." Xia Wei showed no intention of letting Lin Yu brush her off, directly confronting him. "Brother, still trying to play dumb? You can deceive others, but not me. Just now in the hall, I saw every move you made crystal clear. Thank you for being willing to stand up and protect me." Lin Yu. Had I known Xia Wei's discerning gaze was so sharp, I would never have acted in front of her. Isn't it better to be a hidden master? He had no desire to be in the spotlight. "Huh? Really? What fighting? What fight? I was just mediating, Sister Wei Wei. Where did you misunderstand?" Lin Yu still clung to his last shred of hope. Regardless of whether Xia Wei chose to believe him, it was good enough to temporarily evade the truth. The result was Xia Wei's wicked smile. Not saying, huh? No problem. Then I'll fight until you confess." "Lin Yu, do you even hear what you're saying? Is that even human language? I just help you solve a problem, and you're threatening me?" Lin Yu definitely stood up. There is no need for that. As he stood, he adjusted the angle of his sniper rifle, trying to tighten the grip. He realized that in front of this crazy woman, playing dumb Wu-N-Ti work. Even in the underworld, one must give her an explanation. So, Lin Yu clasped his hands behind his back, looked up helplessly, and said, "I initially wanted to interact with everyone as an ordinary person, but I never anticipated this would lead to an interrogation. No more pretense, Turning around with the demeanor of a reclusive master, he widened his eyes. Sister Wei Wei, please put down the entrenching shovel in your hand." "Where did this shovel come from? Am I digging a grave?" Xia Wei twirled the shovel in her hand, slightly embarrassed. "Oh, I thought you weren't going to speak. This is, as a nurse." Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. All right, very reasonable, no problem. You're right, I do have a lineage. My lineage is a physical education teacher." Xia Wei stared in disbelief. "A physical education teacher? From university?" Lin Yu quickly added, "Of course not. It's my physical education teacher from my hometown, an elderly man. Sigh, he has been gone for a long time. Just an old man from a small place, dead with no witnesses. It's hard to investigate. Quite reasonable, right? If I casually fabricate a name that is easy to check, Wu-N-Ti, that gives Xia Wei an opportunity to investigate, starting from elementary school. That makes sense. He must have started training early to develop such a magnificent physique." Lin Yu. It was the first time he had ever heard a magnificent physique used to describe a man, especially one referring to himself. Just listening to it sent a chill down his spine. Those enamored with peculiar things simply couldn't comprehend. How could one be fond of muscles? "What about you, little Lin Yu? What style do you practice? What boxing technique do you use? It seems very delicate, quite suited for showcasing your muscular lines." Xia Wei continued to press. Unbeknownst to outsiders, she actually hailed from an ancient martial arts family, having inherited and learned many ancient martial arts and combat techniques since childhood. When encountering similar individuals, she could often discern their martial arts path with just a glance. Lin Yu's performance in the hall was completely inscrutable to Xia Wei. "Ahem, my master didn't specify a style, just mentioned that this move is called the Bone Transformation Soft Palm, the pinnacle of deception, 7 parts truth, 3 parts falsehood." Regarding the effectiveness of the boxing technique, Lin Yu spoke truthfully. It truly resembled the Bone Transformation Soft Palm. As for the style and lineage, he certainly couldn't tell Xia Wei that he came from the Harmony Sect and was contemplating making her a furnace. Xia Wei frowned. "Little rascal, trying to fool me? The Bone Transformation Soft Palm. Do you think you're Wei Xiaobao? Hey, don't you say?" The path he intends to take bears quite a resemblance to Wei Xiaobao's. Only, while Wei Xiaobao faced 7, he faced 9. Lin Yu helplessly raised his hands. Sister Wei Wei, I have nothing to deceive you about. That's how my physical education teacher taught me. Xia Yiwei laughed in anger. Haha, all right, little rascal, thinking you could bare your heart to your sister. I didn't expect you to be playing tricks. No worries, today I'll fight until you confess. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. No, Sister Wei Wei. This time, Xia Yiwei did not give Lin Yu a chance to explain, swiftly stepping forward. Her agile movements and fierce punches were simply not what one would expect from a girl in her 20s. A few minutes later, Lin Yu leaned against the examination bed, gazing down at Xia Yiwei, who lay motionless upon it, resembling a paralyzed figure. She had insisted, yet he had warned her not to push it. This was a hospital. It wouldn't be good to disturb others, right? Disturbing the flowers and grass would be inappropriate as well. This was merely a minor reprimand. Next time, she ought to be more cautious. The perfected bone transformation soft fist, combined with the body refining pill, enhancements, and various buffs, rendered the so-called worldly ancient martial arts practitioner no different from a doll in Lin Yu's presence. In just a few swift movements, before she could even exert her strength, Xia Yiwei was already incapacitated. At this moment, Xia Yiwei, drenched in sweat, lay on the hospital bed. Although she couldn't move, her face still bore a smile. Ah, so powerful. So fierce. Little Lin Yu, you're amazing. You. Lin Yu hastily covered her mouth. Keep it down, ancestor. If someone hears, what will happen to my reputation? What kind of situation is this? Coming to the hospital for a checkup and ending up fighting with a nurse. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Meanwhile, a phone rang from Xia Yiwei. Xia Yiwei, visibly excited, said, Little Lin Yu, quickly help me answer. It must be my sister. Lin Yu, with a face full of helplessness, thought the power of the bone transformation soft fist, when applied to a practitioner, would last at least a few more minutes. Reluctantly adhering to her request, Lin Yu reached into his pocket to retrieve her phone. Sister Wei Wei, why does your pocket have a hole? Where's your phone? Xia Yiwei made a valiant attempt to lift her head. It's down there. No, not there. What are you grabbing? Lin Yu gestured for silence. Shoo. I didn't mean to, but where exactly is it? Xia Yiwei exerted all her strength to shake her leg. It's caught in the fishnet inside. Lin Yu responded incredulously. Whose phone is hanging like that? Who wears fishnets under their nurse's uniform? Is this some sort of playful cosplay? After a thorough search, he finally extracted the phone from her trousers. Lin Yu swiped the screen to answer and held it to Xia Yiwei's ear. A faint woman's voice emanated from the device. Lin Yu swore he hadn't activated the speakerphone, nor was he eavesdropping. The voice simply found its way to his ear. The woman on the line said, Wei Wei, the trouble you mentioned has been resolved. Xia Yiwei completely disregarded the woman's statement, exuberantly exclaiming, Sister, you needn't worry about my apprenticeship anymore. I've just taken on a master. She's far more impressive than you. Absolutely extraordinary. She just conquered me. I will definitely bring her to meet you, I promise. To the ends of the earth. Lin Yu was taken aback, his mind reeling. He wished to end the call, but it was too late. Chapter 52. My Life, My Own Control. On Changhua Avenue, in a temporary parking area, a black Mercedes G-Class resembling a steel behemoth came to a halt. Inside the vehicle, a meticulously groomed woman with short hair was engaged in a phone conversation. Woman, are you out of your mind? Who granted you permission to take on a master? Who is this person you're talking about? The voice on the other end belonged to Xia Yiwei, who sang playfully, I want to tell you, hey. I want to tell you. The woman clenched her phone tightly. Fine, if you want to kill me. I'll see who you really are and where your master comes from. Xia Yiwei replied, My master is a disciple of Wei Xiaobao and practices the bone-melting soft palm. You're doomed, sister. Clean your neck. Woman, you fool. Have you watched too many dramas? Get lost. Before Xia Yiwei could finish her sentence, the woman hung up. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the car, a burly man in a black tank top gently tapped on the window after she finished her call. The window slowly descended, and the man leaned in slightly, speaking respectfully. Sister, as per your instructions, we have dealt with them. Just look at the current situation. The woman glanced outside to see a robust man and two lean ones sprawled on the ground, defeated and helpless. They were none other than the troublemakers from the community hospital, the burly brother and his minions. just after leaving the police station. They had been dragged to this secluded spot for a thorough beating. Seeing this, the woman nodded in satisfaction and said, "A lesson is enough. Warn them to stay away from the hospital in the future. Immediately keep an eye on Wei Wei. Find out who she's associating with. She just informed me about taking on a master. Bring this master back to the martial arts hall." The burly man nodded in agreement. Ding! A powerful maneuver, challenging the elder of the spirit pharmacy and defeating them, resulting in a significant upheaval. Intimacy level with the elder of the spirit pharmacy rises to the 3rd realm. Reward: 50 spirit stones. Inside the community hospital's examination room, Lin Yu stood at a high vantage point, gazing down at Xia Yiwei, who lay helpless on the hospital bed, his eyes ablaze with anger. Xia Yiwei, though immobilized, met his gaze unwaveringly. "Master, are you going to kiss me now?" she teased. Lin Yu thought to himself, "Kiss you my foot? I was just minding my own business, telling a few white lies, pretending to be ill. And now, inexplicably, I've made an enemy of a martial arts heavyweight. Who can I turn to for reason? Indeed, one must never lie. Disaster will surely follow." Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to drag Xia Yiwei up and give her a good thrashing. His previous leniency had been a mistake. What kind of world is this where one can take a master without their consent? Mo, Shangying did it, and now Xia Yiwei has too. Are you two here to sell melons and fish at Huqiang? Xia Yiwei, I'm calling your full name. Stop grinning, Lin Yu said sternly. Xia Yiwei chuckled. Wow. Beneath the guy's a good boy, there lies such a domineering face. Thank goodness we're in a hospital. If this were at home, being hit by you would be terrifying. You really fooled me with your student appearance. The other girls in the apartment must have been deceived too, like that little clear water outside. Lin Yu, that nurse is truly something. Who has fooling whom? You're the one secretly indulging in vices. And now you're filled with ambiguous threats, leaving Lin Yu feeling utterly cornered. At this moment, in Xia Yiwei's mind, she had already identified that she was not the only one with two faces. Lin Yu is the same. Master, you should leave. I know you're angry with me, but I'll recover soon. You wouldn't want Xiao Qing Shui to discover our secret, would you? I'll help you keep your secret, and you help me deal with my sister. That is quite reasonable, don't you think? Xia Yiwei attempted to move her arms and legs again. The weakness lingered, yet she could sense her movements returning. Lin Yu leaned against the examination bed, feeling a surge of frustration rise within him. A twofold reversal? In this new life, he had no intention of becoming the man you don't want, nor would he turn into the pathetic figure you despise. Unlike his agreement to assist the hacker apprentice, this unruly disciple dared to threaten him. If he yielded now, would his fate be dictated by her whims? The hell with that. My life is my own to control. Woman, you're playing with fire. Still lacking strength. She sighed. Master, your techniques are truly lethal. I can already envision the hilarity when my sister encounters you. Xia Yiwei's laughter abruptly ceased as Lin Yu forcefully grasped her chin, lifting it to meet his gaze. Sister, do you wish to be my disciple? Very well. You just asked me which sect I belong to, and now I shall reveal that our sect is called the Joyous Sect. Xia Yiwei attempted to say something, but was left speechless as Lin Yu pressed his lips against hers. Lin Yu, you little rascal. Ding. A stunning counter, turning the tables as the master, exerting dominance to shift from defense to offense, is truly the best strategy. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Minutes later, a clicking sound of the door lock echoed from the entrance. Soon, Qi Qing Shui's voice called from outside. Sister Wei Wei, the number is ready. Is it convenient for me to come in now? Upon hearing the call, Lin Yu finally released Xia Yiwei, tossing her back onto the hospital bed. Oh! Xia Yiwei gasped for fresh air. Just moments earlier, she felt as though she could not breathe, nearly suffocating. To her astonishment, the seemingly docile younger brother was unexpectedly aggressive. The aftereffects of the bone-melting soft palm left her utterly incapable of resistance, turning her into Lin Yu's oxygen tank for several minutes. Reflecting on those moments, she pondered, when had she ever been subjected to such treatment? How could a socialite be bullied by a university student? Lin Yu, you little brat. Xia Yiwei fumed, wanting to rise for revenge. A smacking sound echoed above her, igniting a sense of trepidation within her. Confronted with the fists of a burly man, she had shown no fear. But before Lin Yu's smacking, she genuinely felt frightened. "Call me master." Lin Yu leaned down, whispering in her ear. Xiai Wei instinctively averted her gaze, retorting, "Mediocre skills. No sensation." This was neither an insult nor an angry accusation. It was merely a critique of his technique. For a lioness, this was a sign of having been tamed. Lin Yu wiped the corner of his mouth and walked toward the door, pausing to remind her, from now on, the choice is yours. Be a good disciple or continue being Sister Wei Wei. The decision rests with you. I'm still that university student brother to my roommate. But as a master, who knows what might happen next time? Farewell. Today's elixir was delightful and quite effective. Chapter 53. Is that a mobile phone in hand? No, it is a badge of love. Morning. Inside a large supermarket near the apartment, Lin Yu pushed a shopping cart and commenced a shopping spree. This was not driven by a sudden influx of wealth or a desire for retail therapy. Rather, it was primarily to procure items essential for the apartment's array of formations. Since he was there, he decided to also pick up some snacks and daily necessities. With a substantial sum of manuscript fees having arrived in his bank account, it was only fitting to contribute to his household. For a long time, it had been Aunt Chi Meng who supported him financially and cared for him. Lin Yu intended to take this opportunity to mention the manuscript fees to Aunt Chi Meng. A few million seemed utterly outrageous, but saying he earned a modest sum of tens of thousands was not far-fetched. At the very least, it would let Aunt Chi Meng know she would not have to bend over backwards for him anymore. He could not only sustain himself, but also support her. "Ducky, thank you for accompanying me on this shopping trip. Is there any snack you would like me to buy for you?" Lin Yu glanced back. Qi Shui wore an expression of evident displeasure, trailing behind him with her hands clasped. "No need. If I want something, I'll buy it myself." "Are you really feeling better? You were in such discomfort before. Yet here you are, shopping and buying so much." "Well, it's not my body anyway. Do as you please." If this were truly for Lin Yu's benefit, why express it in such a sarcastic manner? Lin Yu rubbed his stomach and replied, "Sister Wei Wei is really amazing. After she massaged me, the pain subsided. She advised me to drink more hot water. Right now, I still feel a bit off. Could you help me push the shopping cart?" "Kiking shui chakud." "Ah, me? Help you push the cart? Dream on." Fine, you've gone cold again. Can you even be called a man if you can't even handle a girlfriend who is a bit contradictory? Tia technique. These Italian red sauce-flavored potato chips must be bought. And this strawberry-flavored candy. Here, and seaweed snacks. No large bags, only unique small packages. What else did she send? Oh dear, when one feels unwell, their memory falters. Oh, those oddly flavored crispy noodles. Ding. Heavenly operation. Moments shared between partners are etched in memory. You are in me, and I am in you. Reward. 50 spirit stones. Each snack Lin Yu selected was a reflection of his online girlfriend, Chun Ming, Ting Yu's shared daily life. From brands to packaging, Lin Yu replicated them perfectly. If it weren't for having committed them to memory, how could he recall them so effortlessly? Qi Shui followed closely behind Lin Yu, repeatedly tapping her fingers. This guy, who seemed so naive at school, was surprisingly attentive in daily life. Had she gone too far with her earlier comment? Would he dislike such a girl? Watching the snacks accumulate in Lin Yu's cart, Qi Shui's thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. She quickened her pace. Reaching Lin Yu. "Are you moving too slowly? At this rate, how long will we be shopping? I can't stand it. Hurry up, I want to go back soon." As she spoke, Qi Shui naturally took over the shopping cart and briskly pushed ahead. Observing her stubborn yet graceful silhouette, Lin Yu gleefully jiggled the drink in his hand. Fortunately, he had timed it well. Had Qi Shui not approached, he might have faltered. He had managed to memorize 7 or 8 key items from their chat records. Little Qi Shui was still too impatient. In the days to come, there would be plenty of opportunities for him to take the lead. Let us see how long you can keep up that tough exterior. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the daily task repairing the formation, earning 50 contributions to the sect and 20 spirit stones. After placing the mat, he completed all public daily tasks. It was now 10:30 in the morning. With an important client meeting in the afternoon, Lin Yu did not rush to find his other roommates to tackle their tasks. Life must be lived day by day, step by step. A hasty pace could lead to missteps. As he grew older, He truly missed those carefree days when time passed slowly. Instead of getting entangled in worldly troubles, why not be a pure-hearted youth, spending a few hours lying in bed? He took out his phone. What are you doing? He sent to Chinmeng Tingyu. What are you doing? He sent to Aunt Chimeng. What are you doing? He sent to Mo Xiangying. What are you doing? He sent to Yi Meng Fu. What are you doing? He sent to He Jing. Quietly waiting 30 seconds, he then retracted the message sent to He Jing. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. In an instant, the lively notes rang incessantly, as if the illuminated red dots were not chat notifications, but cards waiting to be flipped. Lin Yu hummed softly. Who did I meet? What kind of dialogue awaits? The one I am waiting for is so far in the future. I hear the wind from the subway and the crowd. She stands in line, holding this badge of love. What a marvelous life this is. To his surprise, the first to reply was not his little girlfriend, but rather the young artist. The response was straightforward and succinct. Yiming fu, drawing. Boring. It was certainly more enjoyable to converse face to face with her. The second to respond was Mo Xiangying, perhaps because she was logged in on her computer and her fingers flew across the keyboard. Mo Xiangying, master. I'm battling a boss. Want to join? With your current setup, it would be a breeze. This game is incredibly fun, though it can be equipment intensive. I'm planning to cheat the system. Indeed, her speed was impressive. She could type such a lengthy message. The fierce gaming life, after all, needs no explanation. The third reply was still not from his little girlfriend, but from He Jing. He Jing, cute, cute. He Jing, I saw it, handsome boy, and you even retracted it. He Jing, I messaged you last night. Why didn't you respond? Having just added her on WeChat yesterday, He Jing had actively reached out that evening. Lin Yu intentionally did not reply, keeping her in suspense. Now, sending a message and retracting it. Regardless of whether she saw the content, the signal was clear. He was a shy young man, restless in his thoughts about how to reply, unsure where to begin. After sending a message, he felt his wording was not precise enough, leading him to retract it, anxious and restless. Lin Yu, Sister He Jing, are you busy? Not long after Lin Yu sent his message, He Jing replied multiple times. He Jing, call me sister. Why so formal? He Jing, how could I be busy chatting with a handsome boy? He Jing, I'm at your aunt's shop, waiting for Boss E with her. He Jing, don't worry, she has no idea we're chatting. This is our little secret. Chapter 54, The Art of Delivering Meals. Different perspectives among colleagues. Truly, she's a master of disguise. Each message conceals a wealth of information. Lin Yu deliberately addressed her as Sister He Jing in the message, creating a sense of distance between them. By taking the initiative to call her sister, he subtly hinted at reducing the formality, suggesting a desire to secretly deepen their connection. She neither claimed to be busy nor stated otherwise, implying that chatting with him transcended the boundaries of busyness, conversing whenever one wished with enthusiasm. The mention of her aunt's flower shop signified an open invitation to meet at any time. To reassure Lin Yu, she emphasized that their conversation was unknown to her aunt, encouraging him to speak freely and boldly. What significant matters could a university student have? She would manage any fallout. This explains why some individuals can strike a home run in just a day or two of conversation, while others linger on mundane topics for months. The disparity in conversations with the opposite sex is evident. He Jing undoubtedly belongs to the elite tier. However, Lin Yu's focus did not dwell on these insinuations. Instead, he quickly recognized the crucial information pertaining to Boss E. Earlier that morning, Aunt Chimeng had sent him a WeChat message, instructing him to handle his own lunch as there were matters to attend to at the shop. The date for signing the order was still distant, and it was not the regular delivery time for roses. Was Yi Haizhou visiting the shop during this interval? Suspicion arose. It was fortunate that their casual banter had yielded such vital information. It seemed that today's delightful lunch break was destined to be disrupted. To preempt any schemes from the two enigmatic figures, He Jing and Yi Haizhou, he resolved to make an early trip to the shop. After all, he also needed to fetch flowers for Mo Xiangying's client, so arriving earlier would be beneficial. At 11 o'clock, Lin Yu dressed and descended the stairs. At the corner of the first floor, he encountered his little girlfriend, Qi Qing Shui. Although her response time was notably slow, she had just sent the most messages, engaging in the longest conversation. After all, managing two WeChat accounts is not particularly convenient. Her delayed replies were understandable. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Qi Qingshui immediately clasped her hands behind her back, stepping aside with a peculiar expression. What else with that guilty look? Have you stolen my money? Lin Yu teased. Qi Qingshui sharply retorted, who would covet your money? I have my own. Haven't you just returned? Off again? Lin Yu strolled down, replying, yes. Just heading to Aunt Chiming's shop. Want to come along? Qi Qingshui blinked, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. Why would I follow you to Aunt Chiming's shop? That makes no sense. After teasing her for a while in the morning, just 2 hours later, she had reverted to her proud, studious self. It appeared the path ahead remained challenging, necessitating perseverance. She had her own desires, and Lin Yu could not afford to ponder them too deeply. From the earlier conversation with He Jing, he knew Yi Haizhou would arrive around noon. As a scheming individual, he was likely punctual. Lin Yu had to procure lunch, which would take some time. If he arrived too late, who knew what extreme outcomes might unfold? Lin Yu, if you're not going, then I'm off. Kindly water my plants when you have the chance. King Shui, Wait, why should I water your plants? That's rather odd. Lin Yu, thanks in advance. King Shui. Only after Lin Yu had completely exited did Qi Qingshui reveal the books she had been concealing behind her back, 2 extracurricular texts on film studies. She gently tapped the books against her forehead. Am I a fool? What on earth am I doing? After returning from her outing with Lin Yu, she had impulsively considered delivering books to him. Thankfully, Lin Yu had matters to attend to. Otherwise, presenting them to him would have been exceedingly strange. As roommates and classmates, they were not quite at that level of intimacy yet, were they? Could it be that witnessing Lin Yu's earlier demeanor had solidified her standing in his eyes, prompting her to act in such a manner? Qi Qingshui covered her flushed cheeks, muttering to herself, punish myself by studying for 2 hours. Ding. Exceptional performance in daily interactions has caused the soulmate's heart to flutter. Losing composure. Reward. 50 spirit stones. Lin Yu already outside. What is this academic overachiever secretly up to at home? Such inexplicable distractions. Is she watching something she shouldn't and imagining it involves him? Truly remarkable. During his outing to procure lunch, Lin Yu continued his playful banter with He Jing. He mentioned that he would be delivering meals shortly and took the opportunity to confirm once more whether boss he had arrived and if he should bring him a meal. The reply remained unchanged. He would arrive around noon, and there was no need for Lin Yu to bring him food, as long as the timing remained consistent. All was well. The packed lunch was uncomplicated, merely a simple box meal. If it were a grand feast, it would not be allowed to reach He Jing's lips. Upon arriving at the flower shop, he found it was just 10 minutes before noon. Delivering lunch at this hour would not seem out of place. Inside the shop, indeed, only Chen Qiming and He Jing were present. Hey, your little handsome guy is quite diligent, He Jing remarked as she noticed Lin Yu entering. Oh, Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Chen Qiming began, her inquiry cut short as she noticed the meals in his hands. Lin Yu raised the 2 boxes of lunch, saying, I knew you both were busy and wouldn't have time to eat, so I brought some for you. Please have a bite, and we can resume work afterward. He Jing, quick to react, set down the vase she was holding. When the little handsome guy issues orders, we must comply. Chen Qiming smiled warmly. Thank you, Xiao Yu. You really don't need to deliver meals every day. I want to starve. Before Lin Yu spoke, he intentionally glanced at He Jing. Then he placed the box meals down, stating, I have little to do at home, so it's convenient for me to stop by. Ding. Genuine and consistent care has stirred the heart of the proxy leader. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Ding. Perfect disguise, with suggestive concern, has opened the heart of the master of disguise. Reward, 20 spirit stones. In his previous actions, Lin Yu purposefully left room for imagination. Inside Chen Qiming's mind, Xiao Yu has truly become considerate. Previously, there was never a delivery of meals when she wasn't home. A perceptive young man, how thoughtful. In He Jing's thoughts, this young man, is he deliberately delivering meals because I am present, wishing to see me? What a poor liar. If he claims it's because of my Anna's hard work, why did he purchase 3 meals? Thankfully, Chen Qiming is not astute enough to see through our private connection. My charm remains undiminished over the years. Lin Yu mused, with this meal delivery, I have successfully penetrated the hearts of two remarkable women. I must make this a regular affair. My friend, Chapter 55, A Calculated Alliance, and Chun Chiming's Predicament. After Lin Yu delivered the meals to the shop, the three individuals each sought out a comfortable spot and began to indulge in their boxes of lunch. The lunch of an ordinary worker served merely to satiate hunger, devoid of any pursuit for quality. Yet a simple box of food elicited an enthusiastic response from He Jing, who lavishly praised Xiao Yu, "You truly know how to eat. Where did you procure such delicious fare? It's delightful." Lin Yu, unfazed by her compliments, realized that even if he brought back 2 steamed buns, He Jing would commend him for their ability to stave off hunger. Such flattery was merely for show. It should not be taken seriously. I just bought whatever. I wasn't aware of any dietary restrictions you might have, so I chose according to my usual preferences. He Jing, with her chopsticks raised, gave a thumbs up. Wonderful. It seems our tastes in food are quite similar. Her willingness to express such sentiments in front of her close friend, Chun Chiming, indicated her complete understanding of Chiming's character. Knowing that she was rather naive and perceived everyone as benevolent, unable to discern the underlying meanings in their words. Meanwhile, Aunt Chiming was deeply engrossed in her meal, focused solely on her food. Was the world about to catch fire back home? And yet she was showing off her lunch? Her audacity was truly remarkable. The situation escalated when He Jing boldly leaned closer to Lin Yu, glancing at his half-eaten lion's head meatball, and sweetly whispered, "Handsome. Haha. The meatball is so delectable. May I have a taste?" She gestured for silence, signaling him not to let Chun Chiming hear. How audacious! To request a bite of a half-eaten delicacy. It appeared that He Jing was quite determined to savor the tender morsels. If this had been a naive young man from a previous life, he would have been utterly flustered. In terms of charm, He Jing's skills were at least on par with Lin Yu's. However, Lin Yu hesitated, lowering his gaze and deliberately avoiding her eyes. In the realm of skilled individuals, let them compete. Thank you. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, He Jing wasted no time and promptly seized the meatball. This was the correct approach to savoring a meal. Speaking phrases like, "I don't mind," or "It's no trouble at all," would only serve to shatter the romantic ambience. As long as there was no outright refusal, one should simply partake in the feast. Today, it was possible to share his food. Tomorrow, who knew what further indulgences awaited? Chiming continued to eat at a swift pace. However, her demeanor towards Lin Yu shifted slightly post-meal. "Xiao Yu, I've prepared the flowers that Inger needs. I'll help you pack them into a tote bag shortly for your convenience. You must be almost done, right?" Chun Chiming glanced at Lin Yu before hastily averting her gaze. Something was amiss. Given Chiming's character, no matter how busy she was or how pressing the matters at hand, she would not be so brusque in urging him to leave. Clearly, there was something she wished to conceal from him. It undoubtedly related to the imminent arrival of Yi Haizhou. The more she insisted on his departure, the more Lin Yu felt compelled to stay. This is troublesome. Aunt Chiming, I will finish soon, Lin Yu stated, though his actions belied his words. While others might savor wine, he took his time relishing his meal, drawing it out as long as possible. Even He Jing, who was usually quite talkative, had finished her meal some time ago, while Lin Yu continued to watch food videos, meticulously chewing. During this interval, Chun Chiming grew visibly anxious, frequently glancing over to check on him. They were all familiar faces. Lin Yu decided not to put her in an awkward position and directly probed, "Aunt Chiming, your urgency has made me dizzy. What is so pressing that you wish for me to leave?" I am." The sudden interrogation left Chun Chiming at a loss. Was her unease so conspicuous? Thankfully, He Jing was there, the self-proclaimed Good Samaritan. "Oh, Chiming, I already told you that Xiao Yu is very perceptive. He surely noticed something was off with you. Your feelings are written all over your face. Who wouldn't he see it? You should have listened to me and told him sooner. He's already 20. He's not a child, but a man." After this exchange, the information conveyed was minimal, merely hinting that Lin Yu was viewed by Aunt Chiming as a child, while He Jing regarded him as a man. Why not take advantage of this situation and converse with the woman who harbored designs on him as a man? "Sister Jing, might you reveal to me what the matter is?" Lin Yu asked earnestly, for He Jing had been waiting for the opportune moment to open Lin Yu's heart to possibilities. It seemed the moment had arrived. Honestly, it's not a significant matter. Your aunt is just concerned about worrying you. Isn't it time for the half-year's rent to be paid? She has been a bit tight on funds lately. The landlord, who is usually quite accommodating, has recently been persistently showing up to urge payment. He claims that he owns all the shops on this street, and since ours is the only flower shop remaining, if we fail to pay the 30,000 rent for the next half year, he will lease the shop to someone else. Jing elaborated extensively, and Lin Yu began to piece together the situation. Thus, the crux of Qiming's dilemma was revealed. Jing continued, so, we thought of Bossy together and called to ask if he could assist. Bossy is quite agreeable. After all, a contract needs to be signed and a deposit paid for future collaboration. He'll be bringing the money and contract over shortly. Your aunt just didn't want you to see her in a state of financial distress, and I'm sure you understand. Unfortunately, I've recently been swindled out of my funds by a friend, or else we wouldn't need to trouble outsiders. This woman was indeed quite the orator. They supposedly thought of Boss E together. If it weren't for Jing digging the pit, Lin Yu would have consumed the entire meal. Had he not come today, the money would have been received and the contract undoubtedly signed. The two conspirators were evidently anxious, fearing that the longer they waited, the more complications might arise regarding the contract. It made sense. The flower merchant Jing mentioned probably didn't exist at all. If they were not in a hurry to sign the contract, and if Qiming insisted on a meeting to inspect the goods, their scheme would be exposed. Lin Yu even harbored reasonable doubts about the sudden urgency of the usually easygoing landlord. It seemed he too was being manipulated. Yet what did it matter? Understanding the situation made the background details irrelevant. Xiao Yu, I didn't mean to conceal this from you. It's just that this matter isn't very. Qiming's head lowered, her cheeks flushed, unsure of how to proceed. It was as if their roles had reversed. She had become the child caught in wrongdoing. Lin Yu approached Qiming, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, and softly reassured her. This situation is not particularly honorable, is it? There is no need to be anxious or worried. Am I not the only man in my family? Aunt Qiming, could you provide me with the landlord's number? Chapter 56. Viewing Xiao Yu as a man, eager to sign the contract, Qiming and Jing sat in the shop, gazing through the glass at Lin Yu outside, who was conversing on the phone. At that moment, Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She had inexplicably given Lin Yu the landlord's phone number after just catching his eye. After all, he was merely a college student. What could he possibly accomplish by calling the landlord? As the head of her family, this responsibility should rightfully fall upon her. How could she allow Lin Yu to feel such pressure? He deserved to enjoy his university life. Jing, noticing Qiming's unease, reassured her. Qiming, what is there to worry about? I bet the handsome young man is merely negotiating with the landlord for a few extra days or reduced payment. Today's youth often see things quite simply. You've shielded him so well. He still possesses that innocent demeanor. Naturally, such sentiments should not reach Lin Yu's ears. Just moments before, Jing had presented Lin Yu as a man, yet now, in the privacy of their conversation, she emphasized the fact that he was still just a child. Before long, Lin Yu returned to the shop after finishing his call. Noticing the two women's gazes, he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, saying, Aunt Qiming, please don't look at me like that. I haven't caused any trouble. I just had a brief chat with the landlord. He mentioned he would print some documents and come over to discuss things in person. Some matters cannot be handled over the phone. We should wait for him to arrive. Seeing that Lin Yu bore no signs of disappointment, Qiming felt a slight relief. Jing was likely right. Perhaps Lin Yu intended to persuade the landlord for a little leniency. She had already attempted that approach herself, and if it had been effective, they wouldn't be in such a dire need for funds now. They had originally arranged to meet the landlord at noon to pay the rent for the next 6 months. Allowing Lin Yu to make the call was a way to honor his intentions. The sentiment behind it held greater importance than the outcome itself. Qiming refrained from discussing the matter further, fearing that too much conversation might instill in Lin Yu a sense of failure should his attempts prove futile. 20 minutes passed, and the landlord had yet to arrive, but Boss Yi's BMW pulled up ahead of schedule. Ding! Crisis alert. The Wraith Owl and the Faceless Fox have joined forces to take action. Host, please exercise caution and assist the Proxy Sect Master in completing the protective plan. The system's alert echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Indeed, when matters concerning the proxy sect master were at stake, the system would issue a crisis warning. Even without conversing with Yi Jing, he could discern that they were taking action. Boss Yi, I sincerely apologize for troubling you to come here. I should have come to find you instead, Chen Qiming said, holding the door open as she expressed her regret. When seeking assistance, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Qiming, who doesn't face difficulties? You help me, and I help you. Isn't that how it should be? Signing the contract in advance is not a bad thing. We've collaborated for so long. I certainly trust your integrity. Upon receiving your call, I prepared the contract right away and brought cash with me. Please review the contract for any issues. We can still make amendments before signing. Boss, he was indeed a man of action. He sought no ulterior motives, only financial gain. Upon entering the shop, he swiftly presented the contract without any pretense. For him, this was not merely a piece of paper, but a lifeline. Once Chen Qiming affixed her signature, it would mark a new beginning in her life next month. Despite her momentary confusion, she approached the task with seriousness, not hastily signing without reviewing the contents. Regrettably, the contents of the contract revealed no apparent issues. The two fraudsters had no intention of manipulating this document. After scrutinizing it, Chen Qiming turned her attention to Lin Yu beside her. Remembering Yi Jing's advice to regard Lin Yu as a man, she proposed, Xiao Yu, why don't you take a look as well? I may not comprehend much, but you excel in your studies. Please help me scrutinize it. Ding. Exceptional decision-making. Before the proxy sect master makes a decision, they seek the host's opinion first. The host has become an indispensable pillar of the sect. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Lin Yu was quite taken aback by Chen Qiming's response. He felt genuinely grateful for Yi Jing's unintentional influence. In the past, Chen Qiming would never have consulted him on such matters, even if it were merely a formality. It represented a significant shift. Boss Yi followed her gaze, regarding Lin Yu with newfound interest. And who might this young man be? Yi Jing chimed in. This handsome young man is Qiming's nephew, Lin Yu. Boss Yi smiled warmly and replied, Ah, a relative. So young and handsome, a talented individual indeed. It is a pleasure to meet you. Let us ensure we assist your aunt properly. Lin Yu, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head, responded, Boss Yi, I was here last time too. Don't you remember? Boss Yi paused. This young man certainly has a way with words. You were here last time? I vaguely recall a younger lad, but I thought he was just a shop employee. Ah, my memory fails me. Apologies, Lin. You right? I shall remember you this time. Now, let us take a look at the contract. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, pretending to be fully engrossed in the contract. Is Boss Yi suffering from professional habits? The insurance industry can be quite challenging. One must maintain a polite demeanor with all potential clients. The producers at the film and television city would certainly not adopt such an attitude. The acting here is rather unconvincing. If you were to confront any purchasing manager with, don't you remember me? They would merely respond, I've met countless people. Who are you? Having already perused the contract, Lin Yu found no significant issues aside from the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract. However, such penalties, as long as they do not exceed legal limits, hold legal validity. If he were to delve into specifics regarding the contract, Bossy, pardon me, but I may not fully grasp this. Shouldn't the company name be something like XYZ Film City? Lin Yu inquired casually. Boss E smirked, his expression tinged with disdain. Indeed, students are often oblivious to the crux of the matter, focusing instead on superficial concerns. The company named in the contract lists me as the legal representative. This procurement order will specifically go through my company's accounts. Young man, you are still naive and do not comprehend the depths of larger corporations. Many such companies adopt this practice to avoid certain. I'm afraid I cannot disclose more. With that, Boss E shrugged, attempting to exude an air of seasoned wisdom, clearly indicating to Lin Yu, you know nothing, young one. Lin Yu pressed on. Oh, how intricate. I truly cannot comprehend. Does this mean that if our flowers encounter issues, compensation will be directed to Boss E? And if the film city breaches the contract and refuses our flowers, we need not communicate with them. Boss E will compensate for our losses? Upon mentioning compensation, Boss E's expression soured momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded, stating precisely, Your comprehension is commendable. A problem has arisen. The only parties involved are ourselves and the other company, with no one else implicated. It is evident that Haijo is somewhat loquacious. He Jing sensed the awkwardness and swiftly changed the subject. We are all individuals of honesty and integrity. Our collaboration will undoubtedly be quite pleasant. Chimeng, allow me to fetch you a pen. We require a black ink pen for the signature. Haijo rummaged through his pocket and received the signal of compliance. No need to trouble yourself. I have one with me. Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It was clearly you who insisted on reviewing the contract and raising inquiries. Yet, when the questions were posed, you appeared displeased. Quite amusing indeed. No matter. The timing is just right, as Lin Yu's esteemed guest has also arrived. A middle-aged, balding man, dressed in a loose tank top and patting his belly, sauntered into the shop, fanning himself with a handheld fan. Xiao Chun, the shop is quite bustling today. You've come to your senses, I see. The location of your establishment is the prime spot of the entire commercial street. Renewing the lease for 3 years is certainly not a loss. Chapter 57. Not half a year's rent, but a 3-year renewal. Chen Qiming, a 3-year renewal? He Jing, a 3-year renewal? Haijo, a 3-year renewal? Lin Yu indeed. Landlord Old Wang paused momentarily. What is this? Are we practicing a 3.5-sentence routine, my dear friends? Chen Qiming hastily set down the contract in her hands and hurried towards Old Wang. Brother Wang, is there some misunderstanding? Wasn't it just half a year's rent that we were short on? How did it turn into a 3-year renewal? It was no wonder everyone reacted so strongly. Chen Qiming was already contemplating ways to gather half a year's rent. If they were to pay for 3 years up front, that would amount to a staggering 180,000 yuan. Even selling a house wouldn't suffice. Even if they signed for 3 years, it wouldn't require full payment up front. Given Old Wang's temperament, he would at least demand a year's rent in advance. Are you jesting with me? Didn't your family say over the phone that the renewal for 3 years required full payment up front? I even took the liberty to draft a new contract and prepared the receipt in advance. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Old Wang's fan gestured emphatically, his temper rising. Haijo was left dazed by Old Wang's outburst and immediately glanced at He Jing. What on earth is going on? Wasn't he agreed that 30,000 yuan would suffice? I barely managed to borrow that amount. Now, half a year has turned into 3 years, and suddenly there's a demand for 180,000. Am I to risk my life to gather that amount? Chen Qiming and He Jing, however, caught the key phrases in Old Wang's words. Family, said over the phone. Both women turned their gazes towards Lin Yu simultaneously. Lin Yu, calm and composed, stepped forward. The moment had finally come for him to take charge. With utmost politeness, Lin Yu addressed Old Wang. Uncle Wang, it was I who called you earlier. They are unaware of this matter. The 3-year renewal with full payment up front is indeed correct. Chen Qiming, He Jing, Haizu, Old Wang. Despite Old Wang's appearance resembling that of a humble market vendor, he possessed substantial wealth. Even in 2nd and 3rd-tier cities, securing a row of commercial shops without connections was utterly impossible. What storms had he not weathered? What kinds of people had he not encountered? He was far more astute than Haijo. Old Wang would not underestimate Lin Yu simply due to his youthful appearance. The clarity of thought and eloquence Lin Yu displayed during the phone call would earn him respect. To stand up in front of so many people and take charge of the situation was not characteristic of an ordinary naive youth. At over 30 years of age, Chen Qiming could not possibly have such a grown son. It was conceivable that he was a wealthy second-generation heir, perhaps looking to make a statement by spending lavishly in this neighborhood. Old Wang, being seasoned, understood that in the world of affluent families, there were no limits to what could be done. If one had the money, they could certainly make a significant impact. Old Wang was not concerned with the source of the funds. He was simply focused on conducting business. All right, young man, you are straightforward and decisive, which I appreciate. Little Chun is truly fortunate, haha. The contract is here. Shall we settle in cash or via online transfer? Old Wang's understanding of human relationships was nuanced. He did not indulge in unnecessary inquiries. When there was a matter at hand, he addressed it directly. Chen Qiming tightly grasped Lin Yu's arm, her voice trembling with urgency. Lil Yu, Brother Wang, could you give us a moment to discuss this privately? Just 2 minutes, please. Old Wang clapped his hands and responded readily. I understand. I completely understand. You may take a few minutes to clarify matters. I will step outside for a smoke and call for me when you're ready. With that, Old Wang sauntered away, closing the door behind him. Lin Yu silently admired Old Wang's demeanor. This was a man of substantial depth, discreet yet decisive, entirely unperturbed by trivialities. Once Old Wang had left, Chen Qiming's eyes turned red with anxiety. Little Yu, did you truly say that to Brother Wang over the phone? This isn't just renting a room. Do you realize how much 3 years would cost? I understand you may have good intentions, but right now, I simply can't manage it. Lin Yu gently patted her hand, chuckling helplessly. Aunt Qiming, do you consider me a child? You're treating me like a simpleton. Half a year, 3 years, 180,000 yuan. Do you think I can't do the math? I have the funds. Chen Qiming. Hijing. Yihaizu. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Qiming stammered in disbelief. Little Yu, where on earth did you acquire such a sum? 180,000. Please, don't frighten me. In her panic, Chen Qiming impulsively lifted Lin Yu's shirt, disregarding appearances to examine him. Lin Yu, is your thought process straightforward? What kind of logic is that? 180,000 is not a trivial amount. How many parts must one sell to gather that? Is this really necessary? Aunt Qiming, there are others present. This has nothing to do with what you're thinking. It's my manuscript fee. Lin Yu quickly grasped Chen Qiming's clammy hand, preventing her from continuing her frantic actions. Upon seeing that Lin Yu bore no injuries, a weight lifted from Chen Qiming's heart. You scared me to death. Little Yu, what did you just say? Where did you get this money? Yihai and He Jing exchanged glances. He Jing shook her head, indicating that she was not privy to this information. Yihai took a deep breath, sensing an unsettling tension in today's circumstances. Chapter 58. The Domineering CEO Routine. The flames of jealousy ignite. It's not about making money. It's about the manuscript fees. Since my freshman year, I have ventured into writing online novels. Aunt Qiming, did you really think I was just playing games in the internet CAF? I genuinely wish to help you bear the burdens of our home sooner. Here are the manuscript fees I've earned over the past few months. Take a look as Lin Yu spoke. He opened his mobile banking app and presented the balance screen to Chen Qiming. Chen Qiming, oblivious, began counting. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. Lin Yu deliberately waited until she reached the million mark before feigning a reminder. Aunt Qiming, don't say it out loud. Realizing her gaffe, Chen Qiming instinctively covered her mouth. Everything that needed to be said had been expressed, and those who needed to hear it had indeed listened. He Jing, with a sense of belonging, moved closer to Chen Qiming, resting a comforting hand on her shoulder. Lin Yu did not shy away, slightly adjusting his phone screen to allow He Jing to observe to her heart's content. Ding! Exceptional maneuver. The wealth acquired through the host's worldly experiences has greatly astonished the cunning fox, aiding in its eventual subjugation. Reward: 20 spirit stones. He Jing's pupils trembled in disbelief. Writing novels can yield such profits? Young man, you are my idol. How long did it take to earn this? A year? 2 years? Lin Yu gracefully reclaimed his phone, casually explaining. To be precise, it's the income from the past 2 to 3 months. I was fortunate. Last month, I sold the gaming rights to my novel. That's why I received such a substantial sum in one go. The royalties were the main component. There was no need to divulge to Chen Qiming that this was income derived from betting on a sports event. With her limited understanding, she would likely perceive such actions as a second form of societal harm. Not only would it fail to elevate her spirits, but it would also leave her overly anxious. By attributing it to manuscript income, I could showcase my capabilities while ensuring long-term benefits. In the future, should new income arise, there would be no necessity for extensive explanations. In such a context, this was indeed the most prudent way to explain. Let us deliver a minor shock to these 2 seasoned schemers. Still worrying about finances? They have toiled to deceive, while he effortlessly earns. Isn't that infuriating? After Lin Yu's explanation, he deliberately scrutinized Haijo's expression. Remarkable, utterly remarkable. Even the seasoned schemer could not mask the bewilderment of who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? That surfaced on his face. In front of him, Chen Qiming gazed up at Lin Yu with eyes brimming with emotion. Little Yu has not only grown up, but has also become extraordinarily accomplished. The tale of a college student earning millions has never unfolded in her presence. This undoubtedly signifies that the child she has cared for over the years is a prodigious talent. Ding! Exceptional maneuver. The wealth acquired through the host's worldly experiences has brought great comfort to the proxy clan leader. Reward: 20 spirit stones. Little Yu, you are truly exceptional. So impressive. Annie has operated her shop for many years and has never earned this much. I am genuinely happy for you. You must continue writing. As Lin Yu observed Chen Qiming's radiant smile, he felt a mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of bittersweetness. This simple-minded fool has no doubt whatsoever about his words. Simultaneously, Lin Yu sensed that Chen Qiming was not overly concerned with the amount of money. Rather, she was genuinely delighted to see him discovering a means of livelihood. Even if Lin Yu's displayed balance were merely 3,000 rather than 300,000, her joy would remain undiminished. Then, Chen Qiming inhaled deeply, her gaze suddenly resolute. Lin Yu, that familiar feeling returns. Is this fool about to make some nonsensical resolution again? Chen Qiming continued. Little Yu, thank you for your willingness to pay Annie's rent. Regardless of how much you earn, this money is a product of your own hard work. I can imagine you stayed up many nights, racking your brain for plots and storylines. It must have been very difficult. This money I cannot accept. Paying 3 years of rent is too reckless. With the current instability in rental prices, what if the rent decreases in the future? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Could you please help me pay for half a year's rent? Once I earn enough, I will repay you. You must save your salary well. After graduation, you won't have to worry about money. Lin Yu, you big silly. What nonsense are you spouting? It is not 2024. It is 2014. How could rent possibly decrease? If it's 60,000 this year, next year and the year after could easily be 80 or even 100,000. If I continue to dither and speak gently, not to mention 2 minutes, discussing for an hour would likely still leave Chen Qiming resolute in her views. There was no choice but to go big. Lin Yu fixed his serious gaze upon Aunt Qiming. Chen Qiming, when you took me in, did you calculate the costs? What do you mean by my money is my money? You cannot spend it. Are you now trying to settle accounts with me? Shall we tally up how much I have cost you over the years? Chen Qiming was taken aback, speechless. She didn't mean it that way, did she? Could it be that her words have been interpreted this way by Little Yu? It seems the boundaries regarding money have become clearer, but she only wants what's best for him. Chen Qiming, it feels like it's the first time Little Yu has directly called her by her name. Is he truly angry? Chen Qiming, I didn't. Lin Yu forcefully interrupted. What do you mean you didn't? If it really wasn't the case, then there shouldn't be any division between you and me, should there? Chen Qiming, but Lin Yu interrupted again. But what? If this continues, I might think you're implying that since I can earn money now, this home is no longer mine. It's yours. Chen Qiming panicked. Little Yu, know. That is of course your home, too. Lin Yu cut her off once more. Fine, as you say, I'll call Uncle Wang in. I want to take care of things at home, and you just need to sign. Chen Qiming, dazed by the onslaught, simply wished to quell Little Yu's anger. Meanwhile, He Jing and Yi Haizhou observed the deeply emotional exchange between the two with keen interest. What on earth is happening? Yi Haizhou was completely stunned. Is this brat really a proper college student? Why is he adopting the domineering CEO routine? The key is he even pulls it off with a certain charm. It stabbed at his sore spot, as he had come to offer support but was overshadowed by a college student. He felt utterly invisible. What was his purpose here? To highlight Lin Yu's bold and generous demeanor? He Jing bit her finger, striving to maintain her composure. The flames of jealousy within her flared, almost burning her cheeks. Chen Qiming's pure vet was a top-tier skill she could never hope to master. How could such a handsome, pure, and financially savvy young man not end up in her hands? Chen Qiming truly deserves to be cursed. She must devise a plan to secure Lin Yu's affections post-haste. Standing beside her, Yi Haizhou was completely eclipsed by Lin Yu's brilliance. Burdened with debts, he should have been discarded long ago. From him, He Jing had gleaned no value. The immediate priority now was to make the sentimental Lin Yu utterly devoted to her. Chapter 59. A twist again? Bossy, why are you sweating? A text message arrived. Brother, hold on to the receipt. We each take a copy of the contract. Don't call me Uncle Wong. Am I that old? Ha ha ha. Call me Brother Biao. After collecting the payment, Wong Biao patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, brotherly affection radiating as he took the initiative to add Lin Yu on WeChat. Naturally, Lin Yu was eager to keep this generous elder as a friend. For in the future, amidst the hustle of Ping Chuan, it might prove advantageous to have someone to rely on. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu cleverly remarked, Brother Biao, our beautiful store manager just reminded me to bring you a bouquet to take home for sister-in-law. Thank you for your care all this time. I hope for your continued support. Upon finishing, Lin Yu immediately winked at Chen Qiming. Oh, yes, thank you for your care, Brother Wong. I'll go fetch it. Chen Qiming quickly grasped the cue and hurried to select a few flowers. The flowers themselves were of little value. It was the sentiment that mattered. Observing Chen Qiming's reaction, Wang Biao quickly discerned that it was not merely a directive from the beautiful store manager, but rather a subtle suggestion from his newly acquainted younger brother. Wang Biao waved his fan and pointed at Lin Yu, saying, All right, Yuzi, I truly cherish you. What is that saying? Great talents emerge from the local community. In the future, if you encounter any troubles on this street, feel free to approach me. In this area, there is no problem that can't be solved with a drink. Let us find a day to have a drink together. His words were bold and righteous, carrying a certain profound wisdom. Indeed, not only young men, but young women also emerged from local communities. In his household, there is a whole sack of them. After bidding farewell to Wang Biao, it was time to attend to serious matters. Since acquiring the information and undeniable evidence of wrongdoing with the assistance of Mo Shangying, Lin Yu contemplated various strategies to mitigate the crisis surrounding the protecting the clan plan. The only variable remained the extent of punishment for He Jing and Yi Haizhou. The first approach involved sending an anonymous email to the headquarters of Yi Haizhou's company, attaching the evidence of embezzled funds. The higher-ups would naturally handle him, likely resulting in a sentence of 3 to 10 years, unless the amount was extraordinarily large, which could escalate the sentence to over 10 years. However, Yi Haizhou lacked the capability to orchestrate such a large-scale operation. Lin Yu dismissed this approach, as it would not impose any punishment on He Jing. At most, the affair would be exposed, leading to a falling out with Chen Qiming, and they would cease to be friends. The second approach would be to sign the contract, with Lin Yu secretly finding a way to procure the floral products. However, even if a procurement contract were actually signed with Yi Haizhou, He Jing would still escape punishment. Would she be regarded as a fraudulent intermediary? No, there was no substantial fraud involved. The contract was reasonable, legal, and compliant. Should the goods fail to be delivered, it would fall solely on Chen Qiming's shoulders. If the goods were delivered and Yi Haizhou's company failed to pay on time, it would lead to a prolonged legal battle. During that time, should Yi Haizhou be incarcerated, the floral products Lin Yu obtained would be lost as well. Ultimately, they would incur financial loss in any scenario. As for He Jing, she verbally promised to introduce a flower merchant, assuring everything was in order, while pretending to invest in opening a branch together. The delays would stretch until there was no remedy left. Would this be illegal? No, it could only be said she misplaced her trust. In both scenarios, regardless of the outcome, only Yi Haizhou would face the consequences, while He Jing remained unscathed, innocent, and safe. This is precisely why she dared to assist her lover so openly. If it failed, she would be unharmed. If it succeeded, she would share in the profits. With a sufficiently low moral compass, why not indulge? On the surface, it appeared that Yi Haizhou was the wrongdoer, yet the true devil walked among them. Both strategies were decisively dismissed by Lin Yu. To deal with both of them simultaneously, the most effective strategy would be to incite conflict between them. Aunt Qiming, you intended to borrow money from Boss E to alleviate your immediate crisis, didn't you? I was present when the contract was discussed last time. Today, you wish to sign in advance and accept the procurement deposit? Chen Qiming had nothing to conceal and nodded. Indeed, that is the case, but now the rent issue. The rent issue has been resolved. Signing the contract was initially a matter for several days later. At this moment, Chen Qiming found herself at a loss. After all, she had yet to see the samples from the flower merchant He Jing spoke of. Signing the contract in advance posed significant risks. Ihaijo, however, displayed remarkable generosity, adding, "I never anticipated that the store manager Qimeng has a great writer in her family. No worries, as long as the problem is resolved. Once you confirm the channel, we can sign anytime." What was meant to be a smooth maneuver to ensnare Chen Qimeng was unexpectedly disrupted by the emergence of a web novelist. Should they continue discussing the contract, it would inevitably reveal their eagerness, raising suspicions about the plump sheep they were about to ensnare. What Ihaijo did not foresee was Lin Yu stepping forward once more, saying, "Aunt Qimeng, since Boss E is willing to extend a helping hand during tough times, how can we let him make the trip for nothing? After all, Sister Jing's flower merchant is guaranteed to be reliable. Why don't we sign the contract first?" Ihaizu. He Jing. Lin Yu's words caught both of them off guard. What luck! They were unexpectedly aided by a mysterious force. The urgency of signing from Ihaijo and Lin Yu had dramatically different effects. This delighted Ihaijo, observing the back-and-forth communication between Lin Yu and the landlord. He felt he had underestimated this university student. It appeared he had overthought the situation. This young lad, relying on luck to earn money, remained naive and unsuspecting. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Seeing this, He Jing gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This handsome young man is quite adept at socializing, even more so than Qimeng." Chen Qimeng could not possibly be angry. Lin Yu's assertive intervention deeply moved her. For years, she had borne everything alone, not out of genuine independence but necessity. If she didn't shoulder the burden, who else could she rely on? Lin Yu's performance today made her feel protected, as though someone was standing behind her. At that moment, she earnestly listened to his words. "You are right. We cannot let Boss ES efforts go to waste. We have reviewed the contract and found no issues. Let us sign it today." A smug smile spread across Ihaijo's face as he hastily retrieved the contract. Haha. Well said. There is no better day than today. Trust is the foundation of our cooperation. I enjoy working with straightforward people. At this juncture, Lin Yu interjected, "By the way, Aunt Qimeng, before meeting the flower merchant introduced by Sister Jing, how about meeting my friend first? I mentioned this matter in my book club, and one of my friends from another province happens to be in the floral wholesale business. He assured me that they can provide the flowers we need, ensuring quality and timely delivery, no matter the quantity. He will be coming over in the next couple of days, bringing samples to discuss with us. I have known this book friend for nearly 2 years, and I believe there is a 90% chance of success, which would spare us the trouble of involving Sister Jing." As soon as these words were spoken, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Ihaizu. He Jing. Ihaijo's gesture of handing over the contract abruptly halted, and the smile on his face froze completely. He Jing, feeling guilty, took a step back, gently patting her stiff face to conceal any signs of unease. If these words had been uttered by an ordinary university student, Ihaijo would have dismissed them as mere youthful bravado, a display of boastfulness. However, the young man before him had just casually splurged 18,000. Not to mention he had earned millions within a few months, thriving as a prolific author in the lucrative world of copyright. His words could not be taken lightly. Mr. E, why are you sweating? Perhaps our shop's air conditioning is not functioning well. Let us expedite the signing of the contract, Lin Yu urged, suppressing a smile. Chapter 60. Contract rescheduled? Let me add a touch of green for you. As Chen Qimeng was about to take the contract, Ihaijo hastily retracted his hand. Chen Qimeng's hand hovered in midair, her brow furrowing with suspicion. Mr. E, is there a problem? Their previous conversation had flowed so smoothly. Surely Mr. E wouldn't suddenly have a change of heart? Unbeknownst to her, Ihaijo was engulfed in turmoil after hearing a few casual remarks from Lin Yu. He thought to himself, I cannot sign. Absolutely cannot sign. What if this kid is telling the truth? That would mean one pitfall is only leading to another. Desperately racking his brain, he disregarded all notions of reason and hurriedly explained, of course, there's no issue with our collaboration. I almost forgot. Our superior mentioned just yesterday that the procurement of floral products needs to increase by 30%. You see, my memory failed me. I rushed over upon receiving your call, and neglected to include the details in the contract. I must return to amend it, so we shall have to wait until I come by again to sign. After finishing, Ihaijo let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he reacted swiftly, and his excuse was somewhat plausible. Given Chen Qiming's emotional intelligence, she likely wouldn't sense anything amiss. Ding! The plan to protect the sect and eliminate the demon has achieved a milestone victory. The sect's base is now secure. Please continue to uphold our sect's prestige and eradicate the severely wounded demon. Reward: 100 sect contribution. 200 spirit stones. Current data. Sect contribution: 300. Spirit stones: 1570. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. The sect's base was safe, indicating that through his financial display and subtle threats, Aunt Qiming would no longer face the dire plight of selling her home to repay debts or resorting to suicide. However, the task was not yet fully complete, hinting that Ihaijo and He Jing still had further plans regarding them. Really? An additional 30%. How wonderful. Thank you so much for your consideration, Mr. E. Chun Shimeng, upon hearing Ihaijo's words, not only did not harbor doubts, but appeared exceedingly thrilled. A full 30% meant her net profit would significantly increase. Lin Yu, internally resigned, thought, Qiming, how would you survive without me? Being sold and still counting money while being cheerful. Nevertheless, outwardly, he joined in the celebration. This was indeed monumental news, absolutely splendid. Mr. E, it seems we cannot sign today after all. Such a significant matter must be clearly articulated in the contract. Next week, we shall await your return to sign. Thank you. Mr. E. Ihaijo wiped the sweat from his forehead, striving to maintain his composure as he responded. Not at all. Your shop has a great reputation. It's only right that I take care of it. Fortunately, this fortunate fool didn't harbor any suspicions. He could only momentarily evade the situation and contemplate other strategies later. Aunt Qiming, with Mr. E.'s generous order, shouldn't we show our appreciation? Listening to Lin Yu's hint, Chen Qiming immediately caught on. Yes, yes. I will pick a bouquet from Mr. E. Ihaijo awkwardly attempted to interject. I really don't think that that's necessary. However, it wasn't that Lin Yu genuinely wanted to thank Ihaijo. He merely sought an excuse to temporarily divert her attention. The ensuing battleground would revolve around the three of them. With a spring in his step, Lin Yu turned to He Jing. Sister Jing, I must thank you as well. Once Aunt Qiming finishes selecting her flowers, I will personally wrap a bouquet for you. He Jing was taken aback by Lin Yu's sudden flirtation. Thank me? I haven't done anything. Lin Yu scratched his head like a bashful youth, saying, in my eyes, you have done so much. Thanks to you informing me that Mr. You will be coming today, I seized the opportunity to assist Aunt Qiming. Also, I will bring you your favorite dishes in the future, as long as you desire. Let us continue to communicate via WeChat later. He Jing. Did the charming young man dare to speak so boldly while Chen Qiming was present? Had they been alone, she might have succumbed to the flirtation. But now, it was not the right moment. Such veiled romantic overtures left He Jing flustered. Mister. He was still listening nearby. His face turned green. I'm a close friend of your aunt. Such trivial matters need not merit thanks. Let's keep in touch, and if you encounter any issues at school, feel free to seek Sister Jing's assistance. I will certainly help, He Jing stated in an extraordinarily ordinary tone. Lin Yu did not overreach. At this moment, he merely needed to plant a seed of doubt. Soon, it would take root and bear fruit. Shortly after Mr. E departed, He Jing naturally found an excuse to leave as well. She drove to the parking lot of the park across the street. Each time they met after visiting Chen Qiming's flower shop, they would gather here. Occasionally, when foot traffic was low, they would even perform maintenance on their vehicles. Today, however, there were not many passers-by, and unfortunately, it was not an opportune day for cultivation. After parking, He Jing settled into the passenger seat beside Ihaijo, feeling perplexed. What on earth was happening? Wasn't everything planned out? Why bring in this novelist kid? Was he plotting against Chen Qiming or me? She couldn't help but think, seeing me toss him aside. Does he find joy in that? As soon as she entered the car, Ihaijo unleashed a torrent of furious shouts. Before leaving the flower shop, He had clearly heard that Lin Yu had received news from He Jing, which was why he fortuitously appeared at the shop, had the fortune of pulling out a substantial amount of money to settle the rent issue, and so conveniently knew the flower vendor to procure floral products. Reflecting on Lin Yu and He Jing's flirtatious glances, this was utterly unacceptable. The more Yi Haizhou pondered, the angrier he became, feeling as if he were about to burst. Gazing at the furious middle-aged man before her, He Jing felt a wave of disdain. Initially, she had thought him a golden opportunity, only to discover that after extracting a few coins, he was nothing more than an ordinary turtle. Crossing her arms with poise, He Jing calmly declared, "Have you finished shouting? Did you forget your brain at home? Chen Qiming has no idea that Lin Yu possesses such wealth. How could I possibly know? Today was merely a coincidence. Is your mind filled with nonsense? Without my subtle assistance, would you have ever encountered such a lucrative opportunity? If you wish to turn things around, mind your tone." Flushed and furious, Yi Haizhou was clearly seething, but after being rebuked by He Jing, he lacked the courage to continue his tirade. Indeed, without He Jing's help, this matter would have been impossible. If he were to provoke her, he might find himself doomed for life. "Jing, I was too hasty. Please don't be angry. It's just that I care for you too much and fear losing you," Yi Haizhou stammered, attempting to embrace He Jing. Witnessing his cowardly demeanor made He Jing feel utterly disgusted. Did he expect her to chase after him? He Jing snapped back, "Shut your mouth. Nothing of substance can come from your lips. The fact that you could harbor doubts about both me and a child reveals the image I hold in your heart. Yi Haizhou, that's not what I meant." Jing Zong. Just as he was speaking, He Jing's phone rang, interrupting Yi Haizhou's words. He Jing's heart tightened. Could it be? The space within the car was so confined. She thought of hiding to answer, but that would only arouse further suspicion. Anxiously, she retrieved her phone, and the screen displayed a notable contact. Handsome young man Lin Yu. Chapter 61. Even turtles have their temper. Provoked, they bite. He Jing remained remarkably composed as she casually hung up the phone, much like one would dismiss a telemarketer's call. At this moment, it was certainly unwise to engage. Before exiting Chen Qiming's shop, Lin Yu had exhibited overt signs of interest. He was undoubtedly in a heightened state of excitement, and one could not ascertain just how fervently a young man, pent up for over 20 years, might react when provoked. In the past, He Jing could have hung up a call without raising suspicions in Yi Haizhou. Although he couldn't see the content displayed on her phone, the seeds of doubt were slowly taking root. "Jing, why didn't you answer the phone?" Yi Haizhou inwarded tentativity. He Jing displayed a look of irritation, responding, "It was just a telemarketing call. Why should I answer? Shouldn't we be discussing more pressing matters?" While speaking, she discreetly placed her phone at her side, preparing to silently mute it. However, before she could act, the phone rang once more with an insistent tone. Just as she was about to hang up again, a large hand swiftly reached out, yanking the phone away from her grasp. "Ah!" He Jing gasped in surprise, utterly flustered. Yi Haizhou shook the phone, his expression darkening further. "Is it that handsome young man Lin Yu? What is he selling you? Flowers?" He Jing rubbed her wrist, stammering, "I was just worried you might misunderstand." Yi Haizhou gritted his teeth and nodded. "Oh, concerned about my thoughts, are we? Fine. Let's listen together and see if I'm overthinking this." With that, Yi Haizhou seized the opportunity to answer the call, placing on speaker between them. He Jing was particularly tempted to unleash a string of curses at this rude turtle of a man who had answered her call, but for now, she had to suppress her rising anger. The call was already connected. She couldn't let their new target, the young wallet, catch on. "Young man, what is the matter? Did I leave something behind at the store?" He Jing calmly posed a serious question, fearing that if Lin Yu spoke first, he might initiate an awkward conversation. By taking the lead, she could maintain control of the dialogue. However, Lin Yu's response cut straight to the point, devoid of any guidance. "Sister, if I said you left me behind, would that make me seem immature?" He Jing. Yi Haizhou. In the store, Yi Haizhou had harbored suspicions, but had never considered they had reached a point where such teasing remarks could be exchanged. Lin Yu's words pierced through Yi Haizhou's heart like a sharp blade. The shock within He Jing was no less than that of Yi Haizhou. The implication of Lin Yu's remark was glaringly apparent. How splendid it would have been if she hadn't sought out Yi Haizhou at this moment. perhaps this afternoon. Their relationship could have taken a significant leap forward. Yet, in consideration of her current partner's feelings, she had to refrain from acknowledging Lin Yu's insinuation, at least not overtly. Provoking a turtle can lead to consequences unforeseen. Ah, young man, you're quite humorous. If I truly took you away, Aunt Chiming would not let me off easily. Seeing as we are such good friends. Sister is still driving, and the traffic is a bit heavy. He Jing hoped Lin Yu would be perceptive enough to grasp the hint and promptly end the call. After returning, she would still have the opportunity to reconnect. But Lin Yu did not hang up. Instead, he continued in a self-indulgent manner. Sister, today is the first time. It's the first time. He Jing. Ihaijo. The absurdity of his phrasing was driving He Jing to the brink of madness. What on earth did he mean by first time? They had barely spent 2 hours together that day and had not engaged in anything significant. Observing the veins bulging in Ihaijo's neck and the bloodshot hue in his eyes, He Jing could no longer hold back her curiosity. Young man, you mustn't leave your statements half-finished. It leads to misunderstandings. Ha ha, don't say such nonsense, sister. We didn't do anything today, right? Are you referring to the first time spending so much money? Based on her judgment, Lin Yu should not possess such profound experience. His cryptic remarks felt like a tactic she often employed on others. Today, however, it was being used against her in front of her current partner. On the phone, Lin Yu's tone shifted to one of urgency. Sister, I'm not speaking nonsense. In my life, this is the first time someone willingly wants to eat the dumplings I've had. He Jing. Yihaizu. The fact that Ihaijo was barely able to endure the conversation was a testament to his dwindling sanity. What the hell? You two are sharing dumplings. Are you? He was fuming at the thought of having spent so much money on this woman, only to discover she was flirting with some young stud behind his back. Even if He Jing attempted to explain herself, Ihaijo would hardly believe her excuses. He could very well deduce her intentions from how they had met. The turtle had a temper too. If he was denied his path, then none shall walk. Ihaijo flung open the car door and headed straight for the trunk. Hearing the clattering sounds emanating from it, He Jing was instantly alarmed. Ah, what is the matter? Sister received a call. Young man, we shall talk later. She hastily concluded, disconnecting the call. Now is not the time to ponder Lin Yu's thoughts. If this continued, she might find herself in peril. Just as He Jing managed to crack open the passenger door, it was abruptly slammed shut by Ihaijo with a fierce kick. The rebound force sent He Jing sprawling across the central console. She furrowed her brows, ready to unleash a tirade, only to find Ihaijo brandishing a large wrench, pointing it menacingly at her inside the car. Come down and try me. Ihaijo roared again, causing He Jing's heart to race. She repeatedly reassured herself, stay calm. He Jing, you can handle this. He is merely a timid turtle, not truly capable of anything. Keep your composure. Chapter 62. The Hacker Meeting, Utterly Lacking Prestige. Beep. Extraordinary maneuver. The host skillfully creates a rift between the Wuxiang Owl and the Thousand-Faced Fox. Reward, 20 Spirit Stones. Beep. Extraordinary maneuver. The host's words astound, successfully widening the chasm between the Wuxiang Owl and the Thousand-Faced Fox. Reward, 20 Spirit Stones. Lin Yu remained in the flower shop, tidying up while comfortably enjoying his system rewards. It appeared that the effects of this phone call were quite remarkable. A man, barring any peculiar inclinations, would find it difficult to accept the notion of wearing a hat. Nevertheless, Lin Yu did not believe that he could easily resolve matters between the two. With He Jing's exceptional skills, she could certainly manage the foolish Ihaijo, even while entangled in difficulties. This was merely the prelude, the groundwork for true retaliation. This call was not solely meant to sow discord. It was intended to make them aware of his leverage. If they had not yet parted ways, the next move would undoubtedly originate from him. The days ahead were long. First, he needed to address the contractual crisis, ensuring Aunt Chiming's safety. Following that, Lin Yu had ample time to engage them at his leisure. Compared to manipulating the two, it was evidently far more challenging to handle Aunt Chiming. After Ihaijo and He Jing departed, Lin Yu mentioned his intention to settle the remaining mortgage on the apartment in one fell swoop. However, this was met with a resolute refusal from Aunt Chiming, who resorted to a hunger strike. She directed all her temper and authority towards her own. Lin Yu's rush to amass a substantial sum was solely to alleviate her financial predicament. To date, he had only managed to resolve half of it. There was no alternative but to wait until their relationship progressed further before discussing the remaining issues. In the parking lot of the park within Ihaijo's car, the two had been locked in a standoff for over a minute. Jing, eyes closed, leaned toward the driver's seat. Come on, hit me. Aren't you eager to strike? Go ahead, see if beating me solves anything. Had Ihaijo heard Lin use taunting words at that moment, he might have been provoked into a rash act. However, after stepping out and returning, now faced with the audacity of Jing, Ihaijo hesitated. Noticing his lack of response, Jing crossed her arms and sat upright. Indeed, he was a coward. Fortunately, a coward. Just as she leaned in, fear gripped her heart. Such a man must be severed from her life sooner rather than later. Otherwise, should he discover something one day, the consequences would be dire. For now, having just delivered a verbal slap to Ihaijo, it was time to offer a sweet word to keep him placated. Look at you, a man in your 40s, still sulking over a trivial child as jealousy? I merely took a bite of what was in his bowl. Is that so wrong? Jing employed her familiar teasing tone, transforming the absurd incident into Ihaijo's jealousy, suggesting he cared for her. She reveled in this psychological affirmation of his concern. Ihaijo tossed the wrench to the floor, panting, and replied helplessly, "What do you mean you didn't eat enough?" Upon hearing this, Jing instantly understood that she was safe. Therefore, she raised her hand and playfully poked him on the head. You think I would go elsewhere to eat with you around? Your woman is so captivating that a fool is utterly enchanted. Are you not pleased? Look at how flustered you were in the shop, barely managing to string together 3 coherent sentences. With a few words, Jing deftly shifted the topic back to the issue that concerned Ihaijo the most, the contract. Ihaijo spread his arms in exasperation. What more can I say? The hole is already several million. If we sign, it only deepens. And this isn't just your fault. You haven't even investigated the people around Chun Shiming. Jing leaned slightly closer to Ihaijo, speaking seductively. How can you shift the blame onto a woman when things go awry, Mr. E? This isn't the time to rush. That writer you mentioned might genuinely have a crush on me. Why not exploit him to help you further the contract's narrative? Don't say that, Ihaijo retorted, suspicion evident. You're not planning to seduce him, are you? Jing pinched his arm. What are you thinking? I assure you he won't gain any advantage over me. What's your plan? Enlighten me, Ihaijo inquired. It could be arranged like this. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's situation was dire. Having received the flowers prepared by Aunt Chiming for Mo Shangying, Lin Yu arrived at the designated location 40 minutes early, pondering that individuals from large companies typically had a habit of arriving ahead of schedule. However, for the entire 40 minutes, he wandered aimlessly around the street, encountering no clients whatsoever, and neither Mo Shangying nor Yi Mengfu made an appearance. They merely communicated with him through his earpiece, shrouded in mystery as if they were a gang about to finalize a transaction. Inger, what exactly is your plan? Are we still negotiating? I am utterly bored. Where are you and Xiaofu? Can't the 3 of us meet? After venting his frustrations, Lin Yu heard Mo Shangying's voice. Master, don't be anxious. Meeting now would easily expose us. One of the 2 coming today is a rather skilled hacker. But don't worry, with me around, no one could trace you. Lin Yu thought to himself. To be referred to as a skilled individual by Mo Shangying, who holds a world-renowned hacker ranking, undoubtedly indicates that this person is at least a top-tier professional in the field. It seemed he might have some prior enmity with Mo Shangying. No wonder this apprentice hadn't mentioned who they were meeting. Had he known he would encounter such a dangerous character, he would have charged more. All right. Truly a commendable disciple. Your secrecy is impeccable. Not afraid of revealing my identity in front of the professionals. Your heart is quite bold. Just to clarify, if I'm not mistaken, this bouquet I hold is also for that skilled hacker, right? Mo Shangying's voice chimed in again. Master, you truly understand your disciple. I opened her information box last year, just as a way to apologize. Chapter 63. The Meeting of Online Friends. What is verbal torture? Lin Yu felt a sense of numbness after hearing the news. Open the box? You're not just doxing, but also cyberbullying them? Mo Shangyin quickly clarified. It's not like that. I'm the only one taking action. Lin Yu retorted, is this a client meeting? It seems more like a confrontation between enemies. I can just imagine them lurking with a group of tough individuals, ready to teach you a harsh lesson. Lin Yu, exasperated, questioned that you are quite ruthless. I've barely made any money. Am I here to risk my life? Mo Shangyin gently reassured him. Master, please don't worry. I assure you, everything will be fine. Trust me. Lin Yu clenched his fists. Trust you? Where are you? Let's have a chat. You've offended someone and are too scared to show your face? You could just continue lurking online. Not only did you agree to meet in person, but you also chose a location right at their doorstep. What is it? Did they offer you something irresistible? Through the earpiece, Mo Shangying's resolute voice rang out. Absolutely not. I have no interest in money. Since my debut, I have hardly dealt with any finances. Lin Yu responded. All right, a true titan of the internet. A remarkable hacking apprentice. What came next from his apprentice left Lin Yu utterly astounded. Master, the reason I agreed to meet in person is that the company hiring me and her has a rather unique background. You must have heard of 860, right? Lin Yu exclaimed, the client you're meeting is 860. The 860 security guard, 860 antivirus software, 860 browser. Who hasn't heard of it? In 2006, a free security guard burst onto the scene, swiftly capturing a significant portion of the paid antivirus market in just over a year. By 2014, its penetration rate had soared to 99.7%. It has no competitors left in the market. And now, in this small city of Pingchuan, the client Mo Shangyin is set to meet is actually 860. Over the next 5 minutes, Mo Shangyin elaborated on the background of her visit, using technical jargon that still sounded quite convoluted to Lin Yu. In essence, this past April, 860 Cloud officially launched, providing services not only to large corporations, but also to small and medium-sized enterprises. This initiative led to a surge in foreign cyber attacks over the last 2 months, relentless in their frequency. A month prior, 860 Cloud experienced a brief 2-day period of stability during which all attacks, regardless of volume, were efficiently mitigated. The headquarters of 860 realized that world-class experts were assisting them. However, the truth was that Mo Shangyin and her rival had engaged in a fierce online duel, akin to 2P shooters in a game of Plants vs. Zombies, competing to see who could defeat more zombies. The outcome was nearly indistinguishable. The network experts at 860 headquarters discovered the online communication channel between the two and extended an invitation for cybersecurity management services. Mo Shangyin and her rival, both unwilling to concede defeat, decided to accept the offer and assist 860 Cloud during this peak attack period. They also made a pact to determine who was superior, with the stipulation that whoever backed out would be branded coward. What Lin Yu envisioned as a hacker showdown resembled the dramatic flair of a film, screens flashing with cascading code. While a group of corporate professionals experienced power outages and disconnections, and planes malfunctioned, missiles launched, and countless inboxes received the same ominous email warning of an insider threat. Yet, the reality of hacker duels was more akin to children wrestling and hurling insults at one another. 860, having established connections with major corporations, could not simply collaborate as hackers. They specifically sent representatives from the headquarters to invite the two for an in-person discussion. The choice of Pingchuan as the meeting locale stemmed from the high frequency of encounters between Mo Shangyin and her rival last year, resulting in a stalemate in various online competitions. Both wished to unearth the other's identity first. After an arduous and chaotic struggle, Mo Shangyin managed to obtain some personal information about her rival, who subsequently confirmed her location in Pingchuan. Following that incident, the two reached a gentleman's agreement not to investigate one another further. This was why Mo Shangyin could guarantee that Lin Yu's identity information was absolutely secure. Apologizing to her rival with flowers, Mo Shangyin claimed that after uncovering some of the latter's information, she had subjected her to a form of verbal torture. Adopting the stance of a victor, one should never strike a smiling face. Even if her rival still harbored resentment, it would be inappropriate to express it overtly after accepting a gift. Given their prolonged engagements online, the two had developed a nuanced relationship that was both adversarial and friendly. Such intricate plot lines that could fill millions of words in an online novel made Lin Yu's head spin. This was a one-time affair. Any future requests from this apprentice would be firmly rebuffed. Master, someone has arrived. At the CAF on the second floor, by the window, table 01 for 4. Without granting Lin Yu the opportunity to voice his frustrations, Mo Shangying pointed out that the target had appeared. Lin Yu looked up towards the CAF on the second floor. From the first partition on the left, he discerned a figure. The distance and the glare from the glass made it difficult to discern their features. While approaching the CAF, Lin Yu inquired, "Is it just one person? Are they from 860, or is it your rival?" Mo Shangying replied, "The one who arrived first is definitely my rival. The 860 representatives wouldn't arrive this early." Lin Yu remarked, "I am genuinely impressed by your methods. By the way, how should I address her? I can't really call her my rival, can I? That is quite an outdated nickname." Mo Shangying responded, "My online name is Zero." Lin Yu quipped, "She wants to be called One. Will she? That would be quite the trendy pairing." Mo Shangying clarified, "No, her name is Cat. Just cat, like the animal in Chinese." Lin Yu scoffed. "That name lacks any grandeur. Couldn't you have chosen something more dignified, especially since she is someone of international stature? Also, 2 legendary hackers meeting, and they can't even be bothered to book a private room. What a disdainful sight." Following Mo Shangying's guidance, Lin Yu finally arrived at the designated seat in the CAF. The meeting with the online friend was about to commence. "God, you must be Cat." After greeting, the girl at the table turned around, holding a cup of coffee. She had short, icy blue hair adorned with an incongruous letter hairpin that looked like it might fall off at any moment. Beneath her blue hair, hints of black were visible. Was she wearing a blue wig? With white sports headphones around her neck and dressed in a loose, abstract watercolor t-shirt dress. She certainly embodied the style of a tech aficionado. Her almond-shaped eyes were bright and clear, possessing an elegant charm that evoked a sense of familiarity in Lin Yu. Upon noticing Lin Yu's approach, Cat displayed a puzzled expression. "A man? You are Zero? Zero is a man?" The cat, evidently taken aback, inquired with a sense of bewilderment. It was only natural to question such matters. "Since we are here, let us fully immerse ourselves in this performance." Lin Yu gracefully took a seat opposite, placing the bouquet momentarily aside. She lifted the untouched cup of coffee before her and remarked, "This cup of coffee is meant for me, isn't it? Thank you. Why can't Zero be a man? Did I ever claim to be a woman?" As she spoke, Lin Yu delicately sipped her coffee, feigning a casual demeanor. The cat's astonishment showed no signs of waning as it pressed on. "Are you truly Zero? This is utterly absurd. You mean to say, after checking my information, you bombarded me with 3 days of harassing messages threatening to, well, my bedroom, dining room, car, bathroom, on my bed, on the table, and even on the stove? Zero is a man?" Lin Yu choked on her coffee, exclaiming, "What the hell? So this is what you call verbal torment? The stove is a bit much, don't you think?" Chapter 64. The gas stove exceeds expectations. Lin Yu's defiance. One cannot deny that this is precisely what Mo Shangying would say. An individual devoid of any practical experience, merely a chatterbox enamored with theoretical knowledge. She relishes employing peculiar facts to belittle those around her. The gas stove. This knowledge is undeniably convoluted. Meanwhile, within a room on the second floor of a budget hotel across from a CAF, Mo Shangying, clutching a high-performance telescope, awkwardly scratched her head. Beside her, Yi Mengfu, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, flushed at the question emanating from the cash register. Indeed, this is the style of Ing. Privately, she delights in uttering unspeakable intimate phrases. It was unexpected, however, to witness such candor directed at her competitor. Mo Shangying pressed the call button and timidly remarked, "Master, forgive my intrusion." After a prolonged confrontation, suddenly catching her gave me a sense of, "I shall not let you escape. Keep running. You understand, right? I appreciate your effort." Upon completing her statement, Mo Shangying released the call button. Yi Mengfu, pulling down her hood, whispered conspiratorially, Is it feasible?" Mo Shangying discerned Yi Mengfu's unspoken concern. She was pondering whether Lin Yu could handle such a troublesome scenario. Mo Shangying held the telescope aloft with one hand while signaling an okay gesture with the other. Rest assured, Master is no ordinary person. Such matters are merely trifles for him. As for you, Zai Fofu, we are not present at their conversation. It is just the two of us. Why arm yourself so thoroughly, as if you might be discovered at any moment? Yi Mengfu's demeanor was a perfect external manifestation of her inner turmoil. Had she not been so reserved, Mo Shangying might have considered enlisting her to portray Zero. At Mo Shangying's teasing, Yi Mengfu finally removed her hood and the mask from her face. After this series of actions, she resembled a chameleon stripped of its camouflage. Instinctively, Yi Mengfu edged closer to Mo Shangying. In the CAF, Lin Yu finally swallowed the coffee in his mouth, exerting all his willpower to maintain a neutral expression. He attempted to speak calmly regarding past events. I admit to a somewhat competitive mindset. Please do not take offense. As you become more acquainted with me, you will find that I am, in fact, quite agreeable. Lin Yu had done his utmost. How could he possibly maneuver the conversation toward the gas stove while preserving its integrity? He certainly could not regurgitate Mo Shangying's direct approach to his interlocutor in front of the wigged lady. After speaking, Lin Yu held his breath, meticulously observing every subtle movement from the wigged lady. Should she unexpectedly hurl a coffee cup at him, he needed to anticipate and react swiftly. As Lin Yu entered a state of concentration, a faint sound wave, electrical current, was distinctly perceived by him. The sound emanating from his earphones? It seemed implausible. Without the luxury of contemplation, the lady spoke again. It is difficult to believe you harbor no sordid intentions. Excessive interaction is unnecessary. This collaboration with 860 is our battleground for determining superiority. I trust you have not forgotten? Lin Yu mused, sordid intentions. What an elegant way to insult. Clearly, altering his image would not occur swiftly. Following Mo Shangying's script in his earphones, Lin Yu responded, "Of course, I have not forgotten. This time we must distinguish ourselves. If you do not find yourself amidst a sea of peach blossoms, you will never comprehend why the flowers bloom so vividly." Internally, Lin Yu thought, what a delightfully juvenile and malevolent line. The original phrase from Mo Shangying's earphones was not about peach blossoms, but rather chrysanthemums. It seemed irrelevant whether the person across from him was aware. She boldly expressed any phrase. Was this polite? To unleash such crude remarks at the wigged lady, one might find themselves in legal trouble for harassment. Even Lin Yu's polished retort was a considerable test of his composure. A slight falter in conviction would unavoidably reveal him. Once more, the peculiar sound wave echoed. After Lin Yu had spoken, he pinpointed the source of the sound wave. It was emanating from the wigged lady sitting across from him. Could it be that his enhanced physicality had elevated his hearing to extraordinary levels? Previously, he had clearly heard the exchange between Mo Shangying and Yi Mengfu in the quiet of the bedroom. Yet, what was the origin of this minuscule sound wave? The lady, with her hands resting on the sides of her chair, calmly stated, "There is no need to boast prematurely. The outcome remains uncertain." Lin Yu leaned his arms on the table, his gaze fixed intently on her. The wigged lady, seemingly flustered, averted her gaze. Then, the sound waves resonated again, 5 times. In the next moment, she glanced at the flowers Lin Yu had set aside and inquired, "What is the purpose of buying flowers?" Just 5 words. In that instant, Lin Yu's mind sparked with a daring hypothesis. In the hotel room across the way, Mo Shangying mused, the flowers are an apology for the previous incident involving the box." "Master? Why the silence? The signal is fine. You must be able to hear me, right? I shall reiterate. The flowers are to express my regrets for the prior matter." Master, what is wrong? Montag Shangying frantically transmitted dialogu comments. Not only could the recording device not capture Lin Yu's voice, but the telescope also revealed him as stoic and expressionless. Beside her, Yi Mengfu clenched her small fists nervously, as if the issue lay with her, her heart racing. "Lin Yu, what is happening?" Yi Mengfu's voice trembled. Mo Shangying bit her lip and shook her head, straining to observe their actions. She, too, was perplexed by the unfolding events. At the CAF table, after approximately half a minute of stalemate, Lin Yu rubbed his nose and reclined lazily. The amiable smile that once adorned his face was replaced by a serious expression. What is the purpose of buying flowers? Is it necessary to inform you? The wigged lady's expression shifted to one of shock, a flicker of displeasure crossing her brow. She then queried incredulously, "Zero, what do you mean by that?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, gesturing towards her ear and asking, "Is she inquiring, or is it you? Do you possess any opinions at all? You question, you listen, and you manage your expression. How troublesome." Substitute Miss. Chapter 65. The Unusual Stand-in Sister. Is it permissible to bring a friend for dinner? Lin Yu suddenly dropped a bombshell, leaving the wig-wearing cat stunned. This time, her expression management was impeccable, with the familiar hum of sound waves emanating from her. "Wig cat. Zero. It seems you have a penchant for jesting. I can hardly comprehend your words." "Lin Yu, am I jesting? Heh. What is my current world ranking? What was it last time? How many ranks separate us? What competition did we first face each other? In which match did I first defeat you? At what age did you participate in your first competition? And what are the last 6 digits of your ID?" Wig cat furrowed her brow. Lin Yu spread his hands, counting down 5, 4, 3, completely cornered. Within 5 seconds, the answers to such numerous questions were overwhelming. Even if she could hear them, she might not remember them all. Listening while speaking made it easy to overlook details, leading to incoherent responses. The crux was that Lin Yu had already grown suspicious. Any hint of hesitation would render her incapable of convincing him entirely. Exposed. Utterly exposed. At that moment, a voice came through Wig Cat's earpiece. "Sean? I'll handle myself. He's caught on. Wait for me for a minute. I will be there shortly." Upon hearing this, Wig Cat removed her wig, the headphones from her neck, and the embedded in-ear devices. She gently shook her head, allowing her sleek black hair to cascade freely. "Impressive, little brother. Thanks to your astuteness, I can remove these things prematurely. It seems I am not quite adept at this charade. I am curious. How did you discern it?" Once the disguise was shed, her cold and proud demeanor was fully revealed. Her exquisitely cool features and the style of her attire formed a striking contrast, eliminating any previous discordance. It appeared that this was her true aura. When adorned with the wig, it was nearly impossible to ascertain her age. Now, she seemed at least a few years older than Lin Yu. Immediately, Lin Yu's earpiece crackled with the furious voice of Mo Shangying. "Ah, that insufferable woman actually sent a stand-in to meet you. Master, thank goodness you are so astute to uncover her ruse. What sort of person is she? I came with genuine intent to meet you and her, yet she silently dispatched a decoy. Master, do tell, should I unleash my wrath upon her?" Lin Yu. How could this little hacker dare to utter such words? Did she not also find a stand-in in me? Now, she could continue to hurl threats only because of my exceptional abilities and cleverness that granted me the initiative. TCH, how would she survive without me? Lin Yu composed himself, sitting upright and revealing a meaningful smile, confidently stating, "There are numerous reasons for discovering you are a stand-in. Subtle movements, minute expressions, pauses in speech, wandering gazes, and the overall aura, to name a few. To be candid, to excel as an online worker, one must possess a psychological resilience akin to a mountain. Stand-in sister, a person who could audibly express themselves on a gas stove, dared to speak of composure in her presence. For Lin Yu, this lady was merely a disposable stand-in tool. There would be no further interactions in the future. Thus, it was all about how to put on a show. After all, it was Zero who would bear the embarrassment. It had nothing to do with him. However, the stand-in sister smiled and nodded, saying, "Those in your line of work are indeed fascinating. I happen to be in Pingchuan. Perhaps we may cross paths again." Lin Yu. Damn it, she is toying with me. If she is seeking a stand-in, why must she find a local? He did not wish to engage in further conversation with a local. The stand-in sister continued, "Rest assured, I am not in your line of work and will not investigate anyone." Mo Shangying commanded from the earpiece. "Master, confront her, tell her. Those in our profession also require your skills." Lin Yu. Just as they were conversing, a petite girl approached the table. Without needing her to respond for confirmation of her identity, Lin Yu immediately believed that the cat must be her, with remarkable ice blue short hair, streaked with a touch of white, adorned with a lettered hairpin that added a hint of cuteness. wearing matching sporty headphones around her slender neck. She donned an identical abstract watercolor t-shirt dress that accentuated her petite figure. Overall, her aura appeared several years younger than the stand-in sister, resembling Lin Yu's peers. Not only did Lin Yu recognize her as Kat, but he was also convinced that she must possess a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. To find a stand-in, she insisted on dressing in the same style. Every detail of her accessories had to be identical. A pure, obsessive-compulsive patient. Upon the arrival of the true subject, the stand-in sister elegantly stood and stated, "Apologies, Kat, but this young man's observational skills are somewhat terrifying. I did not anticipate being discovered so swiftly. Please converse amongst yourselves. I shall wait for you downstairs. Should he dare, feel free to summon me back." Before departing, the stand-in sister did not forget to issue a veiled threat. The stand-in sister arrived at the parking space outside the CAF, stepping into a black G-Class vehicle and retrieving her phone from within. 3 missed calls, the caller, Xia Wei. The woman dialed back without delay. Xia Shan, have you perished outside? Why haven't you answered your phone? I haven't even sought vengeance upon you yet. Don't bring about your own demise. Younger sister Xia Wei, as usual, opened with a greeting that danced on the edge of life and death. Accustomed to this, Xia Shan got straight to the point. Kat has come to Pingshuan. I was just with her. She is currently meeting an important client. On the other end of the line, Xia Wei exclaimed with excitement and shock. Kat is here? What about Aunt Rushua? Has she arrived? Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? Sneaking off to meet Kat is utterly dastardly, sister. Xia Shan, touching up her makeup in the mirror, wiped off an unsuitable lip gloss and replied, Rushua did not come. It's just Kat. Regardless of whether you are free tomorrow, make sure to clear your schedule for a meal with Kat. Well, there is a possibility that Kat might bring along a friend from Pingshuan. Xia Wei pondered for a moment before asking, all right then, may I also bring a friend? Chapter 66. The belligerent cat, yet I remain the unvanquished tiger. Inside the CAF, the genuine cat elegantly smoothed the hem of her dress as she settled into her seat. With a slight nod, she spoke in a gentle tone. It has been quite some time since I ventured out, and I am unaware of your true identity. That is why I sought the company of a local friend to meet you in my stead. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. I truly am sorry. Her demeanor was courteous, and although her voice was soft, she exuded confidence. She perfectly embodied Lin Yu's latent impression of a refined lady. The somewhat ostentatious colors of her hair and attire did not detract from her gentle aura. If the cat before him were performing, one could only say her acting was remarkably convincing, devoid of any sense of artificiality. Mo Shangying was indeed incensed by the cat's reliance on a substitute. However, she eventually realized, albeit belatedly, that she too was merely a stand-in. With a sigh, she remarked into her earpiece, Enough of this, master. Accept her apology. She may come across as a paranoid online, but she is surprisingly polite. The reason the cat's subterfuge was discovered was due to the stand-in's anxiety about potentially ruining the encounter. Thus, every utterance was crafted to reflect the true cat's sentiments. Lin Yu remained undetected, not because he followed the remote commands without question. To forgive her, that would be tantamount to squandering the momentum he had just cultivated. Inger's intellect was suited for coding, yet her ability to read the situation and decipher human emotion was woefully inadequate. I come earnestly to meet you, and you have the audacity to send a substitute to greet me? You have not regarded me as a person at all. I even remember today is your birthday and brought you flowers. An apology? I do not accept. My temper is quite fierce at the moment. Accepting an apology would merely equalize our positions. At present, you are in the wrong. I shall have the upper hand over this cat. The cat's astonishment flickered briefly. It was entirely reasonable not to accept her apology, as this was indeed Zero's typical modus operandi. A slight psychological advantage would prompt a vigorous rebuttal from her. Now, they faced each other in person, not through a screen. The cat's social etiquette forbade her from losing composure in public. She continued, her voice still warm. Today is indeed my birthday, as per my ID, but it is not my true birthday. I appreciate your kind intentions, though it was I who overstepped. Furthermore, your last remark is a quote from the certain person in the Jianghu at 12 minutes and 20 seconds. I understand your subtle implication. Lin Yu. The fact that today is not her birthday is inconsequential. What follows is the real revelation. To casually cite a movie's timestamp so precisely? Ridiculous. The fierce voice of Mo Shangyin echoed in his earpiece. Here we go again. Master, this is definitely not a substitute. She is the real cat. What irked her most was the cat's deliberate display of her exceptional memory. I refuse to believe it. Master, test her. I, the last great silver magician, shall challenge you, the last great silver. Ask her where it originates. Lin Yu, disciple, what nonsense fills your mind? Is this appropriate for public discourse? Ignoring Montak Shangying. He nodded in appreciation. Your memory remains impressive, I see. The cat, speaking rapidly, replied. 5th, 4th, 6th place, CTNY competition, 12 years old, 095532. All the answers to your previous questions. Lin Yu, who asked you? It appeared the cat's exceptional memory was coupled with a fierce competitive spirit. Perhaps facing zero heightened her desire to prevail. What was even more alarming was that after answering, the cat's lips curled slightly, as if to convey to Lin Yu, in terms of presence, I shall not lose to you. The initiative belongs to me. Even if she were not zero, an ordinary person would not wish to be easily subdued by a younger girl. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu slammed his hand down at the convenience store in the neighborhood. The total was 39 yuan and 8 jiao. I gave him 2 20 yuan bills. What did he return to me? The cat clenched her fists. He returned you 2 1 jiao coins. Lin Yu. He returned me a piece of bubble gum. The cat. Lin Yu leaned in closer. To fish. One must seek the knife fish. The knife fish must be caught on the island. Repeat that 3 times. The cat's throat tightened. To fish. One must seek the knife fish. The knife fish must be caught on the... I only apply my memory to the realm of film. This is unfair. Lin Yu drew nearer. You accuse me of unfairness? I cannot concur. Was the first line spoken by Lu Nung in the 3rd part, 6th episode of Village Love Variations. The cat's eyes widened. I have not seen that. Lin Yu, so it is, little beggar. The cat, that is not the line. That line is... A sudden silence enveloped the scene. The cat stared at Lin Yu, returning to her seat with a triumphant air. In her mind, Lin Yu's last derisive taunt echoed. This was no mere test of lines. It was a personal affront. Zero in real life was 100 times more formidable. 100 times more imposing. In a nearby hotel room, Yi Mengfu adjusted her black-rimmed glasses that were perilously close to slipping off her nose and exhaled deeply. The audio quality of the recording equipment was so exquisite it felt as though she were immersed in the moment, stirring memories within her. The sense of immersion was overwhelming. It was as if she were the one being relentlessly interrogated by Lin Yu. The assertive Lin Yu was utterly terrifying. To fish, one must seek the knife fish, Yi Mengfu murmured, attempting the phrase before decisively abandoning it. Mo Shangying, momentarily setting down her binoculars, wore a satisfied grin. Incredible. Master is truly formidable. I can't shake the feeling that he embodies zero even more than I do. Upon reflection, if I were to retire, perhaps Master could inherit the mantle of zero. Yi Mengfu was left with a myriad of questions. Ultimately, who is the Master? Who is the disciple? Just as Mo Shangying was lost in her musings, a message notification chimed on her phone. An identical message also arrived on Lin Yu's device. Inside the CAF, the simultaneous ringing of Lin Yu's and the cat's phones interrupted their verbal sparring. The sender was, of course, a representative dispatched by the 860 headquarters. Lin Yu glanced at the text, his mood lightening as he remarked, the people from the 860 group headquarters are arriving. It seems today's verbal duel shall once again be my victory. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp crack echoed. The sound of knuckles cracking as the poised lady's cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Although her voice was soft, it carried an indomitable spirit. I shall not lose. Lin Yu was taken aback. Oh, such fierce competitiveness? Still the ever-belligerent cat. I see. And I, the undefeated tiger. The cat's fierce demeanor lasted only for a fleeting moment before her expression shifted back to normal. As if flipping a page in a book. I apologize for being presumptuous. 0. May I inquire if you are available tomorrow? Chapter 67. Boys are truly strange creatures, capable of changing faces. Lin Yu's brows slightly twitched, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, I'm busy. He initially thought that Meow Meow would inevitably succumb to her impulsive nature and enter her feisty mode. Instead, she merely nodded calmly and softly said, all right. Regardless of whether she sought a date or a duel, Lin Yu was resolute in his refusal. He had put forth an Oscar-worthy performance to convince Meow Meow that he was indeed zero. Any excess interaction henceforth could easily expose his ruse. It was best if they had no further contact after this. The two hackers could continue their rivalry online without involving him. The outcome of their battles mattered not to him. Ding dong, ding dong. A WeChat notification chimed from his phone. Lin Yu picked it up to see that the sender was the nurse, Xia Yiwei, from the apartment. Alas, he was overwhelmed with tending to the flowers at home. Who had the time to deal with the wildflowers outside? Even the most diligent gardener has their limits. Xia Yiwei. Little master, running off after a kiss? Xia Yiwei. Do you think I would be intimidated by you, pretending to be a tough guy? Xia Yiwei. Tomorrow, I'll accompany your beloved disciple to dinner. I'll inform you of the time and place. Xia Yiwei. Consider it a compensation for your disciple. Xia Yiwei. Animated gif of a couple embracing passionately. Lin Yu truly wished to show Meow Meow the conversation. See, this is how one skillfully invites someone out. Asking if there is time? Childish. A sensible girl simply sends a notification. Lin Yu tapped on his phone, hastily replying, I'll make it up to you with an egg. Subsequently, he silenced his phone. He was oblivious to what Meow Meow intended to propose. Xia Yiwei was genuinely inviting him to a confrontation. How could a respectable young man of the new century casually engage in a brawl with a nurse? Moreover, the intended target was her sister. With such a poor sisterly relationship, why maintain ties? A few minutes later, the group manager from 860, here to negotiate, finally arrived at the CAF. The newcomer was a middle-aged businessman with a neatly parted hairstyle, appearing to be around 40 years old. Approaching their table, the manager politely inquired, Are you both Zero and Meow Meow? Upon receiving a confirming nod, he began a lengthy self-introduction. For over 2 minutes, Lin Yu paid little attention to the details. The collaborator was Ing Er, not him. He had no interest in absorbing so much specialized knowledge. He merely needed to remember one thing. He was the financier. If you have no questions, shall we? The manager stood awkwardly beside the table, uncertain where to sit. The seating arrangement featured a long table with an aisle in between. Lin Yu and Meow Meow had a tacit understanding, sitting across from each other near the aisle. Lin Yu, ever considerate, stood and moved to the opposite side. Manager, please take this seat. I'll sit across. After all, he was the financier, and due respect should be afforded. How infuriating Meow Meow was, her reluctance to shift her weight. Did she not understand etiquette? Could it really hurt to offer the financier a seat? Meow Meow inched inward, feeling a small sense of victory. Zero yielded first. After taking his seat, Lin Yu casually placed the flowers he held before Meow Meow, originally meant for her. Whether she liked them or not was irrelevant. It was a hassle to keep passing them back and forth. However, just as he placed the flowers down, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Discovered a talented individual, meeting the criteria for sect inclusion. Time-limited task issued. Recruit talents. Target individual, do Meow Meow. Time limit, 72 hours. Recruit talents. This girl possesses extraordinary potential and is undoubtedly a rare prodigy in the art of harmonious cultivation. Please ensure her inclusion in the sect within 3 days. Task rewards. Complete talent inclusion grants full skills, 200 sect contributions, 400 spirit stones, and 2 free draws in the system shop. Reminder, failure to meet the task deadline will result in the loss of the talent spot, rendering any further recruitment impossible. Lin Yu. What the heck? The system has such hidden features? Why couldn't it provide a comprehensive instruction manual detailing all its capabilities? Must he discover them through trial and error? Yesterday, he had interacted with someone outside the apartment and received no system prompts. He had instinctively assumed that all individuals outside the apartment were beyond the system's scope. It now appeared that a select few prodigies qualified for inclusion. Moreover, Among the rewards for completing the task, the most enticing was undoubtedly the full skills of the included talent. This meant he could perfectly replicate her skill set without the need for any change in intimacy levels. An experience boon, quite literally falling from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, the well-bred young lady from a prominent family indeed possessed a solid foundation. Judging solely by her appearance, she could easily rank among the top 10 in the apartment. Du miao miao, tiiska, meow meow, holding the flowers on her lap. Notice the change in Lin Yu's expression. He had previously shown her disdain, yet now his gaze brimmed with an inexplicable emotion. Meow meow could only speculate, feeling it was likely silver mischief. His unreserved scrutiny made her uneasy, prompting her to avert her gaze. But then she recalled his saying, when two individuals lock eyes, the one who looks away first loses. With a determined fist, Meow Meow quickly glanced back. Lin Yu, shifting his tone from before, asked, "What were you asking me about tomorrow?" Meow Meow, perplexed, replied, "Asking you? Tomorrow. Are you free?" Lin Yu swiftly responded, "I am free." Meow Meow, not only confused but also somewhat shocked, thought, "What on earth are boys? Hadn't he just seriously rejected her moments ago? How could his demeanor change so drastically within 2 minutes?" In a room at the nearby budget hotel, Mo Shangying hastily set down her binoculars. Her expression grave. "This is bad. Master intends to target her." From her vantage point, Mo Shangying had struggled to discern Meow Meow's true identity. She had previously opened some information boxes but hadn't accessed a photo of the person. As Meow Meow shifted closer to the window, it became evident that she was indeed a strikingly beautiful girl. Beside her, Yi Mengfu exclaimed, "Huh? Target her? You mean to beat her?" Mo Shangying waved her hand dismissively, suddenly fixing her sharp gaze on Yi Mengfu, a smirk curling one corner of her mouth. "Yes, to beat her. But not in the way you're thinking, little foo-foo." Yi Mengfu tilted her head, perplexed. Mo Shangying then clapped her hands, the applause growing increasingly rapid. Yi Mengfu nearly knocked her glasses off her nose. Chapter 68. Can I bring friends? Can I bring my apprentice? After a moment of contemplation, the cat-like figure continued, "Oh, if you have the time, may I join you for a meal with my friends?" Lin Yu's mind raced. Her friends must refer to the substitute sister from earlier. If he could return and have Inger investigate her identity and background, he could navigate the dinner conversation, steering clear of professional topics unless absolutely necessary, with someone present to smooth over any awkwardness. Dining together seemed feasible. Fortune favors the bold. Convincing a refined hacker of high standing to join him in a shared apartment would not be an easy endeavor. The opportunity to do so could only arise through private interactions and a stroke of luck. To decline the invitation would be akin to self-sabotage, resulting in a lost opportunity. He had a mere 72 hours. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yu replied, "Of course, bringing friends is perfectly acceptable. May I bring my apprentice?" The others were momentarily taken aback. The cat-like figure was astonished. "You have an apprentice?" Lin Yu shrugged. "With my expertise, it cannot be allowed to fade into obscurity. In their field, especially when one reaches a certain level of technical prowess, one often finds oneself isolated at home." The cat was bewildered that Lin Yu even had time to teach an apprentice. Had she misjudged his character during their previous online encounters? Was he not a tech enthusiast whose lifestyle paralleled her own? "Of course, it's reasonable for you to bring your apprentice along," she mused. Upon reflection, it indeed made little sense to prohibit someone from bringing their apprentice to a meal. Lin Yu's rationale was straightforward. He had only gained access to this promising talent through Inger. He could not simply bypass her and meet with the cat alone. How could he face Inger afterward? If she inquired, he would have no excuses. Taking Inger along to dinner would not only prevent any slip-ups, but also keep her from prying too much. Across from them, the male manager observed, "Is it not rumored that these two are rivals? Why does it appear they share a cordial relationship?" Since he had taken his seat, they conversed as if he were inconsequential. He had come here from headquarters with an important mission. "Shall we begin discussing work now?" The male manager prompted. "Certainly." Lin Yu and the cat responded in unison. The male manager noted their unexpected synchronicity. He proceeded to succinctly analyze the challenges faced by 860 Cloud and outlined how Zero and the cat could collaborate to counter the frequent attacks. Such professional discussions were well within Zero and the cat's comfort zones. Had they lacked the capability, they would not have been chosen as partners. The relentless foreign attacks could not persist indefinitely. The security department within the 860 group was not inept. If they were granted the time to rectify the bugs in their system, they could overcome the current challenges within a span of 10 days to a month. As external temporary workers, the preliminary cooperation period established between 860 headquarters, Zero, and the cat was set for 2 weeks. Should the issues be resolved within this time frame, the collaboration would conclude, accompanied by generous additional compensation for both parties. During the business negotiations, Lin Yu effectively employed the professional skills he had honed during his high school years, maintaining an engaged demeanor as he nodded at appropriate intervals while listening intently. Yet, his thoughts wandered. What shall I eat for dinner tonight? Should I ask my apprentice for a bit more money? What brand is Xiaofu's tarot deck? What other daily tasks do I have? Is there still one free lottery draw left? When is the elementary school teacher returning from her summer trip? Where is the antique sister's workplace? Is cooking on a gas stove considered playing with fire or extinguishing it? As long as the thoughts did not pertain to the tedious business discussions, he allowed his mind to roam freely. After what felt like an eternity of 40 minutes, they formally signed a contract. When it came time to write their real names, they shared a moment of silent understanding, attempting to conceal their actions as much as possible. Once all arrangements with 860 were finalized, the system's notification tone chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the urgent task of discussing the formation. As the representative of the Formation Hall Elder, you have gained invaluable insights from conversing with a worldly expert. Reward: 300 sect contribution, 600 spirit stones, and 1 free lottery draw from the system store. The rewards for urgent tasks were indeed far superior to those of regular tasks. The richness of the rewards left Lin Yu elated. The current environment was unsuitable for focusing on a lottery draw. It was imperative to conclude matters here and find a quieter place to engage in the draw. The male manager understood the nuances of a business meeting well. Once his responsibilities were fulfilled, he wasted no time lingering. The cat did not linger to converse further with Lin Yu either. She merely reminded him that the location for tomorrow's meal would be communicated through their usual online channels. Being cautious, the cat opted not to exit through the main entrance of the CAF alongside Lin Yu, instead choosing a side street. Lin Yu had no reason to follow or impede her. He could not afford to pressure the little cat too much into moving into the apartment right away. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of a nearby hotel, Lin Yu knocked several times before the door finally creaked open. Observing the tightly drawn curtains and the disheveled bed covers, he scolded, "Am I out here working hard while you two are holed up in a hotel? Is that appropriate?" Ignoring Lin Yu's complaints, Mo Shangying excitedly hooked her arm through his, exclaiming, "Long live my master! Your performance as Zero was phenomenal today. You definitely showcased Oscar-worthy acting. Goodness, if I had been an unsuspecting audience member, I would have been completely taken in by you." Lin Yu straightened his posture, basking his pride. Ahem. It was just average. Don't act as if you've never seen the world before. However, pausing for effect, he continued, the situation was quite complex. Initially, I declined the cat's invitation for a private meal. But then I realized, wait, I am Zero now. I represent you. Inger, you understand me. Thus, I assessed the situation, prioritized the bigger picture, and reluctantly agreed to her invitation in Zero's voice. After this explanation, the two women exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. "Do you not believe me?" Lin Yu queried. Mo Shangying grinned mischievously. "Of course I believe my master. Xiaofu, pay up." Yimeng Fu looked aggrieved, silently retrieving 50 yuan from her pocket and handing it over to Mo Shangying. Lin Yu. Chapter 69. Is it appropriate to leave just the two of us in the hotel? This scene stirred an unsettling feeling within Lin Yu. Yingya, return the money to Xiao Fu. What does that mean? Are the two of them betting on me? Upon hearing this, Mo Shangying smiled even more radiantly and said, as expected of my master. I bet with Xiao Fu that you would definitely say it was for me that you agreed to dine with that smelly cat. Lin Yu, the girls in the apartment are truly hard to deceive. Are they really that clever? Since Inger spoke first, wouldn't that leave Lin Yu in a rather embarrassing position? Did it seem as though the words easily seen through were written on his forehead? Yingya, you need to be responsible for what you say. I had good intentions. I was thinking about. Mo, Shangying interrupted before Lin Yu could finish. Master, I understand. I understand. Lin Yu, what do you understand? You clearly don't believe me. However, Master, I have no objections to you dating that smelly cat. But if you say you want your apprentice to join, I can at most help you remotely like I did today. I don't want to show my face. If I want to be in the spotlight, why would I need to ask you to go in my stead? Mo Shangying expressed her dilemma. Indeed, even if the cat believed Lin Yu was zero, it wouldn't be so easy to trick the little hacker into joining for a meal. Oh dear, but I've already said I would bring an apprentice. If you don't go, Lin Yu had already devised a plan, putting Mo Shangying on the spot. Once the words were out, what excuse could he use to retract them? Yet, Mo Shangying clapped her hands, analyzing shrewdly. So, Master is worried about this? It's easy to handle. Just tell the smelly cat that your apprentice is sick, got into an accident, or was beaten up and is barely hanging on. Just find any excuse, and you can easily get out of it. Lin Yu, truly ruthless towards oneself. To avoid showing up, he would say anything. It seemed his plan to trick Inger into joining the feast was thoroughly dashed. Remote assistance would suffice. At least it guaranteed he wouldn't reveal himself. With the disguise of zero, Lin Yu believed he could create the right opportunity to lure the cat back to the apartment. Upon entering the hotel room, before Lin Yu could even take a sip of water to catch his breath, Mo Shangying excitedly exclaimed, Master, Xiao Fufu, you two wait here for me. To celebrate today's successful negotiations, I've ordered cake, crawfish, and all sorts of delicious food. It's south, just across the street. I'll go get it. The spirited girl dashed off, not bothering to hear the responses from the two. Lin Yu stood by the door, peering outside, mockingly complaining, Hey, Yingya, what kind of arrangement is this? You leave us two in the hotel room. Isn't that inappropriate? Click. As Lin Yu spoke, he casually shut the door. Taking 2 deep breaths, he prepared to manage his expressions. He mustn't appear too sinister. Behind him, Yimeng Fu. Oh no, that familiar feeling has returned? Watching Lin Yu turn to face her, she wanted to pull up the hood of her pink sweatshirt. Her hand lifted and dropped. In the end, she didn't do it. After moments thought, she hurried to the TV stand, picked up the drawing board, and displayed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, is she doing this again? On the drawing board, there was once again a rabbit holding a sign. The sign read, Thank you for your hard work. Compared to Mo Shangying's fiery enthusiasm, Yimeng Fu's gentle rabbit, like a babbling brook, flowed into his heart, soothing and sweet. Lin Yu warmly gestured, It's not hard work. One must fulfill their promises. As for this room, there is only one chair prepared. Who sits and who doesn't? How about we sit on the bed together and chat? Upon hearing this, Yimeng Fu's legs trembled slightly. Lin Yu's every word gave her a peculiar feeling. Yet, if she didn't delve deeply into it at first glance, it seemed quite reasonable, with no apparent issues. Having misunderstood Lin Yu once before, she absolutely could not let such a situation happen again. Lin Yu took the lead, moving towards the bed, his mind racing with thoughts. Upon reaching the bed, he discovered it was covered with a disposable sheet. Lin Yu turned in astonishment to Yimeng Fu. Did you prepare this? Yimeng Fu nodded, flipping to the second page of the drawing paper. On the paper, the rabbit was earnestly making the bed. The sheet bore the word clean. The drawing board had clearly been prepared in anticipation of Lin Yu's inquiry. What a treasure of a girl. A mere jest from him had garnered such consideration. If only there were more girls like her, quiet yet diligent, life would be truly perfect. Xiao Fu, thank you for remembering my habits. Let us sit together. Lin Yu indicated a space beside him on the bed politely. However, Yimeng Fu looked at the bed with eager anticipation, remaining still without moving. Lin Yu, puzzled, followed her gaze and was surprised to discover a gift box adorned with a butterfly ribbon placed on the bed. Yimeng Fu remained unfazed, seemingly waiting for Lin Yu to notice it. Ding! Heavenly operation. The Harmony Sect talisman actively presents a gift to the host. Reward, 20 spirit stones for me? Lin Yu pointed at himself in disbelief. Yimeng Fu turned to the next page of the drawing paper. It was divided down the middle into two illustrations. On the left, a little boy was placing stickers on the rabbit's shoulder. On the right, the rabbit was handing a gift box to the boy. It truly was a gift for him. Lin Yu inhaled sharply. Please don't do this. This was a bit overwhelming for him. What a delightful girl. How could he continue to act inappropriately toward her? Among the many girls of around 1.60 meters in the apartment, it was rare to find one with long legs. Today, she was wearing the sweatshirt as a dress. Just look at those legs. They were more upright than he was. Let me tell you, Xiaofu, don't be too nice to me, Lin Yu said, yet his body obediently reached for the gift box. Yi Mengfu, nervously clutching the drawing board, observed Lin Yu's changing expressions. Since returning from Lin Yu's room last night, she had spent over an hour determining what to gift him in return, even though she was unsure whether Lin Yu would like the present. Chapter 70. The Intentions of a Little Artist. An exquisite gift of borrowed beauty. Upon opening the gift box, Lin Yu discovered a transparent plastic case within, housing a collection of cards, each the size of a mobile phone. He lifted the lid and was astonished as he examined each card. The Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, the Hangman, Death, Temperance, Justice. These were tarot cards. However, they were not merely an ordinary deck of tarot cards. What left Lin Yu in awe was that each card's design was meticulously hand-painted and custom-made. The time and effort invested in creating a complete set of tarot cards must have been immense. A slight misstep in coloring could render an entire card worthless, necessitating a complete redo. Although the text confirmed their identity as tarot cards, the illustrations were uniquely crafted by Yi Mengfu, featuring whimsical images of rabbits, tigers, puppies, kittens, and polar bears, an enchanting departure from the traditional, rigid designs of tarot. Even a stoic individual would find their heart racing upon receiving such a singular gift. Recalling the daily tasks associated with Qi Qing Qi, Lin Yu pondered whether this was indeed the spiritual artifact, tarot card from room 202 referenced in his duties. This was not something one could simply purchase. It was a one-of-a-kind tarot deck. Did you create all of these yourself? Lin Yu asked incredulously. Ye Mengfu nodded gently, her heart fluttering with anxiety. From Lin Yu's expression, she could not discern whether he was pleased or displeased. Lacking experience in gifting to boys, she had researched the 10 best gifts online, with handmade DIY gifts ranking fourth. Yi Mengfu was quite adept at crafting, and among her creations, this tarot deck was her proudest and most time-consuming work. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu stepped closer to Yi Mengfu and earnestly said, "Thank you, Xiaofu. I will cherish this gift. It holds immense value for me, far beyond monetary worth." With a puffed cheek, Yi Mengfu stifled her joy and nodded again, elated that Lin Yu appreciated her gift. Thus, the sentiment behind the rabbit sticker could be considered repaid, right? Lin Yu leaned in and asked, "Do you know much about tarot card divination?" Yi Mengfu shook her head. "Not really." Lin Yu continued, "So you simply enjoy painting?" "Yes," she affirmed. "Then that makes things easier." "Huh?" Lin Yu rummaged through the tarot cards and drew one. There are 78 cards in total, divided into the major arcana and the minor arcana. "Do you know which card is the most special among them?" Yi Mengfu appeared slightly taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Lin Yu possessed genuine knowledge of tarot. So, did this mean she had serendipitously chosen the perfect gift for him? While she was unaware of what made the card special, she felt a rush of happiness. She had no idea that in his past life, Lin Yu could effortlessly discuss not just tarot, but also astrology, MBTI, the 5 elements, and even fortune-telling with ease, leaving others in delightful bewilderment. Did he truly understand? Not entirely. Did he not understand? He simply had a broader range of knowledge and was willing to invest time in listening to trivial conversations, effortlessly guiding them into thought-provoking insights. In this regard, Lin Yu was indeed an expert. He presented the card he had just drawn, turning it to face Yi Mengfu. Even without understanding the intricacies of tarot, she could immediately recognize the illustration. The Wheel of Fortune? Lin Yu closed the distance between them, explaining precisely. The most unique card in the tarot, and my personal favorite, is indeed the Wheel of Fortune. At its center lies a circular wheel, with 4 corners depicting a jackal, a sword, a lion, and a snake, symbolizing 4 distinct elements. Your adorable Q version illustrations are remarkably charming. Did you know that tarot cards can be interpreted in both upright and reverse positions? This signifies whether the turning of the Wheel of Fortune brings good luck or misfortune, both of which remain uncertain. Just like the encounters between people, they could be fated unions or unavoidable calamities. Now, pay close attention, he continued. While I will treasure all the other cards, this one, in particular, I wish to gift to you. Upon hearing that Lin Yu intended to gift her something, Yi Mengfu instantly focused intently, not fully grasping that he was about to present her with a piece taken from the very gift she had just given him. Enchanted by Lin Yu's eloquent words, she was eager to understand why he had specifically chosen the Wheel of Fortune for her. Lin Yu stepped closer, eliminating any distance between them, and gently placed the Wheel of Fortune card into the kangaroo pocket of her hoodie, ensuring it would remain secure with a soft pat. Yi Mengfu felt her cheeks warm, yet she did not resist, for he was presenting her with a gift. Lin Yu observed Yi Mengfu's innocent demeanor, and he kept his intentions sincere. After all, they were at a stage where destiny was at play, ordained by fate. For now, it remained a matter of affection and courtesy as he upheld his honorable image. After placing the Wheel of Fortune card, Lin Yu lightly pressed his finger against the pocket and said earnestly, "This is perfect. From now on, the direction in which the wheel of your destiny turns is entirely up to you. Xiao Fu, I hope your future life is unbound by rules, allowing you to embrace those 4 elements: freedom, romance, tranquility, and prosperity." Chapter 71, 5 consecutive draws, Earth-level inner strength technique, dream entry technique. Ding. With exceptional skill in leveraging other strengths, transforming passivity into initiative, once again unlocking the heart of the talisman user. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your relationship with the talisman user from the Harmony Sect has deepened, advancing to the 3rd realm of friendship. Reward, 50 spirit stones. Lin Yu withdrew his hand with satisfaction. It was supposed to be a gift exchange, yet he had inadvertently turned the tables and offered a gift in return. How to rationalize this? Knowing the little artist's character, she would likely spend the next 2 days racking her brain to decide what to gift in return. Yi Mengfu genti kovurut her kangaropach, her heartbeat quickening. She was certain that this was not anxiety or fear, but rather a complex and inexplicable emotion that left her feeling disoriented. Just yesterday, she had instinctively resisted Lin Yu's touch, yet now, as his hand delved into her pouch, she felt no aversion. She actually let him in. The weight of a card is merely a couple of grams, but within her pouch, it felt as though a 6-pound weight had been placed inside, heavy and significant. Wasn't she the one giving a gift today, returning a favor for the stickers? How had she ended up owing an even greater debt of gratitude? The Wheel of Fate, unbound and self-directed, held promises of freedom, romance, tranquility, and prosperity. Lin Yu's words flowed like melting candy on her heart, sweet and warm. "Thank you, I will cherish this," Yi Mengfu said, her small hands instinctively gripping the sides of her pouch, as if fearing the card might escape. Lin Yu gently placed a hand on Yi Mengfu's back, chuckling, "Ha, little Fu, why are you thanking me? It is I who should be grateful to you for this uniquely special gift. Let us sit down and chat. We can't stand here talking forever, can we?" Under the enchantment of Lin Yu's charm, the little artist had no will to resist and obediently followed him to the edge of the bed. The ensuing moments were naturally filled with conversation and the delightful sharing of stories. The little artist was no hacker. One could not rush things with her. Inappropriate jokes or advances would only tarnish the rapport they had begun to build. A seasoned player knows that success lies in moderation. Only engage in actions that are appropriately measured. In contrast, novice players often falter for various reasons. Chatting online at lightning speed, bombarding with birdwatching pictures, and then asking if one could take a look at theirs. Remaining as still as a mountain in person, discussing everything from poetry to life philosophy. Being with the socially anxious little artist. There was no need to fill every silence with words. Even a few idle remarks could make one seem like a social expert in her presence. Seizing the moment while Mo Shangying had yet to return with a meal, Lin Yu embarked on another significant task. The system's lottery draw. By the time he completed Mo Shanging's urgent task, he had accumulated 600 SEC contributions, alongside 2 complimentary draws from the system. A 5-time draw. Such exhilarating prospects were best pursued in a comfortable, quiet environment. Upon entering the lottery interface, Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered, 5 pointers appearing on the spinning virtual wheel. Before long, the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a treasure. Ghost Hand Talisman 1. Description: the ghost hand invisibly steals the secrets of heaven, mimicking shapes and seizing the extraordinary. With their techniques and powers, I claim my dominion. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a tangible reward. Mundane lacquerware. Description: this is a common item, subtly reflecting the opulence of dynasties. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received an inner strength technique, dream entry technique. Description: wandering the vast void, entering deep dreams, crossing the star bridge to knock on the heart's door, stealthily overhearing the worldly chatter while awake. One finds no companion by the pillow. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a treasure, nourishing and beautifying spirit porridge recipe. Description: the rosy complexion remains as a deception to the frost, and white hair returns to youth, defying life and death. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a secret technique, drunken flower song. Description: in the chambers beneath the hibiscus curtain, the fierce wine reveals the postures of dragons and tigers. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, mindful of the little artist beside him. Excessive excitement would be unbecoming. This 5-time draw rekindled the joy he once felt when opening card packs, eagerly hoping for a golden legend to appear in a single draw. Reviewing the system's records, it remained as it had been during previous draws. The descriptions of the rewards were not human-like in nature. Thus, he could only deduce their meanings one by one, starting from the 5th. The robust description clearly indicated what the drunken flower song technique entails. Drunken refers to intoxication. Flower signifies the sex beauty. Song implies a melody. In simpler terms, the more one drinks, the more joy one derives. A splendide technique. Skipping the 4th, he turned directly to the 2nd. Mundane lacquerware was a physical reward. Lin Yu could sense a lacquered plate within his system, likely an antique, though its exact value remained uncertain. No matter, within the apartment was a mysterious antique expert. Perhaps she could provide a good price. In truth, the rewards worthy of scrutiny were only the 1st and 3rd. Ghost Hand Talisman 1 clearly indicated that this talisman is a one-time consumable. From its description, it appeared to be a talisman for stealing and copying the skills of fellow sect members. Given Lin Yu's current intimacy with his companions, he could only discern the attributes of 2 partners. The Ghost Hand Talisman required clarification on 2 points. First, whether it could extract secrets from companions whose attributes he could not see, and second, whether it would copy skills from multiple partners selectively or randomly. Lastly, the 3rd reward, inner strength technique, dream entry technique. Just the name and description made it seem like the most complex reward to decipher. However, upon viewing his attribute panel, the greatest mystery transformed into a clear answer. Inner strength technique, dream entry technique beginner. Each night may designate one dream target, one person. Friendly reminder: the dream entry technique is an Earth-level inner strength technique that will improve with the host's overall strength and sex status. At the beginner stage, the type of dream cannot be designated. The system, succinct in its clarity, effectively laid out the crux of the matter. This meant he could randomly designate one female roommate to dream of him tonight, and as for the type of dream, it would be left to chance. Of course, it might also correlate with the events of the day, for as the saying goes, what one thinks by day, one dreams by night. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at the little artist beside him. Chapter 72. Antique Sister Shunbu Yao. The store that dares to light up in the ghost market. Once a day, there is an opportunity to enter a dream for one person. According to the priority sequence of 2A Telu, Inger does not need to enter a dream, as she is already a preparatory player. Qi-Qing Shui is first in line for the dream entry, transitioning from soul cultivation to physical reality. Perhaps he can play a certain role. The second in line should be Aunt Chiming and Xia Yiwei, who are equally positioned. The former has a high intimacy level and received a dream blessing earlier this morning, while the latter just completed an intimate interaction this morning and might achieve miraculous effects with another dream entry. Hence, Lin Yu chooses to enter a dream with the little artist Yi Mengfu. There is no convoluted logic behind this decision. It is simply because Yi Mengfu is nearby, within reach. This daily ability is not a rare treasure that requires careful consideration and conservation. With a long-legged beauty sitting beside him, quietly infusing some of his essence into her. What more reasoning is needed? The immediate gratification before him is the greatest justice. Ding! Dream entry technique activated. Tonight, the host will appear in the dream of a talisman master from the Harmony Sect, dream type random. Lin Yu, with a spring breeze on his face, gazes at Yi Mengfu. Tonight, let the little artist have a rendezvous with spring. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in the hotel room. Ding! Dining with two high-ranking members of the sect, laughter and joyful conversation. The host's sect status is on the verge of elevation. Reward, 20 spirit stones. After a satisfying meal packed by Mo Shangying, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against using the ghost hand talisman on her. What if she inadvertently attracted some negative energy? Wouldn't he then fall into infatuation? It is wiser to find someone safer to test the effects. During the post-meal break, Lin Yu casually inquired about a serious matter. Inger, where does the antique sister in our apartment conduct her business? It seems I rarely see her around the apartment. It is not that Lin Yu's memories from his past life are poor. Rather, he seldom interacted with the antique sister in his previous life. Aside from the socially anxious little artist beside him, Mo Shangying swallowed her milk and replied, "You mean Sister Yao Yao?" "Of course, Master. You rarely encounter her." Lin Yu, intrigued, pressed further, "What do you mean by that? How can you be so certain?" Mo Shangying lowered her voice and ominously stated, "She is in the ghost market." In an instant, Lin Yu was enlightened. The Pingchuan ghost market, with a long-standing history in the area. It earned its name because the vendors only open their stalls at night and vanish at dawn, thus acquiring such a title. Ghost markets exist not only in Pingchuan, but also across the nation, each with varying operating hours and merchandise. Through Mo Shangying's comprehensive explanation, Lin Yu finally understood that the Pingchuan ghost market operates from 9 in the evening to 3 in the morning. The curious antique sister Shunbiao does not merely have a stall on Sheeping Street, also known as Ghost Market Street, but actually owns a shop. Master? Master, your eyes are sparkling. Are you looking for Sister Yao Yao to repair a watch or seeking treasures? Montauk Shangying leaned closer, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she scrutinized him. Lin Yu snapped back to reality and clarified, "Oh, it's nothing of great value. I have an old item I wish for the antique sister to appraise and see if it holds any worth." In matters such as these, Lin Yu preferred to be forthright, while others might be able to deceive. Mo Shangying, who can casually open a human box, certainly cannot lie. If the mundane object he obtained were to be sold, it would be difficult to fabricate if one day Mo Shangying whimsically checked his bank balance and discovered a large sum of money. It is better to be honest from the start. Sincerity is the game he wishes to play. Mo Shangying showed little interest in treasures from others' homes. A few casual remarks would easily suffice. She kindly informed Lin Yu that Shun Buyao shop is named Wubao Pavilion. The name seems to carry a rather creative connotation of no treasures here. After a cheerful gathering with Mo Shangying and Yi Mengfu, Lin Yu did not return home. Instead, he hurried to the bustling Ghost Market Street, which opens at 9 o'clock in the evening under the dim streetlights. Whether intentionally atmospheric or simply due to neglect, the streetlights along this road seem to have gone unrepaired. From the street's entrance, the most striking sights were the bright flashlights. Some players, with hopes of stumbling upon treasures, came to the ghost market to seek out various items. However, very few players managed to find anything worthwhile. Most are merely sheep being led to slaughter by the sellers. Timing is less important than luck, as the old goods do not require searching. Young man, are you buying or selling? How about an ultra-rare GB handheld? Hey, university student, stop and take a look. It won't cost you anything to glance. Before arriving, Lin Yu pretended to buy a high-bright flashlight. He had read some rules in books. Do not shine the light on people. Do not stop easily. Do not inquire about prices, and especially do not ask about the origins of the items. As he wandered around, he found himself irresistibly drawn to some small toys, wanting to linger a little longer. Besides selling old items, more vendors offered secondhand goods, retro toys, and rare yet flawed game consoles. If he were simply browsing, he might return home with a mountain of treasures tonight. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Wu Bao Pavilion? I couldn't find it on the map. Lin Yu halted and asked a seemingly friendly young man for directions. Upon hearing the name Wu Bao Pavilion, the young man sized Lin Yu up. Brother, is this your first time at Ghost Market Street? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Yu nodded. What does it mean? Not knowing Wu Bao, a pavilion, implies it's his first visit to the street? Is the antique sister so impressive a big shot? Soon enough, Lin Yu understood the young man's reasoning. The young man pointed towards the street. Brother, look at the stalls and shops on this street. Any store that dares to keep its lights on is Wu Bao Pavilion. It's incredibly easy to find. Lin Yu. As an outsider, he truly did not grasp the significance of daring to keep the lights on. It all felt rather intriguing. Thank you, brother. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude and followed the light. Just as the young man had said, upon arriving at the brightly lit storefront, he immediately spotted the antique sister Shen Buyao through the wide-open wooden window, with her softly curled long hair secured by a wooden crescent hairpin. Her neatly tied back hairstyle framed a delicate visage, exuding an aura of tranquility and beauty. Bathed in the warm glow, her loose white collared shirt shimmered with a silky sheen, and the embroidered details of the cuffs and collar enhanced her gentle, vintage charm. At that moment, Shen Biao was in the light, gracefully rolling up a scroll of calligraphy and painting. Across from her sat a male customer, perhaps a buyer or seller. The serene and lovely scene compelled Lin Yu to approach the window for a closer look. Indeed, the quiet girl exuded even more allure. He was utterly captivated. As the scroll was fully rolled up, Shen Buyao suddenly hurled it forward, erupting with rage towards the man in the store. How dare you bring such trash to my shop to fool your sister? I'll curse your entire family. Chapter 73. Husband and Wife? The Disillusioned Traditional Beauty. Lin Yu was utterly astonished. Moments ago, he regarded Shen Buyao as a gentle girl steeped in traditional elegance. But the very next moment, she unleashed a verbal onslaught akin to that of an enraged celestial being, leaving him bewildered. Was this a mere illusion? In his previous life, when he encountered a deceptive online persona, he had never resorted to such vitriol. Shen Buyao's demeanor seemed to suggest that this was merely her everyday behavior. Upon reflection, he recalled the young man's reaction when he asked for directions. It had a deeper significance. Inside the store, the chastised man picked up the scroll from the floor. Still lacking confidence, he stammered, Boss Yao, this should be an authentic piece, right? Shen Biao seized the inkstone from the counter, poised to hurl it, prompting the man to contort himself in fear, retreating in haste. Was it really mud? The tatters of paper from boiled osmanthus tea could easily be discerned by her sister's discerning touch. He couldn't even distinguish between the single and double strands of royal silk paper, and yet he dared to provoke her? Get lost, get lost. The man was left speechless by her tirade, yet he bore no anger. As he stepped out, he couldn't help but add, I'm leaving now, Boss Yao. Wishing you a bountiful fortune. I shall return if I find anything of value. As the man exited, Lin Yu was once again struck by his appearance, his astonishment multiplying. The man bore the visage of a middle-aged individual, at least 35 years old. Could Shen Buyao possibly be 25? From their brief exchanges, Lin Yu gleaned a wealth of information. Firstly, Shen Buyao exhibited remarkable expertise. The man accepted her judgment of the painting as a forgery without a hint of skepticism. He either knew the truth or had complete faith in her assessment. Either scenario attested to her exceptional capabilities. Secondly, Shen Biao possessed immense prestige on this street. The older man, upon being berated, not only remained composed, but even wished her prosperity upon his departure. This spoke volumes about her status and influence. Thirdly, the conclusions drawn from the first 2 points suggested that Shen Buyao had formidable backing. She must possess an unimaginable background that afforded her such confidence in conducting her business. An ordinary person would be toppled within half a day for such audacity in running a stall or shop. As Lin Yu pondered the departing figure of the man, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by another furious outburst from inside. "Hey, you out there?" "Yes, I'm talking to you. What do you want to buy?" Lin Yu awkwardly glanced towards the window. Below the windowsill, he was the sole patron. The words were undoubtedly directed at him. He was inclined to inquire about the price of the beans, but hesitated, fearing a familial reprimand from the antique sister. Before Lin Yu could muster the courage to speak, Shen Biao had already leaned out of the window, scrutinizing him intently. "A university student. Aren't you one of the students from our dorm? What was your name again? Shower." "Lin Yu." Shower. I might as well be called Scrub-a-Dub. After living under the same roof for so long, she couldn't even get his name right? Didn't that make him seem utterly forgettable? After a brief internal lament, Lin Yu plastered a smile on his face. "Sister Yao, it's indeed me, Lin Yu. Lin from Forest, you from Feather. I didn't expect you to recognize me." Shen Biao appeared genuinely delighted, resting her arms on the window frame. "Ah, it really is you. I'm not senile. Of course, I remember. Are you here at the market with your classmates?" Lin Yu glanced around, wishing he could conjure a classmate to serve as a shield against her potential wrath. Unfortunately, he was alone. With a sense of resignation, he replied, "No, Sister Yao, I came by myself." Upon hearing this, Shen Biao fiddled with the crescent-shaped hairpin atop her head, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing the cloth bag in Lin Yu's hand, she nodded knowingly. "Oh, well then come in and take a look." Lin Yu hadn't given it much thought. He had come with a purpose, and regardless of Shen Biao's eccentric temperament, he only needed her to assist him. Upon entering the Wu Bao pavilion, the decor aligned perfectly with his preconceived notions of an antique shop. The shelves were orderly, exuding a unique fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood. Various antiques of differing sizes and conditions were displayed in the compartments. In one corner, there was a quaint tea table accompanied by a delicate tea set. Aside from the antiques, several vintage wall clocks ticked rhythmically in the background. As he approached the display case, he noticed many items bore signs of repair. Lin Yu had heard that Shen Biao not only understood antique restoration, but also repaired old clocks. Near the counter, he immediately spotted 4 keyboards hanging on the wall. Keyboards? Lin Yu scrutinized them, even questioning the reliability of his own vision. Could it be that, aside from restoring antiques and clocks, the antique sister also dabbled in computer repairs? As he edged closer, he made another astonishing discovery. The brands and models of these old keyboards varied greatly, yet the damaged part was strikingly consistent: the spacebar. Lin Yu. Could it be? No way. Just as Lin Yu was engulfed in profound confusion, a sweet voice emanated from the speakers behind the counter, urging, "Get ready, get ready. Yao Yao's husband, prepare. I need to complete a traditional task. It requires a couple to accomplish, and I've been waiting for you for ages, Lin Yu." Shen Biao, just as she was about to emerge from behind the counter to greet the university student, turned back upon hearing the voice from the computer. Without acknowledging Lin Yu's presence, she fiercely addressed the microphone. "Hurry up, you annoying pest. A foolish customer just delayed me a bit. There's a pocket watch that needs fixing. Can't your husband wait a few minutes? What kind of task is this 10 stars water fairy? Can you even jump over that?" The voice from the speakers continued, "You don't need to jump over. Just score points, and the task will be completed. Yao Yao's husband, how much longer will you take? I'm in a rush." Lin Yu, was this some kind of free entertainment? The microphone and speakers wouldn't buying a pair of headphones suffice? Gazing at the battle-scarred keyboards on the wall, Lin Yu began to piece things together. It was either a dance game or a rhythm game. 10 stars water fairy. Based on his recollections of his previous life, where he had attained a 3-star level in the rhythm game, it had to be a dance game. If any girl from the apartment had uttered such lines, Lin Yu wouldn't have been so astonished. But hearing it from Shen Biao, adorned in traditional attire, was utterly disillusioning. Before Lin Yu could contemplate further, Shen Biao rapped on the counter, calling out to him, "University student, do you know where the up, down, left, and right spacebar keys are?" Chapter 74. Girlfriend at Home versus Virtual Wife. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, within the confines of an apartment, the entrance to Lin Yu's room, Qi Shui held a plastic bag in her hand, containing several types of stomach medication she had specifically purchased from the pharmacy that afternoon. Having hurried back from the community hospital, Lin Yu insisted he was fine, yet Qi Qingshui could not share his sentiment. How could he be fine when he appeared to be in such agony earlier that morning? What exactly did Sister Wei Wei say to him? Qi Qingshui was unaware. The studious young woman even found herself questioning whether Lin Yu, in his frugality, might neglect his own health. Over the years, she had gained a clear understanding of the relationship between Lin Yu and Aunt Qiming. From her sister, she learned that Lin Yu was working part-time writing novels and had earned some money from it. However, neither she nor her sister knew the exact amount. A boy who had been raised by others for so long surely yearned for independence and financial self-sufficiency, prompting him to take on such a side gig. Perhaps frugality was deeply ingrained in his nature. When Qi Qingshui heard her sister mention this, a slight pang of disappointment struck her. How could her sister be aware of something so significant while she, the official girlfriend, remained in the dark? Nevertheless, Qi Qingshui was a girl of remarkable self-discipline. She allowed herself to wallow in the ephemeral sorrow of an online romance for no more than an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Well, at this very moment, she still found herself ensnared in that feeling of discontent. Yet despite her emotional turmoil, it did not lead her to act foolishly. For instance, she repeatedly searched online, "What medicine should I take if drinking harms my stomach?" After gathering the necessary information, she returned to the pharmacy that afternoon to purchase the medication. As the clock struck 9, Qi Qingshui still hesitated to deliver the medicine. During this interval, her spirits remained unusually low, and she punished herself by studying for 3 hours, which brought her to the present moment. She must be going mad. How could she possibly be buying medicine for a boy? And moreover, actually delivering it herself? Stealthily, as if she were a thief, Qi Qingshui tiptoed across the floor. Upon arriving at Lin Yu's door, she attempted to knock. However, she raised her hand, then lowered it. She raised her hand, then lowered it again. After several repetitions, she ultimately lacked the courage to confront him directly. Consequently, she hung the bag of medication on the doorknob of Lin Yu's room and dashed down the stairs. Once back in her room with her sister, she quickly locked the door behind her. Qi Qingshui's sister, Qi Qingshi, was seated at her laptop, watching an anime, and upon seeing her sister's peculiar demeanor, she immediately removed her headphones and inquired, "Sister, did you go steal something?" Qi Qingshui, forcing herself to calm her racing heart, furrowed her brow and replied, "Steal? Nonsense. I just went to throw out the trash." Qi Qingshi tilted her head, keenly pressing, "But you just took out the trash this afternoon, didn't you? The new trash bag is still on top of the bin." Qi Qingshui's heart skipped a beat, her words stumbling. I found some waste paper that needed to be disposed of. Is that a problem? Are you going to control me now? Kiking shichakod iwudentidare. With that, she swiftly donned her headphones again to resume her show. Such a flimsy excuse could hardly quell her sister's suspicions. They were twins, after all. Having lived together for so many years, they could easily discern when one was being deceitful. Something was amiss with her sister. She must be secretly engaged in some covert activity. Based on the time it took her to leave and return, this clandestine endeavor did not require leaving the apartment. What could it be? A seed of suspicion was planted deep within Qi Qingshi's heart. Qi Qingshui, having changed into her pajamas, lay down on her bed, feeling slightly more at ease. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to send Lin Yu a message from her main account. If she allowed the situation to escalate into a mysterious benefactor delivering the medicine, and Lin Yu discovered it was she, the outcome would certainly be worse. It was better to present an appropriate reason up front, clarifying that it was indeed her delivering the medication. After careful consideration, she finally sent the message, "Qi Qingshui, Sister Wei Wei was looking for you and wanted to inform you about which medicine to take. She couldn't find you and asked me to convey it. Qi Qingshui, I happened to go to the pharmacy and picked it up for you. Take care of your health. Don't wait until it's time for your filming assignment and still be feeling unwell. Qi Qingshui, you don't need to reimburse me for the medicine. Consider me repaying your kindness to my sister, and we're even. Meanwhile, in the ghost market within the No Treasure Pavilion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the urgent task of medical treatment. The partner has stepped into the mortal realm, personally seeking spiritual medicine for the host. Truly an enviable intimate friend. Reward: 300 sect contribution, 600 spirit stones, and 1 free lottery draw in the system shop. Lin Yu, what is my little girlfriend up to at home? Earlier in the day, Lin Yu had been curious as to why Qi Qingshui's urgent task had not been settled. It turned out that the treatment criteria had not yet been fulfilled. From the perspective of rewards, having a girlfriend felt quite delightful. There was no need for Lin Yu to coax her at home. She would take the initiative herself. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Moments latte. His phone chimed with a flurry of WeChat messages. Without a doubt, they were from his little girlfriend using her main account. However, now was not the ideal time to check the messages, as he was already seated at the computer at the counter. Shun Buyao's methods were exceedingly intricate. Without even inquiring if he knew how to play the game, she simply treated him as if he were clueless and asked if he could type on a keyboard. What else could he say? He could only respond affirmatively. Listen to me, and you'll absolutely learn, she exclaimed. Just follow the sequence of arrows that appear on the screen, pressing as quickly as you can. Unleash your youthful vigor. While you engage, don't overlook one crucial detail. There's a little ball up there, and it's moving too. When you see it move into the circle, you just, bam, press the spacebar. Got it? Lin Yu. Shun Buyao's teaching is remarkably professional. Yet, without any context regarding the game, it was impossible to discern whether she was discussing the game or something entirely different. Once you help your sister with a round, we can talk about your matters, Shun Buyao added. There was no way to refuse. It was evident that she had realized Lin Yu had come to Ghost Market specifically to seek her help. To gain her assistance, he first had to assist her. The speakers resonated with Shun Buyao's sweet voice. Yao Yao's husband, where did you find this college student? Oh, are you looking for an affair? Shun Buyao, unable to contain herself, seized the microphone and retorted, shut your mouth, haha. This is the new husband I arranged for you tonight. Lin Yu, good heavens, best not to ponder too deeply on that remark. Immediately, Shun Buyao continued with a chuckle. All right, as long as the task can be completed. College student, is this your first time? Should I prepare a red envelope for you? Oh, Lin Yu, good heavens, it seems this lady on the other side is no ordinary character. Chapter 75, grateful for the buffs from fellow friends, the aroma of malt. As Shun Buyao listened to her online partner's teasing remarks, she irritably reminded her, hey, tone it down a bit. After all, he is still a child. Lin Yu interjected, a child, you say? At 240 months old? Aren't I a bit older than that? The online partner complied obediently, her voice soft and melodious. Just prepare yourself, university student, if you can manage to hit a sequence. That will suffice. Do not burden yourself with anxiety. Feeling a bit nervous the first time is completely normal. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu moved slightly closer, stating, sister, I will do my best. I played a bit of dancing games before. The online partner beamed with delight at his words. Oh, splendid. I knew it. Nowadays, which university student hasn't ventured out to play? But do not misunderstand. I'm referring to games, haha. Lin Yu pondered, is it me who is overthinking? Isn't this kind of banter meant to provoke those thoughts? He felt a peculiar sense of dislocation. He was certain he had entered an antique shop, not a bathhouse. It felt as though his younger sister-in-law was teasing him relentlessly. Fortunately, he needed to maintain the identity of a pure and refined university student to ask Shun Buyao for assistance. Otherwise, he might have exchanged a few flirtatious remarks with the two girls to test whose skills were superior. These two young ladies, who were they to call anyone child? He was a seasoned man, having lived to adulthood and experienced rebirth. Would someone who played with hawks allow sparrows to peck at their eyes? University student, I entrust my wife to you. Do your best. Give me the length of one game, and I shall repair a watch. Having arranged matters on his end, Shun Buyao walked to the other side of the counter and retrieved a faded pocket watch from a drawer. It was evident from its appearance that this was an antique timepiece. Shun Buyao opened a tool box about the size of a glasses case and swiftly extracted the tools inside, demonstrating a remarkable dexterity as she disassembled the watch. Her technique was markedly different from what Lin Yu had observed in short videos. Wasn't repairing watches supposed to require a monocular microscope or magnifying glass? Were the experts he had seen in his previous life all charlatans? Or was it simply that the process had not yet reached that stage? Before him, Shun Biao required neither glasses nor magnifying tools. Her hands moved with astonishing speed, showcasing the adage that practice makes perfect. While maintaining her actions, she turned her face towards Lin Yu, offering a gentle smile. That comforting sense of peace and security overtook Lin Yu's mind once more. If she remained silent, Shun Biao could certainly be deemed a paragon of grace and beauty. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If only she were mute. Temporarily withdrawing his attention, he focused on the game, attempting to limber up his nimble fingers. In his youth, he occasionally danced in rhythm with online friends, albeit at a mere 3-star level. A couple of extra stars would undoubtedly lead to mistakes in complex sequences. As for now, with his enhanced physique, his reflexes have been comprehensively augmented. Today, he also received marvelous boosts from several roommates. Speed 100. Vision 20. All attributes 3. With such multiple buffs, executing songs rated 6 or 7 stars should pose no challenge. Songs rated 10 stars were an entirely different matter, one he had never attempted. Regardless, his objective was not to outshine anyone. He merely needed to hit a sequence of directional arrows to earn points. Once the game loaded, the two female characters instantly evoked Lin Yu's nostalgia. The retro vibes were palpable, reminiscent of his earlier days. The character he controlled, modeled after Shun Biao, clearly bore the mark of a lavish purchase. Clad in a pure white ensemble that shimmered, the character's skin tone outshone even the outfit. The hairstyle and accessories appear to be crafted to resemble Shun Biao's own style. How could a distinguished player lack dazzlingly enchanting wings? Curiously, the online partner, who affectionately called him Yao Yao's husband, had a male character adorned in an ostentatious costume, seemingly more extravagant than the antique sisteress. Even more striking were their gaming IDs. Shun Biao's username, occupying your love online partner's username. Privately yours, Lin Yu thought, what a classic. In the game, as the melody began, the two character avatars swayed rhythmically. Suddenly, ready, go, appeared on the screen. Without waiting for the command to finish, the first 2 arrows appeared. Upon seeing the arrows, Lin Yu's fingers moved with lightning speed. The arrow cues were captured visually and translated into rapid motions. To his astonishment, his sensitivity to light had noticeably increased. From the perspective of a film student judging a camera's or smartphone's photographic capability, so-called pixels are merely a ruse to mislead the uninitiated. There are often instances where a smartphone boasting tens of millions of pixels pales in comparison to one with merely a few million in terms of color accuracy and texture. This discrepancy arises from the core factor that determines color reproduction, which lies within the internal light-sensitive components. In simpler terms, the larger the light-sensitive component, the stronger the color reproduction, bringing it closer to human vision. Thus, a smartphone with tens of millions of pixels can be inferior to one with millions because the former's light-sensitive component is the size of a droplet, while the latter's is akin to a coin. The human eye is the most formidable camera. In comparative terms, its light-sensitive component is at least the size of a pancake. Lin Yu was astonished to find that his own light-sensitive component felt as if it had been enhanced to the size of a frying pan. Within the white circle of light, he could clearly lock onto the brightest highlights. At the moment the progress ball touched the highlight in sync with the rhythm, Lin Yu rapidly struck the resisted spacebar. Ding! A golden perfect flashed on the progress bar. In the dancing game, songs rated at 10 stars provided little respite between verses and choruses, with no pauses whatsoever. Without missing a beat, the next group of 3 arrows appeared. Left, right, left. Timing his moves precisely, he pressed the spacebar. Ding! The perfect X2 notification appeared. University student, impressive. Your fundamentals are solid, remarked the online partner, pleasantly surprised. I thought you wouldn't be able to play. Turns out you have the aroma of malt. Shun Biao remained focused on the pocket watch, undistracted by Lin Yu's performance. Well, a university student with some gaming foundation is quite normal, isn't it? In the early sequences of the song, Shun Biao kept pace as well. With a bit of luck, achieving several perfects was entirely plausible, nothing extraordinary. Initially, neither of the two women paid much attention to Lin Yu's performance, believing it merely average, a stroke of luck a fleeting coincidence. Until the perfect count reached 9 and the number of arrows escalated to 7. The game had become inextricably linked to the trio. Chapter 76. Hidden Veins of the Mystical Gate. One piece from the museum. One from you. My goodness, there are so many keys that I can hardly keep up. A university student? Are you playing with me as if you have some cheat? The role of my online wife is now swaying back and forth in a leisurely manner. In a brief moment, she pressed 7 keys in succession, all while maintaining a perfect performance. After playing Dance Revolution for so long, it was her first time witnessing someone achieve such a continuous combo in Narcissus. Listening to the sound of consecutive taps, Shun Buyao set down her tools and stood behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu tilted his head to glance at the Antiquity's sister, only to have her swiftly adjust his posture. Focus on your task. Don't get distracted. Keep going. Initially, Lin Yu was not distracted at all. After pondering Shun Biao's profound words for a moment, he interrupted his combo, recalculating. Top, 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 toot. Top, 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 toot. Lin Yu's speed peaked, and he did not miss a single arrow of notes. The doubt from his online wife ceased to arise. Standing behind him, Shun Biao recorded a short video of Lin Yu's impressive speed and sent it via WeChat to his online wife. Soon, a reply came, WTF with that speed? Aren't you about to take off? Ding dong, ding dong. The two girls were engaged in conversation that Lin Yu was oblivious to. He only knew that he had a duty to fulfill. With such remarkable performance, how could he afford a pause? Feeling an unprecedented speed coursing through him, a different thought emerged. It seemed he would no longer need to worry about going hungry. With such speed, even living off others would suffice. Ding! With extraordinary skill displayed on the illusion device, the elder of the Artisan Pavilion is astounded. Reward: 20 spiritual stones, the elder of the Artisan Pavilion. Yet another prestigious title. Recently, prominent figures have been emerging one after another. Hearing that Lin Yu was on the brink of desensitization, it was merely casual. After all, who could be more important than him as the sect's only designated holy son? I am utterly impressed. My goodness, he is still maintaining his combo. Yaya, quickly introduce your university friend to me. Can't we share everything? Can we still show off? Are you there? Are you there, friend? Lin Yu was fervently typing away at the keyboard. Beside him, his online wife was exuberantly cheering him on. Shun Biao, who was intently watching Lin Yu's performance, initially thought that if no one responded to the online wife's shouts, she would eventually quiet down. To her surprise, the less attention she received, the more spirited she became. Shun Biao grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Be quiet, you shameless vixen. The highest score in Narcissus without cheats is mine tonight. Dare to disrupt your temporary husband's performance, and I shall take your head." The online wife's voice immediately transformed into that of a meek cat, sweetly responding, "I'm just cheering on my temporary husband who is working so hard. Right? All right, university husband, you could do it." The dialogue between the two girls made it exceedingly difficult for Lin Yu to concentrate. The power of the elder sister was indeed overwhelming. Any slight distraction caused his combo to break once more. Lin Yu remained unfazed, but Shun Buyao was extremely anxious. She quickly turned the speaker volume to the lowest setting to avoid further disturbing Lin Yu. A minute later, Lin Yu finished the entire song, earning a score composed of a myriad of numbers. He did not bother to count them closely. Ding! With remarkable skill, the host's impressive score on the illusion device has brought immense joy to the elder of the Artisan Pavilion. Reward: 20 spiritual stones. Should he choose to dive back in for another round, he would undoubtedly surpass this score. However, it was entirely unnecessary. His flawless performance had already left Shun Biao sufficiently astounded. His hands were not merely for Dance Revolution. "Yaya, I finished the dance," Lin Yu said, preparing to rise and relinquish his position. Yet before he could fully stand, Shun Buyao pressed him back down. In an instant, she quickly clicked a few times on the mouse, exited the dance room, and ended the QQ voice chat with his online wife. Then, she placed her hands on Lin Yu's shoulders and said, "University student, can you dance one more round? I promise, just one more. This time, we won't dance with that old vixen. We'll switch to another room where no one will disturb you." At that moment, Lin Yu finally took a proper look at Shun Buyao and noticed her information panel. Shun Buyao, age, 27, sect identity, elder of the Artisan Pavilion. Hidden veins of the mystical gate. Intimacy level with host. 20. Second realm. Chance encounter. Number of Tao companions. Soul cultivation, body cultivation. Intimacy level with host not met. Temporarily undisclosed. Attribute skills. Host's identity is too lowly. Temporarily undisclosed. Other information. Host's identity is too lowly. Temporarily undisclosed. Current tasks. Illusion device competition. Urgent task. The elder of the Artisan Pavilion is deeply engrossed in the realm of illusion devices and has struggled for days with her friends to defeat the illusion device demon god. Seeking craft and treasures. Daily task. Mundane items and rare treasures each have their unique uses. Urgently need to find a rare item among them. Rest and recovery. Daily task. Due to her obsession with researching artifacts and treasures, the elder of the Artisan Pavilion has been unable to sleep normally for years and continues to rely on spiritual pills to regulate her health. So Shun Buyao is 27 years old. No wonder she is still enamored with Dance Revolution in 2014. What drew Lin Yu's attention even more on the information panel was the mention of the hidden veins of the mystical gate. As he had surmised, there was indeed a formidable background behind Shun Buyao. At this stage, with Lin Yu's identity and resources, he was not yet equipped to engage in conversation with her powerful connections. However, that may change in the future. With the increase in lottery chances, he would eventually have the opportunity to draw a mundane item. Although he was currently unaware of its value, he could at least ensure it was not a modern counterfeit. Sister Yaya, one more round is no problem. But before we dance, could you do me a small favor? Lin Yu shyly inquired, glancing at the bag placed aside. Clap. Shun Buyao clapped her hands, instantly understanding the implication of Lin Yu's words. Sure. When you came in, I noticed the bag in your hand. I thought it was rather coincidental to run into your roommate from the apartment in Ghost Market Street. You must have come specifically to see your sister, right? Do you have something for appraisal, or perhaps an old item you need help identifying? No one on this street can match your sister's discerning eye, Shun Buyao confidently proclaimed. Lin Yu stood up, opened the bag on the counter, and said, Indeed, there's something I would like to ask Sister Yaya to help me assess, specifically its value. As he opened the bag and revealed part of the item, Shun Buyao burst into laughter. Ha! This is amusing, brother. A great pattern plate? The shape certainly resembles something worthwhile. A piece from a museum, one from you, correct? Just as Lin Yu fully extracted the lacquer plate, Shun Biao's laughter abruptly froze on her face, her eyes trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 77. A Master Who Never Deceives, worth 8 figures. As Lin Yu completely retrieved the lacquer plate and intended to place it on the counter, Shun Biao suddenly exclaimed loudly, Do not set it down. Wait for me for a minute. Without giving Lin Yu any time to react, she dashed out from behind the counter like the wind. Lin Yu felt an immense sense of pride. Judging by the antique expert's reaction, the item in his possession must be worth a considerable sum. Once she had run off, Shun Biao rushed into the restroom, quickly washing her hands. She wiped and flicked her hands to ensure not a single drop of water remained. Upon her return, she donned a pair of delicate, translucent white gloves and laid a piece of soft leather on the counter, stepping back to ensure an appropriate distance before addressing Lin Yu. Student, please place the item you brought here. Lin Yu was taken aback by her professionalism and attention to detail, despite the lacquer plate being right beside the leather mat. Shun Biao refrained from touching it herself, adhering to the strict etiquette of their trade. The moment one touches an object, they assume direct responsibility for it. Should any issue arise, liability would be inevitable. Lin Yu admired Shun Biao's professional demeanor and carefully placed the lacquer plate on the leather mat, ensuring its proper positioning. Only then did Shun Biao begin her examination, meticulously feeling the piece while muttering, The carving technique is exquisite. The great patterns are clear. It boasts a crystalline sheen, with distinct layers that present no issues in overall depth. The lacquer is thick and vibrant, with a rich color and a full texture, truly rare. The vertical layering technique allows for a seamless transition, making it exceptionally precious. Shun Buyao examined each detail, eager to find a flaw that could prove the lacquer plate to be a counterfeit. After all, how could an ordinary university student possess such a remarkable treasure? Yet, there were no flaws to be found. Ding! Exceptional skill, the host possesses a rare treasure, astonishing the elders of the Tiangong Pavilion. Reward: 20 spirit stones. To prevent any oversight, Shun Biao scrutinized the piece 3 times. Only after confirming its authenticity did she rise with utmost seriousness and say to Lin Yu, "Student, do you have any idea of the immense value of the treasure you have brought?" Lin Yu shook his head. "It is precisely because I do not know that I brought it for you, Sister Yao Yao, to examine." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shun Buyao's eyes. "You don't know? That simplifies matters." Lin Yu felt a sense of DJVU in her words. Could it be that she intended to treat him as an unsuspecting fool? Shun Biao removed her white gloves with a serious tone. "Student, be mindful of your words. I may jest and deceive in other matters, but when it comes to antiques, I assure you there will be no falsehoods. Please do not doubt my professional ethics." With an imposing presence, Shun Buyao made Lin Yu feel inexplicably guilty. Was it possible that he had misjudged her? Did this antique expert possess an extraordinary respect for antiquities? Meanwhile, outside the window, a middle-aged man with a flashlight called out, "Boss Yao, have you received new items? What about the boxes in the second row?" Shun Biao lifted a corner of the leather to shield the lacquer plate from view and, glancing at the objects illuminated by the man's flashlight, replied, "A single piece of Wangwali wood, 35,000. The middle-aged man chuckled. "I'm genuinely interested. Can you give me a discount?" Shun Biao shot back. "Stop wasting time. Just make an offer." Hesitant, the man suggested, "How about 200? Shun Buyao clenched her fist. "Do you think I'm joking? If you want to haggle, aim higher." The man sighed. "All right, you've raised the price again." Listening to their exchange, Lin Yu thought to himself, the antique expert's professional ethics are truly remarkable. After concluding the transaction and collecting the payment, Shun Biao swiftly closed the window to prevent further interruptions. Turning back, she noticed Lin Yu's complex yet contemplative gaze and quickly clarified, "Hey, student, you must understand your sister. In business, sometimes prices are quoted a bit high." Lin Yu was incredulous. "Is that just a bit high? From 35,000 down to 200? Why not just quote 30 million instead?" What a pure swindler. Given the current closeness between Lin Yu and Shun Buyao, he was certain that if she had any ulterior motives, he would never part with his possession. To his surprise, Shun Buyao continued, "Student, what you brought is undoubtedly an antique. It is genuine, without a doubt. Yet, I find it hard to believe, which is why I examined it so thoroughly. Its academic name is a red lacquer, grape patterned begonia plate. Its value, to put it succinctly, before you brought it, I had seen 2 similar lacquer plates. One is housed in a museum, a grape-patterned oval plate from the Ming Dynasty's Xuande period, different in shape from yours. The other one was auctioned 2 months ago in the southern city, an oval plate from the Yongle period, which ultimately sold for 96 million. Lin Yu was left utterly astonished. If Shun Buyao had quoted a similar piece at a price in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, he would have harbored genuine skepticism. However, she mentioned a price in the millions, which significantly enhanced the credibility of her assessment. Shun Biao further solidified her evaluation by stating, "The oval plate I mentioned was auctioned through legitimate channels. It is not some illicit transaction. You can find the transaction records online. It has even made the news. Now, let us focus on your piece. Firstly, it is not from the Ming Dynasty, but from the Yuan Dynasty. Secondly, while oval plates are common, begonia-shaped ones are rare. In summary, the Yuan Dynasty red lacquer, grape-patterned begonia plate you possess, in terms of both shape and quality, surpasses the 2 I mentioned. I cannot mislead you about this. If auctioned through normal channels, it could easily reach 8 figures. Shun Buyao conveyed this truthfully. After speaking, she pushed the lacquer plate back toward Lin Yu, unfolding the leather to signify its return. Overwhelmed with shock yet filled with excitement, Lin Yu prepared to express his thoughts. "Sister Yao Yao, I had no idea this was so valuable. It is for my family's." Before he could finish, Shun Buyao interrupted. "Stop. Hold on. Student, you do not need to share its origins. That is an old rule of the ghost market." Lin Yu was taken aback. Such professionalism was indeed remarkable. What an incredible rule. Chapter 78. The Business of Deception and the Subtle Manipulation of the Antique Sister. Should this transaction prove successful, with a harmonious collaboration and no misfortune befalling them, It would enable a future where any newly unearthed treasure from the system could be confidently entrusted to Shun Biao, freeing him from concerns regarding their provenance and alleviating much potential hassle. Dear university student, she cautioned, in this day and age, even a mere 1,000 yuan is worth a knife's edge. With treasures worth 10 million in your possession, do exercise caution while wandering the ghost market. Should you encounter someone both shrewd and unscrupulous, you might find your very life at stake. Upon delivering her warning, Shun Biao anticipated witnessing Lin Yu's expression of fear and trepidation, allowing her to play the role of the protective elder sister. However, Lin Yu's reaction was remarkably composed. Was he truly so naive? His lack of sensitivity was striking. The moment she mentioned the treasure's worth, his excitement flickered and faded. Shun Biao found it hard to believe his claim of lacking other valuables at home. Though Shun Biao's admonitions may have been unpalatable, Lin Yu understood the gravity of her words. She was not jesting. In his past, the young Lin Yu would have certainly succumbed to the ruthless tactics of nefarious criminals. But now, even a dozen adversaries would scarcely be able to restrain him. Yet, these considerations were not the crux of the matter. Sister Yao Yao, would you assist me in selling this lacquer plate? I am in need of funds. Lin Yu inquired directly. Shun Biao's surprise was momentary. Based on her life experiences, individuals who sought authentication for treasures at the ghost market were overwhelmingly inclined to sell them. Furthermore, considering Lin Yu's youth as an ordinary university student, who could resist the allure of becoming a millionaire? Fixing her gaze upon Lin Yu, she probed further. Are you certain you wish to sell? Are you aware of its collectible value? Do you understand the implications of introducing this item into the market? With a smile, Lin Yu shook his head. Sister Yao Yao, I am not privy to such knowledge. All I know is that in my possession, it serves merely as a container for peanuts and sunflower seeds, rendering it essentially worthless. I'm unfamiliar with other antique dealers, only you. Suddenly, Shun Biao raised her hand and playfully flicked Lin Yu's chin. He instinctively winced. How could you treat an antique as a mere snack dish? What audacity you possess. Spare me the emotional appeals. Proclaiming your sole acquaintance as me is rather endearing, but does little to sway my conscience. Frankly, I cannot stomach it. In the realm of the ghost market, there were indeed capable individuals, but to let them assess its worth would likely result in a significant depreciation of value. Lin Yu refrained from interjecting. As Shun Biao's demeanor suggested, she had more to say. However, if you truly place your trust in your sister, I could find someone to assist you in selling it. Just as Lin Yu had anticipated, this was the very phrase he had been waiting for. Really? That would be splendid. Sister Yao Yao, I genuinely wish to sell. If you have connections, would you lend your assistance? Lin Yu earnestly implored. Shun Biao retrieved her phone and captured several photographs of the plate, continuing to speak, as neighbors, it is only fitting we help one another. I'll take some pictures for reference, and tomorrow at this time, bring the item to my shop. I will act as an intermediary and introduce you to an auction house. Let me be clear, dear university student, selling through another's hands will incur a commission. For a treasure of this magnitude, at least a 7% cut is reasonable. There are no free lunches in this world. Lin Yu, lacking his own channels and aware that seeking help from outsiders might result in an even harsher fate, was willing to concede. 7%? He would gladly accept. If the other party requested not a single cent, it would arouse his suspicion, indicating they were coveting something far more substantial. What remained uncertain was how much of that 7% Shun Biao would claim. Given her character and their transient acquaintance, it could range anywhere from 0 to the full amount. In his past life, Lin Yu had worked at a reputable company, comfortably navigating the nuances of communication between parties. On the surface, Shun Biao merely stated that the commission was 7%, portraying herself as a mere facilitator. Should Lin Yu naively agree to this, he'd be hard-pressed to negotiate any future dealings. Perhaps Shun Biao refrained from mentioning it out of consideration for Lin Yu's status as a student. Or perhaps she sought to assess his understanding of social intricacies. She remained silent, and Lin Yu could not feign ignorance. Sister Yao Yao, I have no qualms about the 7% commission for the other party. I wish to offer 10%, reserving the remaining 3% for you. This endeavor will undoubtedly require your efforts, and I cannot allow you to toil in vain. Ding. Impressive maneuvering, a savvy understanding of worldly affairs. has garnered the admiration of the elders at Tiangong Pavilion for the recently promoted inner disciple. Reward, 20 spirit stones indeed. Beyond the reward of spirit stones. Lin Yu noted that upon uttering these words, Shen Buyao's intimacy value with him surged from 20 to 25. Oh, dear university student, you leave me in quite the predicament. It's making me feel rather guilty about profiting from you. You clever high achiever, your emotional intelligence is indeed formidable. I could almost twist your head off in envy. Nevertheless, the 7% remains unchanged. Others will take their 7%. Thanks to my past connections. They will only dare to take 4% from me. Shen Buyao furrowed her brow, momentarily unable to discern whether Lin Yu was being genuine or was merely engaging in a subtle game of psychological warfare. Lin Yu was not surprised by her response. It was human nature to be avaricious. Among acquaintances who had just met, what else could they discuss if not monetary matters? The more a girl prattled on, the more complicated the situation became. Lin Yu had not deluded himself into thinking that mere good looks could win over every woman. Sister Yao Yao, I appreciate your candor, and I am grateful for your willingness to assist me. If, in the future, should I say if, other items arise, I may need to trouble you once more. This final statement was Lin Yu's most earnest sentiment. He sought to convey that the ordinary university student before her was, unbeknownst to her, potentially concealing a wealth of treasures at home. When engaging with influential figures, one might lack capital, but should never lack in intrinsic value. Shen Biao resumed, taking photos of the plate. No problem. Leave it to your sister. Should you possess any uncertain items, do not hesitate to seek me out on the street. Now that we have concluded our business discussion, shall we shift to games? Lin Yu, after discussing an 8-figure transaction, you seamlessly transition to gaming? Is money less significant than play? Does a treasure of 10 million hold such little weight in your eyes? This left Lin Yu intrigued about Shen Buyao's true background. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Shen Buyao's calm demeanor served as her protective veneer. As Lin Yu prepared to engage in gaming as promised, Shen Buyao promptly shared the photographs of the plate via WeChat, sending them to a familiar recipient, his recently acquired online wife. Chapter 79. The Abundance of Information. The Joy of Sparring with Women. Before long, a video call from my online wife came through. Shen Biao wore a sly grin, having successfully executed her scheme, only to promptly decline the video request. Shortly after, she sent a WeChat message. Online wife. Is this a high imitation? Are you kidding me? This shape could never be genuine. Shen Buyao. Do you think I have that much time on my hands? Am I amusing you? Shen Buyao. It's the real deal. I just got it. Online wife. Shocked reaction GIF. Online wife. Volcanic eruption followed by an impressive image. Online wife. Sprint and slide GIF. Shen Biao. Whether it's a good thing or not depends on your husband. I'm thinking of you. Come over tomorrow night, and we can sell it at your family's auction house. Online wife. Whimper, is this for real? Your esteemed family members would surely appreciate it. Right? Are you not letting them buy it? Shen Buyao. I'll contact them and encourage them to make a purchase. Ha ha ha, when the time comes, the seller and I will make a dazzling entrance, and those old fogies will only be able to scold me. Online wife. Sprint and slide GIF. Shen Buyao. Child laughing GIF. Online wife. Honestly, who is the seller? What a remarkable person to be willing to part with such a treasure. Shen Buyao. You'll find out when we meet tomorrow night. Online wife. All right. Is the college student still helping you practice? Bring me along. I wish to admire the master. Shen Buyao. Go away. All you think about is gaming. Try doing something productive for once. After concluding the chat with my online wife, I suddenly placed a hand on Lin Yu's shoulder from behind. Now that I've helped you procure the begonia plate, doesn't that count as a significant favor? Lin Yu. A sense of foreboding loomed over him. Shen Buyao was likely plotting something grand. As he hopped around, he inquired, of course, Yao Yao, is there something you need my assistance with? Shen Buyao grinned cunningly. It's a trivial matter for you. Once it's done, help me take down someone in the game, all right? Not that flirtatious dancer from earlier. It's someone else. Lin Yu. Such a simple request. She could have easily asked for more money, yet she was fixated on gaming. Lin Yu. It's not someone competing with the uncle, is it? Shen Buyao. They're all beauties. You're quite picky, aren't you? Lin Yu. Not at all. I'm fine with anyone. It seemed this was indeed Shen Biao's urgent task. illusory artifact competition. From both perspectives, Lin Yu had no reason to refuse and readily agreed. Having departed from a no-treasure pavilion, it was already nearly 10:30 at night. Before leaving, Shun Biao emphasized that whenever he sought treasures in Ghost Market Street, he should say he was her little brother. With that card in hand, no one would dare to cause trouble. After expressing his gratitude multiple times, Lin Yu hailed a taxi away from Ghost Market Street. In the car, he began perusing his WeChat messages. In just over an hour of not checking his phone, several messages had arrived. First, he opened the WeChat dialogue with Qi Qing, reading through her messages. This seemingly contradictory girlfriend had secretly helped him purchase medicine. It was evident that concern often breeds chaos. Did she not worry that Lin Yu might misconstrue her kindness? Surely, before sending the medicine, she must have grappled with her own thoughts. Lin Yu sent a simple thank you and forwarded a red envelope. It mattered not whether she accepted it. This step was indispensable. He couldn't let Shan Mengting misunderstand that he would unceremoniously take things from girls. He sent a red envelope to the girl, and, simultaneously, another woman sent him one. He Jing, little handsome, I was busy with matters during the day, so I didn't contact you. He Jing, today's lunch was delightful. I hope to enjoy it again tomorrow. He Jing, WeChat red envelope. Women in society are remarkably direct in their conversations. She clearly indicated to Lin Yu that she would be bringing lunch again tomorrow, as she would be at the shop. Lin Yu, sister, I cannot accept this red envelope. Lin Yu, if you like to eat, I'll bring you something next time. In his reply, Lin Yu's tone resembled that of a child refusing a red envelope during the new year. Moreover, he omitted any mention of tomorrow, instead saying next time, deliberately teasing He Jing's anticipation. A considerate prey would instinctively leap into the hunter's trap. Before Lin Yu could switch to read other messages, He Jing's reply arrived. He Jing, haha, little handsome, you have quite the principles. I adore it. He Jing, just click accept, and then send the money back to me. This enticing little ploy had been thoroughly deciphered by her. As long as Lin Yu clicked accept and then sent the money back to He Jing, she would certainly decline it. Of course, a pure-hearted man's heart is oblivious. Without a second thought, Lin Yu clicked on the red envelope. WeChat red envelope, 99 yuan. Then, Lin Yu pretended to send the money back. He Jing, sticking out tongue, sticking out tongue, sticking out tongue. Lin Yu, sister, why won't you accept it? He Jing, you've been tricked, little handsome. The money will automatically be returned to you tomorrow. He Jing, this is just a token of my affection. I cannot let you spend money. He Jing, the 100 minus a cent will be compensated when you muster a bit more courage. What a clever tactic, a master at teasing. Who among university students could resist He Jing's advances? While feeling the allure of ambiguity, they also find themselves indebted by an additional red envelope. For a naive young man, he would likely be ruminating on how to spend money on He Jing. Lin Yu sent several crying face emojis. He Jing quickly responded with comforting messages. He Jing, don't cry, don't cry. You've fallen for a little scheme of mine. I'll comfort you when we meet tomorrow. He Jing, your aunt will most likely be eating in the shop tomorrow around noon, waiting for you. He Jing, child, good night, GIF. The calculations were almost hitting Lin Yu in the face. Oh, you little Zhuge Liang. You say your aunt will be eating in the shop tomorrow, but will she really? Is it not more likely that you will go over to join in the fun and refuse to leave? Given Qi Ming's character, she would naturally feel too awkward to shoo you away. It would be a miracle if she could return for a meal. However, even if He Jing did not seek him out, he would find opportunities to flirt back. Rather than saying He Jing was fishing, it would be more accurate to say she had been caught. Lin Yu, all right, I'll be there on time tomorrow to deliver the meal. Lin Yu, good night, good night, good night. Thanks to the generous patron for the authentication. I am deeply grateful and hereby add an extra chapter. There will be another bonus chapter once the donations reach 2,000. Today, there will be 4 updates. Chapter 80, Genuine Heart, Twin Telepathy. Only 2 days have passed since the rebirth. Yet Lin Yu has already begun to grasp the arduous burdens borne by ancient emperors. The relentless task of reviewing memorials is undeniably taxing. After dealing with He Jing, there were still several red notifications on WeChat. The individual who consumed the most of his time was not He Jing, but rather Aunt Qi Ming. Aunt Qi Ming, Xiao Yu, I'm truly grateful to you today. When you stepped up, it felt as though you had matured into an adult. Do you remember me? Aunt Chi Ming, Xiao Yu, I am genuinely happy that you have been able to earn so much through your own abilities. In society, Aunt Chi Ming, Xiao Yu, it seems we Haven Tea had such a heartfelt conversation in ages. I hope that once you are prosperous, you won't refuse the care I wish to offer you. Although Aunt Chi Ming's chat window displayed only 3 messages, they collectively represented an essay of considerable substance. Lin Yu read them meticulously, savoring their essence. The core of the messages can be distilled into 3 key points. The first reflects on the past, the second focuses on the present, and the third looks forward to the future. Having appreciated the depth of these sentiments, Lin Yu swiftly composed a heartfelt reply, essentially conveying, "In the past, I was ignorant. Now, I recognize your kindness. In the future, I shall reciprocate your goodness." The tone and tense of his words resembled that of a man attempting to win back a former lover with whom he shared a profound connection. Before long, ding, exceptional performance. Warm words act as a balm for the heart of the acting sect leader. Reward, 20 spirit stones. The remaining messages were less cumbersome to respond to. Ing Er sent the location of the restaurant set by the cat, along with the room number. The dinner was scheduled for 6 o'clock in the evening. Thoughtfully, Ing Er mentioned that she had reserved a private room next door to ensure they could converse in real time. Lin Yu replied briefly, having calculated his schedule for the following day. Dinner was to commence at 6, and he planned to visit Ghost Market Street around 9:30. Without consuming alcohol, 3.5 hours would suffice. Next came a message from Nurse Xia Yiwei. Nurse Xia, little master, are you really too busy? Nurse Xia, do you not even have time for a meal? Nurse Xia, you want to run away after a kiss, right? Choosing to ignore her for the moment, Lin Yu refrained from replying. He had been genuinely irritated by her earlier antics. Thus, he retaliated with a prolonged kiss. Now, responding to her messages seemed like it could lead to endless back and forth. Lin Yu had no desire to engage in a feud with her sister. Why would a fine young man wish to become embroiled in such conflicts? Each day was indeed fulfilling, filled with both busyness and joy. This vibrant life left Lin Yu eagerly anticipating the morrow. Of course, today was not yet over, and upon returning to his apartment, an important person awaited him. His online girlfriend. Lin Yu, photo of a bag of medicine. Lin Yu, just thinking about how much medication I need makes me anxious, crying without pause. His young girlfriend replied instantly. Chun Ming Ting Yu. Darling, hug. Chun Ming Ting Yu. Are you still out buying medicine this late? Lin Yu. Surely, she must know where the medicine came from. This was merely Qi Shui, viewing from a godlike perspective, setting him up for an awkward situation. If Lin Yu replied that he bought it himself, it would be a blatant lie. If he stated it was his roommate who purchased it, wouldn't she find a reason to sulk? If he chose to evade the question entirely, wouldn't that imply he had something to hide? When a question presents 3 or more possible answers, each bearing its own consequences, it is wiser to return to the foundation of a romantic relationship: sincerity. Lin Yu, a female friend of mine, happened to visit the pharmacy and kindly picked it up for me. Lin Yu, I have already sent her a red envelope. Lin Yu, obedient image. Lin Yu, I am quite sought after, so do keep your guard up. Ding, exceptional performance. Sincere and innocent words resonate deeply, a rare quality among partners. Reward, 50 spirit stones. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a small sense of accomplishment. Chun Meng Ting Yu. Pout left, pout right. Chun Meng Ting Yu. There's a narcissist in my phone. Chun Meng Ting Yu. Make sure to take your medicine and stay healthy. And remember, Chun Meng Ting Yu. Do not even think about cheating. Knife. Lin Yu understood. Lin Yu. Here's a soothing song for you tonight, Lin Yu. QQ music dash if love forgets. Chi Wei, triangular play button. Chun Meng Ting Yu. Thank you, darling. Let's listen together and sleep. Hug. Lin Yu. Together we shall sleep. Hug. Within the twin bedroom, the upper bunk was occupied by Qi Shui, clad in light blue pajamas, leaning against the wall, obediently donning her headphones. There are always some words left unspoken. There is always someone who is the vermilion in one's heart. Qi Shui switched her WeChat account, contemplating whether to accept the red envelope Lin Yu sent. Torn between her options. If she declined, would Lin Yu misinterpret her intentions? Yet, if she accepted, might he think her petty? Confusion and discontent swirled within her mind. Switching between two identities was indeed challenging. What Lin Yu sent was hardly a lullaby. The more she listened, the more distressing it became, leading her heart into turmoil. If love forgets, tears do not wish to fall. Those moments of happiness, let her reach them for me. If love understands the price of promises, what I cannot have, please fulfill for her. As the melody played, Qi Shui subconsciously hugged her legs, burying her face within them. Her heart a tempest of emotions. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a small head peeked up from the lower bunk, a sorrowful pout on her lips. Sister. Qi Shui lifted her head. Xiao Qi, what's wrong? Why aren't you asleep yet? Xiao Qi replied softly, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel really sad. Qi Shui. Is this the telepathy of twins? The sisters occasionally experienced such mystical moments. Xiao Qi continued weakly, Sister. May I come up and sleep with you tonight? Qi Shui looked into her sister's eager eyes and tugged the pillow outward. You really are relentless. Come up then. Sleep inside. I certainly do not wish to retrieve you from the floor in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi quickly buried her head back in her bed, clutching her pillow, exclaiming, Sister is the best. In the tranquil summer night, within the apartment, some returned while others ventured out. Some found slumber, while others dreamt. This night, the young artist Yi Meng Fu experienced an unusual dream. For reaching 2,000 rewards, an additional update is provided. Grateful for the support of all readers. Chapter 81. A day full of vitality, starting with the chief disciple. The imagery within her dream remains fixed in Yi Meng Fu's mind, her bedroom. Curiously, the door to her chamber transforms into a colossal mechanical wheel, slowly spinning. Yi Meng Fu recognizes it. It is the Wheel of Fate she painstakingly illustrated. What was meant to be confined to a card has inexplicably escaped, leaving her flustered and at a loss. The scene before her resembles a magical castle from a fairy tale, imbued with an enchanting essence. In the next moment, a dazzling white light erupts, compelling Yi Meng Fu to instinctively shield her eyes, unable to gaze directly at its brilliance. After the initial blinding flash, the light coalesces into a singular point. Sensing the radiance dissipate, she lowers her hand and gazes forward. Just one glance sends her heart racing, her cheeks flushed. The runaway Wheel of Fate has been resealed within the card. The boy approaching her while holding the card is none other than Lin Yu. Yes, she feels compelled to apologize. Yi Meng Fu is utterly bewildered as to why she feels this way. It seems as though Lin Yu's card has mischievously escaped, and somehow she bears the responsibility. As Lin Yu approaches, he does not chastise her. Instead, he tenderly ruffles her hair and holds up the card, saying, I've managed to catch it. This time, keep it safe so it doesn't escape again. Yi Meng Fu nods obediently like a chick pecking at rice, allowing Lin Yu to place it back in her pouch. This time, as Lin Yu's hand delves into the pouch, it gently wraps around her waist. Yi Meng Fu finds herself breathless with anxiety, feeling increasingly powerless, especially as she notices Lin Yu leaning in closer to her face. Resigned to fate, she closes her eyes. Panting heavily, Yi Meng Fu abruptly sits up in bed, gasping for fresh air. In her dream, she had struggled to breathe for at least 2 minutes. Had it not been for her brain's instinctive wake-up call, she might have remained in that breathless state, realizing that it was merely a dream. She covers her face in embarrassment and lies back down. Why did she have such a dream? She has never experienced anything like it. Could it be? Yi Meng Fu leans over and retrieves the Wheel of Fate card from beneath her pillow. Does the tarot truly possess special powers? Placing it under her pillow allowed her to dream such vivid dreams. Moreover, dreams of that nature. She quickly sits up, intending to relocate the Wheel of Fate card. However, upon reaching the bedside, she hesitates, gently caressing the patterns on the card. She recalls Lin Yu's word from earlier that day. After considerable deliberation, she crawls back and places the card beneath her pillow once more. Ding! Congratulations. Host. Your intimate relationship with the Huan Sect's talisman user has advanced to the fourth realm. Lingxi Dark Passage. Reward: 50 Spirit Stones. The system notification echoes in her mind, effectively rousing Lin Yu from his slumber. He glances at his phone. 5:35. Surely, the little artist must have experienced some peculiar nightmare. Isn't it customary for pleasant dreams to awaken one at dawn? Why is it only 5:30? How dare she force him to rise so early? He must ensure she dreams of him for an entire week to teach her the true meaning of, when I enter a dream, the entire sect shall tremble. Lin Yu burrows back under the covers for a little more rest. As he anticipated, at 7 o'clock, the system's wake-up service arrives on time. Ding! Today is yet another day brimming with hope. Please continue to explore the path of Huan Sect. Hosts strive to become the pillar of the sect. Lin Yu groggily opens his eyes, recalling the classic lines from an underground rap OG song, but it never tells you to switch to vibrate. Entering the system interface once again, he finds that even a day's passage has brought new changes to his sect status. Host: Lin Yu, age 20, sect status: Chief Disciple, number of partners, soul cultivators, body cultivators, 1-1 sect techniques, bone transformation, soft fist, external skill, dream entry technique, internal mental method, sect secret techniques, treasures, joyous foot, summoning finger, beast command, ghost hand, talisman 1, nourishing and beautifying spirit porridge recipe, drunken flower chant, sect contribution, 300, spirit stones, 3120, current tasks, slay the demon head, urgent task. The Huan Sect is not only a place for cultivation. Martial arts trial, urgent task. The elder of the Spirit Herb Hall has encountered a martial arts expert. Illusory artifact competition, urgent task. The elder of the Heavenly Craft Pavilion is addressing illusory artifacts. Partners monthly tribulation, urgent task. New at the onset of each month, the elder of the library experiences excruciating pain, rendering them unable to move freely, urgently seeking assistance. Search for lost beasts in the mortal realm. Urgent task. New one spirit beast under the care of the elder of the Spirit Beast Garden has gone missing in the mortal realm, urgently needing to be found. Seek talented individuals. Limited task. This girl has remarkable bones. Tribute to the Celestial Mountain. Daily task. New, having been promoted to Chief Disciple, you must represent the sect in offering tributes to the Celestial Mountain that supplies the spirit energy array. Please pay the utility bills on time. Spirit artifact repair. Daily task. New, having ascended to Chief Disciple, you must shoulder the responsibility of repairing the spirit artifacts for fellow sect members. Replace the batteries in the air conditioning remote. Chief's greetings. Daily task. New, as the newly appointed Chief Disciple, you should engage more with the sect seniors to enhance your mind and body. Greet 3 sect friends with a good morning. Host's physical status: exquisite beauty, charm 100, bone tempering and body forging, physique 150. Proxy sect master support, all attributes 8. Concerns of the elder of the library, intelligence 100. Desires of the elder of the array hall, speed 100. Dream affinity of the Huan Sect talisman user, vision 150. Grumbles of the elder of the Spirit Herb Hall, pain sensation 15. Appreciation of the head of the Heavenly Craft Pavilion, touch sensation 30. Chief Disciple of the sect. All efforts have not been in vain. From a mere errand boy to a significant contributor, the newly emerged daily tasks aptly illustrate this progression. In the New Day's information panel, aside from updates on the daily tasks, there are also 2 new urgent tasks. It seems that Sister Rue is frantically searching for her lost pets. In her pet shop, she doesn't solely sell animals. Many are also boarded pets. Losing her own kittens or puppies might only bring her sorrow, but misplacing someone else's truly leads to dire consequences. The other urgent task is straightforward. His girlfriend, Qi Qing Shui. This is quite the situation. When a girl messages a boy saying, "I'm here, I have a stomach ache," the typical responses are, drink more water, drink more hot water, drink brown sugar water, or maybe take some painkillers. Lin Yu cannot respond in such a manner, even though he contemplates it internally. However, as the Chief Disciple of the Huan Sect, how can he be hindered by something as trivial as a monthly cycle? Chapter 82. Cooking kanji for twins, the unspoken understanding between lovers. The little girlfriend requires care, and so does the fellow disciple. Apart from Lin Yu's own hard-earned achievements, the daily buffs from his fellow disciples are enough to elevate him to the divine realm. Excluding the nurse with a fishing net. That wretched little nurse, adding pain? How deeply she must be hated. In the current state, there are several noteworthy aspects. The little artist's contribution soared from 50 yesterday to a remarkable 150 today. Vision is indeed an exceedingly important sense. At this moment, Lin Yu could distinctly perceive this. Standing by the window and looking down, he could clearly see an elderly man riding a bicycle on the street, with pickled vegetables clamped between his teeth. Lin Yu, that old man is quite something. A few more interactions like this, and he might be able to perceive things from a kilometer away without a horse. If he could manage her, wouldn't he evolve into a being of conceptual significance, observed by the heavens? If there are no additional tasks tonight, the first target in his dreams must be the little artist. Life, indeed, seems to be getting more intriguing by the day. After getting up and washing up, Lin Yu hurried downstairs to the kitchen. After searching for a while, he noticed the absence of Aunt Chi-Ming. However, on the dining table, there was a set of pancakes and a cup of soy milk. On the paper cup of soy milk, there was a love note left by Aunt Chi-Ming. Lil Yu, the store needs an air conditioner replacement in the morning. Remember to have breakfast Chen Chi-Ming, smiley face. With Aunt Chi-Ming not at home, this conveniently facilitated Lin Yu's subsequent plans. This morning, he intended to commandeer the kitchen for cooking a nourishing congee. To be fair, it is a dish meant to nourish the body, containing red dates and red beans to replenish qi and blood. Surely, this is far more sincere than simply serving a bowl of brown sugar water to the qi, right? He boldly claimed it as a nourishing dish. How could he be outdone by Aunt Flo? With determination, Lin Yu dove into the kitchen, searching for the necessary ingredients from the recipe. The ingredients listed were not complex, primarily focusing on the cooking time and proportions. Opening the pantry and fridge, he found everything he needed. Truly, he must express gratitude for having a frugal and resourceful woman at home. Usually, whenever Aunt Chen Chi-Ming brought food and ingredients into the fridge, their shelf life transformed into a series of numbers enhancing the ambience. Everything edible in the refrigerator could be said to last as long as the heavens. Having prepared all the ingredients and ignited the stove, Lin Yu calculated the time while also keeping himself busy. He went to the community supermarket to buy batteries for the remote control, and while he was at it, he paid the water bill and topped up the electricity card. On the way back, he couldn't help but grumble. It's such a hassle not being able to pay online. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully completed the daily task offering to the Immortal Mountain, earning 50 sect contributions and 30 spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully completed the daily task spirit tool repair, earning 50 sect contributions and 30 spirit stones. Lin Yu noticed subtle changes in the daily tasks. After upgrading to the chief disciple of the sect, the contributions remained unchanged, but the spirit stones increased by 10. It seems that the higher one's sect status, the greater the rewards for completing tasks. This is indeed a positive development. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the nourishing congee was finally ready. Lin Yu fetched 2 small clay pots to serve the congee, filling them to the brim. First, he carried 1 pot to the room of the twins on the first floor. Knock, knock, knock. The Qi, Xiao Qi, good morning. Are you awake? Lin Yu politely knocked on the door to inquire. Shaolin, please wait a moment. The voice of his sister, Qi Qing Qi, came from inside the room. Shortly thereafter, there was a flurry of rustling sounds, as if she were tidying up something. Lin Yu understood. If a girl's room got messy, it could scare a few foolish boys to death, especially since there were 2 girls living inside. After a 2-minute wait, the door finally opened a crack. A slightly disheveled head of Qi Qing Qi peeked out. Xiao Lin Yu, it smells so good. The fragrant aroma wafted through the uncovered clay pot directly towards him. Being a seasoned foodie, Qi Qing Qi could hardly resist. Her starry eyes were fixated on the pot of congee in Lin Yu's hands. Is this for me and my sister? Did Aunt Chi-Ming make this? As she spoke, Qi Qing Qi reached out to take it. Lin Yu was already prepared, quickly stepping aside and saying, I made it, to be precise. It's for your sister. Ding! Heavenly operation. The fragrant, nourishing congee filling the room has left the bell ringer of the Harmony Sect in awe of the host's culinary skills. Reward, 20 spirit stones, ding, heavenly operation. The partner personally cooking nourishing kanji and delivering it to the boudoir has brought immense joy to the partner. Reward, 50 spirit stones, xiao, ki. Let Lin Yu in first, don't just talk at the door. It's impolite. Qi Shui's voice came from the bedroom, sounding less than optimal. She probably was feeling a bit unwell. Once inside the bedroom, Lin Yu did not act like an inexperienced monkey, looking around aimlessly. Instead, his gaze fell upon the pale-faced Qi Shui on the upper bunk. Wrapped in a blanket, she had both hands tucked inside it. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, she instinctively avoided eye contact. However, upon realizing that the kanji he brought was for her, she turned her eyes back. You can cook? Why haven't I heard about this before? Are you trying to bribe me for something? In front of her sister, Qi Shui maintained her prideful demeanor. Considering her weakened state, Lin Yu chose not to argue. Thank you for accompanying me to the hospital yesterday and for the medicine you brought. This morning, since Aunt Chimeng isn't home, I made some kanji. This recipe was taught to me by an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from my hometown. It helps to nourish the spirit and replenish qi and blood. Qi bit her finger, her eyes spinning. Sister just got her period. And Shaolin comes over with hot kanji that replenishes qi and blood? What a coincidence. Yesterday, Sister brought medicine to Shaolin. How come I didn't know? And since when have their relationships gotten so close? Hiss. As her thoughts raced, the delightful aroma overwhelmed the little homebody. Shaolin, how rude. My sister is unwell. I will accept your hiss. Before Qi could finish her sentence, she nearly drooled and quickly covered her mouth. Qi Shu nervously clutched the blanket, her heart in turmoil as she pondered. Is it just a coincidence that Lin Yu brought nourishing kanji at this time? Or is there an unspoken understanding between lovers? Chapter 83. The sister who makes way for her younger sibling? Apologies, but I cannot concede today. Qi Shui's heart was restless. On the surface, however, she maintained a stoic expression. Lin Yu, as classmates and roommates, it is only natural for us to assist each other. I can hardly imagine what flavor the kanji you made could possess. Nevertheless, thank you, we are even now. Lin Yu truly wished to applaud Qi Shui's impeccable demeanor. Ah, I see. You're still putting on a brave front, are you? I wonder who was calling me husband so affectionately last night, now pretending to be just a regular classmate. Lin Yu chose not to expose her, continuing with a gentle tone. Big Qi, my culinary skills are quite impressive. You simply do not know me well. You appear rather unwell, perhaps. Drinking it holds some magical power. Qi Shui stepped in front of Lin Yu. For you, I transform into a werewolf for you. I succumb to madness, Lin Yu. Qi Shui. Come at me. I shall first test the waters for my sister. With such a full pot, it must be sufficient for two. Thank you, Shaolin, for thinking of me. Qi Shui was quite eloquent. Without further ado, she reached for the small clay pot in Lin Yu's hand. This time, Lin Yu did not refuse. Although the pot was small, it was certainly ample for the two girls. When it came to food, Qi Shui was exceptionally adept. After placing the small pot down, she swiftly retrieved their respective containers and utensils, portioning the kanji Lin Yu had prepared into both of their boxes. Be careful, it might be hot. Take it slowly. Lin Yu cautioned. Qi Shui, who the little homebody completely disregarded Lin Yu's warning, scooping up a spoonful with her dining spoon. She blew on it, infusing it with her spirit. The moment she took the first bite, the room was filled with sounds of delight. Huyam ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the daily task dining requirement. 8 treasure kanji, earning 50 contribution points for the sect and 30 spirit stones. Oh, what an unexpected surprise. She had unwittingly completed a daily task for the little homebody. Thanks to her reminder, Lin Yu quickly accessed the information panel for the two sisters. Qi Shui, age, 20, sect identity, bell ringer of the Harmony Sect. Intimacy level with host, 41, 4th stage. Subtle connection. Number of partners, soul cultivation, physical cultivation. Intimacy level with host not met, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Attribute skills. Host identity is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Other information. Host identity is lowly, temporarily unavailable for viewing. Current tasks. Dining requirement. Daily task taste worldly delicacies to satisfy cravings. Which also aids in the cultivation of sect disciples. Please promptly sample street vendor fried chicken. Dining requirement. Daily task taste worldly delicacies to satisfy cravings. Which also aids in the cultivation of sect disciples. Please promptly sample takoyaki. Dining requirement. Daily task taste worldly delicacies to satisfy cravings. Which also aids in the cultivation of sect disciples. Please promptly sample grilled sausages. Women's protection. Daily task cultivators are still mortals. During the month, one must gather protective items to ensure safety. Please promptly purchase night sanitary pads. Chi Ching Shui. Age. 20. Sect identity. Elder of the Library Pavilion. Intimacy level with host. 75. 7th stage. Emotional bond. Number of partners. Soul cultivation. Physical cultivation. 10. Attribute skills. Worldly cinematics. Beginner. Literary essence. Great perfection. Other information. Soul cultivation partner. Lin Yu. Current tasks. Partner's monthly trial. Urgent task. This matter occurs at the beginning of each month. Collection of classics. Daily task. Different categories. Please promptly purchase photography. Theory of light and composition. Collection of classics. Daily task. Different categories. Please promptly purchase photography. Practical application of the golden ratio. Women's protection. Daily task cultivators are still mortals. Please promptly purchase night sanitary pads. Truly, they are twins. Not only is their understanding of each other profound, but their bodies are equally in sync. Are they really that synchronized? Just observing their reactions is like night and day. Big Chi is bedridden, while little Chi relishes her food. Buying sanitary pads. Although Lin Yu is a man who has lived a full life, such tasks pose no psychological barrier. The true challenge lies in how to present them appropriately. Is this some sort of schoolyard relay? Getting red stains on pants and skirts, showcasing the antics behind buying sanitary pads. This is reality. They have hands and feet. Why should it be your responsibility? The recent task refreshes have given Lin Yu a general understanding of the system's operational rules. Some communal affairs within the apartment automatically refresh on Lin Yu's task list each morning. Special time tasks and urgent tasks are similarly updated. Each sect member has their own unique daily needs, and to discover which tasks can be undertaken to accumulate points, one must personally check face-to-face. Daily tasks, after all, are akin to water wearing through stone. Little by little, they accumulate. If they can be accomplished effortlessly, one should not let them slip away. By the time Lin Yu regained his focus, he found Chi Ching Shui letting out a satisfied sigh. The spiritual kanji in her container had been completely devoured. She rubbed her pleasantly warm belly, her mischievous eyes fixed intently on her sister's container. Under normal circumstances, she would not covet her sister's portion. However, Lin Yu's kanji was different. It was fragrant, delicious, and comforting. Whatever magical ingredients had been included made it utterly irresistible on this dry-mouthed morning. Having finished one box, she yearned for more. Chi Ching Shui lifted her head. Sister, it's really not that good. How about Chi Ching Shui? Lin Yu, could you not wipe your mouth before spinning tales? Eating in such haste. How did you not burn your vocal cords? Not that good. Yet you still indulge? While Lin Yu jested, he did not forget to observe Chi Ching Shui's transformation. Aside from her flushed cheeks, she appeared somewhat healthier. No other noticeable changes were apparent. The spiritual kanji could never compare to elixirs. Chi Ching Shui continued to gaze longingly at the remaining kanji. Sister, this one. Chi Ching Shui decisively replied, no. Chi Ching Shui's large, curious eyes widened in disbelief. Chi Ching Shui averted her gaze. Ordinarily, with snacks or treats at home, Chi Ching Shui could charm her sister into compliance. Yet today, as her sister suffered from stomach pains and lacked an appetite, she simply cannot. Chi Ching Shui avoided her sister's gaze, fearful that lingering too long would reveal her inner thoughts. How could she allow her sister to consume the kanji Lin Yu had prepared with such care, especially not in front of Lin Yu? Chi Ching Shui tossed aside her blanket, preparing to muster the strength to rise and take a few bites. Just as she grabbed the blanket, Lin Yu extended her hand, holding the container. Given her poor health, it would be best not to exert herself. Be careful, grab the tissues, and don't spill anything on the bed. the sprightly little Qi, in excellent health, would enjoy the kanji without restraint. But what the ailing big Qi? What would happen if she drank it? Lin Yu was deeply eager to uncover the answer. This moment represented both compassion and a remarkable experiment. The academic prodigy. I implore you, drink it. Chapter 84. Something seems off with my sister. Is a health checkup really so joyous? Qi Qing Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment in the face of Lin Yu's sudden tenderness. Had it been any other time, she would have defiantly insisted that she was fine, robustly getting out of bed to demonstrate her well-being. Yet today, perhaps due to her physical weakness or the soothing lullaby from the previous night that had dampened her spirits, she found herself inexplicably compliant, remaining on the upper bunk. After all, she had accompanied Lin Yu to the community hospital yesterday. Surely, indulging in his kindness today was not an unusual behavior. Qi Qing Shui's attention, however, was not on her sister. She caressed her abdomen, watching as the delectable breakfast porridge was handed to her sister. Her mind was filled only with regret over the delicious meal. If only it had been served in a pot for her to savor directly. Qi Qing Shui carefully steadied the meal box, glancing at Lin Yu, who was still watching her intently. She then took a spoonful. Before tasting, she had already rehearsed her lines in her mind. Mediocre, just average, but drinkable, thanks. However, upon the first sip, her taste buds erupted like a burst of fragrant warmth, flooding her with a comforting sensation that invigorated her spirit. The prepared phrases became lodged in her throat, leaving her no chance to utter them. Almost instinctively, she scooped up a second spoonful, then a third and a fourth. The gentle warmth flowed through her like a meandering stream, melting away the frost and ushering in the refreshing comfort of summer. It was as if she were in a dark forest, where beams of light cascaded down upon her, awakening the dormant strength within her body. Suddenly jolted back to reality from her dreamlike experience, Qi Qing Shui recalled her surroundings and the presence beside her. Upon refocusing her gaze, she was astonished to discover that she had unknowingly consumed over half of the porridge. This was unprecedented. She had never behaved so inappropriately before. Could it truly be the pain of her menstrual cycle that had left her so drained? At that moment, Qi Qing Shui noticed that her lower abdomen felt significantly better than before. Her limbs also regained a sense of vitality. Could a simple pot of porridge possess such miraculous effects? Or was it some other spiritual force at play? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the urgent task, partner's menstrual crisis. The tribulations associated with the onset of the partner's menstruation have been alleviated by the spiritually nourishing porridge you crafted, further deepening the bond between you two. Reward: 300 sect contribution, 600 spirit stones, 1 free draw in the system shop. Woohoo, this is simply delightful. By merely following a recipe to prepare porridge, I've unexpectedly reaped substantial rewards. Indeed, in a relationship, there are no trivial matters. With mindful attention to every little detail, one can achieve a fulfilling life. The taste is truly exquisite. Lin Yu, thank you. Thank you, Qi Qing Shui said, her cheeks flushed. Now, it was impossible for her to feign indifference and dismiss the matter lightly. In both emotional and physical terms, Lin Yu had anticipated this, responding calmly. As long as you enjoy it, remember to finish it all. When I have time, I'll make more for you. Take care of yourself. Try to limit your activities for the next couple of days. Qi Qing Shui's face reddened further as she nodded and averted her gaze, fully aware of Lin Yu's implications. Qi Qing Shui's sister, Qi Qing Shi, leaned against the desk, curiously observing her sister. She pondered, Is Xiao Lin hinting at her menstrual cycle? My sister is so clever. She must have caught on. Shouldn't this be the moment to tease her a little? Mind your own business and don't get too carried away. As Lin Yu prepared to leave, he asked casually, by the way, I'm heading to the supermarket this morning. Do you need anything? Asking questions with preconceived answers doesn't always yield the desired results. Qi Qing Shi glanced at her sister on the bed. The two exchanged glances. And then Qi Qing Shi spoke up, nothing we need. Xiao Lin, thank you for the breakfast and your kindness. Indeed, it seemed unrealistic to expect the twin sisters to ask him to bring back sanitary pads. Their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Even if it had, it would be difficult to vocalize such a request. After making an effort to try, she realized it was unnecessary to force it. Upon returning to the dining room, there remained a small pot of porridge on the table. Lin Yu called upon Mo Xiangying and Yi Mengfu in their small group chat, determined not to let his culinary endeavor benefit only the twin sisters. It was essential to make the most of it. Upon learning that Lin Yu had personally cooked the porridge, his disciples were eager to show their support. Initially, Yi Mengfu contemplated how to politely decline in the group chat. But before she could craft a response, Mo Xiangying had already knocked on her door, taking her downstairs. 10 minutes later, in the dining room. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the daily task. Chief's greeting, earning 50 SEC contributions and 30 spirit stones. Ding! Exceptional performance. The delicious spiritual porridge has left the elder of the formation hall unable to resist, enhancing the affection between the partners. Reward, 50 spirit stones. Ding! Exceptional performance. Sharing such a complex spiritual dish with the talisman users of the Harmony Sect has greatly moved them. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Observing the two women savoring the spiritual porridge at the table, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Once he earned enough money, he could perhaps remain at home every day, surrounded by his fellow sect members, living in abundance. Master, you truly are remarkable. You can cook too? This is so warm and delicious. Mo Xiangying exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. Beside her, Yi Mengfu timidly echoed, very, very tasty. Although the system noted that the little artist was quite moved, she had not dared to meet Lin Yu's gaze since descending the stairs, seemingly avoiding eye contact. What had she dreamt about last night? Did Lin Yu appear in her dreams 100 times over? With that thought, Lin Yu intentionally leaned closer to Yi Mengfu and teased, Xiao Fu, did you steal something from me? Why have you been avoiding my gaze? The sudden personal inquiry made Yi Mengfu nervously grip her spoon, shaking her head vigorously. No. Fortunately, Xiao Fu had Mo Xiangying to support her. Seeing Lin Yu's intent to confront Yi Mengfu, Mo Xiangying interjected, Master, you cooked for us, but haven't you eaten yourself? Lin Yu straightened up and replied, Not yet. I need to head to the hospital for a checkup shortly. I can't eat anything before the examination. Afterward, I'll indulge myself. His words were laden with implications, and both disciples understood the undercurrents. Mo Xiangying chimed in, that's great. Master truly follows the rules. Lin Yu responded, just doing what I must. Meanwhile, Yi Mengfu discreetly observed the two, wondering, is a health checkup really so joyous? Chapter 85. A marvelous combination of two celestial warriors. At 9:30 in the morning, after completing a simple health check at the designated hospital, Lin Yu took a taxi to the commercial street. At this hour, his visit was not intended for Aunt Chiming's store, but rather to check on Marui's pet shop. As he enjoyed the pancakes prepared by Aunt Chiming, he contemplated the necessity of purchasing a vehicle. Although the area frequented by his companions was close to the apartment, relying on taxis daily proved to be somewhat inconvenient. Mau Pet Shop, a modestly renowned establishment on this street, thrived due to the numerous nearby residential complexes. With its boarding services for pets, business remained robust. This year, the shop had welcomed an increasing number of small animals. In addition to Marui's management, she had hired a young lady studying veterinary medicine to assist with basic tasks such as deworming, bathing, and emergency care. Upon arriving at the pet shop, Lin Yu spotted Marui, still clad in denim overalls, locking the door alongside a girl in a white dress, preparing to leave. Good morning, Rue. Are you closing so early? Lin Yu greeted politely as he approached. Startled by the mention of her name, Marui accidentally dropped the chain lock, which the girl in white promptly retrieved. What a coincidence. It's you, Xiaoyu. Are you heading to Aunt Chiming's store? Marui asked. What did you say? Where are the flower pots? Lin Yu responded, slightly bemused. With the experience gained from his twin sisters, Lin Yu effortlessly accessed Marui's information panel to check if there were any additional tasks beyond the urgent ones that he could join. Marui, age, 25, affiliation, Elder of the Spirit Beast Garden, relationship level with host, 27, second realm. Acquaintances, number of Tao companions, soul cultivation, body cultivation, not viewable due to insufficient relationship level. Attribute skills, not viewable due to host's low status. Other information, not viewable due to host's low status. Current tasks, Red Dust Beast Search. Urgent task, one of the spirit beasts under the elder of the Spirit Beast Garden. Spirit Beast Notice. Daily task, a new batch of formidable spirit beasts has matured and urgently needs to be advertised, inviting external cultivators to seek them. Is this a little advertisement? It seemed like a task that wasn't particularly challenging. The girl in the white dress, perceptive and attentive, repeated Lin Yu's question to Maruyurui. Manager, they're asking if you're closing so early. Maruyurui chuckled awkwardly. Ah, so you were inquiring about my closing time. I have some urgent matters to attend to with Xiao Xiao. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. You two actually share some connections. This is Lin Yu, my roommate from the apartment, an outstanding student at Pingchuan University, currently in his junior year, slightly older than you. And this is Chong Xiao Xiao, a top student in the veterinary medicine program at Pingchuan University's vocational college, my favorite assistant. The vocational college, affiliated with Pingchuan University, was conveniently located on the opposite street. Programs in veterinary medicine and pet grooming were typically offered at such institutions. Chong Xiao Xiao was slightly shorter than Maruyurui, sporting a single ponytail and a round face with a hint of baby fat, lending her a playful and charming appearance. Her bright orange chiffon top contrasted beautifully with her pristine white dress and shoes, evoking the freshness of summer, in stark contrast to the more reserved yet wild style of Maruyurui. Hello, senior. Just call me Xiao Xiao, she said warmly, although they were from different schools. The term senior felt endearing. Lin Yu extended his hand for a polite handshake, but Chong Xiao Xiao's hand drifted far away, resulting in their hands merely brushing against the air. An awkward atmosphere ensued for a few seconds as they both spoke simultaneously. I'm sorry, I forgot my glasses in the shop. My vision has never been great, Chong Xiao Xiao explained. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. No worries, no worries. Almost simultaneously, they both shifted to accommodate one another, once again grasping at air. An embarrassing yet comical spectacle. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Chong Xiao Xiao seemed to think the same. They awkwardly froze, engaged in an imaginary handshake across a void of space. Maruyurui, unable to bear the sight any longer, intervened as the introducer, grasping both their hands. Look here. Her hand is here, and his hand is here, and now, just like this. Isn't it easy to hold hands? You're all young. Why the awkwardness? Chong Xiao Xiao. Lin Yu. Was it awkwardness? It felt more like a failure to connect. This unusual pairing of a sharp-eyed manager and a hard-of-hearing assistant was quite rare. Perhaps the patrons of their shop were unusually forgiving? After a somewhat polite handshake, Maruyurui shifted the conversation back to business. Xiao Yu, I hope you can visit the shop again another day. Today, however, I truly have no time. A husky named Egg has gone missing from the shop. A customer just messaged me saying they spotted it nearby in an old residential complex. We must find Egg. Xiao Xiao. Lock the door. With a determined nod, Chong Xiao Xiao turned to secure the entrance. The chain lock rattled incessantly, and Lin Yu watched her struggle with the mechanism, unable to hide his concern. Would you like me to help? He offered, stepping closer. Thank you, senior. The lock is too small, and my vision isn't great. She replied graciously. Lin Yu effortlessly secured the lock and handed the key to Maruyurui. Having come to the pet shop primarily for Maruyurui's urgent task, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to suggest, Rurui, I happen to have nothing pressing to attend to. Searching the old complex will likely be challenging. May I join you in the search for the dog? Maruyurui blinked, adjusting the straps of her overalls, and hesitantly replied, Xiao Yu, I'm really in a hurry right now. There's no time for leisure. Why not find your classmates instead? Lin Yu. Chong Xiao Xiao. Chapter 86. Searching for Egg in the Community. Love at the Corner. The old community mentioned by Mao Rue refers to the employee welfare housing of the former oil extraction plant. It consists of 12 rows of buildings, each 5 stories high, without elevators. According to a helpful customer, during a casual visit, they spotted the husky in the corridor of Building 10 in Row West 4. This husky possesses very distinctive features, particularly a prominent black patch in the white fur on its left cheek, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who has seen it. The customer last saw it around 7 in the morning, and now it is approximately 10 o'clock. If fortune favors, they might find Egg nearby. However, if luck is lacking, they may need to search multiple buildings in the vicinity. Lin Yu accompanied the 2 women into the community. They searched thoroughly around Building 10 in Row West 4 and explored the nearby areas, but their efforts yielded no results. If Egg were a well-behaved husky, it wouldn't have escaped so far. Even if they had begun searching at 7, it would likely have vanished by 7:01. In response to this, Chang Xiao promptly offered a constructive suggestion. Store manager, if we continue searching like this, it will only waste time. If we don't find Egg by this afternoon, it might wander into another community. Why don't we split up? It will be faster. Mao Wei gave a thumbs up in appreciation and quickly stretched her legs. All right, let us run. It will indeed be quicker. Can you two keep up with my pace? I was the long-distance champion in the sports meet. Chang Xiao. Lin Yu, the long-distance champion, is here. Who could outrun you? Do you have a condition where a single word could be fatal? Lin Yu took a deep breath and shouted, Sister Rue, shall we split up? Let us create a group to report any findings promptly. Mao Rui covered her ear closest to Lin Yu, frowning. All right, but don't speak so loudly. I can hear you. Lin Yu, what the heck? She's even complaining? Who am I speaking loudly for? That said, Lin Yu felt a bit concerned for the safety of her two companions. Throughout their search, Mao Rui had been unable to hear their conversations at least 5 or 6 times. Some people would be chatting and suddenly go silent. Chang Xiao could communicate, but she kept walking with her neck craned, nearly losing them several times, even bumping into a door in the dim corridor. Some individuals would suddenly go missing. Lin Yu began to doubt the capabilities of her boss and employee. Can they really earn money running a store? After deciding to search separately, the three of them created a WeChat group. It seems that in this recent period, small groups may gradually increase. They must label their names properly to avoid sending messages to the wrong person. The group was named Late Night Sports Viewing Group by Lin Yu, while the newly created group for their search was called Community Egg Search Group. Simple and clear, avoiding mistakes. Mao Rui shared a photo of Egg in the group and handed Lin Yu a small package of ham sausage, Egg's favorite treat. If they encounter him, an urgent feeding would surely keep him under control. Lin Yu was assigned the area from Row West 1 to Row West 3. After aimlessly wandering for 5 minutes, she found no sign of a husky. She began to doubt the effectiveness of their search. Woof, woof. Just as Lin Yu was feeling lost, an exciting bark echoed from the direction of a large trash bin. Oh, love at the corner? There's a dog. Regardless of whether it's the one they're looking for, at least there is hope. Lin Yu dashed forward, moving faster than the dog itself, and quickly reached the rear of the trash bin. Woof, woof, woof. 3 stray dogs, startled by the sudden appearance of a terrifying, upright creature, scrambled away in a panic, leaving even the scattered takeout behind. Stop! Lin Yu instinctively shouted. After calling out, her heart sank. The 3 stray dogs varied in size. The largest was a Shiba Inu with black and yellow fur, followed by a white curly-haired dog whose breed she couldn't identify, and the smallest was a black, white, and gray-spotted puppy. None of them were huskies. What a letdown. However, when Lin Yu looked up, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The 3 barking strays, startled by her shout, obediently halted in their tracks and turned to look at Lin Yu in unison. From a distance, she could clearly see surprise and submission in their eyes. Their expression seemed to question, how could a human speak the language of dogs? The beast command. Whoever possesses this command, all beasts shall submit and dare not disobey. Lin Yu suddenly recalled the secret treasure she had received earlier. Hey, this is a bit uncanny. Can I really command all animals? Clearing her throat, Lin Yu attempted to further instruct the 3 stray dogs. Take a couple of steps. One by one, the 3 strays moved towards Lin Yu's direction. Incredible. At that moment, a bold idea blossomed in Lin Yu's mind. If humans can't find dogs, what if dogs can find dogs? Follow me, Lin Yu commanded. The 3 stray dogs eagerly followed in Lin Yu's footsteps. In Row West 1, at a stone chess table shaded by trees, Lin Yu sat on a stone bench with 3 pieces of peeled ham sausage placed before him. If anyone passed by at that moment, they would surely be astonished by the scene. Is this a miracle? The stray dogs, upon seeing the ham sausage, did not eat. They sat upright, attentively listening to a young man giving them a lecture. If a passerby heard the content of the lecture, they would likely be even more shocked. A fortune teller once told me, a general's success comes at the cost of countless lives. However, I disagree. I believe that those who venture into the world must decide for themselves whether they eat sausage or suffer. You, who have followed me for the shortest time, with the cleanest coats, how to walk this path, you can choose for yourselves. Wishing you all smooth sailing in the Woof Woof Brigade. Enjoy the sausage. Dear pups, starting tomorrow, I will revise the update rules. Previously, it was one additional chapter for every 1,000 rewards. It will now be one additional chapter for every 500 rewards, counting previous ones as well. Currently, over 2,000 rewards have been accumulated, and I have added 2 chapters, considering the previous one's a debt to repay. Starting tomorrow, I will gradually make up for it. I hope everyone can support more to enhance our enthusiasm and encourage me to write more. I purely wish to write more, with a sly smile. Daily requests for updates of 15 to 1,600 words can be met with a few free gifts, one from each person to power me up. Enough for 3 additional chapters, allowing me to type until my hands break. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 87, The Paw Patrol's Great Deed. Taming the Beast command after Lin Yu concluded his instructions to the Paw Patrol, the 3 little pups eagerly began to indulge in the premium dog food meant for pets. Once their feast was over, Lin Yu retrieved a photo of the elusive egg. If they were retrievers, this would be the moment to engage their sense of smell. However, given their youthful naivety, it was doubtful whether they could comprehend the task at hand, though they could at least understand black and white photographs. Big Black, Little White, and A-Ban. Our target today is named Egg. There is a distinct black patch on its left cheek. Of course, in your circles, it might go by a nickname like Scar. Regardless, I entrust this mission to you 3. Bring it to me within 20 minutes. Do you understand? Big Black, woof. Little White, woof. A-Ban, woof Lin Yu. Let us go. With that, the 3 pups dashed away, determination evident in their swift strides, not casting a glance back at Lin Yu. As for whether dogs could successfully find other dogs, the answer would reveal itself in 20 minutes. Given the capabilities of the 2 heavenly maidens, it was certain they would not finish the search within that time frame. If one does not work well in a team, they must toil alone until exhaustion. On this sweltering day, waiting for the dogs in the shade felt quite delightful. Young man, I haven't seen you before. Whose child are you? Care for a game? An elderly gentleman, slightly hunched, approached the stone chess table with a cloth bag that presumably contained a chess set. With little else to occupy his time, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Sir, please sit. I'd be glad to play a couple of games with you. I only know the basics of chess, so I can manage as a partner. The old man beamed with delight, having finally found a child willing to play with him after wandering around several tables. 15 minutes later, old man, I take that move back. I take it back. Lin Yu, sir, with just 1 bear king left, where else can you go? Will your general leap across the river? Old man, you're not playing some chess game on that phone, are you? So many are trying to deceive the elderly these days. Lin Yu, you said that after just 1 game, yet my phone is right here in front of you. Old man, something is off. Did I not sleep well last night? Lin Yu, what a stubborn old man. He can grasp the intricacies of technology, but refuses to acknowledge my skill. Indeed, Lin Yu's chess proficiency was rather average, akin to that of a slightly advanced elementary school student. He wouldn't be able to outplay anyone at that level. Yet today, for some reason, he found that he could swiftly discern optimal moves following the old man's plays. Could it be the result of a mysterious intelligence enhancement? Though the old man's chess etiquette left much to be desired, his skills and speed were indicative of a seasoned player. In the past, when faced with such an opponent, it would have been Lin Yu who was left with only a bear king. It seemed that only an enhancement in intellect could explain the transformation he was experiencing. At that moment, Lin Yu yearned for a set of exam questions to test his newfound acumen. Woof, woof, just as the 2 were about to reset the board for another game. A familiar barking sound drew Lin Yu's attention. Excuse me, sir, I must attend to something, he exclaimed, grabbing his phone and hastening toward the source of the noise. The old man, reluctant to let him go, called after him. Don't leave, young man. Let us play 1 more game. I promise not to take back my moves this time. Lin Yu glanced back, politely declining. Perhaps another day, sir. Next time, I'll let you have the upper hand. Hearing this, the old man muttered in dissatisfaction. Who knows, he might have another phone. Oof. As Lin Yu rounded the corner, he spotted Big Black, Little White, and A-Ban. their tails wagging excitedly as they sprinted toward him. Trailing behind them was a boisterous, happy husky, unmistakably Egg. The time away had clearly been a joyful adventure for Egg, who appeared as though he had just emerged from a muddy pit. Yet his spirit was exuberant. Upon reaching Lin Yu, the husky sensed something amiss. The human before him emitted the unmistakable scent of a caretaker. Egg's bright eyes shifted from joy to a cold, bewildered gaze, as if to say, "I considered you my companions, and yet you betray me?" Undeterred by Egg's accusing look, the three pups stood tall and declared, "Forgive us, we are the Paw Patrol. Egg, come here." Lin Yu beckoned, as if issuing an irresistible royal command. Egg, torn between instinct and obedience, begrudgingly approached Lin Yu and lay down, whimpering softly as if to express his remorse. Lin Yu took a photo of Egg and sent it to the group chat. "It's pointless to apologize to me. Save your strength for later when you speak with the judge, or rather, the caretaker." After clarifying the location in the chat, Lin Yu produced 3 sausages, distributing one to each of the Paw Patrol members. "You all performed excellently today. We will disband for now, and I shall return to visit you." With a new command issued, the Paw Patrol responded enthusiastically, each pup eagerly carrying away their treat, happily departing together. Thus, a legend began to circulate among the stray dog community in the nearby neighborhood. If you dedicate yourself earnestly to your tasks, one day you shall be chosen by the great dog deity. A few minutes later, the silhouette of Mao Wei raced toward him at top speed, showcasing her athletic prowess. Behind her, Chang Xiaoxiao struggled to keep pace, falling further behind. "Oh!" Egg howled in fear, sensing the approaching wave of caretakers. Yet Lin Yu had instructed him to remain still, and as a talking dog, he dared not disobey. "Egg, you made my search so difficult. Let us see if you dare to run again." As she drew near, Mao Rui lunged forward. "Awoo, awoo!" Egg's yelps echoed painfully as he was caught in a chokehold. To shield them from the gaze of passers-by, Lin Yu obstructed the scene of chaos unfolding between the girl and the dog, even contemplating erecting a sign declaring that no kittens were harmed in this incident. Ska, when you roam the streets, you shall eventually face the consequences." Lin Yu's fleeting sympathy was swiftly extinguished by the sound of a system notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the urgent task of locating the lost spirit beast. The lost spirit beast has been successfully retrieved and presented to the elder of the spirit beast sanctuary. This is indeed fortunate. Reward: 200 sect contribution for 100 spirit stones, 1 free draw from the system store. Ding! Congratulations, host, for deepening your relationship with the elder of the spirit beast sanctuary. It has advanced to the 3rd tier of friendship. Reward: 50 spirit stones. Delightful. At this pace, completing another round of tasks today might just lead to a 10-fold reward." Lin Yu watched eagerly as the tumult between the girl and the dog unfolded on the ground, kindly reminding them, "Sister Egg, there are people nearby. Please refrain from fighting." As soon as the words left his lips, the girl and the dog swiftly separated. They all quietly crouched on the ground, gazing up at Lin Yu. Mao Rui exclaimed, "All right," while Dandan let out a howl. Lin Yu pondered. Something seems amiss. Chapter 88. Shape it as you desire. Indeed, Lin Yu had insisted they separate and cease their altercation. Both the person and the dog complied obediently. However, the reaction of Mao Rui, particularly her gaze, seemed to convey a rather peculiar docility. Was it merely an illusion? It appeared as though her ears had suddenly become exceptionally perceptive. Mao Rui seemed oblivious to this change. After parting ways, she swiftly retrieved a leash from her pocket and secured it onto Dandan. For the foreseeable future, it seemed Dandan would be tethered to the leash. Now, escape was no longer an option. "Xiao Yu, I am truly, deeply grateful to you. How did you manage to find him? Was it a tremendous effort?" Mao Rui's eyes sparkled with genuine appreciation. Lin Yu had exerted little effort. He merely sat in the shade, playing a couple of chess games with an elderly gentleman. In contrast, Mao Rui had undoubtedly invested considerable effort, as evidenced by the dirt and grime adorning her attire. She must have ventured into areas where most would avoid dogs. I was fortunate to check 2 buildings and found him near trash bin. Lin Yu offered. Rue Jia. Would you like me to help you brush off some of the dust? He spoke softly, observing her weary appearance. Mao Hui nodded agilely. Yes. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Without hesitation, she turned her back to Lin Yu, adopting a seemingly casual posture. Lin Yu thought. Something was amiss. The most obvious change was in her hearing. She had always been sensitive to sounds. Had running improved her auditory perception? That was implausible. Lin Yu had intentionally lowered his voice, yet she could still hear him so distinctly. Moreover, when he first suggested they search together at the store, Mao Rue had been concerned about imposing on him, repeatedly declining. On their way, she had even mentioned her aversion to troubling others, highlighting her nature. Yet now, without a moment's thought, she accepted his offer to help. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of her. Could it be that the beast command was effective on her? In moments of uncertainty, one should consult the system. Lin Yu summoned Mao Rue's system panel once more, searching for any new developments or variations in tasks. Indeed, she had just reached the 3rd level of intimacy. In the section labeled Attribute Skills, a new entry had appeared, Wild Spirit. This could be interpreted as a beast-like mental fortitude. Thus, the beast command's influence was uniquely potent on her. Ever since acquiring the command, Lin Yu had interacted with numerous girls, yet he had never encountered such obedient compliance. It was evident that Mao Rue was not the same as she had been when they first met at the pet store. Thus, it seemed that the beast command had regained its efficacy following the completion of an urgent task and the elevation of intimacy levels, unlocking the attribute skill Wild Spirit. With each gentle pat on Mao Rue's back, Lin Yu felt a surge of audacious thoughts arise within him. Rue Jia, stretch your arms wide. There's dust on your shoulders as well. Mao Rue complied, standing rigidly in a cross formation. Lin Yu could not see her, but Mao Rue's face had already flushed crimson. She pondered what was happening to her. This pose felt excessively suggestive. Why hadn't she refused immediately? Was it because Xiao Yu had just assisted her, making it awkward to decline? Although confused, she had already committed to the action and could not retract it without furthering the awkwardness. This time, Lin Yu had no doubts. The beast command indeed worked on Rue Jia. Not only could she form a cross shape, but in the future, he could likely pose her in any configuration he desired. This command was quite formidable, in broad daylight, amidst unfamiliar surroundings. Lin Yu would naturally refrain from issuing any excessive commands, particularly with Xiao present. By the way, Lin Yu inquired while brushing off the dust, where is Xiao? Mao Rue turned her head. Didn't she run behind me? The two glanced back, only to spot an elderly couple passing by. With no sign of the young girl, they exchanged worried glances. This was troubling. Lin Yu and Mao Rue searched for 5 minutes, eventually locating the strayed Chong, Xiao, 2 rows of pathways away. It appeared that in their fervent dash, one had failed to notice the other falling behind, and the other mistook a cycling woman who turned down a side street for the running store manager. Thus, they had unintentionally separated right under their noses. Thankfully, the neighborhood was not vast, primarily consisting of straight roads. Otherwise, after tearing down the lost dog notice, they would have had to post a missing person announcement. Upon returning to the pet store together, the 3 of them washed their hands and tidied up. Mao Rue kindly prepared homemade chilled plum juice for Lin Yu. On a scorching summer day, the refreshing drinks were immensely satisfying. While Mao Rue and Chong Xiao bathed Dan, Lin Yu strolled through the pet store, eventually reaching the area for boarding cats and dogs. Meow meow woof. Woof. Arf. The cacophony was overwhelming, and Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. Clearly, he was not cut out to be a pet store manager. Such constant noise would extinguish any enthusiasm he possessed. He settled into a chair, crossing his legs, and declared, "Ahem, please quiet down. I have a few words to share." Miraculously, silence enveloped the pet area as if the animals had all taken a vow of silence, moving about yet devoid of sound. Simultaneously, in the bathing room, Mao Rue shouted, "Okay, I'm listening." Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could she truly hear him amidst all that noise? Had she developed a remarkable sense of hearing? Mao Rui's response astonished not only Lin Yu, but also startled Chang Xiao beside her. Manager, what? What are you listening to? Did someone just speak? Chang Xiao's face was a canvas of confusion. Mao Rui, holding a shower head, looked equally bewildered. Huh? Xiao, didn't you hear? Xiao Yu said he had something to say. Chang Xiao knitted her brows, glancing toward the entrance. Did he? Manager, is your hearing all right? Mao Rui, who touched her ear. You silly child. What nonsense are you spouting? My hearing is perfectly fine. Seated outside, Lin Yu absorbed their conversation, realizing that Rui's hearing had not merely improved, but rather, she was attuned to him. This newfound ability sparked thoughts of its potential applications for the future. Chapter 89, Dining or Something Else. Listen closely. Bonus chapter. After bathing and drying the little egg, it was already 11:30. Having just been startled by the ears of the furry Rui, Lin Yu refrained from conducting further experiments with the shop's pets. He had already grasped the basic methods of using the beast command. Continuing to experiment seemed unnecessary. The next step was simply to find opportunities to utilize the special influence of the beast command on Rui, engaging in some delightful duo experiments to swiftly enhance their levels. Rui, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask me. We are neighbors after all, and it is only natural to lend a helping hand. Lin Yu bid farewell to Mao Rui and made his way towards the door. Upon hearing this, Mao Rui hurried forward. Xiao Yu, wait a moment. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I baked some cookies at home. Would you take some back with you? It would mean a lot. You helped me catch Bodong before, and now you've brought back the little egg. If you refuse, how can I ask for your help next time? They are not particularly valuable. I could bake you a cake sometime. Her words of thanks flowed effortlessly, devoid of any shyness typical of a young girl. An older sister is distinctly different from a little girl. Prompted by Mao Hui. Chang Xiao retrieved a packet of cookies from the cabinet and politely handed them to Lin Yu. Lin Yu stared at the cookies, momentarily stunned. This, ahem. Hehe. I must admit, I'm not picky about food. However, isn't this the ultimate choice for pets a tad inappropriate for me? Chang Xiao exclaimed. Mao Hui edigi. Chang Xiao quickly apologized. I'm sorry, senior. I grabbed the wrong one. I'll put on my glasses right away. Snatching back the pet cookies from Lin Yu's hands, Chang Xiao rushed away. Lin Yu exclaimed, watch the door. Bang. Chang Xiao gasped, oh dear. Lin Yu winced hiss. Mao Hui issue. Ease. Ding. A remarkable operation. The spirit beast elder voluntarily offers spirit mountain pastries, showcasing the unassailable status of the chief disciple within the sect. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the daily task spirit beast announcement, earning 50 sect contribution points and 20 spirit stones. As they parted, Lin Yu noticed a stack of flyers on the cabinet by the door. He took the initiative to grab a handful to take back to Aunt Chimeng's shop. When customers come to purchase flowers, they could conveniently distribute a flyer for the pet store. Mao Rui, he naturally expressed her heartfelt thanks. With ease, he secured a daily task reward. Had it not been for the packed schedule of daily activities, he would have waited for Chang Xiao to finish work before thoroughly exploring the powers of the beast command with Rui. No regrets, for the days ahead are long, and he possesses both the command token and the pets. After leaving the pet store, Lin Yu returned to the restaurant for the previous day and ordered 3 takeout boxes. He swapped the dishes in the 2 for himself and Aunt Chimeng, while keeping He Jing's portion unchanged from yesterday. Consuming the same 2 dishes every day would surely become tiresome, since He Jing pretended to love them so much. Let her indulge. She was bustling about, eager to invite Lin Yu to the shop. Lin Yu was curious to see what blue potion He Jing was peddling today. Aunt Chimeng, Sister Jing, I brought lunch. Lin Yu greeted as he entered, not immediately spotting either of them. Upon hearing his voice, He Jing hurriedly emerged from behind the floral counter. Hello, handsome. Good to see you again. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback upon seeing her. Today, the ever-fascinating lady was adorned in a white chiffon Hepburn dress, paired with a fitted black shirt. The classic black and white ensemble exuded a refreshing and youthful vibe. No wonder so many had succumbed to her charm. With such beauty and a knack for fashion, who could resist this alluring divorced older sister? Lin Yu exaggeratedly widened his eyes, unabashedly admiring her. The more he laid it on thick, the more pleased He Jing appeared. After sizing her up for a while, Lin Yu finally set down the takeout boxes and inquired, "Sister Jing, good afternoon. Whereas Aunt Chi Ming?" Seemingly prepared, He Jing replied smoothly, "Oh, your aunt went out to pick up some vases. She just left not long ago. If there's no traffic, she should be gone for at least 40 minutes. I accidentally filled in the wrong address for the vases I ordered. They ended up at my apartment complex. I intended to go myself, but your aunt insisted on going." Lin Yu nodded calmly, yet his mind raced through the implications of her words. The mistake in the address was no accident. It was deliberate. She was aware that Aunt Chi Ming would surely take the trip herself. By subtly mentioning the wrong address, she clearly indicated to Lin Yu that they would be alone for at least 40 minutes. Was He Jing planning to have a meal? Or was she preparing to devour him? The prowess of this mature woman was indeed remarkable, and she had chosen the perfect venue. Was she truly intending to make a move right in Aunt Chi Ming's shop? The thought of spying crossed Lin Yu's mind, but was quickly dismissed. In the current dynamics, at least the enchanting vixen and the enigmatic owl maintained a cooperative rapport. If he were to be ensnared, it would be He Jing who bore the brunt of the consequences. "Handsome, could you come inside and help me with the wrapping paper? There is quite a bit. And I haven't tea finished yet. Let us get this done before your aunt returns, and then we can have lunch together," He Jing proposed, her reasoning almost too crafty to refuse. "All right, Sister Jing, I'll help you. Let me wash my hands first." "Yes, make sure to wash them well and use disinfectant," He Jing responded. Lin Yu thought, this woman's words are too convoluted. I have no idea when she started dropping subtle hints. Noticing a slight change in Lin Yu's expression, He Jing pressed on with a smile. "Handsome, you weren't saying that on the phone yesterday. When it's just us, you prefer to call me sister directly. After all, it's not like anyone will know how you address me. This chapter is a bonus. Thanks to everyone for your support." Chapter 90. Those willing will hook up, helping sister. Lin Yu entered the restroom and retrieved his phone to send a WeChat message to Mo Shangying. "Lin Yu, dear apprentice, when you have a moment, could you assist me in retrieving the chat records between He Jing and Haizhou from yesterday and today? This includes WeChat messages, text messages, and call times. Lin Yu, please check any form of communication between them. It's crucial for me. Understanding both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle." From He Jing's demeanor upon entering and the abrupt changes to the sect's urgent tasks, it was evident that the target had shifted towards Lin Yu. To comprehend what they discussed privately and what He Jing concealed would grant him a superior perspective to grasp the situation. Having just assisted Inger significantly yesterday, it was only reasonable to seek her help for minor matters in the future. Sure enough, within a minute, Mo Shangying, leave it to me. I'll send it to Master S phone shortly. After washing his hands, Lin Yu approached the inner table to assist in sorting the wrapping paper. It was rather peculiar. Typically, there were several unused chairs in the shop, yet today they were all employed to dry flowers. There was only one chair available at the table. What a cunning and multifaceted vixen. "Young handsome, please take a seat. I've been sitting all morning and could use a stretch," He Jing said with utmost nonchalance. If one were to take her polite words at face value, it would surely lead to regret. "How could I sit with my sister here? You should take the seat." "I'll stand." Lin Yu feigned an expression of stubbornness. Indeed, He Jing was merely pretending to be courteous. She likely anticipated that Lin Yu would refuse to sit. Hence the chair was specifically prepared for her. As for her intention, "All right, you're such a gentleman. I shall sit first, and in 10 minutes, it will be your turn." The flower paper here was in disarray. "You can stand beside me. Let us sort it together." Upon standing beside her, Lin Yu finally grasped the true purpose of her sitting arrangement. The loose black shirt, intentionally leaning forward, displayed her alluring assets unabashedly. Which young man could resist such a vision of snowy allure in the summer? "Ah, you wicked woman. Playing this game? You wish to witness the young driver exceed the speed limit in real time." He Jing's so-called work involved sorting the multicolored flower paper according to hue. Lin Yu harbored grave suspicions that she had deliberately mixed them up. Shouldn't these papers have been purchased sorted by color? Was this merely a futile task? What was more alarming was that merely a fleeting glimpse of her beauty was not enough for her satisfaction. In the process of sitting down to retrieve the paper, He Jing inadvertently brushed against Lin Yu. The gentle elbow jab elicited an involuntary shiver from him. He Jing feigned ignorance, while her elbow danced back and forth, deliberately increasing the proximity as Lin Yu instinctively recoiled. He felt an overwhelming urge to grab her collar and demand whether she had Parkinson's disease. If you wish to brush against me, do so, but why tremble? Lin Yu had encountered many of her ilk in his past life. Were she in her 30s? He would have been largely unfazed by such antics. However, as a vigorous youth of 20, with an 8 overall enhancement and a 30 increase in touch sensitivity, a mere spark could ignite a blaze within his dormant heart. He Jing's maneuver had flipped the switch of his suppressed desires. The abrupt change startled He Jing. Engaging in subtle actions in a secluded environment with another person had never yielded such profound effects on the several men she had tested before. This was an unprecedented revelation within such a brief span. Truly, beauty does not always equate to ineffectiveness. Indeed, young men are far more fervent than their middle-aged counterparts. Young handsome, you certainly know how to live. Carrying a flashlight in broad daylight, He Jing giggled, unabashedly continuing their casual banter. All right, let us discuss something serious. I can converse on serious matters, but I excel in the frivolous. Lin Yu feigned embarrassment, scratching his head. I apologize, sister. I did not intend to offend you. It's just that your figure is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, He Jing erupted in a fit of laughter. Are you trying to offend your sister? What a rascal. I never noticed before. But you certainly possess a sweet tongue. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Lin Yu shook his head, casting a quick glance at He Jing before hastily averting his gaze. No, I have never had one. The dynamics between men and women often reflect a shared sense of conquest. Men enjoy witnessing the allure of various women captivated by their financial or social prowess, while women revel in the admiration of different men ensnared by their charm. Moreover, there lies a resonance in the youth of the captivated. The younger the target, the greater one's own allure and capability appear to be. He Jing was not surprised by Lin Yu's response. Young men who have truly experienced the tumult of life often find their states fluctuating. Rarely do they exhibit such rapid responses. Sister appreciates honest young men and values those who take matters seriously. Are you on summer break, young handsome? Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? I have a newly renovated house I'd like to clean. If it's convenient, could you lend a hand? I'll offer you a reward. As she spoke, He Jing produced a key and placed it in Lin Yu's hand, her eyes scanning over him with a flirtatious smile. This expression was not merely suggestive. It was overtly inviting. With the key pressed into his palm, did it even matter whether he was free or not? He Jing had mentioned the newly renovated house and the materials Immo Shangying had sent yesterday. It was a luxurious residence she had secretly financed after her involvement with Haizhou. As for the source of the funds, it was undoubtedly from exploiting Haizhou's resources. Poor tirelessly scrambling to fill the void, while his lover was secretly establishing a nest of gold and silver, even plotting to ensnare a young man. While divine retribution can sometimes be forgiven, self-inflicted misdeeds lead to inevitable downfall. Let the cunning vixen indulge in her own schemes. Lin Yu carefully pocketed the key and hesitantly inquired, I am certainly willing to assist my sister, but what exactly is this reward you speak of? Chapter 91. The perpetually anxious and tearful teacher Tang. He Jing squinted slightly, a broader smile gracing her lips. She understood well that Lin Yu was feigning ignorance. However, she was taken aback by the audacity of this young man. Was he truly prepared to act so boldly within the confines of the shop? Chen Qiming's flower store was equipped with conspicuous surveillance cameras. If Chen Qiming were to discover that He Jing was enticing her university students, it would inevitably lead to complications. The recklessness of youth is truly astounding. The tension etched on her face was unmistakable, revealing her disquiet. Yet, Lin Yu was not genuinely anxious. He could easily outshine He Jing with any of the young ladies in the apartment. His question was merely a reflection of a Na'vi young man's typical reaction. To exhibit composure would contradict his current persona. He Jing shifted her chair, attempting to distance herself from the camera's view, and then grasped Lin Yu's hand, merging their warmth in the sudden spring light. The lady of 1,000 faces held considerable allure. At her age, having been married before, maintaining such a state was indeed commendable. Lin Yu needed not to overreact. A mere shake of his hand, a simple display of strength, would suffice. The rest was left for He Jing to perform. Their brief contact did not linger long. He Jing gently withdrew Lin Yu's hand, wrapping her arms around herself as she buried her head in her chest, as if she had just been bullied by him. She was indeed a master of the game, having initiated the allure and gradually drawn him in, only to shift the blame onto him when the moment was ripe. Lin Yu, rubbing his still warm hand, chuckled awkwardly. "Sister, please send me the address. I will definitely be there on time tomorrow." Though He Jing's expression was hidden from view, Lin Yu could tell she was secretly delighted. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Time-sensitive task issued. The sect elder's practice inadvertently breached the water barrier, causing calamity at the Lingquan Dao Pavilion. The chief disciple must reseal the spirit spring and recreate the water barrier to ensure the sect's safety. Time limit, 1 hour. Task reward, sect contribution 100, spirit stones 200, free lottery draw from the system store one time. Lin Yu was taken aback. Was this a plumbing disaster at home? The sect elder. Surely, it could not be Elder Rue from the Beast Garden since she was not home. Perhaps the Array Hall elder, or the Herbal Hall elder, or even the library elder. Whose room had the leak? If the party in question did not seek assistance, would Lin Yu become a prophet by inquiring? Just as he pondered, his phone rang, revealing an unrecognized number. He answered, "Hello, who is this?" A girl's anxious voice came through. "Hello? Is this Lin Yu?" "Yes, it is I." You are before he could finish, the girl, her voice tinged with desperation, replied. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm Tang Yamian from our apartment. I just got home and wanted to take a shower. But when I turned on the shower, nothing came out. I thought maybe it was because I hadn't been back for a few days. So I turned the switch to the maximum. Then suddenly bang, the pipe burst, and now it's gushing everywhere. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. Can you hear the water?" Lin Yu felt a rush of recognition as memories flooded back. When she introduced herself as Tang Yamian, he had no immediate association, but as she recounted her predicament, he finally recalled the perpetually anxious teacher Tang. Indeed, the pipe in her room was gushing water. Tang Zimiyang, in her earnestness, had placed the phone next to the water pipe, allowing Lin Yu to hear the incessant flow. What good would that do? Who could fix a pipe by merely listening? Tang teacher? Tang teacher. I'm here. Can you hear the water? There should be a separate valve in your room. It should be, I haven't lived in the apartment long enough to recall exactly where it is. Tang Yamian's anxious voice continued. Qiming said it's the white one above. I try to turn it, but it just keeps spinning. I think I broke it. Seriously? It's spinning endlessly? It seems that even if nothing went wrong today, it would eventually break down. All right, I understand, Tang teacher. Don't panic. First, remove all the drain covers in the bathroom to prevent water from flowing into your room. I'll find someone to turn off the main valve and come home to help you, all right? Lin Yu spoke calmly. On the other end of the line, he could hear the rustling sounds as Tang Yimian complied. Okay, I'm doing that now. Is there anything else I need to do? The water seems to have leaked into the room a bit. I'm so sorry. I should have asked for help earlier. It's all right. Wait for me. I'll be home shortly. The water will stop in 2 minutes. You needn't worry. After hearing Tang Yimian affirm, Lin Yu hung up, knowing that any further conversation would only lead to more apologies. After the call, he quickly contacted Xiao Qi to ensure the main valve was closed, as she lived on the first floor and was closest to it. Turning back to He Jing, she sensed Lin Yu's urgency. With a gracious demeanor, she said, "Young man, go take care of your business. Don't forget your promise to the sister tomorrow." He Jing's objective had been achieved. Lin Yu's continued presence was merely for light banter and flirtation, but the thrill of tomorrow's encounter far outweighed the fleeting joy of today. She even offered to drive him home, which he politely declined, preferring to stay at his post. Once in a taxi, Lin Yu's phone rang again. This time, it was Aunt Qiming calling. Chapter 92. Guess how to sting, Divine. Having just heard Tang Yimian's apology, it was now Aunt Qiming's turn to express her regrets. Xiaoyu, I'm truly sorry. During the call, did Xiaomian try to reach you? I meant to ask about your availability, but she insisted on contacting you herself to avoid troubling me. The water pipe in her room is broken, and I'm too far from home to help her fix it. You know how anxious she gets. So I gave her your phone number without checking if you were busy. Lin Yu interrupted Aunt Chimeng before she could finish. Aunt Chimeng. That place is also my home. Teacher Tang is the tenant. If there's an issue, it's my responsibility to resolve it. Is there really a need for you to seek my consent or apologize for this? Ding. A powerful declaration of making the sect a home has warmed the heart of the acting sect leader. Reward, 20 spirit stones, in front of a bustling bus station. Chen Qiming held her phone in one hand while carefully carrying a woven bag containing a boxed vase in the other. On the same hand that held the phone, there was also a shopping bag from a sports brand containing a new pair of shoes she had just bought for Xiaoyu. Listening to Xiaoyu's words, Chen Qiming felt a mix of surprise and, more importantly, joy. Since Xiaoyu arrived at this home, Chen Qiming had taken care of him, shouldering all the dirty and laborious tasks. In her heart, it seemed unfair to let Xiaoyu do even a little rough work. In the past few days, Chen Qiming had noticeably sensed Xiaoyu had matured significantly. She found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this sudden growth. Perhaps it was indeed time to stop restricting Xiaoyu from contributing to the household? Yes, indeed, then. I'll trouble you, Xiaoyu. I was worried you were too busy writing your novel and didn't want to disturb you. There are supplies in the storage room that need replacing. If you can't find them, don't fret. You can wait for my return to help Xiaomian before she could finish her sentence. Lin Yu's playful voice interrupted. What on earth am I busy with? I'm just delivering your meal. Our diligent and hard-working manager. Replacing a water pipe is hardly a challenge for me. Don't forget to eat when you get back. Chen Qiming nodded repeatedly. All right, I understand. Thank you, Xiaoyu. After hanging up, she gazed at her phone screen and exhaled deeply, her tense emotions easing considerably. For some reason, she had felt an inexplicable nervousness every time she spoke with Xiaoyu over the past few days. She mused to herself, is this a delayed, rebellious phase? Xiaoyu has seemed a bit fierce lately, which oddly brings me comfort. Oh no, I forgot to ask if he has eaten. Suddenly recalling this, Chen Qiming awkwardly adjusted the two bags she was holding to her abdomen and began typing clumsily. Fortunately, the store was not far from home, and the taxi ride back was swift. This further solidified Lin Yu's desire to purchase a car, not for the sake of comparison or flaunting, but simply for convenience. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, Lin Yu spotted Qi Qingqi barefoot and holding flip-flops, seemingly waiting for him. When Qi Qingqi saw Lin Yu approach, he dramatically exclaimed, Shaolin, you won't believe it. Our apartment may be a residence for immortals. Guess what? I just discovered a water curtain cave on the second floor. Lin Yu. Although initially anxious, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh at Qi Qingqi's comical antics as he held up his wet flip-flops. Fearing he would wet the stairs, he ruffled Qi Qingqi's hair playfully. If you can't speak dialect, at least stick to Mandarin. Do you think you're a bee from old Beiping? How do you sting? How do you sting? I'll open your meridians. After a round of playful teasing, before Qi Qingqi could react, Lin Yu dashed up to the second floor. From below, Qi Qingqi's voice echoed, Shaolin, when sister is ready, I'll make sure she takes care of you. Upon reaching the second floor, at Tang Yamian's room, he noticed the door wide open and could still hear the sound of dripping water. Peering inside, he saw water stains scattered across the floor, but fortunately, it was too much. The bathroom door was ajar, and water was still cascading from above. It seemed the main valve hadn't been turned off, truly resembling a water curtain cave. Beside the bed, a girl sat lost in thought. Her long hair was damp, hastily tied up, and she wore a casual outfit that looked like it had been thrown on in a hurry. A light green short-sleeve top with puffy sleeves, half tucked in her blue jeans, the other half hanging out. It was evident the outfit had been donned in haste, perhaps due to the awareness of an opposite-gender visitor. Senior, I'm back. Which pipe in the bathroom? Lin Yu began as he walked closer to the room. However, he halted mid-sentence, realizing there was no response. Normally, wouldn't she rise to engage in conversation at this moment? Why was there no reaction at all? Tilting his head in suspicion, Lin Yu drew nearer. Tang Yamian was merely 2 years older than him, considered a peer. She was also an alumnus of Pingchuan University, Lin Yu's senior. In their previous lives, They hadn't interacted much. Otherwise, he would have stored her phone number. Tang Yimian possessed the classic allure of slender beauty. Her angular features striking and her collarbone distinctly defined. Her long eyelashes, clearly visible even in slumber, fluttered gently with her rhythmic breathing. She must have dozed off while sitting. Lin Yu, how exhausted was Teacher Tang? Was her recent travel so taxing that she could fall asleep sitting up? Lin Yu leaned in closer and raised his voice. The principal has arrived sometimes. One should refrain from making self-proclaimed humorous remarks just as his words fell. Tang Yimian abruptly sprang up from the bed, her head colliding directly with Lin Yu's chin. Thud! With the impulsiveness of youth, she knocked the unsuspecting Lin Yu back several steps, clutching his mouth in surprise. Hiss, the sound of both inhaling sharply echoed in the room. Lin Yu? This defies logic? After his enhancements, even a hulking man couldn't get this close to him. To think a mere proximity could trigger such a swift reaction? Is this the power of the principal's classroom checks? The pressures that elementary school teachers face these days are indeed considerable. No wonder she is so slender. Her skull is remarkably hard. Lin Yu felt a tingling sensation in his tongue. Tasting the fresh vitality of youth, today, an additional chapter will be added for those who offer rewards. Thank you all for your generous support. Chapter 93. From the Conquest of the Six Kingdoms by Qin Shi Huang to Modern History. Tang Yimian, who lay on the bed, quickly grasped what had just transpired. In a fluster, she rushed to Lin Yu, her hands flailing in the air. Ah, Lin Yu, I just heard Xiao Qi mention you were on your way, so I thought I would sit and wait for you. I didn't expect to accidentally fall asleep. It's rather peculiar. I seldom dream, yet I just had one. I dreamt that the principal came to check on my class, and I got so nervous that Lin Yu waved his hands repeatedly, interrupting Tang Yimian to prevent her from continuing. Given her tendency to digress from Qin Shi Huang's conquest to modern history, it was uncertain how long she would ramble on if not stopped in time. It's nothing, just a minor ache. Do you have spare slippers in your room, Teacher Tang? Lin Yu said, pursing his lips. Yes, I'll get them right away. Tang Yimian dashed toward the shoe rack to fetch slippers for Lin Yu. The floor of the bedroom was quite damp, and the bathroom was even worse. He had rushed up without the chance to change his shoes earlier. Traipsing around in such conditions would inevitably lead to a situation reminiscent of a small puddle. He certainly did not wish to return barefoot. The recent encounter with Tang Yimian had triggered the conditions for an information panel to appear. The last roommate to arrive at the apartment finally revealed her true identity. Tang Yimian, age, 22 years, identity, elder of the transmission hall, closeness level with host, 20, second realm. Brief encounter, number of Dao partners, soul cultivation, body cultivation, closeness level not met, temporarily inaccessible, attribute skill, secret art of transformation, other information temporarily inaccessible, additional information, host status is lowly, temporarily inaccessible, current tasks, water barrier formation, time-limited task cultivation and spell casting, accidentally breaking the water barrier. Worldly teaching, urgent task, the elder's name has long reverberated across the 5 sects and 8 desolations. Now, young outer disciples await her guidance. However, the elder is overwhelmed with matters and somewhat unprepared. Purchase of talismans, daily task, the worldly cultivators have made breakthroughs and deserve rewards. The red flower talismans in the hall are running low. Need to purchase small red flower stickers. Hidden injuries, daily task, the elder of the transmission hall has been teaching the sect master and has stood for too long, resulting in hidden ailments that urgently need treatment, massage therapy. Elder of the transmission hall. The title seems quite fitting. With a closeness level of only the second realm, how is it possible to glimpse a skill attribute? This is clearly intended for Lin Yu's eyes. Secret art of transformation? Why not the secret art of literature or the star-absorbing technique? A superficial interpretation suggests that the elder possesses knowledge of various techniques, rendering enhancements from such arts ineffective for her. This clarifies why he cannot evade her headbutt. Regarding his tasks, the known time-limited task of repairing the pipeline and 2 daily tasks are quite understandable. The urgent task of worldly teaching requires further contemplation. Young outer disciples temporarily gathered, awaiting the elder's guidance. The use of the verb gathered implies a group of individuals. Most likely, it refers to Tang Emian students, does it not? The adjective temporary is also significant. Currently, it is summer vacation for elementary school students, and there are no classes scheduled. What could it mean for a group of children to gather temporarily? Elementary school does not lack summer breaks, does it? For now, he could only set aside his thoughts and await further contact with teacher Tang to discern the matter at hand. At this moment, Lin Yu's role is quite simple. The plumbing repairman in the beautiful teacher's room. Before long, Lin Yu, donning a pair of pink slippers with exposed heels, entered the bathroom to conduct a thorough inspection of the shower's plumbing. The valve was worn, and a section of the cold water plastic pipe was damaged. Such minor repairs hardly constituted major work. In his previous life, during the 11 years following Aunt Chiming's passing, Lin Yu had lived alone. Though his culinary skills were lacking, he was quite adept at various repairs and cleaning tasks around the house. Senior, it's merely the aging of the pipes and valves. It's easy to fix. I'll get the replacement materials from the storage room. Just wait a moment, and I'll be right back to assist you, Lin Yu informed Tang Yimian, who stood at the bathroom door. Tang Yimian, seemingly shrouded in a layer of melancholy, anxiously replied, "Isn't replacing them quite troublesome? I suppose I should wash less often." Have the other roommates' bathrooms never had issues? Is mine the only one broken? How much will it cost to replace them? Lin Yu, I'll cover the costs. From a moment Tang Yimian uttered her first word, Lin Yu had been shaking his head. The wear and tear of the fixtures could hardly be attributed to her. Regardless of how one scrutinizes the situation, it should not come to this extent. However, Lin Yu found that shaking his head was futile. Once Tang Yimian began discussing matters from prehistory onward, it was challenging to interrupt her with simple gestures. Helpless, Lin Yu resorted to grasping Tang Yimian's shoulders. This method proved simple yet effective. The moment he held her, her attention swiftly shifted to his hands. Senior, girls should bathe frequently. It's a good habit. You need not incessantly apologize or blame yourself. Is there anything wrong with taking a shower? Tang Yimian blinked, initially pressing her lips together before whispering, "Am I talking too much? I'm sorry. My former classmates and current colleagues say the same about me. Sometimes, when I sense I'm about to ramble on, I quickly close my mouth." Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest. While she may indeed speak a bit too much, he understood that Tang Yimian meant no harm. Her incessant chatter was merely a manifestation of her own anxieties. Suddenly, he realized it might be his tone that had prompted her to feel more guilty. For a moment, he felt a twinge of guilt. "Senior, you're not talking too much. I usually talk more than you do. I'm simply a chatty person. Is there any fault in being someone who loves to chat?" Ding! Heavenly operation. No amount of consolation surpasses the resonance of the heart. The elder of the transmission hall and the host have found common ground. Reward, 20 spirit stones, ding. Congratulations to the host. The closeness level with the elder of the transmission hall has increased, advancing to the third realm of friendship. Reward, 50 spirit stones, Lin Yu. If he recalled correctly, his closeness level with Tang Yimian was only 20, and now it has risen to 30, merely by stating that they were similar. It had surged by 10 percentage points? How astonishing. How much does she yearn for a friend who understands her? Xiao Yu, do you really, truly feel the same as I do? I was worried I spoke too much and that you might find it tiresome. You know, back in college, there was a local girl from Pingchuan in my dorm. She once told me, "Lin Yu, oh no, this is troublesome." Chapter 94. The harsh reality of the workplace. Work is never truly finished. Ha ha! Did you know that female teachers often exchange a plethora of gossip? On one occasion, I overheard Lin Yu and Tang Yimian emerging from a bathroom, inexplicably settling on the edge of the bed to engage in lighthearted conversation. To be precise, it was Lin Yu listening to Tang Yimian's one-sided narration. He merely had to embellish her little anecdotes with the astonished reactions of bystanders. At that moment, Lin Yu wished he could slap his past self from 10 minutes prior. Comforting someone is one thing, but to make such nonsensical remarks about such and such people, if he were to suggest, "Senior sister, let us fix the water pipes first," it would undoubtedly exacerbate Tang Yimian's distress. With her anxious disposition, she would surely realize that Lin Yu's previous comments were mere platitudes meant to console her. Thus, no matter how long he listened to her stories, Lin Yu could not extricate the anxious teacher Tang from her emotional turmoil without inflicting further pain. Junior Yu, what about you? Do you have anyone like I describe around you? After a lengthy discourse, the topic finally shifted to Lin Yu. Rather than passively listening to Tang Yimian's soliloquy, he thought it more engaging to join in. As for me, I am yet to commence my professional journey. I am surrounded by classmates. Among them, there are indeed some intriguing individuals. Just as Lin Yu began to elaborate, intending to organize his thoughts, a steady and rhythmic sound of breathing emanated from beside him once more. Lin Yu turned his head to see, what extraordinary sleeping ability is this? While most people merely need to touch their pillows before dozing off, Teacher Tang seems to fall asleep effortlessly while sitting upright. Had he uttered 30 words? He merely remarked on his fatigue and intended to take a brief nap. After all, he had diligently listened to her recount familial tales for quite some time. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to rouse Tang Yimian, to earnestly say, "It's my turn to speak now. Do pay attention." However, he reconsidered. What if waking her only led to another 10 minutes of her lecture? Better to avoid unnecessary complications. He quietly tiptoed away from the bedside to retrieve the necessary materials from downstairs. 15 minutes later, the plumbing repair was successfully completed. The mundane task had been accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the time-sensitive task. The water barrier has been reactivated, and the Sect's water crisis has been perfectly resolved. Reward: Sect contribution 100, Spirit Stones 200, one free draw in the system shop. This round of rewards was quite effortlessly obtained. If only there were more such easy tasks each day, Lin Yu would not mind attending a few more classes. Until the repairs concluded, Tang Yimian remained peacefully asleep. Lin Yu was curious. If he refrained from waking her, could she sleep until nightfall? Are the parents of the students here? Is Teacher Zhou here? Director Li has arrived? Is class over? Maintaining a safe distance from Tang Yimian, Lin Yu attempted various keywords. Finally, upon mentioning the end of class, Tang Yimian suddenly jolted awake, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Class is dismissed, students. We shall continue tomorrow. Mid-sentence, she glanced around, suddenly realizing her surroundings. Lin Yu observed, it seems teachers are no different. At work, they are but mere insects. At the end of the day, they transform into dragons. The moment she stood, the genuine smile on Tang Yimian's face was even sweeter than when she had been gossiping moments earlier. Junior Yu, did I just doze off again? I apologize. I must have been exhausted from my drive back today. My road trip was originally scheduled for next week, but well, plans are often disrupted by unforeseen circumstances. Lin Yu chose not to interrupt Tang Yimian this time, listening as she began discussing her road trip. He suddenly realized that even the most anxious chatterboxes possess innate advantages. There was no need to pry for her recent secrets. Simply providing her with an appropriate opportunity allowed her to divulge everything spontaneously. From Tang Yimian's words, Lin Yu gleaned crucial information. The real reason disrupting her road trip plans was the school's organization of a summer outing to a suburban wildlife park. The two primary teachers originally assigned to lead her 3rd and 4th grade class both had last-minute obligations. The responsibility had fallen solely upon her shoulders. In such situations, one could easily find an excuse to decline. Furthermore, upon receiving the notification, Tang Yimian was not even in Pingchuan City. She need not concoct any elaborate reasons. Simply stating her circumstances would suffice for the school leadership to allocate other teachers. However, even without her explanation, Lin Yu could surmise the truth. Given her character, she would never refuse additional duties assigned by the school leadership. Those arranging this outing must have been well aware of her disposition, which is why they forced the responsibilities of 2 teachers onto her alone. Besides her, there was a young intern teacher also responsible for the children's safety. Accompanying them were the head of the instructional office and his family, who were not there to work, but rather to ensure a leader was present during the event. Otherwise, how could parents trust their children's safety? The reality of the workplace is thus. Only those who are articulate and adept at reporting will see their salaries increase swiftly and ascend the ranks. Competent and diligent individuals, they will find themselves inundated with more work, additional tasks, and temporary assignments. Countless responsibilities awaiting them. You claim your work is complete? Apologies. The capable are burdened with more. Can't you lend a hand to a colleague and help finish the task? Lin Yu was not naive enough to deliver a sermon to Tang Yimian. It was in her nature. Even if he managed to impart wisdom once, he would inevitably encounter it again. There was also the possibility of the school leadership noting it down in their records. That's why I was eager to return. Tang Yimian concluded her story upon awakening without interruption. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. The suburban zoo sounds like a delightful destination for a field trip for elementary students. As a teacher tasked with supervising so many children, it must be quite exhausting for you. The day after tomorrow, I should have no prior commitments. Senior sister, if I'm free, I would gladly assist you as a volunteer. The leadership should have no objections, right? Ding. Exemplary initiative. As the chief disciple, taking the initiative to alleviate the elder's burdens brings great joy to the elder. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Tang Yimian's eyes brightened instantly. Yet, rationality quickly reclaimed dominance in her mind. She hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, No, how could you? Lin Yu interjected, however, if senior sister treats me to a sumptuous meal, I would truly relish the opportunity to dine together and engage in conversation. Chapter 95. The Squirtle Ensemble, Water Curtain Cave, or Silk Spinning Cave. Tang Yimian wished to express something, but found that voicing it might imply her unwillingness to treat. Lin Yu, having proactively proposed a reward, successfully shifted Tang Yimian's focus from accepting his assistance to the matter of dining out. Furthermore, Lin Yu emphasized the idea of chatting together, which was immensely appealing to Tang Yimian, who had just discovered a kindred spirit. Today, she and Lin Yu had conversed joyfully, and finding a friend who didn't mind her chatter was indeed a rare treasure. Tentatively, Tang Yimian inquired, Junior Yu, do you truly have no plans for the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu realized that the arrangement was now set. The most effective way to communicate with a girl who harbored a sense of indebtedness was to provide a reasonable means of compensation. I have no particular plans, and it would be a perfect opportunity for me to explore during the summer break, Lin Yu replied. One could observe Tang Yimian's mood gradually brightening. It was then that she recalled the reason for Lin Yu's visit today. She suddenly glanced towards the bathroom. That water pipe, Lin Yu reassured her. It's all repaired now, so you can use it without worry. Just remember to bathe regularly and let me know if you need anything else. Ding. The commendable actions between friends, fostering mutual support, warmed the heart of the reclusive elder of the transmission hall. Reward, 20 spirit stones. Tang Yimian looked